In the depths of Konoha, within a pitch-black hall illuminated only by a solitary candle, sat a middle-aged man, his right eye and hand wrapped in bandages, perfectly still upon a wooden chair, resembling a statue. The singular eye revealed a mixture of bewilderment and skepticism. Liu Yin was grappling with the memories swirling in his mind, ultimately concluding that he had traversed realms, finding himself in the world of Naruto. Previously, on a stormy night, he had nestled under his covers, clandestinely watching Naruto on his phone, engrossed in the narrative until the dreaded notification of a low battery interrupted his reverie. He reached for the charger and plugged it in. A flash of lightning accompanied by a thunderous roar outside caused his phone to explode. Upon opening his eyes again, he discovered himself in this unfamiliar setting. Surveying his surroundings, he found nothing but darkness enveloping him. The memories in his mind loaded rapidly, akin to a romantic film, intermingled with emotions foreign to him. Lowering his gaze to the dim candlelight, he observed his left hand, which clutched a cane, riddled with scars and slightly wrinkled skin. The tactile sensations of his hand and the wooden chair beneath him affirmed the reality of his situation had indeed crossed over. Visions flashed through his mind, almost as if he had lived them himself. Words like Hokage, Konoha, and Root echoed ominously. A chilling realization struck him. He had become Danzō. Cursed fate, if there were a ranking. For the most despised characters in the Naruto universe, Danzō would undoubtedly secure the second position, with no one daring to claim the first. Recalling the narrative from his previous life, Liu Yan's expression soured, akin to having swallowed a fly. Danzō, the shadow of Konoha, a confidant of the Hokage, the fifth Hokage, the destroyer of Bridges' life, was marred by nefarious deeds. Most mischief could be traced back to him. Tragically, he did not even survive to witness the conclusion, ultimately meeting his demise during the Five Kage summit, pierced by a kunai, struck down by Sasuke, and left to die in the northwest. Fortunately, Danzō's treacherous and ruthless nature led him to trust no one, marking his root personnel with the cursed seal of tongue eradication, ensuring that secrets remained buried. The memories of the seal were not solely for secrecy, they also served as a means of punishment, or even execution, akin to a caged bird. Revisiting several hand seals, Liu Yin gradually familiarized himself with the activation of the technique. Employing this jutsu was remarkably simple even in his current state. He could execute it effortlessly. A sense of calm washed over him, stabilizing his turbulent thoughts. Not too shabby, Liu Yin murmured, a wry smile gracing his lips. Things will work out in the end. His gaze grew resolute. Was there to fear? In Konoha, he could wield considerable influence, shielded by his best friend, the Hokage. Why should he be afraid? As for leaving Konoha, that was folly only a fool would abandon. Such a perilous world, where shrank rogue ninjas were constantly on the run, hunted like prey. As the leader of Root and a member of the Konoha Elder Council, as long as he refrained from reckless actions, he would encounter no significant troubles. Having made his decision, Liu Yin began to instill confidence within himself, repeating, I am Danzō, while recalling Danzō's demeanor and actions. Come forth. From the shadows emerged the trusted aide of Danzō, oil woman Ryoma, who possessed the secret techniques of his clan. Since the inception of Root, he had loyally followed Danzō. He knelt respectfully on the ground, not daring to raise his gaze. In the dim light, Danzō inquired in a composed manner, how is Hizen faring lately? Everything is normal. My lord, Ryoma replied, good. Continue to monitor him closely and report any developments immediately. Understood, my lord. Danzō struck the ground with his cane, commanding, you may leave. Yes. Ryoma responded respectfully before retreating back into the darkness. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, Danzō reassured himself of his demeanor, finally exhaling in relief. He recalled the orders to keep a long-term watch over the Hokage. To be prudent, it was wise for him to remain at the Root headquarters for the time being. He then reassigned the Root members responsible for his daily needs to the training base, replacing them with newly trained personnel. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Each day, he grew acquainted with the chakra flowing within him and the memories in his mind, gradually gaining clarity on the timeline. At this moment, he had only recently established root, and the ninja world had yet to experience the Second Shinobi World War. Although the hidden villages appeared calm on the surface, tensions simmered beneath, creating an atmosphere thick with conflict. Danzō summoned oil woman Ryoma once more to hear updates on the Hokage's recent decisions. Hizen, his too weak Konoha will ultimately be dragged into war by him. Danzō spoke with a dark tone, addressing the Hokage without an ounce of respect. He then instructed, "You are to lead Yakushi no Nai to the land of Earth to prepare for war and establish a root stronghold there." This task indeed required the support of several jonin, allowing him to dispatch his loyal subordinate. "Understood, my lord." As Ryoma vanished with the body flicker technique, Danzō felt a sense of relief wash over him. The uncertainties surrounding him had finally been dispelled. He no longer needed to worry about revealing his true identity, for he was not the original Danzō. As his trusted aide, it was inevitable that inconsistencies would arise over time. To successfully navigate to the conclusion of this narrative and indulge in the world of Naruto, it would be challenging with his current self. Fortunately, he found himself in the golden age of Konoha, a period brimming with talent. During this era, the strongest figures in Konoha included Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, alongside the emerging legendary three ninjas, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, had yet to earn their illustrious titles. At this stage, Orochimaru should still be in his normal phase, one would presume. Perhaps he could persuade Orochimaru to join him from Hizen's side, steering him away from his deviant ideologies, at the very least to temper his more extreme tendencies. And then there was the Uchiha clan. A faint smile played at the corners of Danzō's mouth, unable to contain the amusement swelling within him. In the dimly lit hall of Root, the echoes of his thoughts lingered. Just moments ago, he had conjured a rather intriguing idea. The following day, Danzō's figure appeared within the Uchiha clan. Indeed, the previous day. A brilliant idea struck him. Having an Uchiha ally alongside Konoha was far more advantageous than extinguishing the Uchiha lineage entirely. Perhaps he could take the initiative to invite them to join Root, given that Root had only been established for a few months. The shadowy outsiders were yet unaware of its true nature. Deceiving the Uchiha clan would be a simple task. At worst, he could refrain from planting the curse mark of betrayal upon them. After all, he possessed ample time and patience to bridge the gap between them. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke. Ah, what a formidable trio of Susanoo users. The mere thought of this brought an involuntary smile to Danzō's lips. Danzō's unexpected visit nearly caused Uchiha Avalanche, the current clan leader who had been bedridden for years and was now over 60, to leap from his bed in fright. As a contemporary of Uchiha Shisui, he was acutely aware of the village's wariness towards the Uchiha clan. He had harbored hopes that the newly appointed Third Hokage, with his more benevolent disposition, would allow his kin some respite. Little did he know that Danzō, as the Hokage's advisor, would impose even harsher policies against the Uchiha than those of the second Hokage. Now, this scoundrel had the audacity to visit personally, clearly harboring ill intentions, much like a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken coop. The malevolent second Hokage had left behind a legacy of animosity towards the Uchiha, ensuring they would never find peace. In his heart, Uchiha Avalanche berated Senju Tobarama, and eventually, with the assistance of 2 attendants, he prepared himself to receive his guest. In the guest room, Danzō sat with a teacup in hand, his eyes narrowed, perhaps concocting some devious scheme. Numerous Uchiha stood outside the door, occasionally casting furtive glances within. At the entrance, Uchiha Q and Uchiha Fa vigilantly monitored their fellow clansmen, fearful that one of them might impulsively charge in and confront Danzō. This tense atmosphere persisted until Uchiha Avalanche made his appearance. What could have prompted the esteemed Hokage's advisor to visit? Surely, a simple message could have sufficed. Why trouble himself to come in person? With the help of his attendants, Uchiha Avalanche dismissed the gathered clansmen outside and laboriously seated himself opposite Danzō. This matter is of utmost importance. I cannot afford to delegate it, Danzō stated, placing the teacup down and instinctively retrieving the appointment letter from his robe, handing it over with practiced ease, an action that had become second nature since the establishment of Root. Uchiha Avalanche took the letter, squinting to make out the words. Oh, you are the one who recently established the Umbu? As the current clan leader, he understood all too well the implications of the appointment letter. Congratulations are in order. I suppose, he said, his words tinged with insincerity. Who could be unaware of this scoundrel's deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha? The formation of the Umbu under his command undoubtedly meant that his first order would be relentless surveillance of the Uchiha clan, as if he wished to monitor them even in their most private moments. The audacity of that wretched creature, flaunting itself before me, that inherently malevolent imp. If it were not for my advanced age, leaving me breathless after just a few steps, I would have leapt up and knocked you down to the ground. Uchiha Avalanche muttered incessantly in his mind, cursing under his breath. Is this old fool blind, or has his mind become clouded? After staring for so long, he seems utterly oblivious to the crux of the matter. Danzō gazed at the aging man before him, speechless. Ahem, Avalanche clan leader. Did you not notice the line written beneath the appointment letter? It states that I am to personally select the members of the root. Realizing that the old man was not on the same wavelength, Danzō cleared his throat, hoping to prompt him. Is there? Where? Allow me to take a look. Ah, I see it now. My eyesight is still intact, so why the urgency? Uchiha Avalanche initially intended to dismiss Danzō's insistence, but the overt hint left him unable to feign ignorance. Inherently malevolent. Ah, I mean, esteemed Hokage's aide, you cannot possibly mean. Since the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, established the Konoha military police force primarily composed of the Uchiha clan, the clan has been ensnared, their powers severely curtailed. Whether it be the Konoha Elder Council or any other high-ranking positions, there is no place for the Uchiha. Even in external warfare, they are seldom dispatched. A policy staunchly upheld by Danzō. Today, however, an arch-nemesis, whom he found thoroughly distasteful, had unexpectedly come forth to invite the Uchiha to join the root. Lifting the previous restrictions, was he still half asleep? Or did he have some ulterior motive to ensnare the Uchiha once more? Uchiha Avalanche transitioned from shock to excitement, only to gradually become wary, his expression darkening. Danzō perceived the other's apprehensions. Avalanche clan leader, the mutual suspicion between the Uchiha clan and the village has fostered a rift, an outcome neither side wishes to see. If left unchecked, this suspicion will inevitably devolve into animosity, leading to dire consequences. As Hokage's aide, I am willing to embrace the Uchiha clan, but there are only 2 slots available. All of this is for the sake of Konoha. For a fleeting moment, Uchiha Avalanche envisioned not Danzō before him, but the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Were it not for that oft-repeated phrase at the end, he might have doubted the authenticity of Danzō's presence, suspecting a disguise. In the end, Uchiha Avalanche, unable to arrive at a conclusion, could only attribute this development to the manifestation of Uchiha Madara's spirit. After a cordial discussion between the two, they finalized the Uchiha candidates for joining the root. Ultimately, Danzō departed, satisfied. The ease with which matters progressed was unexpected. He had anticipated a more arduous negotiation. Clearly, the Uchiha clan had been thoroughly intimidated. Clan leader, Danzō has left the Uchiha territory. Shortly after Danzō's departure, 2 Uchiha ninjas appeared before Uchiha Avalanche, reporting on the movements of the other party. Understood. Uchiha Avalanche, supported by 2 servants, rose to his feet and approached the 2 ninjas. Inform the clan elders to convene at my residence this evening for a meeting. Be swift. Yes. The 2 ninjas bowed and vanished in an instant. The streets of Konohagakure seemed to sense the impending conflict, the atmosphere somber and grave. The ninjas wore serious expressions and moved hastily, while the civilians, affected by this mood, busied themselves with their tasks, their faces etched with worry. Lord Danzō, the Hokage has instructed me to inquire whether you will attend the Jonin meeting in half an hour. A member of the Umbu suddenly appeared before Danzō. The Jonin meeting? Danzō pondered briefly before dismissing the idea. No. Inform Hiruzen that I have other matters to attend to. Understood. The Umbu, having received his response, did not linger but vanished in an instant. Such formal meetings of Jonin seldom yield any substantial outcomes, at present. There is nothing more pressing than my own recruitment efforts. Nightfall enveloped the Uchiha clan at the Patriarch's residence. At this moment, the clan leaders, including Patriarch Uchiha Avalanche, Elder Uchiha Shana, and Second Elder Uchiha Akira, gathered in the basement of the Patriarch's abode. Among the adults, a youthful figure stood out distinctly. With short black hair and a serious demeanor, his chin slightly protruding like 2 ping-pong balls, he was none other than Uchiha Avalanche's son. The young heir of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Noticing that everyone had arrived, Uchiha Avalanche cleared his throat, intending to share the discussion he had with Danzō. Ahem. I trust everyone is aware that Shimura Danzō visited my residence today. Danzō's visit was overt and had already been known to those present prior to his arrival. Hence, upon hearing the patriarch's words, there was no uproar, merely the customary scorn directed at him. That wicked Shimura brat. I wish I could deal with him personally. Merely him is not enough. The entire Shimura clan, with their innate malevolence, ought to be eradicated. Indeed, the Shimura clan is a blight that cannot be allowed to persist. After completing the customary formalities of the meeting, everyone silently awaited Uchiha Avalanche's subsequent remarks. Danzō intends to establish an umbu. He has decided to grant our clan 2 slots. Upon hearing the patriarch's account, everyone began to ponder. At this juncture, the Uchiha clan was not yet aggressive. Aside from their typical sharp tongues, they were generally content with their circumstances. They reveled in voicing their disdain towards the higher-ups of Konoha and Danzō, but it was all merely talk. Now, upon hearing Uchiha Avalanche's words and confronted with Danzō's sudden benevolence, their immediate reaction was to agree without hesitation. However, their gazes ultimately turned towards the eldest elder, Uchiha Shana. As the oldest and most authoritative figure, they were eager to hear his thoughts on the matter. Uchiha Avalanche felt a palpable tension, although he had momentarily acquiesced to Danzō. He knew that if the elder voiced dissent, a prolonged verbal dispute would be inevitable. Sensing the collective gaze of the assembly upon him, Uchiha Shana scratched his grizzled hair, his eyes shifting to Uchiha Avalanche. What do you mean, clan leader? Who do you intend to send? The underlying tone conveyed an air of endorsement. After discerning the elder's intentions, Uchiha Avalanche refrained from responding immediately and instead turned his gaze to the second elder, Uchiha Mei. Why are you looking at me? It's the elder's decision. Don't expect anything from me. The second elder grumbled, visibly displeased. With both elders expressing their sentiments, any dissent from the remaining clansmen would likely remain unspoken. Thus, Uchiha Avalanche confidently articulated his chosen candidates. I plan to send Uchiha Siyue and Uchiha Honye. Yes, that seems acceptable, came the affirmative responses. Uchiha Avalanche's selection was evidently anticipated by the 2 elders. The sisters' parents had perished at the hands of ninjas from the Hidden Rain village years ago, rendering them the most suitable choice. Danzō sought vulnerable orphans, believing their fragility would facilitate his brainwashing. This also effectively extinguished any hopes of gathering intelligence through the clansmen. Therefore, it would be prudent to refrain from unnecessary subterfuge. Let us hand the sisters over to Danzō without further contact, Uchiha Avalanche concluded. Soon, after deliberation with the 2 elders, the matter was swiftly settled. Ultimately, within the vast confines of the underground chamber, only Uchiha Avalanche and his son, Uchiha Fugaku, remained. What is your perspective on this matter? Uchiha Fugaku had maintained a stoic silence throughout, piquing Uchiha Avalanche's curiosity regarding his son's stance. There are doubts, yet we have no alternatives. Uchiha Fugaku replied candidly in response to his father's inquiry. No alternatives, no alternatives. Uchiha Avalanche reflected, gazing at his son's impassive expression, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Indeed, the Uchiha currently have no options. Fugaku, remember, regardless of how adverse the future circumstances may become, never forfeit any opportunity to reconcile with the village. Employ your Sharingan to scrutinize and seek out a glimmer of hope for the Uchiha clan. A Uchiha with merely a 3-tomo Sharingan, pitted against the abundant talent of Konoha, faces an inevitable demise. Never oppose the village unless its strength is severely diminished. Uchiha Avalanche fixed his gaze intently upon his son, 3-tomo shimmering in his eyes. In turn, Uchiha Fugaku unveiled his own Sharingan to his father. Upon witnessing the tomo within his son's eyes, Uchiha Avalanche's face broke into a gratifying smile. At such a tender age, you have awakened the double Manjiki Sharingan. The future of the Uchiha clan surely flourishes under your guidance. Perhaps, within our lineage, another formidable wielder of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan may emerge. Feeling the weight of his father's expectations, Uchiha Fugaku was slightly moved. Father, rest assured, I shall not disappoint your hopes and will lead the Uchiha clan to prosperity. Uchiha Yukihira's expression shifted slightly as he cleared his throat. How many times must I remind you? When at work, refer to me by my title, not as father. Yes, esteemed clan leader. Inside the Hokage office building, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat expressionless, smoking his pipe, as he observed an ANB member kneeling before him. The member relayed the details of Danzō's entire day, including even a visit to Ichiraka Ramen for a few bowls after leaving the Uchiha clan's territory. Sarutobi frowned. As a disciple of Senju Tobarama, he often professed the desire for peaceful coexistence with the Uchiha, yet deep down, he harbored profound wariness towards them. What perplexed him further was that his dear friend, Uchiha's sworn enemy, had voluntarily ventured into the very clan he despised. Sarutobi inhaled from his pipe, pondering. Could Danzō have been inadvertently ensnared by Uchiha Genjutsu? No, that could not be. What strength did Danzō possess? In this era, no Uchiha could possibly cast an illusion upon him. He quickly dismissed the thought. That will be all. You may leave. After a moment of fruitless contemplation, Sarutobi waved off the ENBU member, standing to gaze out the window towards the distant Hokage rock, his eyes half closed, lost in thought. A long sigh finally escaped his lips. Come in. A figure donning a dog-faced mask appeared behind him in an instant. Inform Danzō that I require his presence here immediately. What? Hiruzen wishes to see me? Now. Danzō halted his leisurely stroll, glancing up at the moonlit sky as an ANBU member suddenly appeared before him. Recalling his memories, he realized that whenever Sarutobi called him at such late hours, it invariably meant he had been caught in some misdeed. Yet, since his arrival in this world over half a month ago, he had committed no wrongs. Could it be that he was to shoulder the blame for transgressions committed by Shimura Danzō before his reincarnation? After ruminating on his memories, Danzō decided to cease his worrying. After all, Sarutobi would not take any drastic actions against him. Subsequently, he followed the ANBU member to the Hokage office building. Speak, Hiruzen. What is it? Ah, you've arrived, Danzō. You summoned me at such a late hour. What is the matter? Noticing that Sarutobi was not in his Hokage robes, Danzō expressed surprise. Ever since assuming the title of Hokage, Sarutobi rarely disrobed from the ceremonial garments symbolizing his authority, except in times of battle. Fortunately, he was not clad in his battle attire. Otherwise, Danzō would have genuinely doubted whether he had inadvertently revealed his true identity. Recently, the situation in the village hidden in rain has been tumultuous. Yes, I am aware of this. What? Has the village hidden in rain declared war? No, not yet. But it is imminent. According to the latest intelligence from the front lines, a significant number of rain ninjas have gathered just beyond the border. Upon hearing that it was merely a matter of gathering forces, Danzō silently breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly cursing. Damn it, that startled me. I nearly thought I had traveled through time and altered the timeline. He lightly tapped his cane on the ground. The village hidden in rain will likely remain in a stalemate with us for quite some time, based on my personal intelligence. Hanzo of the Salamander is expected to strike first against the village hidden in sand. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzō with a gaze full of astonishment. The information regarding Hanzo's impending assault on the village hidden in sand had not even been uncovered by his own Umbu subordinates. Yet his close friend seemed to be well informed. It appears that Danzō has secretly amassed considerable strength for the route. However, Hiruzen could not fathom that this so-called intelligence was merely a plotline from an anime Danzō had watched before his time travel. The village hidden in rain is merely a minor ailment. Your 3 disciples can suppress it. You can immediately command them to lead their respective troops to the front lines and confront the village hidden in rain. Once the enemy declares war, let them swiftly invade the land of rain. However, the trio is still quite young and will require a senior jonin to serve as commander, coordinating the efforts. I suggest either Mito Kurama or Tsunade Senju take on this role. Drawing from the anime's narrative, Danzō quickly devised a plan that diverged slightly from the original storyline. I will personally head to the village hidden in rain to confront Hanzo of the Salamander. In the anime, aside from the legendary 3 ninjas, there were no other high-level combatants involved in the operation against the village hidden in rain. The primary objective was to guard against the village hidden in sand. Currently, the village hidden in sand, under the leadership of the most formidable Sandaime Kazekage, is openly coveting the lands of the Fire Country. Danzō, will you also be heading to the land of rain? In Hiruzen's view, the minuscule land of rain hardly warranted such attention, let alone the personal involvement of 2 comrades. I have great confidence in my disciples. Even without our assistance, they can achieve victory. Hiruzen, it is not that I lack faith in your disciples. My ultimate aim is to swiftly conclude the conflict with the village hidden in rain and then launch a surprise assault on the village hidden in sand. Though I speak beautifully, Danzō's true intention remains to abduct Konan and her companions. How could he let slip an opportunity to vex the eventual major antagonist of the Naruto world, Uchiha Madara? So, an unexpected strike, is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his pipe in hand, contemplated the feasibility of this plan. Observing Hiruzen's silence, Danzō did not rush him. He understood that his counterpart was pondering any potential flaws in the proposal. Nevertheless, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen were to disagree, he would ultimately find a way to venture to the land of rain. I understand. Danzō, let us proceed as you suggest. Sarutobi Hiruzen relaxed his grip on the pipe in his hand, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Danzō. Such underhanded tactics were indeed Danzō's forte. Assassination, ambush, and orchestrating chaos were the three principal skills of Shimura Danzō. Thus, Hiruzen harbored no concerns about Danzō's potential failure. Speaking of war, I happen to have a proposal. Initially, I intended to wait until the war commenced to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the present moment presents a fitting opportunity. This conflict could permit the participation of the Uchiha clan's ninja. Upon hearing Danzō's words, Hiruzen's entire being tensed up. As expected, Danzō seemed to have ulterior motives regarding the Uchiha clan, though Hiruzen remained uncertain of his true intentions. After all, this was war, and the Uchiha clan was an indispensable force. Danzō took a few steps forward, positioning himself beside Hiruzen. Utilizing such a valuable resource for internal village security truly seemed a waste. All of this was for the sake of Konoha. Hiruzen observed the profile of his close ally and pondered briefly. In that case, I shall inform Mito Gate In and Tsunade Koharu tomorrow morning, inviting them to discuss this matter as well. What nonsense is this? You wish for those two meddling advisors to join the discussion? They are nothing but brainless fools who create chaos, Danzō scoffed. Hiruzen, you are the Hokage, and I serve as your advisor. We can decide this matter between us. They need only be informed. Why involve them in the discussions? Danzō held a certain disdain for the two ineffectual advisors. They were merely pawns he used to balance Hiruzen. Possessing some strength, yet their trepidation of the Uchiha clan matched that of the original owner of his position. Mito Gate In and Tsunade Koharu are students of the same teacher. How can we exclude them from this? Hiruzen was taken aback by Danzō's vehement reaction. They had previously been as close as brothers, yet now it seemed they were poised for conflict at any moment. However, Hiruzen felt compelled to notify the two Hokage advisors. Should he neglect to inform them and finalize matters with Danzō, he would likely earn the reputation of a dictator within 3 days. Danzō, of course, cared little for reputation, as he possessed none to speak of. Hiruzen, on the other hand, could not afford such a luxury. His position as Hokage had been directly appointed by the second Hokage, which contradicted the electoral system established by the first Hokage during the village's founding. Ultimately, it was Danzō, Mito Gate In, Tsunade Koharu, and Akimichi Torif who had exerted the most effort to secure Hiruzen's steadiness in the Hokage seat. This was why. Despite knowing that Danzō and those two advisors often engaged in underhanded dealings, Hiruzen continued to tolerate them. Torif, at least, remained a steadfast and honest jonin. As the memory of that foolish, plump fellow surfaced, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but let a faint smile grace his lips. You are far too weak, Hiruzen. Danzō swiftly discerned Hiruzen's hesitation. As Hokage, one must not waver in resolve. Such indecisiveness would lead to failure. I shall not permit you two to confer. Danzō, I am the Hokage. You will regret this. With a furious slam of the door, Danzō stormed off, leaving their conversation in disarray. Watching his old friend depart, Hiruzen could only manage a wry smile. I apologize for the spectacle, Hyuga. As Hiruzen spoke, a man clad in a white robe emerged from the shadows on the rooftop. His countenance was stern, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders. Yet what captured one's attention were his striking white eyes. He was Hyuga Hayashi, the current head of the esteemed Hyuga clan, and the father of Hinata and Niji. Such words, Third Hokage. Your bond with Danzō remains as strong as ever. Though Hyuga's words carried a teasing undertone, his expression revealed no hint of levity. Having grown up alongside Hiruzen and Danzō, all three were of a similar age and were among the first inheritors of the founding families of Konoha. To Hyuga, it would be more astonishing if Hiruzen and Danzō were to refrain from quarreling. Let us not dwell on that. Rather, let us discuss matters of importance. Hiruzen chuckled, steering the conversation away from the earlier topic. He had instructed Hyuga to observe covertly, hoping to ascertain whether Danzō had fallen prey to any illusions. There are no signs of Danzō being affected by Jinjutsu, Hyuga concluded. In his assessment, Danzō's chakra exhibited remarkable stability, and there were no indications of congestion in his cranial veins, leading him to firmly believe that all was well with his old friend. Is that so? Hiruzen expressed no surprise at this conclusion. Despite some shifts in thought, Danzō's demeanor and approach to issues remained consistent. Particularly, the dramatic exit, his door slam was executed with precise force. Given that, I truly appreciate your efforts. Would you care to join me for a meal at my home? Hiruzen offered, recognizing it was rather late to summon Hyuga. Thank you, but Hinata and Niji are awaiting my return. Hyuga politely declined, aware that Hiruzen was merely being courteous. He swiftly vanished from the rooftop. Well then, it is indeed time for me to head home. Otherwise, the Biwa Lake may once again grow irate. With his concerns for Danzō alleviated, Hiruzen felt a weight lift from his shoulders, and his steps grew markedly lighter. In a buoyant mood, he even began to hum a cheerful tune on his way back, pleasantly surprised that after all these years, Danzō still engaged in solitary discussions as they did in their youth. Joyful indeed. The following day, at the enthusiastic invitation of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzō found himself reluctantly acquiescing, his face alight with a forced cheerfulness as he attended the meeting. As anticipated, Mito Gate-in and Tsurugi Koharu, two inept advisors, voiced no objections to the operational plan he had devised. However, they vehemently opposed the inclusion of the Uchiha clan. They even invoked the name of their shared mentor, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, to constrain him. Casting a disgruntled glance at the conciliatory Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzō realized it was once again time for him to bear the brunt of the blame. Thus, he confronted the two advisors head-on, and after a blatant display of intimidation, he compelled them to accept the proposal. Once Danzō had resolved the issue, Sarutobi Hiruzen rose with a smile, offering words of comfort to the visibly displeased advisors. In this harmonious atmosphere, the meeting concluded successfully. Recognizing the unity among Konoha's upper echelons, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly summoned the clan heads of Konoha and his disciples to announce the operational plan. There were no objections to his decision to have Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru lead the charge against the hidden rain village. Yet, when the Uchiha clan's involvement in the battlefield was mentioned, it sparked a wave of discussions among the attendees. After all, it had been a considerable time since the Uchiha had participated in a war. Even Uchiha Sakuraba, caught off guard by Danzō's promise, felt a surge of gratitude, expressing vigorously that the Uchiha clan would fight with all their might. Ultimately, the meeting confirmed that Mito Gate-in would command the battlefield in the Land of Rain, with Tsunade as his deputy, and they would immediately head to the front lines after preparations. As for Tsunade, Tsurugi Koharu would lead the forces stationed at the borders of the Land of Rivers to prevent any surprise attacks from Tsunade, with a decision to send elite reinforcements made contingent upon the situation. Typically, conflicts between major ninja villages do not allow the flames of war to spread within their own borders. Thus, the primary battlefields are invariably situated in smaller nations. In the confrontation with Tsunade, the Land of Rivers had become the unfortunate battleground. As Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned the missions, Danzō discreetly departed. In his mind, the victory of Konoha in this war seemed a foregone conclusion. The greatest threat from the hidden rain village was the so-called demigod, Hanzo. Afford him the respect of calling him a demigod, and he might seem formidable. Disregard him, and he is nothing but a nuisance. Should he provoke Danzō, he would find himself swiftly dealt with by both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzō himself. How could a weakling, who had only sparred with the young Sannin, stand a chance against the full might of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzō in their prime? At that moment, Danzō envisioned executing the secret technique of Konoha, the 1,000 years of pain, launching a surprise attack and delivering a devastating blow to Hanzo. As for Tsunade, that was a matter for Sarutobi Hiruzen to resolve. The most pressing task at hand was to establish his own roots, thereby allowing him to expedite his plans to abduct the young Conan from the Land of Rain. Tuanzo leaned on his cane, deep in thought as he ambled along. Perhaps it is prudent to augment my own strength, just in case. The original owner possessed the 5 chakra affinities of fire, wind, earth, water, and een, with wind release being the most proficiently wielded, albeit somewhat monotonous in its application. I shall seek out the ninjutsu left behind by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. However, since most of Senju Tobirama's techniques are classified as forbidden, Sarutobi Hiruzen found it too cumbersome to discern them and thus relegated them all to the highest secrecy within the archives. For an ordinary individual to peruse these scrolls, one must obtain Sarutobi Hiruzen's explicit permission, and even then, they can only be read on-site and not removed. Yet, this stipulation clearly does not apply to Tuanzo, Edo Tensei, Flying Thunder God, and the explosive tag multiplication technique. In the archives, Tuanzo gazed at the S-rank forbidden jutsu scrolls laid before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. These items are far too perilous to remain here. They must be relocated to a more secure location for safekeeping. Tuanzo wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and swiftly gathered the scrolls together, utilizing the sealing technique to package them all, entirely disregarding the 2 Umbu members stationed at the entrance. Subsequently, he hobbled away with astonishing speed, vanishing from their sight. The two Umbu members exchanged bewildered glances, staring in shock at the nearly emptied scroll cabinet. I can't believe this. Quickly, we must report to the Hokage-sama. Upon returning to the root base, Danzō immediately began to study the ninjutsu scroll left by Senju Tobarama. After considerable effort, he was only able to grasp a general understanding as dusk approached. Much of his time was wasted searching through forbidden techniques, ultimately abandoning them. Not all forbidden arts are suitable for cultivation. However, he did gain other insights. Based on the introduction to ninjutsu composition provided by Senju Tobarama, Danzō's understanding of chakra expanded exponentially. Ultimately, not only did he master the one-handed hand seal, but he also decided to attempt cultivating the future jutsu developed by Minato Namikaze, the Rasengan. Pushing aside the ninjutsu scroll on the table, Danzō sat on a wooden chair and extended his left hand, gathering a sphere of chakra in his palm. He maintained its rotation while gradually increasing the chakra supply. The blue orb expanded, and under Danzō's control, the turbulent chakra gradually stabilized. Finally, it maintained a relatively steady state. Fascinating. This is the Rasengan. Feeling the immense energy contained within the chakra sphere, Danzō, employing his exceptional chakra control, replicated a jutsu that Minato had taken 3 years to perfect in a single attempt. This was not due to Danzō's superiority over Minato, but rather because he had consumed a plethora of anime prior to his reincarnation, where the rudimentary teachings had elaborated extensively on the construction of the Rasengan. Coupled with an afternoon spent analyzing Senju Tobarama's chakra, it would have been strange not to succeed. Let us attempt to incorporate a change in chakra nature. As he infused wind nature into the Rasengan, transparent blades began to emerge around it, accompanied by a piercing hum, gradually transforming into the form of the wind-release Rasengan shuriken used by Naruto Uzumaki in his memories. Resisting the urge to hurl it away, Danzō slowly retracted the chakra back into his body. He could sense that what he had just created was a fully realized wind-release Rasengan shuriken, ready to be thrown. No wonder the young prince often played with the Rasengan. It was far more formidable than anticipated, with an extremely high ceiling and astonishing destructive power. Suddenly, Danzō recalled the theatrical version of the anime, specifically the Rasen Shuriken utilized by Madara in the Infinite Tsukuyomi world. He remembered there was also a technique called the Great Rasen Shuriken that could rival the Divine Tree's might. Its principles should be similar to the Rasengan, possessing a black exterior. Could it be that it incorporated a change in Yin chakra nature? Coincidentally, he himself possessed Yin chakra. With this thought, Danzō could hardly contain his desire to experiment. He slowly extended his left hand to create a miniature version of the Rasengan, infusing it with Yin chakra. Upon activation, he felt a sharp pain in his hand as the self-created Rasengan exploded in an instant. As expected, it was not his forte like wind release. Danzō was not surprised by the outcome. The success of the wind release Rasengan stemmed from his body's inherent aptitude for wind techniques, whereas Yin nature was the specialty of the Nara clan. Feeling the pain in his hands, in order to survive until the grand finale and to act freely within the ninja world, Danzō gritted his teeth and continued his attempts. Compared to the piercing through Susanoo, this contraption was far superior. A day later, he successfully devised a spiral wheel of minuscule size, with the cost being that his left hand was now wrapped in bandages. Fortunately, the medical ninjas at the root were sufficiently capable. Otherwise, he might have had to consider replacing his left arm altogether. P.S. Currently, his right hand and eye are disguised. The original Danzō had long been eyeing the Uchiha clan in the Land of Wind, in Sunagakure. The third Hokage glared furiously at the intelligence in his hands. That scoundrel Hanzo had actually led a group into the borders of the Land of Wind. Previously, the enemy had been amassing ninjas along the borders of the Land of Fire, leading him to mistakenly believe that they would strike at Konoha first, which resulted in the elite forces of Sunagakure being dispatched to the defenses of the Land of Fire. But now, TSK the third Hokage gritted his teeth in frustration, yet felt utterly helpless. At this point, discussing such matters was futile. The immediate priority was to recall the troops dispatched to the Land of River, who were preparing to ambush Konoha. He would summon the 2 elder advisors. At present, the situation in Konoha was unclear, and he could not act rashly. He could only rely on the 2 elder advisors. Meanwhile, Mito Gate-in, who was hurrying to the front lines, received a message from Saratobi Hiruzen's Umbu. Upon reading the contents of the letter, he fell silent for a moment. Return and inform Hiruzen that I am aware. Watching the Umbu depart, Mito Gate-in casually called over a nearby jonin. Inform Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru to convene at my location. The jonin, hearing the order, dared not hesitate and immediately set off. Everyone, cease your advance and take a brief rest. What? Are you saying that Hanzo the Salamander personally led a raid on Sunagakure? Tsunade pondered privately. Something must have gone awry at the front lines. So that was it, a feint, a diversion to distract us. Orochimaru rubbed his chin with one hand, his expression aloof, lost in thought. As for Jiraiya, he was more than capable of executing tasks as a fighter, but strategy was not his forte, and he wisely maintained his silence. The news was delivered by your teacher Zumbu, lending it a high degree of credibility. However, it could also be a trap set by Hanzo the Salamander, designed to lull us into complacency. Mito pulled out a map from his attire, pointed to their current location, and turned his gaze to Tsunade. As it stands, we are one day's journey from the Land of Rain. Reports from the Border Patrol indicate that the Rain Ninjas are still up to their antics at the border. During this period, we have already lost 15 Chunin and 23 Genin. Before departing, Sarutobi Hiruzen had specifically taken Mito in to a secluded place to advise him to properly mentor Tsunade. Among the three individuals, Jiraiya and Orochimaru tend to embody the role of enforcers, whereas Tsunade stands out as the one possessing a broader vision. Tsunade as the deputy commander. What are your thoughts? Although she harbors a reluctance deep within to see the Senju clan's bloodline ascend to the position of Hokage once more. The majority of the Senju clan has now assimilated into the upper echelons of the Land of Fire, with those remaining in the village having concealed their surnames, rendering them insignificant. Furthermore, she is a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Regardless of her acknowledgement, she bears the indelible mark of the Third Hokage's lineage. Very well. Let me observe your capacity for leadership. Mito pondered internally. Tsunade, oblivious to the intricate dynamics at play, responded candidly to the inquiry posed to her. I believe we should proceed with the existing plan to advance to the front lines and take the initiative to probe the enemy. While it remains uncertain whether Hanzo of the Salamander has truly gone to Sunagakure, we must eliminate the Rain Village ninjas at the border of the Land of Rain. If Hanzo is absent, we shall eradicate all of these ninjas, thus clearing the threats along the border. It becomes evident that, despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, she is indeed a pragmatist. Tsunade's strategy aligned perfectly with Mito's thoughts, prompting him to nod in satisfaction. The strength of Konoha is formidable. While the Rain Village is feeble, by obliterating their living forces, we sever their potential for war at its roots. No matter how formidable Hanzo may be, he cannot single-handedly withstand the assault of thousands of ninjas. Next, a mere formality of seeking the opinions of the other two would suffice. Observing this, Orochimaru spoke up. I have no objections. Jiraiya likely shares the same sentiments. Jiraiya nodded, indicating his agreement, asserting that whatever Tsunade proposed must be correct. Excellent. Then let us proceed as Tsunade suggests. With both individuals demonstrating their acumen, Mito need not expend further words. Damn it, you insufferable woman, how vexing. On the battlefield of Sunagakure, Hanzo of the Salamander stood upon his summoning beast, wielding his scythe to fend off the assault of two puppets. Engaged in combat with him was Chiyo, one of the advisors of Sunagakure, renowned for her prowess in puppet manipulation. Hanzo, is this the extent of your abilities? Upon receiving news of Hanzo's invasion from the Third Hokage, Chiyo had persuaded her comrades to abandon thoughts of recalling elite forces from the Land of Rivers. In her view, any such mobilization would undoubtedly be sensed by Konoha, leading to a situation where Sunagakure would find itself besieged from all sides. In contrast, the number of Rain Village ninjas accompanying Hanzo was relatively small. With proper execution, repelling him was indeed within reach. As fate would have it, Chiyo's expectations proved accurate. The most formidable aspect of Hanzo was his toxic substances that aided in attacks. Ironically, this was precisely the domain in which Chiyo excelled. Soon enough, the casualties among the Sunagakure ninjas began to diminish swiftly due to Chiyo's involvement. Get lost. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon materialized beside Hanzo of the Salamander, surging forth towards Chiyo in the distance. At the very moment the water dragon projectile was unleashed, Hanzo flung his scythe towards the anticipated evasion spot of Chiyo, preparing to predict her movement. Puppet technique, chakra shield formation. Observing the incoming water dragon, Chiyo deftly maneuvered her fingers, summoning 3 puppets to her front, arranging them in a triangular formation, and extending their arms to create a protective chakra shield. Noticing Chiyo's intent to confront the ninjutsu rather than evade, Hanzo swung the iron chain in his hand, directing the spinning scythe to attack from behind. Chiyo cast a glance over her shoulder and swiftly bent down, evading the lethal ambush. After an intense exchange, both combatants recognized the formidable nature of one another. Let Let us conclude for today, Hanzo remarked coldly, having gained no advantage, as he dispelled the summoning technique and retreated with his subordinate ninjas from the battlefield. Once Hanzo had departed, the Sand Village ninjas, who had been observing from a distance, dared to approach Chiyo. "Lady Chiyo, shall we pursue them?" one of the ninjas tentatively inquired. Chiyo rolled her eyes at the questioning Jonin, remaining silent as she redirected her gaze toward the battlefield. The sight revealed a multitude of corpses, predominantly those of the Sand Village ninjas, with only a handful from the Rain Village. Half-God Hanzo. Truly a name that lives up to its reputation. In this skirmish, Chiyo had led 6 Jonin and 9 Shunin in a collective assault, yet she was the sole survivor. That old rascal Hanzo clearly held back. Pursuing him would be folly. Hearing Chiyo's murmured thoughts, the earlier inquisitive Jonin wisely fell silent. Merely 1 or 2 skirmishes do not signify anything. Both sides were currently engaged in a phase of mutual probing, gathering intelligence without revealing their true capabilities. Touching the summoning scroll within her grasp, a faint, cold smile graced Chiyo's lips. At the entrance of Konoha village that morning, aside from 2 Chunin stationed to guard the gates, only Danzō stood solitary, leaning on his cane. Indeed, Danzō was preparing to venture alone to the battlefield of the Rain Village, intending to make a significant impact. The previous day, Might Guy had delivered the battle report to the Hokage's office, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to summon him at once. The essence of the report revealed that under Tsunade's command, Konoha had successfully decimated a large contingent of the Rain Village's forces, securing control of the battlefield within the borders of the Land of Rain. At the conclusion of the report, details of the casualties and a list of commendable ninjas were documented. Coincidentally, Danzō spotted the name of Shinosuke on the list of commendable ninjas. What a stroke of luck. How did he manage to slip in there? After persistent inquiries from Danzō, Sarutobi reluctantly admitted that he had consented to send Shinosuke to the battlefield, albeit at Shinosuke's own request. Are you out of your mind? As Hokage, you permit a mere genin to dictate his own actions? If he told you to jump into a cesspool, would you follow suit? Danzō silently berated Sarutobi's decision, realizing that it was too late to voice his discontent. In Danzō's eyes, Shinosuke absolutely could not afford to perish. Regardless of whether it serves as a means to win over Tsunade or to initiate research on the Hashirama cells, the rope tree plays a pivotal role. Additionally, there are considerations to recruit Konan and her companions. For various reasons, Danzō believes it is prudent to personally visit them at once. As a member of the Senju clan, it is indeed unfortunate that this hapless child met his demise from an explosive tag while under the protection of Orochimaru. When I watched the Naruto anime before my journey here, I found it peculiar. The original Danzō's arm was derived from a fervent admirer named Uchiha Shinin Baruto, while the Hashirama cells resulted from Orochimaru's grave-robbing endeavors. Given these circumstances, how could the misfortune of the rope tree possibly be orchestrated by the original Danzō? It makes no sense at all. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, he had already secretly dispatched Uchiha K-Ka ahead of time, recognizing her exceptional Sharingan and sensory abilities. He specifically instructed her to ensure that no explosive tags were present in the vicinity of the rope tree. As for the root organization, it was entrusted to her sister, Uchiha Tsuki, for management. The 2 sisters had been marked by Danzō with the curse of tongue severance upon their arrival from the Uchiha clan. Thus he felt exceedingly at ease with their tasks. Lost in thought, Danzō was abruptly roused from his reverie by the cough of a passing ninja, leaning on his cane. He slowly stepped out of the gates of Konohagakure, disappearing into the forest under the watchful eyes of the 2 Nin guards. A few days later, in the Land of Rain, 3 Rain Village ninjas were concealed behind a thicket. Seated together, they exchanged glances. One young Nin, visibly irritated, complained, "Honestly, when will Lord Hanzo return? For this period, we have been relentlessly pursued and beaten by those Konoha dogs, and our once mighty army has been reduced to scattered squads. If only our Lord Hanzo were here, we would never find ourselves in such a pitiful state." The middle-aged Nin, feeling somewhat smug, patted his chest with a hint of arrogance. "Humph, you've come to the right person." He then feigned a serious demeanor, urging the others to lean closer. Cautiously scanning their surroundings before whispering, "Lord Hanzo has already signed a ceasefire agreement with Sunagakure. It won't be long before he arrives here to annihilate those Konoha ninjas." "Really? Is that true?" exclaimed the young Nin, his face lighting up with admiration for Hanzo. He showed no doubt that the salamander would emerge victorious, while the other Nin also displayed excitement. As a seasoned Nin, the middle-aged ninja was privy to more information than the Nin. For instance, He knew that Hanzo had merely reached a stalemate with the Sunagakure ninjas, with neither side gaining any advantage. However, he chose not to shatter the illusions of the two younger ninjas, as maintaining morale was of utmost importance. Nevertheless, it must be noted that the Konoha ninjas were indeed formidable this time, with most of their dispatched forces comprising elite shinobi. The diversity of ninjutsu and the speed of hand seals are evidently superior to those of the Rain Village ninjas at the same rank. The middle-aged ninja, confident in his status as a jonin, believed he could easily dominate a chunin. However, he was taken aback to discover that this particular chunin hailed from the illustrious Uchiha clan. His water release was utterly annihilated by the opponent's fire release, leaving him scorched as if he had just emerged from a coal mine, almost meeting his demise on the spot. This underscored the inadequacy of the Rain Village, a small ninja village lacking a prominent ninja clan, populated instead by ordinary civilians, devoid of their own inherited ninjutsu. Damn Konoha, just wait. When our Lord Hanzo returns, you'll see what's in store for you. The three Rain ninjas rallied each other with words to dispel their fear of the Konoha ninja. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed, startling the three Rain ninjas into immediate alertness as they leapt to their feet, drawing their kunai and scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Who is there? Show yourself. The middle-aged Rain ninja, hearing the commotion, sprang up, gathering his chakra, ready to unleash a jutsu. They were situated far from the front line, so logically, no enemies should be present. To their astonishment, a red toad emerged from the underbrush, hopping into their midst. Phew, it's just a wretched toad. The middle-aged Rain ninja sighed, relaxing as he sheathed his kunai. However, the bewildered gazes of the two younger chunin beside him made him feel somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to angrily approach the toad, raising his foot to kick it. Damn toad, you scared me. Get lost. Before he could land the kick, an alarming scene unfolded before the three ninjas' eyes. A hand emerged from the toad's mouth, firmly gripping the middle-aged ninja's calf. Oh dear, it seems we've heard some unsettling news. The two young Rain ninjas shrieked, Mommy, the toad can talk. Fools, it's not the toad speaking. It's the person hidden within. The middle-aged Rain ninja understood all too well that such a technique could only be executed by someone of at least jonin rank. Realizing he was facing certain death, he decisively gathered chakra at his feet to break free, abandoning the two chunin and opting for a hasty retreat. Oh, trying to escape? A figure emerged from the toad's mouth, sporting a spiky white hairdo and painted red face. None other than Jiraiya, who had infiltrated enemy lines to gather intelligence. Ninjutsu, needle hell. Jiraiya effortlessly disposed of the two young Rain ninjas, then calmly turned his gaze towards the fleeing middle-aged ninja. How laughable. I am the sage of Mount Myaboku. Do you truly believe you can escape? With that, he formed hand seals and pressed his palms to the ground. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. As Jiraiya unleashed his ninjutsu, the once solid ground suddenly transformed into a vast swamp, so extensive that the middle-aged Rain ninja, who had fled some distance away, was caught off guard and ensnared within it. This is bad, what on earth? Such a wide expanse. The middle-aged Rain ninja's terrified gaze was swallowed by the yellow spring mire. After a prolonged wait, sensing that enough time had elapsed, Jiraiya dispelled the technique. He swiftly approached to check for any signs of life, and upon confirming that the ninja had merely fainted rather than suffocated, he employed a sealing technique to confine the Rain ninja's chakra and summoned a toad. It was imperative to report this intelligence to Tsunade and the others without delay. Stuffing the Rain ninja into the toad's maw, Jiraiya efficiently tidied up the scene, and after several cautious checks to ensure no one else was around, he departed with a sense of relief. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the land of Rain, two jonin from Konoha, having pursued a scattered group of Rain ninjas too deeply, found themselves cut off from their main forces. Famished, they resolved to scour the homes of civilians for sustenance. Damn this weather in the land of Rain, it rains incessantly, Danzō grumbled, leaning on his cane, his brow furrowed. Being alone granted him considerable convenience, allowing him to reach the hidden Rain village in merely half the time of the larger contingent. Along the way, he had also dealt with several Rain ninjas attempting to infiltrate the land of fire. The audacity of these Rain ninjas to scheme against Konoha was truly pitiful. He thought with disdain, though he refrained from acknowledging his own similar intentions. Next came the quiet observation, as he sought out those three children. Within the temporary encampment of the Konoha ninjas, Mito Gatehan convened yet another meeting. Standing beside him were Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, followed by the prominent jonin of Konoha. A glance around revealed that most were from esteemed clans, with few ninjas of common descent, a lamentably small number. Jiraiya, you performed admirably this time, Mito Gaidhan began, offering praise. Initially, he had found Jiraiya rather unreliable, but over time, his impression had shifted, especially after this infiltration mission which had yielded crucial intelligence for Konoha. If it weren't for Jiraiya's eccentric personality, which made it difficult to entrust him with significant responsibilities, his strength would have made him a suitable candidate to lead the Umbu. I have dispatched someone to utilize the mind-reading technique to extract the memories of that Jonin. It has been confirmed that Hanzo the Salamander has indeed ceased hostilities with the Sunagakure forces, and it is likely he will appear on our battlefield shortly, he continued. Upon hearing this news, murmurs began to ripple through the gathering. Although reluctant to admit it, all were acutely aware that the smooth progress of the conflict was significantly attributed not only to the formidable prowess of the Hokage's disciples, but also to the absence of Hanzo the Salamander himself. The mere thought of facing this demigod of the ninja world instilled a flicker of unease in everyone's hearts. In any case, we must consolidate our forces during this period. And you all must return to inform everyone to remain vigilant. Moreover, if anyone catches sight of Hanzo the Salamander, do not engage with him, but promptly return here to report to me. After much deliberation, Mito Minion waved his hand, concluding the impromptu meeting. Orochimaru, please stay behind. As the ninjas gradually exited the room, Mito Minion halted the departing Orochimaru. Soon, only Mito Minion and Orochimaru remained in the chamber. I heard that your team recently gained an additional Jonin? Hiki, you must be referring to Uchiha Koiki. Meanwhile, after several days of surveillance in the Land of Rain, Danzō finally discovered the hideout of Konan and her companions. However, to call it a home would be an exaggeration. It was merely a somewhat secluded cave. The three children scavenged during the day, pilfering and rummaging through refuse, and by night, they would transport their collected supplies to this location. Yet, as they witnessed the trio embroiled in a dispute with several adult vagrants, Danzō realized that their sanctuary was in peril. You are being unreasonable. This is our territory. Yahiko, the eldest among the three, spread his arms protectively in front of Nagato and Konan. Humph, just because you say it's your territory, does that make it so? Who can prove that? Exactly. Our boss has ruled this area for years. Every inch belongs to him. If you know what's good for you, Scram, do you hear? The recent intensification of warfare had led to a surge in orphans and vagrants in the Land of Rain, forcing many to seek shelter on the streets, including numerous wandering ninjas. These vagrants had been observing Yahiko and his friends for days, noticing that the children seemed to be hoarding a considerable amount of supplies without any adult protection. Listen, I'll impart a lesson, survival of the fittest. Take your companions and leave at once, or else, if we get angry, Indeed, in this world, strength dictates right. Whoever has the stronger fist holds the power. That's right. If you don't leave now, we might just sell that little girl to the brothel in the village. Seeing the lecherous gaze of the vagrant leader scanning Konan, Yahiko and his friends, though still innocent, sensed the malevolent intentions behind those eyes. You scoundrel! Yahiko's bravado faltered as they were merely children. A confrontation with these vagrants would undoubtedly end badly for them. Thus, Yahiko resolved to compromise. Though relinquishing the supplies they had painstakingly gathered was a bitter pill to swallow. Observing the wavering resolve in the golden-haired boy's eyes, the leader of the vagrants felt a sense of relief wash over him. He was originally a Rain ninja, and during a mission, his team was scattered by Konoha. Reluctant to continue fighting, he discarded his headband and mingled with a group of vagrants. Utilizing his physical prowess, he managed to win over these individuals and unite them. If possible, he wished to avoid harming the children before him, which remained one of the last vestiges of his conscience as a former Rain ninja. It seemed that the moment for him to take action had arrived. Observing Yahiko's hesitation to retreat, Danzō discerned that the time was ripe. The attention these vagrants had drawn to Yahiko and his companions was, in part, due to Danzō's own machinations. All it took was for the trio to venture out in search of food, and when they returned with their gathered resources, a slight commotion would suffice to attract attention. Particularly, upon sensing that one of the vagrants possessed chakra, it indicated that he was likely a ninja. As a ninja, his perceptive abilities would naturally surpass those of an ordinary person. Thus, under various influences, the leader of the vagrants discovered the secrets of Yahiko and his friends, leading his subordinates to confront them. The trio's aspiration for the life of a ninja was sparked by witnessing the battle between the legendary three ninjas and Hanzo. And Danzō thought it appropriate to put on a display for them as well. The so-called survival of the fittest. Does it truly entail adults preying upon children? Accompanied by a cold chuckle, Danzō's figure suddenly appeared before the vagrant leader with a body flicker technique. By the heavens, a body flicker technique. The vagrant leader instantly recognized Danzō's exceptional skill, surmising that anyone capable of such a technique must possess at least the strength of a Chunin. Instinctively, he leaped aside, widening the distance between himself and Danzō. What trickery is this? You think you're something special? However, the vagrant nearest to Danzō lacked his leader's discernment. Seeing a large man suddenly appear before him, and hearing the belittling words directed at them, he instinctively swung his fist at Danzō. For such an ordinary individual, employing ninjutsu felt somewhat like bullying. Thus, Danzō merely extended his left hand to grasp the assailant's fist, pulling him forcefully, lifting him off the ground, and then casting him back with considerable force. With a thud, the unfortunate fool landed in a heap, his legs flailing in the air. The sight of their comrade's misfortune clearly terrified the disheveled group, prompting them to turn and flee in a panic. Don't run. Come back here. Anyone who dares to flee, I will end you. The leader, witnessing his subordinates disbanding, issued a desperate threat. With these pawns, he still had some fighting chance. Once they fled, he would be doomed. Water style, water prison jutsu. The leader, who had previously refrained from employing ninjutsu out of fear of revealing his identity as a deserter, cast aside his reservations in a moment of urgency. With deft hand seals, he eliminated a fleeing subordinate, instilling a sense of dread in the others. The ragtag band murmured in disbelief, realizing their leader was, in fact, a ninja. Witnessing their commander wield such formidable powers, the remaining outcasts hesitated to flee, mustering the courage to return to his side. Such is the might of this mere genin, thought Danzō, calculating his next move. Stealing a glance at the three young ones behind him, who were intently focused on the unfolding scene, he contemplated how to proceed. The weakness of this ninja was evident. A single technique could easily send him to meet the sage of the six paths. Yet, such an anticlimactic display would fail to captivate the trio. How troublesome, indeed. But fortunate enough, he had unearthed several ordinary ninjutsu scrolls from the repository of the Senju clan. Meanwhile, the leader of the outcasts felt emboldened as his subordinates regrouped behind him. Nonetheless, he remained wary of Danzō's apparent status as a Chunin, hoping to resolve the conflict through negotiation. To him, the middle-aged man without a forehead protector seemed no different than himself, a renegade ninja. He feared that any disturbance could summon nearby shinobi, leading to dire consequences for all involved. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, he witnessed Danzō preparing to form hand seals with a single hand. What? We're all ninjas here. How can he seal with one hand? Panic struck him as he realized that Danzō was likely no ordinary Chunin and was preparing to attack. Water release, water severing wave. A powerful torrent erupted from Danzō's mouth. The leader of the outcasts, realizing he had no time to form seals himself, instinctively grabbed two nearby subordinates, hurling them forward to absorb the impact. Though Danzō had tempered his attack, the two unfortunate souls were nonetheless bisected. Witnessing the sheer power of Danzō's ninjutsu, the leader understood escape was futile. Desperately, he seized two more comrades and flung them toward Danzō, rallying the rest of his followers to charge. Everyone, attack together. If we don't, we're all doomed. You've seen his strength, there is no escape for us. Our only hope lies in overwhelming him with numbers. What a despicable and shameless individual, Danzō mused as he swept aside the thrown bodies with his cane, his gaze indifferent towards the expendable pawns. He prepared to showcase his taijutsu prowess. With the ability to execute fluid one-handed combos while overpowering his opponents, Danzō's skill in hand-to-hand combat was indeed remarkable, allowing him to temper his strength to spare the lives of these unfortunate civilians. As he surged into the crowd, he dispatched the foremost attacker with a swift kick, then unleashed a flurry of punches and cane strikes, sending those who approached him sprawling. Danzō moved with an ease reminiscent of Uchiha Madara confronting the allied shinobi forces. Now is the perfect moment. Water release, water blade. The leader, lurking among the crowd, seized the opportune moment to strike as Danzō raised his cane to strike another. He unleashed a jutsu, a sharp water blade aimed directly at Danzō, clearly intending to sever his arm. Foolish and laughable. Fire release, fireball technique. Such a base tactic could not escape Danzō's notice. He swiftly formed a hand seal with his free arm and exhaled a fireball. As the fireball hurtled toward him, the former ninja felt the ominous specter of death looming. Water release, water barrier. Instinctively, he cast a jutsu before him, successfully blocking Danzō's watery assault. How intriguing. His awareness was commendable, suggesting he had seen the battlefield. Alas, it was regrettable that he resorted to such despicable means to preserve his life. Initially, Danzō had intended to spare him, but that was evidently no longer necessary. Wu, Su, wind release, vacuum wave. Effortlessly conjuring the vacuum wave, its speed was astounding, and its range remarkable, leaving the vagabond leader no time to perform a substitution technique. He could only watch helplessly as the transparent wind blades pierced through his body, severing him along with the water jutsu. With a sickening splatter, the sound of blood spraying filled the air, and all present stood in stunned silence as the fragments of the vagabond leader fell to the ground. Painfully aware, pain gently covered Conan's eyes as the blood sprayed forth. The remaining aware vagabonds, witnessing Danzō's relentless approach, were so paralyzed with fear that they involuntarily soiled themselves, an unmistakable odor wafting through the air. From his elevated position, Danzō began his monologue. Were you not the ones who proclaimed the law of the jungle? As adults, how shamelessly you resort to violence against children, truly pathetic. It is because of your filthy kind that true peace remains an elusive dream. Let today's events serve as a lesson to you. Henceforth, commit more virtuous deeds. For only in this way can you atone for your transgressions. The vagabond, previously subdued, widened his eyes upon hearing Danzō's words. Oh, we don't have to die? It seems our lives are spared? Sir, are you letting us go? One bolder vagabond ventured to inquire. Yes, be gone. Remember to take this heap of refuse with you, Danzō replied, prodding the pile of debris on the ground with his cane. Instantly, everyone understood, nodding and bowing as they hurriedly complied with Danzō's orders, hastily departing without a backward glance. Watching those who unwittingly accentuated his grandeur complete their task, Danzō finally turned his attention to the trio, surveying them closely with what he believed to be a benevolent smile. Such a handsome uncle. The three children simultaneously marveled inwardly at the half-exposed visage of Danzō. At this moment, Danzō was in the prime of his life. Unlike the original owner who had been consumed by the ugliness within in his later years, leading to a sinister and grotesque transformation of his visage. Therefore, he appeared remarkably handsome. In the eyes of the three youngsters, Danzō radiated a golden light, exuding an irresistible charm. After the recent rescue and skirmish, the trio warmly invited him into their secret hideout. He casually found a stone to sit upon and retrieved a few delicacies from his pocket, presenting them in his hand. Here, take some and enjoy, he offered. Gazing at the exquisitely packaged treats before them, Yahiko and the others swallowed hard, yet hesitated to reach out. The prolonged life of wandering had exposed them to the harsh realities of the world, making it difficult to trust the kindness of others. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Danzō, perceptive of their apprehension, refrained from pressing the issue. He gently placed the sweets aside and noticed that the trio, having just emerged from the rain, were shivering from the chill of the cold breeze. Children, do you have any firewood? He inquired. We do not, they replied. Trust was something that grew gradually. There was no need to rush, Danzō nodded. Using his fire-release ninjutsu, he conjured a small bonfire, seating himself on one side while the three huddled on the opposite side. Observing them whispering together, Danzō pretended not to notice, focusing instead on warming himself. Some matters were better left unspoken. Eventually, Yahiko could no longer contain his curiosity and spoke first. Mister, are you a ninja? Indeed, I am from the Hidden Leaf Village. Danzō replied candidly, revealing his identity as a leaf ninja. Upon learning this, the three were taken aback, yet they displayed no overt emotional response. Particularly Nagato, whose parents had been mistakenly killed by leaf ninjas. During their time of wandering, the so-called comrades from the Rain Village had inflicted even deeper wounds upon them. Why did you save us? Yahiko asked. Why? Why indeed? Perhaps it is simply that I cannot bear to witness children perish due to the ravages of war. Danzō responded gently. Our first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, established the Hidden Leaf Village to ensure that children could grow up healthy, free from the specter of war. We, too, have inherited the will of the first Hokage through the generations. Thus, when I saw those villains attempt to harm you, I could not stand idly by. As Danzō spun his tale, he picked up the treats from the ground, first taking one for himself before extending the offering to the three. They hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted. Having grown accustomed to various breads, their first taste of such fine delicacies brought tears of excitement to their eyes. Watching them devour the treats with fervor, Danzō chuckled and pulled out a bottle of drinking water from his pocket, offering it to them to prevent choking. These were all procured prior to his arrival. One must adhere to the full routine when staging a performance. In order to uphold the esteemed will of the first Hokage, I have established an organization within the village dedicated to sheltering orphans. Within this haven, The children need not fear being thrust onto the battlefield. Instead, they gather to learn, share meals, and rest together, resembling a large family. Unity, camaraderie, harmony, and mutual assistance are the core tenets of this organization. Everyone diligently strives towards the realization of peace in the ninja world. As Danzō spoke, his presence loomed larger in the eyes of the trio. Peace. I wonder if we could learn ninjutsu. A big family. The three youngsters each echoed Danzō's words in their minds. Ever since witnessing Danzō's battle, a desire to learn ninjutsu had begun to blossom within them. Their initial intent in inviting Danzō was to express gratitude and seek his guidance in mastering ninjutsu. Now, upon hearing of the organization he mentioned, a flicker of yearning ignited within their hearts. They were still quite young, and having lost their families, they felt little attachment to the land of rain. Calling over the small figure nestled deep within the cave, the trio turned their backs, petting the dog while whispering among themselves. I want to join this uncle's organization. What about you too? The notion of peace resonated deeply with Yahiko. Me too. This handsome uncle doesn't seem to be lying. Prolonged wandering had instilled in Conan a longing for the familial warmth Danzō spoke of. Nagato, being more introverted, silently petted the dog, prepared to follow whichever choice his companions made. Ultimately, the trio resolved to join Konohagakure, deciding that Yahiko would take the lead in requesting to leave. Uncle, we too wish to join your organization. Turning around, Yahiko approached Danzō, summoning all his courage to speak. Upon hearing Yahiko's words, Danzō maintained a stoic expression, though inwardly he was grinning from ear to ear. As a time traveler, he had watched enough of the Naruto anime. It was child's play to deceive these little ones. Conan, my dear Conan, has finally been won over, and the bonus of ensnaring both Nagato and Yahiko is simply exquisite. I wonder how Uchiha Madara would react if he were to learn of this? Would it cause him such agitation that he wouldn't even have time to insert his oxygen tube before succumbing to the shock? After indulging in this mental fantasy, Danzō prepared to feign a semblance of restraint. After all, if he agreed too hastily, it would suggest premeditation. Is that so? You too wish to join our big family? He feigned contemplation, examining the trio as they stood anxiously, hardly daring to move. However, I still do not know your names. Upon hearing Danzō's words, the three individuals finally realized that they had yet to introduce themselves. I am Yahiko. I am Conan. Nagato. Danzō called each of their names in succession, feigning seriousness as he elucidated the implications of their decision. You must consider carefully. Once you join us, it signifies that you will forever be a part of Konoha village. From this moment onward, detachment will be deemed unacceptable. Upon hearing this, the trio nodded earnestly without hesitation. Very well, I am Shimura Danzō. As the leader of Root, I extend a warm welcome on behalf of our family to your inclusion. With open arms, Danzō embraced the three, along with the dog. Subsequently, with Danzō's assistance, they packed their belongings, casting a lingering glance at their former home, offering a silent farewell in their hearts before following Danzō away from the site. As they departed, a white figure emerged from the ground within the cave. Oh dear, that lad Nagato has been taken away. Observing the still warm embers of the fire, the white figure shook its head. What was I supposed to do? Ah, yes, I should report this to Lord Madara. The figure murmured to itself before sinking back into the earth, vanishing as if it had never been there. At the mountain graveyard, the elderly Uchiha Madara reclined in a chair, resting. Despite prolonging his life through the use of the Outer Path's demonic statue, his bodily functions had significantly deteriorated, and he spent most of his days in slumber. Lord Madara, Lord Madara. Upon hearing his name being called, the aged leader opened his bleary eyes, straining to sit upright as he looked at the white Zetsu before him. He pondered, isn't this the one I dispatched to monitor Nagato? Regardless, he decided to inquire. What has transpired? Nagato has been taken away. What did you say? What is left? I mean, Nagato, that little brat, has been taken. Seeing that Madara had not heard, the white Zetsu hastily raised its voice. Watch your volume. I'm not deaf yet. The somewhat hard of hearing Madara strained to listen carefully, scolding the Zetsu before slowly furrowing his brow. What is the matter? Could it be that the Rinnegan has been discovered? His immediate thought was that the Rinnegan had attracted unwanted attention. Yet, such eyes were said to exist only in legend, and the young Nagato was not yet capable of wielding that power. When not in use, it should remain undetected. This was precisely why Madara felt secure in allowing Nagato to grow independently. Well, it appears that is not the case. The white Zetsu had been employing the dandelion technique to monitor Nagato and had clearly heard the conversation between Danzō and him, a ninja hailing from the village of Konoha. witnessing the plight of Nagato and his companions, decided to take them away. Upon learning that the Rinnegan had not been exposed, the old man, known as Obito, refrained from immediate agitation and felt a sense of relief as he issued further instructions. Thus, they continued their surveillance. Perhaps allowing the ninjas of Konoha to take them away could be deemed a fortuitous event. In Obito's perspective, the darkness lurking within Konoha was no less than that of the Land of Rain. Sending that young rascal Nagato away might even prove advantageous to his overarching scheme. The risk of the Rinnegan being revealed had certainly escalated, though. By the way, did you spot any members of the Uchiha clan during this conflict? Yes, but their strength appeared rather feeble. Most had not even awakened their Sharingan. Obito had previously instructed that should any corpses from the Uchiha clan be encountered, their eyes should be extracted. If any were injured and retreating, they were to be taken to the mountainous graveyard. Among them were quite capable medical ninjas. Ensuring that Konoha's casualties were not severe, White Zetsu continued to elaborate. Is that so? Alas, after years of meticulous planning, it seems my aspirations have yet to unfold as intended. You may withdraw now and proceed as previously directed. Observing White Zetsu descend into the ground, Obito shifted his posture. Leaning back in his chair, Hashirama, he softly murmured the name of his dear friend, and the aged Obito gradually closed his eyes, slipping once more into slumber. Having retreated from the battlefield in Sunagakure, Hanzo of the Salamander returned to his domain in Amigakure after several days. Upon learning that the forces stationed along the border with Konoha had been reduced to a disorganized rabble, his frustration reached a boiling point. A collection of useless fools, lacking direct oversight, was akin to a pile of unproductive sand. Thus, with little time for respite, he summoned his remaining rain ninjas, rallying them to reinforce the front lines against Konoha. Along the way, he encountered fleeing rain ninjas, ruthlessly eliminating them to establish authority, while gathering any remaining fighters capable of continuing the advance. Eventually, they reached the front line, engaging in fierce combat with the retreating ninjas of Konoha. To think they could struggle under my command for so long, intriguing indeed. Young ones, you are quite remarkable. Perched atop his summoning beast, Hanzo surveyed the scene below. Apart from the three young individuals standing their ground, the other Konoha ninjas lay either dead or wounded on the ground. The name of the demigod Hanzo was indeed fearsome, a source of poison traversing the battlefield. Yet, the meticulously orchestrated assault led by Mito Gate and Tsunade, featuring their finest, ultimately failed to achieve the desired outcome. Even Mito himself found himself crouched on the ground, displaying signs of severe poisoning. What utter nonsense. The elite guards of the second Hokage are as weak as this. They are no match for the three young individuals before me. Rubbish, all of them. Ha 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 ha. Hanzo cast a disdainful glance at the still form of Mito Gate lying nearby, mockingly deriding him before redirecting his attention back to Tsunade and her companions. The gaze flickered as the mind rapidly weighed the current disparity between the two sides. The losses on their end were far too significant if the battle continued. It seemed inevitable that the entire generation of the Rain Village would be obliterated. The foundation of the Leaf Village was far too formidable, a force that the diminutive Rain Village could not contend with, not even when compared to the previously powerful Sand Village. These major villages were truly terrifying in their strength. It was clear that further conflict would lead to a decisive victory for the Leaf Village. Resolutely, Hanzo of the Salamander decided to offer Tsunade and her companions a way out. Hearing Hanzo's words, laced with sarcasm, Tsunade felt her teeth clench in irritation. Yet the stark difference in combat power compelled her to restrain her temper. Jiraiya, however, was oblivious to the gravity of the situation, his impulsive nature taking over as he retorted, "We don't need your pity. We can keep fighting. Come on. Who's afraid?" Tsunade, winky face, Orochimaru. "Oh, what? Damn it. You're shouting nonsense. Since when did we decide we could continue fighting? If you're so brave, why don't you step up yourself?" Both were momentarily bewildered, mentally berating their companion. Even Mito's flame, reputed to be second only to Sarutobi, was lying there, thinking, "Are you trying to show off? Stop. Just stop talking, Jiraiya. Be quiet." Tsunade urgently interjected, covering Jiraiya's mouth. It was utterly exasperating. He could barely stand with assistance yet still dared to boast, oblivious to the fact that their opponent was offering them an escape. Truly, a foolish ally with a foolish brain. Even Hanzo, perched upon his summoning beast, regarded Jiraiya with a look of incredulity, as though staring at a simpleton. "Is your iron-headed friend always this reckless? I acknowledge your strength. It is indeed rare to have sustained a battle with me until now. Here is the deal. I will grant you some time. when you have grown sufficiently strong, you may challenge me again. Observing Jiraiya's obstinate expression, Hanzo felt a sense of resignation and decided to extend them further leeway. Now, please introduce yourselves. I am Jiraiya. Tsunade. Orochimaru. Very well. Your names are now etched in my memory, Hanzo declared, casting another glance at Jiraiya, mentally noting his audacity. Especially this one named Jiraiya, who is undeniably headstrong. From this moment forth, I shall refer to you as the Three Nin of the Leaf. I trust that the Leaf Village will propose a more equitable ceasefire agreement, as I, Hanzo of the Salamander, create an atmosphere for my disciples. Surely that esteemed ninja would feel a sense of appreciation. After all, these are his disciples. In a roundabout way, it reflects upon him as well. Hanzo believes that this maneuver grants due respect to the other party. The legendary three ninjas indeed possess remarkable talents. One day, they shall surely carve their names into the annals of the ninja world. After uttering these words, Hanzo departed without a backward glance. Witnessing Hanzo's retreat, Jiraiya, struggling to hold on, could no longer maintain his strength and collapsed helplessly onto Tsunade's shoulder. Jiraiya! Tsunade exclaimed, hastily reaching out to support him. I apologize, Tsunade. Do not speak. I shall tend to your wounds. Gently laying Jiraiya on the ground, Tsunade commenced her medical ninjutsu. Orochimaru, please check on Lord Mito. Understood. Orochimaru was in far better condition than Jiraiya, at the very least able to walk unaided. Approaching Mito's side, he assessed the situation, confirming that the esteemed advisor had merely been poisoned and was not on the verge of death. He then crouched down, preparing to assist him. Mito trembled, his lips quivering as if he wished to convey something. Fear not, Hanzo has departed. Orochimaru frowned, mistakenly believing he was inquiring about Hanzo's whereabouts. However, upon hearing the response, Mito slowly shook his head. What is it? Does he have something of great importance to communicate? Orochimaru leaned in, eager to discern the words he wished to share. I cannot find my glasses. Please help me find my glasses. Orochimaru, what the? Are you out of your mind? I could just as easily unleash a hidden shadow snake hands upon you, leaving you in a state of utter misery. How did Hanzo fail to finish you off? I thought there was something of significance to convey, and yet you merely wish for me to locate your spectacles. Unbelievable. With an exasperated roll of his eyes, Orochimaru suppressed his urge to unleash his frustrations upon Mito. At the temporary camp of Konoha, after a long journey, Danzō led the three young ones to the outskirts of the camp. Lord Danzō, the Uchiha Red Leaf, possessing the Sharingan, noticed Danzō's figure from afar and hurried over to greet him. Red Leaf, what news? Is the little brat I asked you to keep an eye on faring well? Upon seeing Uchiha Red Leaf, Danzō placed a hand on her shoulder, signifying familiarity. The three youngsters observed curiously from behind, surveying the Konoha camp. He is fine, Lord Danzō. Have you come to provide support here? Guiding Danzō into the camp, Uchiha Red Leaf inquired as she led the way. Upon his arrival, she assumed Danzō was there to confront Hanzo of the Salamander. What do you mean? I am here to offer support? Danzō paused, suddenly aware that the faces visible within the camp were primarily those of Chunin and Jinin, with no other Jonin present aside from Uchiha Red Leaf. Is it you, Lord Danzō? Uchiha Akatsuki discerned from Danzō's reaction that he was not there to provide assistance. Consequently, she dispatched Mito Gate-in and the elite members of their team to pursue the scattered forces of the Rain-Hidden Village, fully informing them of the encounter with Hanzo the Salamander. Upon learning from Orochimaru that Uchiha Akatsuki possessed the strength of a Jonin, Mito Gate-in intended to incorporate her into the pursuing unit. However, she was outright refused on the grounds of executing a special mission entrusted by Danzō. The child named Ju was exceedingly careless, having narrowly avoided triggering explosive tags on several occasions. Fortunately, Danzō's prior warnings had made Uchiha Akatsuki particularly vigilant. As a member of the Uchiha clan, she harbored a profound desire to contribute to the war effort. Yet, fearing that her absence might lead to harm befalling the child, she reluctantly remained at the camp. As for Mito Gate-in, witnessing Uchiha Akatsuki leverage Danzō to intimidate him, he seethed silently, managing to suppress his anger. After hearing Uchiha Akatsuki's account, Danzō halted his steps, deep in contemplation. He recalled that in the anime, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were all able to contend evenly with Hanzo. With Mito Gate-in now in the mix, surely they could drive Hanzo to retreat. According to Danzō's memories, Mito Gate-in's prowess was second only to himself and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Regrettably, Danzō's assessment of Mito Gate-in was rather superficial. overlooking the fact that since taking on the role of an elder advisor for Konoha, he had become a slacker, preoccupied with petty grievances and personal gain, resulting in a significant decline in his abilities during his prime. Thus, Danzō never anticipated that the formidable Mito Gate in from his memories was, at present, not only poisoned but also being soundly beaten by Hanzo, to the extent that his glasses were nowhere to be found. He appeared to be on the brink of departing for the Pure Land to meet the Sage of Six Paths. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office building, Hiruzen Sarutobi was frantically reviewing documents while seated, tears streaming down his face as he reminisced about his friends like never before. It was undeniable that, despite their frequent disagreements in his presence, he had never had to endure an all-nighter due to document reviews while they were around. Now, with all three of them engaged on the front lines, every matter in the village was thrust upon Hiruzen's shoulders, ranging from trivial issues like unclogging toilets and searching for lost cats to serious matters such as theft and public brawls. Coincidentally, this coincided with the birth of Hiruzen's second son. Fortunately, his wife, Biwa, was a person of understanding and did not voice any complaints, instead quietly managing the household to allow Hiruzen to fulfill his responsibilities without distraction. Report to the Hokage. We have the latest battle report from the front lines. An Umbu member suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee, holding a scroll with both hands. Bring it to me quickly. Having received the permission from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the AMBU member rose respectfully and presented the scroll in his hands before vanishing once more in an instant. Let me see. HSSO? Ha ha ha, has he already repelled Hanzo? Quite impressive indeed. The report detailed the sequence of events in the battle against Hanzo of the Salamander, noting the severe injury of Mito Gate in and the arrival of Danzō at the camp. At the conclusion of the scroll, the losses sustained by the Leaf Village's ninjas in this campaign were outlined. A total of 14 J-nin, 56 CH-nin, and 74 Genin from Konoha perished. Additionally, 3 J-nin, 12 CH-nin, and 11 Genin were reported missing, with countless others wounded. Had it not been for Tsunade's antidote to Hanzo's toxins, the casualties would have been far greater. Fortunately, most of the deceased were merely common ninjas, which Konoha could accept within the realm of tolerance. Hanzo's side also sent representatives, subtly indicating a desire for a ceasefire. Leaning back in his chair, Sarutobi Hiruzen produced a pipe from somewhere and lit it, taking a couple of puffs. With his eyes slightly narrowed, he recalled Danzō's plans and began to assess the remaining combat capabilities in the Land of Rain. 3 of his disciples were still able to fight, while Mito Gate-in, gravely injured, was on his way back to Konoha with the main force. Most of the remaining J-nin capable of battle were scions of various ninja clans, and Danzō had already reached the battlefield. Taking a few satisfying draws from his pipe, enveloped in swirling smoke, Hiruzen fixed his gaze on the ceiling, contemplating. According to Danzō's strategy, the forces in the Land of Rain should, by now, be poised to launch a surprise assault into the Land of Wind, emboldened by their recent victory. However, with Mito Gate-in injured, morale was currently lacking. Alas, Mito Gate-in truly stands in stark contrast to Uzumaki Komatsu. In the Land of Rivers, Komatsu's forces had already engaged with the ninjas of Sunagakure. The leading ninja was a J-nin named Shiro, reputed to be among the finest of Sunagakure. Furthermore, Uzumaki Komatsu had sent intelligence indicating that Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law had gathered a contingent of elite sand ninjas, seemingly preparing for a significant operation. Following the advice Danzō had left before his departure, Hiruzen had dispatched Hitaki Tsukumo, confident that no major issues would arise. Regarding Danzō's trusted associates, Hiruzen held high expectations. Speaking of Danzō, he found himself missing him. He wondered how things were faring on Danzō's end. Tucking away his pipe, Hiruzen retrieved a blank scroll and immersed himself in writing. Come in. As he rolled the scroll up, an AMBU member promptly appeared in the room. Deliver this to Danzō, and also inform him that in the name of the Hokage, I hereby transfer command of the forces on the Rain Country front to him. How to proceed next? Let him decide for himself. Entrust this to Danzō, and inform him that in the name of the Hokage, I hereby delegate command of the forces in the Land of Rain to him. The subsequent actions shall be determined by his own discretion. Danzō sat at the foremost position in the conference room, musing over the scroll in his hands. He had anticipated receiving news of a resounding victory along the Rain front. Yet what he encountered was a dismal spectacle, one where even the mothers of the defeated would scarcely recognize their offspring. Even the bumbling Mito Gate-in had been nearly beaten to the point of collapse, requiring assistance to be brought back. Upon hearing from Tsunade that he had recklessly confronted Hanzo of the Salamander in a fit of bravado, only to be blown away by Hanzo's explosive flames without even having the chance to utilize a substitution technique, Danzō was incensed, venting his frustration with exclamations of shame. What a disgrace! Utterly humiliating. Once his ire subsided, Danzō reluctantly accepted the grim reality. When Tsunade arranged accommodations for himself and the three young ones, her astonished gaze made him feel quite uncomfortable, as if he was intentionally usurping command at the front lines. Little did she know that Danzō's primary objective had already been achieved. The matter of command was of little consequence to him. Regardless, the village of Konoha would inevitably secure victory in this war. However, when the Umbu dispatched by Hiruzen Sarutobi presented him with a scroll filled with expressions of concern and trust, accompanied by an abundance of overly sentimental phrases, Danzō experienced an inexplicable tightening sensation. Could it be that the Third Hokage is a sentimental old man? No wonder he exchanged glances with me so frequently in the anime. How nauseating. Inwardly, Danzō derided the seemingly affectionate rapport between the Third Hokage and the original host. Ahem, very well, if the Hokage has entrusted the command to me, I shall reluctantly accept this responsibility. Before anyone could react, Danzō whispered a few words to the Umbu member, instructing him to wait for a moment so that he could deliver a personal letter back to Hiruzen. The Umbu nodded obediently and discreetly retreated to a corner behind Danzō. First and foremost, I am honored by the trust bestowed upon me by our esteemed Hokage, and I, Shimura Danzō, shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the responsibilities entrusted to me, accountable to the Hokage, to the village, and to all, as applause echoed in response. The drawn-out speech rendered Jiraiya and the others drowsy. How did I never realize Danzō could be so verbose? Thus, to ensure the smooth execution of forthcoming operations, Danzō proposed his first point of work arrangement. Oh, finally getting to the crux of the matter? With the mention of arrangements, everyone perked up, eager to see what sagacious command this esteemed assistant to the Hokage would issue. First, let us return the lower-ranked ninjas, the children, and those severely injured or incapacitated back to the village. What nonsense is this? Aside from the rare and somewhat foolish Shinshu, there are indeed other young lower-ranked ninjas within the team. Most of them are the offspring of prominent ninja clans, sent for training to gain some battlefield accomplishments, thus enhancing their prospects for future promotion. They typically remain in the rear, sheltered by the might of their families, resulting in a low casualty rate. The true casualties on the battlefield are the ordinary ninjas without any powerful background, misled by the higher-ups of Konoha into believing they could contribute to the village, striving to make a name for themselves. In truth, they are merely laughable cannon fodder. In Danzō's view, these individuals are of no benefit to the forthcoming operations. Their presence would only hinder his efforts. It would be more prudent to take this opportunity to send them back along with Shinshu and Konan. Furthermore, the ninjas of insufficient strength among the Chunin should also be sent back to the village in batches. But, Lord Danzō, if we do that, the number of troops will dwindle to about a third. How shall we respond if the ninjas from Amigakure launch a surprise attack? A Jonin from the Nara clan raised his hand to express his concern. Indeed, if this continues, the forces on the front line would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers, rendering them incapable of countering the enemy. Following this, a Jonin from the Yamanaka clan voiced his apprehension as well. As for the Uchiha clan, they were a different breed, battle-mad warriors eager to engage in combat, and out of fear of Danzō's past intimidation, they dared not speak a word, their eyes darting around nervously. The Sarutobi clan, loyal to Hiruzen Sarutobi, would naturally support Danzō, as he was their close ally. The Shimura clan needed no further mention, being part of Danzō's own lineage. They would not foolishly undermine his authority. The Hyuga clan was indifferent, choosing not to engage in the discourse, as they were a branch family. Their fate was inconsequential to them, and they simply wished to withdraw from the fray altogether. In that moment, the meeting room was divided into 3 factions, and Danzō had anticipated such a scenario. His orders had indeed encroached upon the interests of the major clans. However, it seemed that since his arrival, he had refrained from causing chaos, causing them to forget the original owner's formidable presence, leaving them a bit too complacent. In his memory, when Hiruzen Sarutobi returned to the village bearing the last words of Hashirama Senju to assume the role of Hokage, the opposition from the various ninja clans had been far more vehement than it was now. Yet, after securing Hiruzen's approval, he had employed subtle tactics that led to the accidental demise of several clan elders, silencing the dissent within the village thereafter. Since the teacher has entrusted command to Lord Danzō, we should all comply with his orders, Tsunade suddenly interjected, interrupting Danzo's train of thought before he could devise a strategy to manage this ungrateful assembly. Tsunade found herself in agreement with Danzo's orders, particularly since her brother remained on the battlefield, rendering her presence here somewhat precarious. To her astonishment, she learned from Orochimaru and Shodai that Danzō had dispatched individuals specifically to safeguard her brother, although the true motive behind Danzo's actions remained elusive. The current directive was advantageous for her, and Tsunade resolved to offer her unwavering support. As comrades in arms, Tsunade and her allies had impressed all the ninjas present on the battlefield. And upon her speaking, the dissenting ninjas fell into an immediate silence. "Oh, you were called Nara Shikaku, correct?" With the situation calmed by Tsunade, Danzō subtly nodded and gestured towards the Nara clan's jounin. "Indeed, Lord Danzō," Shikaku replied, nodding respectfully. "I shall address your inquiry. The Hidden Rain Village has already initiated contact with us, preparing to sign a ceasefire agreement. Before long, we should receive news from the rear lines. In this war, Konoha faces but one remaining adversary, the Sand Village of the Wind Country." Danzō lifted his cane, pointing towards the battle map laid out on the table. "Next, I shall lead you all in a surprise assault on the Sand Village, securing the final victory for Konoha, the Wind Country, a land in the world of ninjas, where poverty was rampant. Upon entering its borders, one would encounter not only the endless expanse of yellow sand but also the occasional cactus. The sole advantage lay in the fact that the sand ninjas tasked with border patrol could easily spot intruders. The vibrant green vest of Konoha and the red garb of a Wagakure stood out starkly against the arid, earthen landscape, not to mention the rain ninjas, who perpetually donned oxygen masks. The patrolling sand ninjas merely needed to position themselves atop a sand dune and survey their surroundings to accomplish their duties effortlessly. "Have you spotted any of the Rain Village ninjas?" one inquired. "Not a soul in sight," another replied, confirming the absence of any presence. With the area deemed secure, a sand ninja leaped down from the dune to join his comrades. Where could they be? That so-called Hanzo of the Salamander? He must have been sent back home by Our Lady Chiyo. Those rain ninjas likely followed in his wake. Ha ha ha. Before he could finish his jest, a kunai suddenly pierced through his chest. Witnessing his companion's assault, another sand ninja swiftly reached for a signal flare at his waist, intent on raising the alarm. "Thinking of sending a signal, are we?" Earth-style, decapitation technique. Before the remaining sand ninja could retrieve his flare, hands emerged from the ground, pulling him beneath the surface. Only his head remained exposed, desperately gazing up at an approaching figure. The green vest, that forehead protector, could it be? A Konoha ninja. The sand ninja, buried underground, squinted against the harsh sunlight reflecting off the ground, blinking rapidly in an attempt to discern the insignia worn by the approaching individual. "Damn it, it's Konoha." "Cursed Konoha." Before he could finish his words, the ninja from Konoha kindly escorted him to meet the Sage of Six Paths. Meanwhile, all the patrol teams stationed along the border of Sunagakure experienced similar fates. Sunagakure is nothing but a trivial matter. Grasping a sand ninja, Orochimaru exerted a slight force, crushing his neck. "Trash, utterly worthless these sand ninja. Our vanguard has already eliminated 7 of their patrol teams without even encountering a single jonin." Suddenly, Orochimaru's face turned green as a signal flare rose in the distance and exploded before his eyes. "What the hell?" "No." The vanguard following Orochimaru, hearing the furious curses of the snake, immediately shouted, "Lord Orochimaru has made a mistake. Quickly, everyone, notify Lord Danzō and launch a full-scale assault. Damn it, take this shadow multi-snake hand." With a flourish, several thick pythons extended from his arm, strangling the sand ninja who had fired the signal flare. The snake, after witnessing the lifeless body on the ground, kicked it in annoyance. This operation had gone too smoothly, which made him overly confident. Consequently, he had carelessly allowed the enemy to successfully launch the signal flare. "Do not panic. Everyone act according to the plan. There is no need to conceal our presence any longer. Unleash a full-scale attack." At Danzo's temporary camp in Konoha, he observed the ascending signal flare, his eyelids twitching. Has Orochimaru's side been compromised? In his calculations, he had anticipated that their location would remain undiscovered for at least another 2 days. After all, they had significantly reduced troop numbers and entrusted the more elite vanguard to Orochimaru's command for a surprise attack. Taking advantage of the fact that Sunagakure was unaware of Konoha's truce with Amigakure, they planned to launch an assault on the rear of Sunagakure through the Land of Rain, creating momentum for the main forces of the Land of Rivers. "Well, since we have been exposed, we shall proceed with Plan B." He instructed the various teams to primarily harass the Sand Ninja, preventing them from assisting the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. We have no supplies. All resources must be seized from the Sand Ninja. If we encounter an unbeatable enemy, retreat immediately. Remember, only those who survive deserve to return. Having rallied the spirits, Danzō dispatched all remaining ninjas, keeping only Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Uzumaki Karen by his side. Everyone, it is time for us to depart. Casting a glance at the three behind him, Danzō raised his cane and leapt forward, leading the newly formed quartet into battle. Before long, news of the breach along the border reached the ears of the Third Hokage. First, it was Amagakure's ninjas, and then Konoha's. Damn it. Are they treating the borders of my Sunagakure as a public restroom? In the conference room, the high-ranking officials of the Sand Village were left aghast. Gazing at the Third Hokage, renowned as the strongest of his generation, who was there cursing vehemently, having suffered 2 consecutive ambushes at the same location. The Kazekage felt as though the entire Sand Village's dignity had been trampled upon. No longer could he endure this. I will take matters into my own hands and eliminate these wretches. Lord Kazekage, please remain calm. Do not act impulsively, Chiyo interjected, shaking her head and stepping forward to restrain the frenzied leader. After all, he was still too young and overly hasty in times of adversity. While on the surface it appeared that the Kazekage was venting his fury at Konoha, in truth, he was chastising himself. The intelligence department had always been under the purview of Hai Laozong. On the battlefield of the Rain Village, Chiyo naturally assumed command over the patrol units along the rear border. Now, with both departments facing issues, both Chiyo and Hai Laozong, as their leaders, were undoubtedly accountable. Lord Kazekage, your true concern should be the Hokage of Konoha. Reflecting on the current situation of the Sand Village and observing the Kazekage's anger beginning to subside, Chiyo proceeded to analyze the current state of affairs. As far as I know, it is that old man Mito Gate in from Konoha who is operating in the Rain Village battlefield. The Konoha ninja's ability to infiltrate the Land of Rain for ambushes is likely under his command. Although he shares a lineage with the Hokage, I have crossed swords with him in the past, and his strength is hardly formidable. There is no need for you to confront him personally. The fact that Konoha's ninjas can brazenly traverse the Land of Rain suggests that Hans, that old fellow, has probably sought peace with Konoha. Hai Laozong, as the head of the intelligence department, you have grossly neglected your duties. You shall receive punishment for this later. Upon hearing his sister mention him, Hai Laozong hurriedly stepped forward, acknowledging that the current predicament was indeed due to his negligence. Without further explanation, he humbly bowed his head in apology to the Kazekage. Lord Kazekage, I implore you to allow me to confront these ambushing scoundrels from Konoha. You need only keep an eye on the Land of Rivers. There are more pressing military matters that require your judgment. With Hai Laozong's admission of fault, Chiyo relinquished a portion of her authority. And though the Kazekage maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, his mind had already regained its tranquility. Ahem, it seems I was too hasty. In that case, I shall leave it to you to handle. Before the Kazekage could finish speaking, a ninja abruptly burst into the conference room. Lord Kazekage! Lord Kazekage! Fool! What manner of breach of decorum is this? An official from the Sand Village immediately reprimanded upon witnessing the intrusion. Apologies, but I bear urgent intelligence for the Kazekage. Speak plainly, what urgent matter requires concealing from us high-ranking officials? As yet another official from the Sand Village interjected, the ninja hesitated, casting a troubled glance at Chiyo who sat nearby. Finally, gritting his teeth and under immense pressure, he approached the Kazekage, lowering his head and whispering into his ear. What? Is this truly the case? Upon hearing the words of the other party, the Third Kazekage's expression turned peculiar, filled with disbelief. This had been confirmed beyond doubt. A heavy sigh escaped his heart as he shook his head, signaling for the high-ranking official to remain silent. Well, Chiyo, you. Before the Third Kazekage could formulate his thoughts on how to address Chiyo, another Sand Ninja hastily entered the conference room. This time, it was Chiyo's trusted aide. Observing this, the Third Kazekage felt a sense of relief. Evidently, he would not need to be the one to deliver the grim news. Sensing something amiss, Chiyo followed her aide outside, where she learned of the tragic tidings. Simultaneously, within the room, the Third Kazekage conveyed to the other high-ranking officials the information relayed to him by the Sand Ninja. Ah, the cursed leaf. The damned white fang of the leaf. Wretched creature. Oh heavens, my son, my daughter-in-law. Outside, the anguished cries of Chiyo echoed in despair. 3 days prior, the Leaf Village ninja, Tsukumo Hataki, faced a Sand Ninja force that vastly outnumbered his own. Relying solely on his strength, he infiltrated the enemy camp and successfully eliminated Chio's son and daughter-in-law, thus securing victory in that battle. From that moment forth, the name of the White Fang of the Leaf reverberated throughout the world, becoming known to all in the shinobi realm. Wind release, air bullet. A few wind bullets mixed with phlegm were expelled by Danzō, repelling the sand ninja who attempted to launch a surprise attack. During this period, the Leaf Village ninjas led by Danzō wreaked havoc, executing ambushes that left Chiyo in considerable distress. Initially, Chiyo intended to gather all her forces for a decisive battle, yet Danzō refused to engage in such a confrontation. The final battle was off the table. Ambushes were mandatory. You attack, I flee. You flee, I pursue. It was a continuous cycle of ambushes, akin to a toad perching on a foot, neither biting nor merely irritating, leaving Chiyo utterly exasperated, with no means to counter Danzō's tactics. Ultimately, she had no choice but to disperse her forces, which consequently nullified the numerical advantage of the Sand Village. However, Chiyo was not entirely powerless. Firstly, she assigned 10 members to each Sand Ninja squad, compelling the Leaf Ninjas to think twice before launching any surprise attacks. She also commanded that the squads maintain a close distance. At the first sign of trouble, they were to fire signal flares, and if they could not hold their ground, they would summon reinforcements for a coordinated assault. Thus, the ninjas from both sides engaged in a relentless chase and clash. Scorch release, vaporization. Sidestepping the assault of a fireball, Danzō squinted at a girl with a striking blend of orange and green hair. Scorch release? By the heavens, what a stroke of luck. The beautiful Yakumo. To his surprise, while he was merely wandering aimlessly with his team, he encountered her. Well done, Yakumo. The leading jonin praised her, then glared indignantly at Danzō's group. Surrender at once, cursed Leaf Ninjas. I have already fired the signal flare, and our reinforcements will arrive momentarily. Oh, is that so? Ha ha ha. Danzō regarded the Sand Ninja before him with a hint of mockery, who bestowed upon him such audacity, enabling him to utter such confident words. With Yitsong included, there are merely 4 individuals present, and he stands as the sole jonin among them. Observing his own side, he, as the Hokage's advisor, leads the charge, flanked by 2 of the legendary Sannin, accompanied by the formidable Uchiha Hongya, who possesses the strongest bloodline limit. To engage in combat with a hammer is utterly nonsensical, although he harbors a desire to crush the individuals before him. He diverts his gaze towards Yitsong, what a gem she is, capable of utilizing the rare and potent Shakuan, rather than allowing the fools of Sunagakure to ultimately jeopardize her. It would be far wiser to bring her into his own ranks. Setting aside her beauty, her prowess, with proper guidance, could significantly aid in confronting Uchiha Madara in the future. Gazing intently at the young woman before him, he resolved that seizing the moment was preferable to waiting. Should he miss this chance, it might never present itself again. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Yitsong was covered in goosebumps. Hongya, subdue that Shakuan ninja without taking her life. I have intentions for her. Understood. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Upon hearing the command, Jiraiya promptly executed his ninjutsu. Wind release, airflow dance. The massive fireball, augmented by his wind technique, split into numerous smaller fireballs, hurling towards the Sand Ninja. No, Captain. Witnessing her comrade under siege, Yitsong cried out in distress, but before she could act, Uchiha Hongya approached, kunai in hand. This is bad. Realizing the opponent bore the Sharingan, Yitsong quickly lowered her head, recalling the teachings from the book on how to combat the Uchiha clan. The first piece of advice was to avoid looking into the eyes of the Uchiha. Shakuan, chaotic assault. With Uchiha Hongya on her tail, Yitsong could no longer assist her teammate and instead focused on maneuvering the fireballs around her to prevent close-quarters combat. Naive. Before the Sharingan, the spinning fireballs were akin to a snail's crawl. With her double Tomo Sharingan activated, Uchiha Hongya smirked disdainfully. It's worth noting that even the clan head, Uchiha Avalanche, possesses only a 3 Tomo Sharingan. Fire release, great fireball technique. Meanwhile, the Sand Jonin, narrowly escaping the combined onslaught of Danzō and Jiraiya, had scarcely caught his breath when he saw Tsunade charging at him with a fist raised. My goodness! That woman just obliterated a Sand Ninja with a single punch. Terrified, the Sand Jonin hastily activated the body replacement technique to flee. As he witnessed the Sand Ninja gradually transform into a puddle of sand, Tsunade raised an eyebrow and scoffed. A body replacement technique, is it? Quick reflexes, but with a swift kick, she struck the Sand Jonin who attempted a sneak attack. Wind release, wind blade. Failing to land his blow, the Sand Jonin hurriedly formed hand seals, preparing for a fierce counterattack. The wind release, vacuum wave. The unleashed wind technique was intercepted and collided with Danzō, the residual wave sending him flying. Foolishness. Playing with wind release in my presence, you are far too inexperienced. By my word, with such mastery of wind release, you might as well concede, Kazekage of Sunagakure. Witnessing Danzō's astonishingly potent wind release techniques, Sunagakure felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. Is there no sense of justice left? Is it not the case that you of Konoha are known for your mastery of fire release? Beyond that Uchiha and the white-haired one, the rest seem to wield nothing but wind release or taijutsu, Lion's main technique. Before the shinobi of Sunagakure could devise a countermeasure, Jiraiya, who had been using fire release to fend off enemies, had already dispatched both of his teammates with a flick of his hair. I am not playing around. You Konoha ninjas are truly shameless, a bizarre collection of oddities. Ultimately, this exclamation became the last words of that Sunagakure shinobi. Succumb to the illusions of the Sharingan. As Yukura fell slowly to the ground, Uchiha Koyuki wore a smug smile. The mere bloodline limit of Scorch Release pales in comparison to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. With a graceful flick of her hair, Uchiha Koyuki effortlessly hoisted Yukura onto her shoulder. The Uchiha clan certainly has its quirks. Both men and women exhibit this peculiar behavior, unmistakably afflicted by a severe case of adolescence. Observing the expectant expression of praise on the other's face, Danzō could scarcely contain his eye roll. Throughout his interactions with the Uchiha sisters, his perceptions of the Uchiha clan had been consistently challenged. What had been promised as an inherently malevolent nature, a penchant for cruelty, and an air of arrogance? Why were the two sisters, who were supposed to represent the Uchiha, either indulging in melodrama or exhibiting inexplicable eccentricities? What is it that has opened their eyes? What is it, Lord Danzō? Noticing Danzō's fixed gaze upon her, Uchiha Koyuki felt a blush rise to her cheeks, shyly twirling a lock of her hair with her finger. Oh dear. Even Lord Danzō has been captivated by my enchanting figure. How embarrassing. Uchiha Koyuki, flustered, was lost in her own fanciful thoughts. Ahem, it is nothing. Let us make our exit. Clearing his throat, Danzō suppressed the urge to pull her into an embrace and swat her playfully, beckoning everyone to depart. At the Sunagakure camp, Chiyo gazed sorrowfully at the battle report in her hands. Her son and daughter-in-law had been slain by Hatake Tsukumo, yet she found herself powerless to avenge them. For the sake of the village, she could only remain here to contain the relentless assaults of the Konoha shinobi. Reflecting on her young grandson, Chiyo felt a heavy burden. She was uncertain how to convey this tragic news to him. Alas, such thoughts must be set aside for now. She must first devise a means to repel this group of Konoha ninjas. Casting her gaze upon the figures constantly passing outside the tent, among them children, Chiyo's heart was a tumult of emotions. The number of children forced onto the battlefield was steadily increasing when they fall on the field of battle. What victory will there be to celebrate? What significance remains, sigh? Previously, Chiyo inquired about the ninjas from our side who had engaged in battle with Konoha. They remarked that they had not witnessed any children among the enemy ranks. Lady Chiyo, your brother, Lord Ibiz, requests an audience. Let him enter. Shortly thereafter, Ibiz, accompanied by a sand ninja, approached Chiyo. The sand ninja then quietly exited the tent, drawing the curtain closed behind him. Why have you come here instead of assisting the third Kazekage in the village? Oh dear sister, you may not be aware, but the front lines have been breached in the land of rivers, and the third Kazekage has personally gone to oversee the situation. Ibiz, with a resigned smile, informed Chiyo of the Kazekage's departure to the battlefield. The affairs of the village have now been entrusted entirely to the remaining advisors of the Elder Council. In such a critical moment, the Kazekage has no inclination to engage in power struggles with the advisors. They have tacitly agreed to focus on stabilizing the current situation first. The defeat of Sunagakure seems inevitable. What we can do now is strive to secure a few decisive victories, hoping to compel Konoha to engage in unconditional peace negotiations. Fortunately, recent tensions with Iwagakure and Kumogakure have diverted attention. Otherwise, Inoki, that old bandit, would have likely seized the opportunity to strike us. Chiyo listened intently to Ibiz's account, her expression oscillating between gloom and frustration, revealing her distress. She had initially intended to assert that as long as Tsukumo Hatake remained alive, Sunagakure would not cease its conflict with Konoha. However, she recognized that such sentiments were merely her personal grievances and could not jeopardize the village's future. Oh, by the way, sister, there is one more thing. My informant in Konoha has reported that the commander of the current Konoha forces is not that old coot, Mido Gate Flame. Upon hearing this, Chiyo was not overly surprised. Through multiple encounters, she had sensed something amiss. The operational style of this Konoha ninja unit greatly differed from her recollections of Mido Gate Flame's command. Yes, I had already suspected as much, however. I remain uncertain as to who exactly the commander is. In truth, we are both well acquainted with that individual. It is Shimura Danzō, the aide to the Hokage. Ibis revealed the answer without hesitation. In her mind's eye, a vision of a middle-aged man, one-eyed and grim, leaning on a cane, with his right side wrapped in bandages, emerged. Was this the infamous leader of the Root organization, Danzō, who had recently come to prominence? Yes, sister, it is indeed him, Danzō. Yet now, knowing the identity of the opponent holds little significance. If victory is unattainable, we must preserve our remaining forces and await the next great ninja war. With this thought, Chiyo promptly summoned a sand ninja to issue her commands. Go and inform all the teams to refrain from taking the initiative in recent times. They should endeavor to consolidate their defenses. Moreover, make a note of this. They must ensure the safety of the children within their ranks, particularly those with bloodline limits. Even if the entire team were to perish, the children possessing these unique abilities must be safeguarded from any harm. Go now, swiftly. Ahem. Well, Lady Chiyo, the sand ninja, who had been summoned, hesitated for quite some time, unsure of how to begin. Under Chiyo's puzzled gaze, he ultimately delivered some distressing news. According to the intelligence we have just received, the squad led by Jonin Kibu has been completely annihilated, and the whereabouts of the Scorching Release ninja, Yakura, remain unknown. What? Those despicable wretches, curse Konoha, curse Danzō. In the land of fire, within Konoha village. Although the flames of war have yet to reach this place, the streets are noticeably less populated than usual. The remaining ninjas in Konoha are diligently fulfilling their duties, prepared to be dispatched to the front lines at any moment. Only the children remain untouched by the ravages of war, continuing their daily routines of attending school while occasionally enjoying moments of play. Outside the Ninja Academy, a group of children has gathered, observing every student entering and exiting the school. Should any ninja from the prominent clans pass by, they would undoubtedly be astonished to discover that this group comprises children from some of Konoha's most illustrious families. Such a gathering would rarely occur even during high-level meetings. Hey, Makoto, who is that striking blonde you mentioned? Conan nudged the nearby Uchiha Makoto, who, after being successfully brought back to the Roots from the battlefield, has forged friendships with the younger trainees due to their similar ages. Furthermore, the current overseer of the Roots, Uchiha Suki, had brought Makoto, who shares a good rapport with her, out to play upon learning that they were recruited by Danzō. Today, the congregation of children outside the Ninja Academy is entirely due to Uchiha Makoto's revelation of an exceptionally handsome blonde youth she had encountered at the academy, prompting numerous boys from the Roots who harbor affections for Conan to clamor for Makoto to lead them to catch a glimpse of this captivating young man. Given that the current Danzō is an otherworldly being, he only marks those who are exceptionally strong or disobedient with the cursed seal of eradication. Consequently, the current Umbu remains relatively cheerful, allowing the young trainees to wander around Konoha after their daily training, provided they return punctually and avoid punishment. Let us wait a bit longer. It seems he is yet to arrive. Uchiha Makoto felt a flush of warmth upon her cheeks. She too had caught sight of him just yesterday while out shopping. At that moment, two children from the Hyuga clan, who bore a striking resemblance to one another, were embroiled in a dispute, with one stubbornly tugging at the other's clothing and refusing to let go. The one being dragged was clearly enraged, and after futile attempts to break free, intended to retaliate physically. At that moment, Uchiha Makoto was poised to intervene when a flash of golden light darted past her, positioning itself between the two quarreling children. Ultimately, under the mediation of the dashing blonde youth, the two Hyuga children shook hands in reconciliation. The remarkably handsome visage of the boy was indelibly etched in Uchiha Makoto's memory. Later, while playing with Conan and others, she inadvertently let slip her admiration, which did not escape the ears of her companions. What a handsome blonde. I refuse to believe there's someone more attractive than I am. Shimura Oe scoffed dismissively. What do you count for, Shimura Oe? When it comes to looks, I am undoubtedly the most handsome. Hyuga Binbin expressed his displeasure at this remark. All right. Let's not quarrel any further. Everyone here is quite handsome, haha. Yahiko attempted to mediate. Sarutobi Jiro, arms crossed, cast a sidelong glance, remaining silent. As for Nagato, his attention was captivated by a girl with striking red hair. Her hair color resembled his own, yet the girl bore a fierce expression, but for some reason, Nagato keenly sensed a hint of sorrow lingering in her demeanor. Ah, look over there. It's him. Uchiha Makoto exclaimed excitedly in a hushed tone, pointing towards the striking blonde youth trailing behind the red-haired girl. Which one? Let me see. Upon hearing Makoto's voice, Shimura Away and Hyuga Binbin momentarily forgot their bickering. Wow, this guy is indeed quite handsome. After a brief comparison, Shimura Away scratched his head, begrudgingly acknowledging the charm of the other. Moreover, the dark-haired individual beside him, whose chin appeared as if it had two ping-pong balls lodged beneath it, seemed oddly familiar. Of course he looks familiar. That's the young patriarch of Makoto's clan, Uchiha Fugaku. The two children chattered incessantly. Oh, the young patriarch. Upon hearing about her clan's young leader, Uchiha Makoto instinctively shrank behind Konan for a covert observation. But with the backing of Uchiha Tsuki, she soon regained her composure and stepped out from behind Konan. Humph, what does being handsome matter? He has probably just a pretty face, all looks and no substance. I shall issue him a challenge soon. Wow, sounds good. I support that. ISNT that a bit inappropriate. Hey, Jiro, ISNT your cousin studying inside? Why not find out this guy's name in class? Watergate. Someone has a letter for you. Hyuga Hizashi waved a letter from an upperclassman towards Namikaze Minato. He, as the esteemed audience has guessed correctly, that dashing blonde youth is none other than the future fourth Hokage, the ever-charming Namikaze Minato. Upon hearing that someone had written a letter to Minato Namikaze, Kushina instinctively thought of standing up and turning around to take a look. However, recalling that she was not particularly close to him, she sat back down. Humph, really? Why should I care about him? How peculiar, Kushina muttered to herself, straining to eavesdrop on their conversation. Oh, is that so? Thank you, Hinata. Eh? A letter? Who wrote it to you? Oh, Minato. Could it possibly be a love letter? Hinata Hizashi, who bore a striking resemblance to his brother Hinata Hayashi, approached, attempting to join the dialogue. Upon noticing his younger brother Hizashi's arrival, Hizashi's expression stiffened, and he promptly turned back to his seat. Hizashi stood awkwardly as his brother's rejection stung. Observing Hizashi's discomfort, Uchiha Fugaku stifled a laugh, though he maintained his composure, suggesting Minato open the letter to see its contents. Oh, I see. Understood. The trio gathered to read the letter together, only to discover it was a challenge for a duel. This. They were all left speechless. Goodness, who in the school does not know that Minato Namikaze is the top student of his class, even before graduation? He has already been acknowledged by the teachers as possessing the strength of a nin. Was this not merely a frivolous invitation to a duel? Such an audacious act could only be the work of some child from a prominent clan, utterly foolish for failing to consider the consequences. Uchiha Fugaku crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at the challenge. It was needless to say that it undoubtedly originated from the main branch of the Hyuga clan, as Hizashi speculated inwardly. Among children, news spreads rapidly. By the end of the school day, almost all of Minato's acquaintances were already aware of the situation. Hey, Minato, are you going to accept the challenge? As the last period concluded and the teacher departed, everyone began to gather their belongings. Narashikaku, accompanied by Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza, approached Minato. Uchiha Fugaku and Hizashi remained, while Hinata Hizashi waited at a distance from his elder brother for Minato. Seeing so many people surrounding him, Minato awkwardly scratched his head and glanced at Kushina, who was preoccupied with her own things, seemingly unaware of him. With a hint of uncertainty, Minato spoke. Well, should I go check it out? Yay. Let us all go together. It was unclear who initiated the cheer, but soon enough, Minato and his companions set off towards the location specified in the challenge letter with great enthusiasm. Kushina sat in her seat, watching as everyone gradually departed. After a moment of internal struggle, she bit her lip, shouldered her backpack, and stealthily followed suit. Meanwhile, the group of young trainees who had completed their training at the route were also making their way to their destination in clusters. Ultimately, both parties arrived punctually at the training ground located at the southern edge of the village. Goodness, how did Hizashi and Hayashi arrive here? A sense of familiarity washed over as he spotted a figure. Isn't that Binbin from the branch family? The three of them, the Hyuga brothers and Binbin, exchanged awkward glances, completely disregarding the challenged Minato. Humph, yet another foolish idiot from the main family, Hizashi thought disdainfully, harboring a deep-seated contempt for the main family. So, are we going to fight or not? Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, Mihiko stepped forward to mediate. Right, let's fight. You must be Minato, right? I am Hyuga Binbin. Binbin turned his face away, forcing himself not to look at the Hyuga brothers. Although he had lived in the route for some time, years of familial upbringing made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Oddly enough, he realized he had never seen these individuals at school before. Narashikaka curiously observed the group of young trainees from the route. At their age and background, these children should have been receiving education at the ninja academy. Yet, that boy named Hyuga Binbin was known to be the sole heir of the elder from the Hyuga branch. Though it seemed that the elder had passed away several years prior. The girl was Uchiha Makoto from the Uchiha clan. Fugaku should be familiar with her. Yamanaka Kaori pointed at Hyuga Binbin, introducing him to Narashikaku. The one with his arms crossed and silent is Saratobi Jiraiya, and the son of the Hokage, Saratobi Kinomaru, is a relative. Akimichi Chozo recognized Saratobi Jiraiya's identity. As for Shimura Aoi and Konan, they were simply unfamiliar to him. Byakugan, activate. Just as they were discussing, Hyuga Binbin and Minato had completed their hand seals and officially began their clash. Well, not bad. This guy has actually learned to activate his Byakugan? The Hyuga brothers were somewhat taken aback as they noticed the veins around Binbin's eyes bulging. Being the sons of the clan head, they had the privilege of hearing their father mention Binbin's integration into the root. They had initially thought he would vanish without a trace, possibly taken to have his eyes extracted for research into the secrets of the Byakugan. To their surprise, not only did he seem to be thriving, but his personality had also transformed significantly. With a crouch, Binbin narrowly evaded Minato's swift side kick, feeling as if several strands of his hair had been dislodged. Minato, evidently unprepared to give him a moment's respite, delivered another powerful kick. Rolling forward to evade the strike, Binbin swiftly sprang back to his feet. However, before he could regain his stance, Minato leaped from behind, aiming a punch directly at his back. Humph! A trigram's palm. Return to heaven. Veins were visibly prominent around the eyelids as Hinata Binbin spun in place, conjuring a colossal half-circle of chakra. How on earth did this fellow learn such a technique? The two brothers of the Hyuga clan stared in astonishment as you demonstrated the 8 trigrams palms Kaiten. What is happening? How could he possibly know this? Could it be from their father? Danzō chuckled. Oh ho ho, can you guess? This mere Kaiten is nothing at all. It can be easily acquired. Oh. So that is it. Hinata Nichi had also employed this move in the past. Minato Namikaze nimbly leapt back, widening the gap between the two sides as he contemplated his strategy. Nichi, pay close attention. That is Kaiten. Recognizing this as a prime opportunity to converse with his elder brother, Hinata Nichi approached the engrossed Hinata Nizu, attempting to grasp his hand. However, Nizu, already aware of Nichi's intentions, disdainfully evaded him, offering no chance at all, and flung his hand away, leaving Nichi grasping at air. Nichi, be mindful of your status. This is a secret technique of the main family. It is already a rare exception for our father to teach you. Nizu's gaze was cold as he regarded his younger brother, who had been marked as a caged bird merely 15 minutes after his own birth. I merely. Hinata Nichi struggled to convey his feelings. Ever since he had been branded with the cursed seal, the elder brother who once doted on him now maintained a constant distance, even changing the way he addressed him, no longer calling him brother. Enough, Nichi. Be aware of your identity. Do not speak further. Nizu averted his gaze from his brother, yet deep within, he felt that the bond between siblings far outweighed any distinctions between the main and branch families. He chuckled softly, but what difference did it make? Even if one day he ascended to the position of clan leader, he could not draw closer to his brother. For even the clan leader could not escape the confines crafted by the elders of the main family. His feelings for his brother would remain buried within, forever unexpressed. As a means of protecting him from the caged bird punishment inflicted by the main family. With a heart heavy with resignation, Nizu chose not to utter another word, ignoring the hopeful gaze of his brother and actively distancing himself from him. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze had commenced his attempt to breach the Kaiten. Wind release, great breakthrough. The defensive strength of Kaiten was intricately linked to the chakra of its user. If an attack wielded a chakra level far exceeding that of the opponent, it might indeed tear through this so-called absolute defense. As Minato anticipated, Hinata Binbin, still young, had not yet mastered Kaiten, revealing numerous vulnerabilities. Furthermore, Kaiten was fundamentally a defensive ninjutsu. Left unattended, it would eventually cease on its own. The wind release, great breakthrough effortlessly sent Hinata Binbin tumbling through the air, landing in a heap in a nearby sand pile. Oh, so this is the Hyuga clan? The Uchiha clan's eyes are far superior. Byakugan is truly lacking. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Fugaku could not restrain himself and activated his mode of sarcasm. In the village of Konoha, Only their two families indulged in the whimsical art of colored contact lenses, and their daily exchanges were often marked by a playful rivalry. However, he soon noticed that Hinata Hisashi was merely standing there, gazing at his brother's silhouette with an expression filled with sorrow. What transpired between these brothers? Were they embroiled in yet another quarrel? Alas, having performed his part, the lack of applause from the audience left Uchiha Fugaku feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet he possessed some understanding of the brothers' circumstances. While his inclination was to unleash a torrent of mockery upon them, the sight of their mournful figures ultimately softened his heart. Approaching the Hinata brothers, he hesitated for a moment before reaching out to pat their shoulders. Come now, what troubles you so? Everything will be all right. Thank you. The brothers responded in a subdued tone. It appeared that the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Hinata clan had, albeit subtly, begun to improve, drawing them closer together. Next came the moment when Hinata Binbin was bested by the formidable Minato Namikaze, prompting Shimizu away to feel it was time for him to take action. Minato Namikaze. You are truly impressive. Wow, you are incredibly strong. Minato-senpai is so handsome. Before Shimizu away could finish, Yahiko and others flocked around, showering praises upon Minato Namikaze. Particularly, Uchiha Makoto and Konan, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Meanwhile, Kushina, hiding in the shadows, could not help but acknowledge Minato's prowess. He would undoubtedly become a significant contender for the Hokage seat. Thus, the defeated Hinata Binbin and the unfinished words of Shimizu away were perfectly overlooked by the crowd. Inside the Hokage's office building, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled heartily. These lively little ones. What a taste of youth. After witnessing the entire spectacle through a crystal ball, he retrieved his treasured pipe and began to indulge in its soothing smoke. Rising from his seat, he approached the window and cast his gaze upon the Hokage rock, where the first Hokage, Hashirama, stood immortalized. Lord Hashirama, the world you envision seems to be gradually materializing. The future of Konoha rests in the hands of these children. Bang! 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 Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish his reflections, a series of knocks interrupted his musings. Ahem, come in. He reluctantly returned to his chair, stowing away his pipe. As his words fell, the door creaked open. Entering with great difficulty was Mitomon Zen, wrapped as if he had just emerged from an Egyptian pyramid, leaning heavily on a cane. Mito, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? Noticing that the left side of Mito's face and his entire left arm were tightly bandaged, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly called for an Umbu member to fetch a chair for his friend. The current predicament is largely attributable to the actions of the poison master, Hanzo. The toxins he unleashed were swiftly neutralized by Tsunade. However, the pivotal moment arose when Mito's flame was struck by an explosive jutsu, rendering him severely incapacitated. Curiously, one cannot ascertain whether this was a deliberate act or mere chance, but presently he and Danzō seem to form an unlikely pair. Danzō is perpetually swathed in bandages on his right side, while Mito bears the same on his left. The only distinction lies in the fact that one is a facade, while the other is genuine. As for Hiruzen, Lord Mito has reached an advanced stage. The moment Mito spoke, Hiruzen's gaze sharpened with remarkable intensity. He swiftly dismissed all hidden Umbu in the vicinity, ensuring their conversation remained private before they engaged in earnest dialogue. Kushina is still too young and will require several more years to bear the weight of her heritage. Upon hearing Hiruzen's response, Mito shook his head. I understand. Yet relying solely on her Uzumaki lineage for suppression is evidently insufficient, Hiruzen. Mito glanced at his right arm, tightening his grip on the cane in his left hand. We require wood release. Only it can genuinely subdue the tailed beasts. Kushina is far from possessing the strength of Lord Mito, thus it would be prudent to have a wood release ninja assist in the suppression. Hiruzen was well aware of this necessity, yet the Senju clan had waned significantly. Since the era of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, no wood release ninja had emerged. Noticing Hiruzen's silence, Mito decided to be forthright regarding his intentions for being there. Hiruzen, I propose we immediately commence research on Lord Hashirama's cells. What? Absolutely not. Hiruzen instinctively opposed the notion. Researching Hashirama's cells would imply that their descendants would be desecrating the remains of their ancestors. Such an act would be an affront, a sacrilege against their forebears. Hiruzen, I comprehend your concerns, but you must see that this is not a matter of personal desire. It is a necessity imposed by the circumstances. If Lord Hashirama were aware in the Pure Land, he would undoubtedly sanction our actions today. This is all for the sake of Konoha. If Danzō were to discover this, he would surely vocalize his disdain. What the hell? You bastard, are you stealing my lines? Hiruzen squinted, scrutinizing Mito before him. Wait, something feels amiss. Ever since his injury, Mito's demeanor seems to be aligning more with Danzō's. Hiruzen pondered briefly, then resolved how to address the situation. Ahem, this matter is quite intricate. Let us defer this discussion until Danzō returns. Hearing Hiruzen's response, Mito frowned, visibly displeased, and struck the ground forcefully with his cane. Hiruzen, you are far too weak. Upon hearing the words of Mito Menyen, Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively interjected, Tuan. No, it is I who is the Hokage. Humph, you shall regret this. Enraged, Mito Menyen limped out, slamming the door behind him with a resounding bang. Meanwhile, as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Menyen engaged in their familiar yet strange dialogue, Minato Namikaze and the other children had entirely cast aside their initial reservations, successfully bonding with one another. As peers, they quickly grew accustomed to each other, enjoying their time together. Noticing the sun beginning to set, Akimichi Choza took the initiative to invite everyone to his family's barbecue restaurant for dinner. Wow, that sounds great, exclaimed Yahiko, the first to enthusiastically agree, while Narashikaku and Yamanaka Ino naturally did not wish to decline Choza's kind offer. Uchiha Fugaku expressed indifference, while Hayashi gazed intently at his brother Izashi, and upon receiving his affirmation, he too expressed his desire to join. Before long, the group of children marched triumphantly towards the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. Hey, Yahiko, what do you think our relationship is now? Asked Hyuga Hinata, nudging Yahiko as they caught the curious glances of passers-by. Let me think, Yahiko replied, closing his eyes in contemplation, a smile spreading across his face. What else is there to say? We are undoubtedly friends. Ha ha ha, indeed. From now on, we are all friends. Minato chuckled in agreement. The other children chimed in with glee. Hooray, we are all friends now. Woohoo, friends are the best. I love making friends with everyone. They laughed together. As the group continued on their way, Kushina, who had been hiding in the shadows, cautiously peeked out, clutching the straps of her backpack. She watched the retreating figures with longing, softly repeating their words, friends. Half a year swiftly passed. Under Danzō's leadership, a team engaged in constant ambushes and guerrilla warfare ultimately found themselves in a stalemate with the Sand Village ninjas led by Chiyo. The distant terrain of the Land of Wind had begun to take its toll, resulting in a significant shortage of supplies for Danzō's side. Lord Danzō, if this continues, we may soon find ourselves completely out of resources, reported one of his subordinates. Gathering all personnel and counting the remaining fighters, including Jiraiya and his companions, only 8 Jonin and 5 Chunin remained loyal to Danzō. Upon hearing the report, Danzō contemplated his next course of action. That cunning woman Chiyo is clearly intent on using our supply shortages to wear us down. Staying any longer would be disadvantageous for us. Regrettably, I cannot hold them off any longer. No, I must leave, but I cannot depart without taking a bite out of Chiyo. Who has a map? Bring it to me. I have a map right here, one of his subordinates replied. As soon as Danzō's voice faded, Uchiha Red Leaf retrieved a scroll map from her bosom. Danzō, feeling the lingering warmth and a faint scent of milk, found his face flushing. Why on earth did you put this there? He stammered, clearing his throat. I am a respectable man. Jiraiya, standing nearby, was nearly transfixed, gazing intently at the map in Danzō's hands, wishing he could snatch it away and take a whiff. Jiraiya! Tsunade exclaimed, holding her forehead, and helplessly struck Jiraiya on the head. Danzō's expression twitched slightly, aware that the two were merely trying to lighten the mood. Ahem. Let's drop the antics. We must focus on serious matters. Rummaging through the map, Danzō finally pointed to a marked area within a dense forest. Here. This should be Chiyo's camp. Tsunade pondered the location Danzō indicated and nodded slightly. Indeed, are you suggesting we confront her directly? No, that's unnecessary. We have already exhausted our resources. Prolonging this is futile. Instead, we should retreat early. What I mean is, before we leave, shouldn't we launch a surprise attack on Chiyo? We should inflict as much impact as possible. Our primary goal is to restrain her. Danzō patiently elucidated that even a parting strike against Chiyo would delay her influence on the war and weaken the Sand Village's position. Is that feasible? Since this is Chiyo's location, there must be numerous Sand Village ninjas stationed nearby. Tsunade extended her delicate hand, resting it on the map next to Danzō's. To get there, we must evade the surrounding sand ninjas or, more straightforwardly, eliminate them swiftly. Otherwise, if the ninjas searching for us from afar catch wind of our presence, we could easily find ourselves encircled. We can try. The more they gather, the better, Danzō replied, inwardly rejoicing at the thought of them being conveniently grouped together. As long as we act swiftly, We can strike and retreat before they can mount a response. With a stroke of luck, we might even take Chiyo down with us." After articulating his thoughts clearly to Tsunade, he reassured her that he merely needed her cooperation and that not everyone was required to participate. If the situation turned unfavorable, they could abandon the mission. Ultimately, he secured Tsunade's support. After all, Danzō was the commander of the forces, and Tsunade could not afford to undermine his authority. Seeing Tsunade in agreement, Jiraiya and Orochimaru naturally followed suit. While Uchiha Red Leaf had no objections, Danzō's word was final. The rest of the group expressed their consent, agreeing to give it a try. "Wait, you agree, but why are you staring at me with such infatuation?" Danzō exclaimed, bemused. Hey. Your eyes are practically sparkling with affection." Tien gazed at Uchiha Akihane, who held the essence of spring water in her eyes. Filled with confusion and doubt regarding the curse mark he had initially bestowed upon her, the young girl seemed to regard him as if he were a romantic interest, embodying the desire to bear his offspring. This was indeed peculiar. Perhaps this was an impostor of the Uchiha clan. Their time spent together had fostered a profound attachment in Akihane towards Tien, leading her to either forget or completely disregard his notorious past and the mark he had placed upon her. In her eyes, Tien may well have surpassed her former clan in terms of care and affection. Thus, the final action plan was meticulously established, with each individual harboring their own thoughts as they navigated through the day. On the following night, under the cloak of darkness and a howling wind, everyone promptly gathered for one last assembly. After a brief exchange of supplies, Tien placed a reassuring hand on Orochimaru's shoulder. "You are the most composed among us. I entrust these individuals to your command. Remember, you must ensure their safe return to Konoha." Orochimaru, feeling the weight of the hand, nodded silently. Standing nearby, Tsunade observed Tien with a gaze filled with uncertainty. This individual had changed significantly. She hoped it was not merely a fade. As she watched Orochimaru lead the main contingent away, Tien turned to survey the three individuals beside him. "Let us proceed to present a grand gift to Chiyo." Grasping his cane and pointing towards the depths of the forest where Chiyo resided, Tien was filled with determination. "Engulfed in the power of the Sharingan," he exclaimed. Roaring Lion's main technique, painful earth strike. After vanquishing the final foe and ensuring no remnants remained, the group convened for a brief respite. The perimeter teams have been thoroughly cleared. What remains is particularly close to Chiyo. Tien produced a map, diligently studying it for some time before reaching a conclusion. After a brief interlude to recuperate, Tsunade distributed provisions found among the Sand Ninjas' encampment. Tien, with a flourish, began to scavenge valuables from the fallen adversaries. "Ha! I am in superb form. Soon you shall witness the might of my toad oil fireball." Jiraiya munched on his military rations while Tsunade chided him. "Jiraiya, can you refrain from speaking while eating?" Noticing Jiraiya's wandering gaze upon her, Tsunade delivered a swift punch to his head. "Ah, youth is truly splendid." Collapsing into slumber without a care, Tien mused as he stuffed his pockets with seized currency, casting a glance at Jiraiya with a sigh before returning to his meticulous plundering. "Oh, lascivious Jiraiya, yet Lord Tien is the finest," Uchiha Akihane remarked disdainfully, rolling her eyes at Jiraiya before continuing to gaze dreamily at Tien's retreating figure. "This is blatant favoritism. What merit does that old cripple possess?" "Young lady, I seriously suspect your Sharingan is a sham," Jiraiya muttered. Tsunade expressed her exhaustion, exclaiming the absurdity of the situation. After 6 months of interaction, they had grown familiar with one another's personalities and were comfortable enough to share lighthearted banter. As they took a moment to rest, the group finally set off towards the Chiyo camp once more. The patrol around the camp was exceedingly stringent. How fearful could Chiyo be of an ambush? Under the moonlight, Jiraiya observed the incessant movement of patrolling guards and murmured to himself, contemplating the difficulty of approaching the camp. Should they charge in directly? Tsunade cracked her knuckles, ready to engage, but was halted by Danzō. "I have a technique I wish to try, although its execution is rather lengthy and consumes a substantial amount of chakra. So I will need your assistance to buy me some time," Danzō said, eyeing the situation with a strategic mindset. "Kurenai, Tsunade, lend me your aid, and I shall provide the chakra." As he concentrated, a dark sphere of chakra began to swirl and materialized in his left hand. What is this technique? Tsunade thought, sensing the formidable power contained within. Danzō had secretly kept this ace up his sleeve. With keen intuition, Tsunade recognized the significance of the Rasengan and, alongside Uchiha Kurenai, swiftly approached Danzō, placing her hand on his shoulder. Ah, I will not hesitate to unleash my full power then, Tsunade declared. The sand ninjas surrounding the camp quickly took notice of the commotion and, in response, several dozen rushed towards Danzō and his companions. Summoning technique, Jiraiya exclaimed. What with the frequent summons lately? As the smoke cleared, Fukasaku, bearing a long pipe and still not as massive as during the Fourth Great War, was summoned forth. Ha ha ha, during wartime, I must trouble you more often. Prepare the oil. Understood, Fukasaku replied. As the sand ninjas closed in, he tucked away his pipe and inhaled deeply. Fire style, oil flame bullet. The superheated flames, infused with oil, surged towards the approaching sand ninjas, radiating an overwhelming destructive force. This is bad. The range of their ninjutsu is extensive. Everyone, use combined techniques. Feeling the pressure from the fire technique, several sand ninjas wielding enormous iron fans stepped forward. Wind style, net. Earth style, earth flow wall. The wind generated by the fans formed a large net, while a wall of earth erupted from the ground behind them. Attempting to counter Jiraiya's fire technique, the sharp wind net disintegrated the moment it met the flames. This is not good. Everyone, hold your ground and increase the chakra supply. The sand ninjas joined forces, fortifying the earth flow wall, barely managing to withstand the oil flame bullet. Wind style, wind blade. Having survived the onslaught, the sand ninjas collectively hurled blades of wind chakra towards Fukasaku. Water style, water cannon. Fukasaku exclaimed in surprise, what in the world? This summoning beast can use ninjutsu. He unleashed a massive water sphere that engulfed the wind blades entirely. As Jiraiya engaged in a fierce battle, Danzō remained as calm as still water, meticulously channeling every ounce of his chakra. Simultaneously, he ensured the stability of the chakra sphere in his hand. Sensing the chakra flowing within him from Tsunade and Uchiha Koike, Danzō unceremoniously infused it all into the spiral chakra sphere he held. The power of the Yin chakra, combined with a hint of wind chakra, buzz, accompanied by an ominous humming. A colossal spiral chakra sphere was born, containing nearly all of Danzō's chakra along with half of the chakra from the other two. Quickly, you two retreat. Jiraiya, cease your attack and fall back. Run, all three of you. Don't look back. Flee as far as you can. Grasping this terrifying weapon, Danzō urgently called for everyone to withdraw from the area. Have we finally completed it? Wanta, let us hurry. The toad Wanta swiftly wielded his blade to fend off the attacking sand ninjas, then propelled himself and Jiraiya away into the distance. Tsunade, help me once more. Throw me into the sky. What? Don't ask. After you throw me, pursue Jiraiya with Koike. Though uncertain of Danzō's intentions, Tsunade's intuition urged her to comply. She quickly seized Danzō by the collar, concentrated her chakra, and forcefully hurled him high into the air. Subsequently, she and Uchiha Koike vanished in an instant, not looking back. Come, Chiyo, this is a gift for you, a parting present. Great spiral chakra sphere. Whoosh, boom, boom, boom. Hearing the tremendous explosion behind them, Jiraiya and his companions, fleeing atop Wanta, wore expressions of relief. We did it. Jiraiya, filled with excitement, reached out to embrace Tsunade, only to be evaded coldly, leaving him awkwardly scratching his head. Uchiha Koike gazed at the blinding white light emanating from Chiyo's camp, her fist clenched, anxiety gnawing at her heart. What are you thinking, Koike? Danzō, having caught up with them, patted Koike's shoulder from behind. Ah, Lord Danzō, it's wonderful that you're unharmed. I thought. Easy now. I'm perfectly fine. Feeling the girl clinging to him, Danzō gently patted her back in reassurance. What a terrifying ninjutsu. Impressive indeed. This scale should be sufficient for them. Tsunade and Jiraiya sincerely praised, prompting a hearty laugh from Danzō. Ha ha ha, let us hope so. What a pity about my cane. Yet, the significant casualties inflicted on that group of sand ninjas make it worthwhile. Damn Jiraiya, if it weren't for the war, I would have surely cast you all aside. As Wanta felt the exhilaration of the group atop his head, he quickened his leaps. However, have the ninjas of Konoha truly become this formidable? This power? As he sensed the chaotic chakra currents spreading around, Wanta regarded Danzō with growing apprehension. Let us swiftly get these individuals to safety and depart. After a brief moment of laughter and gratitude, Jiraiya expressed his appreciation to the mighty toad Wanta, promising to visit him at my Boku Mountain once the war had concluded. Upon reaching a place of safety, Jiraiya patted Wanta's thigh, only to receive a disdainful glare in return. Heh, spit it out, Jiraiya. If you ever call me for something so trivial again, I shall send you flying. With a spray of saliva accompanied by a puff of smoke, Wanta dispelled the summoning technique. Meanwhile, Danzō focused intently on his left hand, attempting to channel the chakra that was gradually being restored within him. The recent Great Spiraling Will technique had been a collaborative effort of his, Tsunade's, and Kurenai's chakra. Yet its power fell short of the level exhibited by Naruto in the animated series. The Shimura clan was already among the more chakra-endowed families in Konoha. Beyond them, only the Senju and Uchiha clans could be considered superior. Once this war drew to a close, it would be the opportune moment to persuade Hiruzen Sarutobi to commence research on the cells of Hashirama Senju. Danzō contemplated the direction of this research regarding Hashirama-S cells. The animated series suggested that Hashirama-S would release was only marginally related to the Senju clan, primarily attributed to his reincarnation as Ashura. Simply continuing this line of research would yield minimal results, likely resulting in a mere subpar version of Yamato, which could at best contribute to the real estate development in Konoha. However, if he could extract and merge the cells of the Uzumaki, Senju, and Uchiha clans, the Uzumaki cells were not a concern, with Nagato and Konoha's Kushina available. As for the Uchiha, with sisters Kurenai and Shizune at his disposal, that posed no problem either. The real challenge lay with the Senju clan, which was far more complicated. Casting a furtive glance at Tsunade beside him, Danzō shook his head, unwilling for her to be privy to his intentions. Thus, he envisioned the figure of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, in his mind. Forgive me, Tobirama, but this is all for the sake of Konoha. Surely, you wouldn't mind, would you? You devoted your life to researching the Uchiha's physical prowess. Now it's your turn to assist me in studying the Senju clan. With a smirk, Danzō resolved silently to excavate Tobirama's grave upon returning to the village. This should be my camp, correct? Chiyo queried, gazing perplexedly at the vast pit before her. She turned to her subordinate, who responded hesitantly, this. According to the map, it should be. There is no doubt. This was our previous camp. Yet, aside from the enormous pit, the remnants of the camp were nowhere to be found. The entire encampment, along with the 43 stationed shinobi, had mysteriously vanished overnight. Damn it, find them. Whether survivors or Konoha ninjas, search diligently. We must ascertain what has transpired. Frustration boiled within him. He had taken a detachment to search for Danzō and the others, only to return at dawn to discover the camp had inexplicably disappeared, completely oblivious to the events transpiring during this chaotic episode. Chiyo felt a mixture of astonishment and dread at the bizarre scene before her, compounded by the extensive devastation. In a fit of exasperation, she immediately activated her rage mode, commanding her subordinates to scour the area relentlessly, even if it meant digging to the depths of the earth in search of a living soul. Have the searchers begun to arrive? It appears that it is time for me to depart. In the distance, a man with half of his face obscured, his visage shrouded in darkness, observed the unfolding situation with a glint of green in his eyes. The man, bare-chested, bore an array of black stitching across his torso. In his grasp, he tightly clutched the neck of a Sand Village ninja, a hapless individual who had been swept to his side by the shockwave of the explosion. Gravely injured and barely breathing, noticing the Sand Ninjas dispersing as per Chido's orders, the dark-faced man seemed disinclined to attract attention. Hastily dragging his unfortunate captive away from the scene, they arrived at a concealed cave, where he unceremoniously discarded the Sand Ninja onto the ground. The man's body trembled unnaturally, producing sounds akin to those made by one suffering from prolonged constipation. The black lines upon him, as if imbued with sentience, reached toward the Sand Ninja, unfastening his garments, and then, the previously unconscious Sand Ninja emitted a wretched scream of agony, struggling to open his eyes only to behold a masked figure brandishing a pulsating red object. Your heart, I shall claim it. With a swift motion, the dark-faced man extracted the entire heart, promptly inserting it into his own being. Should a ninja from the Takigakure happen to pass by at that moment, they would be horrified to recognize the man as Kakuzu, an S-rank rogue ninja who had defected from their village years prior. Excellent, a wind element heart. Now, I have gathered 5. After a moment of movement, the black threads returned to their original form within him, and Kakuzu scrutinized the face of the Sand Ninja. Alas, what a pity. This head bears little value. I shall leave it here. Speaking of which, those ninjas from Kanehagakure. From the moment Danzō and his team commenced the extermination of the first wave of Sand Ninja, Kakuzu had taken note of them. His initial intent had merely been to trail behind and collect some valuable heads, but he had not anticipated witnessing such a spectacle. They are far too weak. Significantly inferior to the first Hokage. Kakuzu, having once clashed with Hashirama Senju, understood that had the latter come in person, The destruction wrought upon this encampment would have been far more extensive. Nonetheless, this technique possesses considerable power. He himself had relied on earth release to burrow into the depths and avoid being caught in the fray. If he followed in their wake, he might still gather quite a few valuable heads. At this moment, the oblivious Danzō and his group continued their journey toward the hidden leaf village. Having shed their battle attire and concealed their leaf village headbands, they donned disguises and mingled among a throng of refugees entering the land of rain. Ah, truly, our land of fire boasts a far more agreeable climate. As the damp air enveloped him, Jiraiya incessantly grumbled. This motley crew had endured months of rain in the land of rain, followed by a prolonged sojourn in the land of wind, where they had been besieged by sand for over half a year, only to return once more to the rain-soaked land of rain. If this continued, when would he ever find the time to visit the bathhouse? No, to seek the prophesied child. The prophesied child, he pondered when he might finally meet him. Observing Jiraiya's erratic behavior, Tsunade and Uchiha Kyuka, who was linked arm in arm with Danzō, exchanged exasperated glances. Meanwhile, Danzō contemplated the potential of various bloodlines to suppress the cells of Hashirama as they walked. Nightfall soon descended, and the group found refuge in a dilapidated village on the outskirts of the city. The village lay desolate, a haunting reminder of past battles etched into its ruins. They discovered a relatively intact dwelling, and after consuming a few military rations, they decided that Jiraiya would take the first watch, while Danzō would oversee the latter half of the night. Finding a secluded corner, Danzō wrapped his cloak around himself and leaned against the wall, drifting into slumber. In his dreams, his left eye transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan while his right morphed into the Rinnegan. He commanded the Susanoo, delivering kicks to Uchiha Obito and punches to Kagaya's son, while cradling Kagaya herself, teasing her with a swaggering confidence. Danzō, you should be the Hokage. You are far more suited for the role than I am, and I find myself utterly inadequate in comparison. His close friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived with a sheepish expression, extending the Hokage's hat. Danzō patted Hiruzen's shoulder generously. Oh, Hiruzen, you simply cannot measure up. From now on, follow my lead. Danzō, you are too charming. I wish to marry you and bear your children, remarked a suddenly materializing Mei Terumi, her affections laid bare. Danzō's lips curled upwards in delight. Lord Danzō is magnificent. Lord Danzō is too handsome. Lord Danzō is extraordinary. The praises echoed in his mind, filling him with exuberance and joy. As time passed, Jiraiya, having been stationed outside, finally stretched and returned indoors to rouse Danzō for his watch. Upon entering, he found Danzō with eyes closed, emitting strange chuckles. Listening closely, Jiraiya could discern snippets of mutterings about how the Hokage position was beneath him, and that Hiruzen was inadequate. Jiraiya shook his head, sighing at the burdens that war imposed on individuals, noting that even Danzō could only seek solace in dreams. After much hesitation, he gently tapped Danzō's shoulder to awaken him. Damn it, Jiraiya. Could you not let me sleep a little longer? I was just about to reach the climax of my dream. An irritable Danzō perched upon the treetop, still immersed in thoughts of his recent dream. Cursed Jiraiya. When we return to the village, I shall have someone tail you. The next time I catch you peering at a girl bathing, I will seal you in place and summon a crowd to witness. He fumed, cursing the interruption of his beautiful reverie. In the depths of his mind, Danzō contemplated how best to torment Jiraiya when he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar chakra approaching. Confirming the location of the presence, he deftly navigated through the woods, swiftly arriving near the source. Indeed, a bare-chested man was making his way towards the village where Danzō resided. What on earth? How could it be him? By the light of the moon, Danzō discerned the features of the individual. Goodness, was this not the rogue ninja from Takigakure, Haiden, who had thrown shurikens at the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, from 800 miles away? What brings him here? Curious, Danzō perched himself atop a tree, observing Haiden, whose entire body was stitched together, and involuntarily shivered, the hairs on his neck standing on end. This marked Danzō's first close encounter with Haiden, and visually, it was far more striking than portrayed in the anime. The appearance was truly unsettling. Haiden was notorious for being ruthless, driven solely by monetary gain, targeting only those of significant value. One could only wonder which unfortunate soul had caught his eye. Watching Haiden continue forward, Danzō refrained from acting impulsively. The true intentions of his adversary remained unclear. What if he was merely passing through? Suddenly, Haiden halted, reaching down to the ground. Could he have found something of worth? No, wait. This was the curse technique, the demon's curse. Remembering his abilities, Danzō swiftly employed the body flicker technique. just as he vanished. A dark line materialized at his previous location. What keen observational skills. Evading the attack, Danzō reappeared a short distance from Haydn. Not bad at all. You managed to evade the long-range assault of the demon's curse. Gradually rising, Haydn sheathed his cursed weapon, scrutinizing Danzō from head to toe. I didn't expect to encounter you here, Danzō Shimura, the leader of the root of Konoha. Speak, what brings you to this place? Gathering his chakra, Danzō concealed his left hand behind him, forming a wind release, spiraling shuriken, ever watchful of Haydn's movements. Haydn merely tilted his head, producing a small notebook from his pocket. Danzō Shimura, the assistant to the Hokage, with a bounty of 2 million ryo. What nonsense. Just 2 million ryo. Danzō was taken aback by his own lack of worth. After all, Asuma's bounty had once reached 35 million ryo. With such a meager bounty, he was no more than an A-rank mission in the village. I had no idea that someone capable of unleashing such terrifying ninjutsu, obliterating an entire camp of Sunagakure in a single blow, would be so undervalued. Shaking his head, Haydn tucked the notebook away. Never mind. It's far too trivial to pique my interest in killing you. From Haydn's words, it seemed he had no intention of engaging in battle. Danzō exhaled a sigh of relief, dissipating the wind release, spiraling shuriken he had gathered in his hand. This was not born from trust in Haydn. Rather, he intended to engage in a meaningful conversation with this ancient and enigmatic being. After all, this individual is destined to become the treasurer of the Akatsuki, a person who hoards wealth and refrains from expenditure. At this moment, I find myself in dire need of funds, and having such a savings vessel at my disposal could indeed save me considerable effort. Might we converse? Danzō gestured towards the temporary resting place of the village. Certainly. After a brief silence, Kakuzu nodded slightly. He had initially followed Danzō and his comrades with the intent of capitalizing on their exploits, harboring no plans to engage directly. Moreover, the individual before him was hardly worth much. Thanks to Danzō's earlier methods, characterized by manipulation and intrigue, the ninja world viewed him primarily as a root leader and aide to the Hokage, yet in reality, he boasted few remarkable achievements, resulting in a rather paltry bounty. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the location where Danzō and his companions were stationed. Ensuring no other presence was near, they found the occupants inside peacefully slumbering. Danzō gently closed the door, leaving behind a shadow clone, while his true self escorted Kakuzu to another small room. Unexpectedly, today he had the fortune of encountering Kakuzu, the infamous rogue ninja of Takigakure. As soon as they were seated, Danzō wasted no time in exposing Kakuzu's past. How so? You recognize me? Kakuzu responded with little surprise. Having suspected Danzō was aware of his capabilities since he evaded the attack from the Root's vengeance. After all, you had once clashed with the first Hokage. Though few remember this affair. The details of Kakuzu's assassination attempt on Senju Hashirama are indeed known to very few, as even Hashirama himself seldom spoke of it. Likely, only Hashirama and Kakuzu were privy to the intricacies of that encounter. Oh, by the way, I heard that years ago, you hurled shurikens at the first Hokage from 800 miles away and then fled? Danzō deliberately provoked Kakuzu, pricking at his vulnerabilities. You bastard! What nonsense is this? Who told you that? Upon hearing this, Kakuzu, whose demeanor was typically stoic, could not contain his fury, veins bulging as he erupted. I engaged in a genuine battle with Senju Hashirama. It was only when he resorted to wood release that he barely managed to defeat me. In his recounting, Kakuzu described a contest of physical prowess where neither could claim superiority, eventually culminating in a clash of ninjutsu. Unfortunately, due to his own negligence, Hashirama's surprise attack secured him a narrow victory. Observing Kakuzu's fervent defense of his honor, Danzō mercilessly dismantled his claims, continuing to prod at his insecurities. Are you certain? Can we refrain from embellishing? I find it hard to believe that Senju Hashirama, through a mere ambush, could claim victory over you. Can you not speak truthfully? Given your apparent ineptitude, it's likely you couldn't even contend with his shadow clone. Kakuzu. Perhaps 2 million ryo is indeed a considerable sum. As he noted the visible agitation in Kakuzu's expression, Danzō felt a shiver run down his spine as those green eyes fixated on him. Ahem. Well, I was merely jesting. Do you believe me? Let us discuss serious matters. Shall we? Upon achieving his objective, Danzō chuckled lightly, casually brushing aside the matter, and embarked on his true intentions. Are you interested in making a fortune with me? Upon hearing Danzō's words, Kakuzu's already glimmering green eyes could have served as flashlights. However, he decided to exhibit a modicum of restraint. How do we make a fortune? Speak quickly, I am eager to listen. Noticing Kakuzu's interest, Danzō silently chuckled to himself and commenced his grand deception, elaborating on his enterprises in the Hidden Leaf Village. In Danzō's description, the Root organization was portrayed as a conglomerate worth over $1 billion, bolstered by the support of both the Hidden Leaf Village's authorities and the Uchiha clan. With a promising future ahead, Kakuzu listened in astonishment, and upon hearing the mention of such vast wealth, he promptly grasped Danzō's arm and inquired, "Is it truly possible to possess such riches?" Hailing from the humble Takigakure, he was taken aback to learn that a village's clandestine faction could amass such fortune. Indeed, it is. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is a dear friend of mine, and the financial overseers, Mido Gate and Tika Uchiha, are no less significant. We are all students of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Not to mention, my Uchiha clan owns a significant portion of the most prosperous commercial street in the village. Danzō proclaimed, "What do you require of me?" Kakuzu, now intrigued, sought to ascertain the extent of his contributions and the potential returns. "I can entrust you with the management of these assets. All you need to do is devise ways to utilize this wealth to continuously expand our revenues and sustain Root's operations. As for your remuneration, as long as it does not interfere with the essential funds needed for the organization's functioning, you may take whatever surplus you deem fit." Danzō generously allowed Kakuzu to determine his own compensation. After all, Kakuzu was infamous for being miserly, reveling in profit while shunning expenditure. When the time came for Root's survival, he would undoubtedly contribute as much as necessary, willingly investing his own resources if required. Oh, and since we are a clandestine organization, your martial prowess will undoubtedly be necessary should we encounter formidable adversaries. Of course, that expense will be accounted separately. Kakuzu had not anticipated Danzō's generosity in permitting him to set his own salary. Although the prerequisite was profitability, he found this to be a trivial challenge. This was far less arduous than the daily grind of slaying for coin. "It's a deal, with no reservations whatsoever." Without a moment's hesitation, Kakuzu acquiesced. "Excellent, truly excellent. Welcome to Root." Receiving a positive affirmation, Danzō joyfully withdrew his arm from Kakuzu's grip. "Splendid. From this moment forth, I shall attain financial freedom, liberated from the burdens of monetary concerns. Oh, and since you have joined Root, you should familiarize yourself with our core principles." "Core principles?" Kakuzu scoffed at the notion. Having navigated the shinobi world for so many years, he regarded the core tenets of the Umbu as mere indoctrination. He remained entirely indifferent to this expectation. "Allow me to provide you with a brief overview." When the crowd awakened the following day, Danzō calmly introduced the already dressed Konoha child beside him. He refrained from directly revealing the child's identity, instead fabricating a casual excuse, claiming that the child was an old friend he had fortuitously encountered during an evening stroll. Although Jiraiya and the others felt their intelligence was gravely insulted, they, mindful of Danzō's standing, chose not to inquire further. Thus, they collectively brushed the matter aside. After a light meal and tidying up their traces, they set off once more. In a modest inn within the Hidden Leaf Village, 3 men, disguised as merchants, stealthily observed the street from the window. Their target had finally appeared. After a prolonged observation, they identified the purpose of their mission. One of them abruptly pointed toward a group of leaf ninjas adorned with forehead protectors. Although they were labeled ninjas, most were merely children engaged in the simplest patrol tasks. With red hair, indeed, it was, wait, there's another? The man suddenly realized another target fitting the description had emerged. Oddly enough, hadn't they been informed there was only one member of the Uzumaki clan? These 3 individuals were, in fact, ninjas from the Cloud Village, dispatched under the orders of the Third Hokage to infiltrate the Leaf Village and abduct Kushina. In addition to these 3 elite shinobi, a team had been stationed at the borders of the Land of Fire for their support. Meanwhile, standing beside Kushina, drawing the attention of the Cloud Ninjas, was Nagato, another member of the Uzumaki clan. After becoming acquainted with Minato and others, Kushina, while discreetly observing, noticed this boy with a similar hair color. Ultimately, after mustering the courage to engage him in conversation, she gradually integrated into this small group over time. Upon hearing of Kushina's ostracism, the justice-minded Yahiko and his companions embarked on a prolonged struggle against the bullies tormenting her. This altercation eventually caught the attention of their respective parents. However, compared to Kushina, the opposing party's background was rather inconsequential. Thus, the playful scuffles continued for quite some time. Until recently, when the Third Hokage ordered the top students of the ninja school to graduate early and undergo evaluation. Minato, Fugaku Uchiha, Hinata Hizashi, Hinata Hayashi, and Uzumaki Kushina successfully passed, while Narashikaku and others chose to heed their clan's advice and remain in school. Ah, Nagato, you have yet to receive your forehead protector? Through interactions with the group, Kushina finally found a sense of belonging in the leaf, her demeanor transforming into one of brightness. Proudly displaying her forehead protector, she stood with her head held high and arms crossed over her chest, exuding an air of triumph. Meanwhile, Yahiko and the others looked on with envy at the boisterous Kushina. All right, Kushina, we are still on a mission, Fugaku gently reminded her, noticing that she seemed completely oblivious to their task at hand. Ah, a mission. Hinata Binbin suddenly appeared from the side, the esteemed young clan leader of the Uchiha family. Instead of engaging in fierce combat on the front lines, was patrolling the village with Miss Tomato. With a mischievous expression, he threw a sarcastic remark at Fugaku, completely oblivious to the attention his words had drawn from Kushina nearby. What? Do you have any grievances with Tomato, Hinata Binbin? Oh my, it seems Tomato has turned into a chili pepper. Witnessing Hinata Binbin being yanked by Kushina and dragged to a corner, utterly defenseless, and crying out, Conan silently prayed for him. Alas, what now? Is the mission still ongoing? With a sigh, Uchiha Fugaku glanced at the cheerful Minato standing nearby. Ha ha ha, these little brats from Konoha are still able to frolic about. I truly wonder if their lives are too comfortable, causing them to forget the pains brought by war. Drawing the curtains, a cloud ninja couldn't help but voice his discontent. To him, it seemed Konoha was deeply entrenched in war with Sunagakure. Their children should not wear smiles, as he himself had not during his childhood. It's quite vexing. Why do you have so many opinions? Why concern yourself with matters that do not pertain to you? We should simply focus on our own tasks. Another cloud ninja impatiently waved his hand. The more relaxed they are, the smoother our operations will be. While Konoha remains unsuspecting, we shall act tonight and capture that little girl. Indeed, events unfolded as they anticipated. When the group of cloud ninjas infiltrated the house where Kushina resided, they effortlessly dealt with the Umbu ninja assigned to protect her. Once they confirmed there were no loose ends, they concealed themselves, patiently awaiting their prey. As the night deepened, Kushina waved goodbye to Fugaku and the others, cheerfully opening her front door. I'm back. As usual, Kushina greeted the Umbu members hidden in the shadows. Strange. Why aren't they here? Wait, something is wrong. Realizing something was amiss, Kushina cautiously retreated outside. However, she was met with trained adult ninjas. And as she took a step back, she was swiftly knocked unconscious. Quick, bind her and retreat. The Umbu will soon arrive for the handover. Half an hour later, the Umbu team arriving to replace their comrades discovered the brutally slain members and quickly raised the alarm, reporting Kushina's abduction to the Third Hokage. Immediately dispatch all ninjas in the village. We must find Kushina. At the same time, notify the Konoha Police Department to initiate their operations. Any suspicious individuals must be apprehended without delay. Kushina is far too vital to the village. It's inconceivable that she could be taken right under their noses. Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brow, fixating intently on the map laid out before him. Cursed fate. Just when the war was on the verge of conclusion, was it retaliation from the Sand Village? Or perhaps from another hidden village? Swiftly, I must inform the route, urging them to send personnel for the search. Oh, and what of Danzō's route? They seem to be idly standing by. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately dispatched someone to inform the route. Soon after, Uchiha Shizuki received the news and hastily gathered all route members to issue the command to locate Kushina. Who dares to boldly kidnap my esteemed elder sister, Kushina? Hinata Binbin, who had just been thoroughly beaten earlier that morning, stepped forward to voice his discontent. I shall inform Brother Minato at once, and let us not forget Fugaku and Hayashi as well. Therefore, aside from Hinata Binbin, everyone else must immediately set out to search for Kushina. Uchiha Shizuki licked her crimson lips as her Sharingan spun with 3 Tomo, just when I was vexed about not being able to accompany Lord Danzō into battle. A careless fool has delivered themselves right to my doorstep, providing the perfect opportunity to stretch my limbs. As commanded, everyone dispersed without delay. Under the shouts of the adult ninjas from the route, a large group swiftly rushed out from the base. In the forest, Kushina, being dragged along by ropes, quietly pulled strands of her hair and scattered them along the path. She believed that someone would surely notice the clues she left behind and come to rescue her. After a series of tribulations crossing the borders of the Land of Rain, Danzō and his group successfully crossed the boundary line and set foot on the territory of the Land of Fire. Whoosh, 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 accompanied by the sound of slicing air. Several ninjas from the village hidden in the leaves hurled shurikens that struck the ground, surrounding them with kunai in hand. What is the meaning of this? Danzō furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with irritation. I am the Hokage's advisor, just returned from the front lines of the Wind Country. Who is your leader? Bring him forth to speak. From behind the group stepped a ninja clad in a Jonin vest, advancing a few steps to stand before Danzō. I am the leading Jonin. Please remain still while I verify your identities. After meticulously confirming their identities and finding no discrepancies, the ninjas from Konoha finally stood down from their combat readiness. Then, through the account of the other party, Danzō learned of the incident regarding Kushina's abduction, as well as his close ally Sarutobi Hiruzen's order to seal the border. Is this the stage of the plot where the eternal pursuit of romance begins beneath the moonlight? Danzō's mind raced, immediately deducing that this was the handiwork of the Cloud Village ninjas. Others may return to the village. I shall search with Kaku to avoid revealing Kakuzu's identity. Danzō referred to him simply as Kakuzu throughout their journey. From the land of fire to the land of lightning, there are two routes. The first is by land, necessitating a traverse through the land of hot water. The second is by sea, passing through the now-defunct land of whirlpools. According to the storyline that played in his mind, those cloud ninjas had opted for the first route. Thus, Danzō, accompanied by Kaku, made his way directly to the border where the land of fire meets the land of hot water. What is this? Red hair. This is hers. Minato Namikaze keenly spotted the strands of Kushina's hair and successfully led the main force to pursue the cloud ninjas. These contemptible individuals, I shall thoroughly loosen their bones. As Hinata Binbin finally caught up with them, he eagerly rubbed his fists, prepared to make a grand display, only to be halted by Shimizu away. Wait. You fool, why the rush? We must devise a plan before we act. What? There are only 3 of them. Let us tackle them together and thrash them. Hinata Binbin, feeling unjustly scolded, looked at his good friend with a hint of grievance. You simpleton, the opponents are seasoned ninjas. If we recklessly charge in, we'll be lucky to escape with our skins intact. Minato will distract the cloud ninjas. You go rescue Kushina. Once you save her, make your departure without a second thought. Sister Suki, the leader of the route, will arrive shortly to provide support. Patting Namikaze Minato's shoulder, Uchiha Fugaka whispered into his ear. Minato said nothing, simply responding with an affirmative gesture. Byakugan, 8 trigrams 32 palms, shouting the name of his technique. Hinata Binbin executed a fluid sequence of movements that struck the last cloud ninja, resulting in a cry of agony as several of his chakra points were sealed. What? This is bad. Upon hearing the commotion behind them, the remaining 2 cloud jonin instinctively shifted to the side, bracing themselves as they carried Kushina. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, pressure damage. Uchiha Fugaku and Shimizu Away coordinated their assault against another cloud ninja. The last cloud ninja met the worst fate, having just landed. He was sent flying over 10 meters by Uchiha Suki's pure taijutsu. Come, let us have some fun to relieve our boredom. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato swiftly leaped to catch Kushina, who had fallen from the shoulders of the cloud ninja and distanced himself from the battlefield. Subsequently, those 2 unfortunate cloud ninjas were met with the harsh embrace of Konoha's route. Following the search along the border of the land of hot water, Danzō soon located the main contingent of cloud ninjas responsible for support. Wind release, vacuum wave. Before the cloud ninjas could react, Danzō's attack struck before them. Lava release, protective wall. A quick-witted one-eyed cloud jonin swiftly conjured an elastic barrier to deflect the vacuum wave. Oh, isn't this the one-eyed dragon by the raikage side? Danzō immediately recognized the identity of the one-eyed ninja before him. One-eyed dragon? Stopping his subordinates who wished to advance. T-Dai coldly observed Danzō with a wary smirk. What do you mean by this? We are merely passing through, and yet you leap out to attack. You Konoha folks truly are overbearing. Although he was uncertain why Danzō appeared here, T-Dai understood the implications. Should they fail to detain the Hokage's aid, the consequences of Konoha's retaliation would be dire. It was better to preemptively place blame. Oh, so you wish to play this game, do you? Danzō paused his actions, regarding T-Dai with a bemused expression. As a cloud ninja, I have trespassed onto the land of the Fire Nation without permission. Is there anything wrong with my actions as a Konoha ninja? Absolutely not, is there? That Tsuchikage was taken aback by Danzō's words. It seemed indeed that way. Well, this is merely a misunderstanding. We came at the invitation of the Land of Soup to assist in eradicating bandits. We inadvertently strayed into your country and will take our leave now. Hearing the sounds of combat, the Konoha patrol team hurriedly approached. Lord Danzō, what has transpired? The leading ninja immediately recognized Danzō, and soon after, noticed the cloud ninjas led by the Tsuchikage. This is a disaster. Oh no. The leading Chunin felt a wave of dizziness. So many cloud ninjas had infiltrated his assigned area, and it was unfortunate that they encountered the Hokage's assistant. Do you still dare to ask what happened? Can't you see with your own eyes? The cloud ninjas are practically on your doorstep. What are you standing there for? Hurry and signal for reinforcements. Do you need me to teach you how? Danzō was left speechless. Is this how patrols are conducted? Observing the hesitance of the one-eyed dragon and his group unwilling to depart, it appeared that the rescue of Kushina had been successful. After receiving a scolding, the Chunin promptly fired the signal for assistance, and soon, all nearby patrol teams arrived. Watching the increasingly grim face of the Tsuchikage, Danzō began to contemplate whether he should eliminate them all. Unfortunately, such an action would merely benefit that old man Onoki, who had been at odds with the Cloud Village. Given the ongoing tensions between the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages, killing this group would weaken the Cloud Village's strength. So it would be better to let them return and continue to vex Onoki. Thus, both sides stood silently in the night, locked in a standoff. The silence was abruptly shattered by the sudden appearance of several masked Umbu members. Ah, Lord Danzō? Initially, these Umbu members were puzzled by the gathering of so many ninjas. But upon seeing Danzō, they quickly approached him. What is the situation? Has the problem been resolved? Danzō inquired about Kushina's condition. The invaders have been subdued, and Kushina has been rescued. However, one Umbu member stepped forward and whispered into Danzō's ear. However, the invaders have committed suicide by poison. Danzō was not surprised by the Cloud Ninja's suicide. Those who dared to undertake such missions never intended to return. Dusting himself off, Danzō realized that his presence here had become somewhat redundant. In that case, I shall return to the village. I leave this to you. Keep a close watch on these easily lost individuals, especially that one-eyed dragon. Yes, Lord Danzō. Casting a warning glance at the Tsuchikage, Danzō turned and departed with Kakashi. His original plan was to return to the root base and rest soundly in his bed. For the prolonged hardships of life on the road had taken a toll on him. Despite his reluctance, Kakuzu persistently clung to him, refusing to relent even during his bath, insisting on reviewing the accounts first. Observing the glint of green light in Kakuzu's eyes, Danzō had no choice but to concede. Otherwise, sleep would elude him. Thus, this individual, Mr. Kakuzu, would henceforth serve as the financial supervisor of our base. Please take him under your wing and guide him through the essentials. Danzō, utterly exhausted, emotionless, introduced the disgruntled Uchiha Suki, who had a mask on his face, to Kaku, disregarding the latter's visibly annoyed expression. A shiver ran through Danzō as he decided against further explanations and slipped away to seek rest. Finally, lying in his private quarters, Danzō breathed a sigh of relief. Surely, he could catch some much-needed sleep now? However, a familiar voice pierced through the stillness as the tightly shut door creaked open slightly. To his astonishment, it was Uchiha Akatsuki, who, instead of seeking slumber, had come to his room late at night. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd come chat with you. You wouldn't mind, would you? Her eyes sparkled with playful mischief as she closed the door and perched herself on Danzō's bed, her fingers tracing patterns on his chest. Cough, cough. You shouldn't be so reckless, he stammered. If you can't sleep, go talk to your sister. Why come to my room? Feeling a sudden itch on his back, Danzō hastily sat up, seizing her wandering hand. Resolving to engage in conversation rather than sleep, he resigned himself to her presence. The following morning, Uchiha Akatsuki emerged from Danzō's room with an expression of unfulfilled ambition. After a night spent valiantly guarding his virtue, Danzō, sporting dark circles under his eyes, squinted as he attempted to rest. At last, he could enjoy a moment of respite. He closed his eyes, relishing the softness of the mattress, and settled into a comfortable position. Knock, knock, the sound of knocking jolted Danzō awake, his eyes snapping open, his mouth twitching slightly. What now? Can I enjoy a moment of peace? He lamented inwardly. Come in. Forcing a semblance of a smile, he straightened his posture. Lord Danzō, the Umbu has sent word for you to report to the Hokage's office immediately, Uchiha Suki said calmly as she entered. Curse it, he thought. Sarutobi Hiruzen is doing this on purpose, isn't? Why choose now, when I'm utterly exhausted? Though internally he seethed, his exterior remained composed. Understood. Inform him I'll be there shortly after I prepare. Resigned, Danzō thought. Forget sleep. Missing one should not lead to my demise. By the way, did Lord Danzō know why Akatsuki didn't return to her room last night? Well, Danzō stammered, attempting to evade the question. Is that so? Uchiha Cua approached Danzō, gently brushing her hair behind her ear, and with a sly smile, whispered a playful reminder, "Next time, do remember to wipe the lipstick mark off your neck." With that, she departed the room, leaving behind a flustered figure, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In the Hokage's office, Danzō had only just entered when his attention was drawn to a half-mummified figure leaning on a cane. He felt a faint sense of familiarity, yet could not quite place the individual. "Ah, Danzō, it has truly been a taxing time for you," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, rising eagerly from his chair to grasp Danzō's left hand, examining it with curiosity. What is this old man up to? Danzō thought disdainfully as he withdrew his arm, unceremoniously pulling a chair towards himself and sitting down, completely disregarding the fact that Hiruzen was still standing there. Unperturbed, Sarutobi returned to his seat with a cheerful demeanor. "I have been briefed by Jiraiya about your recent experiences. Thanks to your efforts, the situation in the Land of Wind has progressed smoothly." He lauded Danzō's contributions, recognizing that his own disciple had played a role in the events, thus indirectly praising himself as well. Oh, and by the way, Mito Gate's contributions during the conflict in the Land of Rain were quite significant. Being the cunning fox that he was, Hiruzen made sure to acknowledge Mito's accomplishments as well. "Humph, this is merely my duty," Mito replied, nodding in satisfaction and offering polite words. "Wait, is that really him?" Danzō finally recognized the half-mummified figure as Mito, and with a look of compassion, he tossed a chair toward him. Moments later, the three began deliberating on how to address the recent kidnapping incident involving Kushina. Following Danzō's suggestion, Hiruzen consented to hold the Cloud Village accountable. Though the individual in question was deceased, the body still remained in the possession of Konoha. If Cloud Village insisted that these individuals were not theirs, Konoha could simply employ the Yamanaka clan's memory-reading techniques on the corpse to unveil the truth. They would then see whether their stance remained so steadfast. The Cloud Village's logic was rather simplistic. They believed that since the individual was dead and there were no witnesses, Konoha could do nothing against them. However, they overlooked the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan and Konoha. Next, Mito raised another matter, stating, "Lord Mito is of advanced age, and Kushina is still quite young. She must be closely guarded." Mito gripped his cane firmly, his tone resolute. Now that Danzō had returned, the plan for would release ninjas could be set in motion. "What? Would release ninjas?" Danzō exclaimed, somewhat taken aback by Mito's declaration. "Shouldn't this suggestion have come from me? Why are you stealing my thunder?" He remembered that in the anime, it was Danzō who proposed to Sarutobi the initiation of research on the cells of Shinja Hashirama. Why was it different now? How could you possibly steal my lines? Could it be that your actions since traversing into this realm have induced certain alterations within this world? If that is the case, might there be a manifestation of a world correction force? Over here, Danzō fell into contemplation, while over there, Mito Minion proposed his straightforward and somewhat crude plan to recruit a few willing volunteers, implant them with the cells of Hashirama Senju, and then closely observe their reactions. Just hearing this made Sarutobi Hiruzen furrow his brow in skepticism as he glanced at Mito Minion, before shifting his gaze to Danzō. "What is your opinion, Danzō?" "I believe it is feasible." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry, Danzō provided his response. "However, I wish to personally oversee the execution of this research plan. The cells of Hashirama are not something an ordinary individual can endure. Those possessing the Senju bloodline will inevitably transform into colossal trees, not to mention others. We cannot allow these fools to recklessly tamper with the Senju lineage, as we will need their strength in the impending Fourth Great Ninja War. It is best that the research on Hashirama cells remains under my control. I have ample knowledge from the original anime to guide the research and avoid blind spots." Mito Minion remained silent, indifferent to who led the study. His objective was merely to ensure that Konohagakure could dominate the Jinchuriki as long as Danzō agreed. He was unconcerned about who commanded. "Is that so? Let me ponder." Hearing Danzō's remarks, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered as he intertwined his fingers upon the table. The prospect of cultivating a wood-release ninja stirred something within him. Yet, as Hokage, he must oppose the excavation of the first Hokage's grave, lest it tarnish his reputation. "Ah, indeed, I cannot afford to lose Danzō. The village's darker aspects require his burden." In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, Danzō was willingly shouldering the blame for him. He resolved to compensate his good friend in other ways. "Very well, let us proceed according to Danzō's wishes." After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Danzō, his gaze brimming with tenderness. Feeling the weight of Sarutobi Hiruzen's affectionate eyes upon him, Danzō involuntarily shivered. "You old monkey, you are undoubtedly a sentimental fool. If you agree, just agree." Why gaze at me like that? Ugh, it's utterly repulsive. With an unsettling sensation akin to ants crawling over him, Danzō felt an overwhelming urge to escape. Fearing that if he lingered even a moment longer, Sarutobi Hiruzen might devise some outrageous scheme. By the way, I propose we bolster our protection of Kushina. Recall Tintin back to duty, with Shikaku as commander, dispatch Jiraiya to Kumogakure to negotiate with the Raikage, and assign Orochimaru under my command. Danzō outlined a series of strategic directives for the village, and after the trio reached a consensus, they concluded their high-level discussion. Finally, I can return and rest peacefully. Since returning to Konoha, Tizai has been physically and mentally exhausted. Last night, he was incessantly disturbed by the troublesome Kaku and harassed throughout the night by Uchiha Keika. Consequently, he has hardly managed to catch up on sleep and is now eager to retreat to his quarters. Observing Mito Gate in struggling to rise, Tizai shook his heavy head and seized the wooden cane from him. With a hint of mischief, he waved it about to test its weight. Oh, don't mind me. I'm simply accustomed to it. I lost my own on the way back, and your cane seems to resonate with me. Mito Gate in exasperation, retorted. What am I supposed to do now that you've taken mine? If I could take you on, I would surely give you a thrashing. Ultimately, Mito Gaiden rolled his eyes and stumbled out the door, while Tizai leisurely prepared to follow suit. Unexpectedly, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, Tizai, hold on a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Are you serious? Is this never-ending? It's broad daylight in the Hokage's office. Are you truly intent on creating a scene? Instinctively, Tizai clutched the cane behind him, shielding his posterior. Outside, Mito Gaiden cast a glance at the two whispering within and muttered, those two are at it again. Just like when we were kids. With a shake of his head, he compassionately closed the door behind them and departed with the assistance of his subordinates. What is it? Is there something else? Tizai pulled out a chair and settled across from Sarutobi Hiruzen, placing the cane down with a hint of resignation. Regarding the scorch-release ninja you brought, the one named Yakumo. Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a pristine tea set and poured a cup for Tizai, seemingly oblivious to his status as Hokage at that moment. That girl. After capturing her, I arranged for her immediate return to Konoha and personally pinned a letter for you, advising against sending her to the interrogation department. All that is required is to seal her chakra and assign someone to monitor her within the village. The war is nearing its conclusion. How do you intend to handle her? Sunagakure will not allow their bloodline limit to be exploited by us. Sarutobi Hiruzen voiced his concerns. Noting that the young girl did not seem particularly aligned with Konoha, Tizai, sensing Hiruzen's apprehension, had already devised a strategy. Hiruzen, why the worry? Rest assured, I have this under control. Tizai vividly recalled how Yakumo met her demise in the anime. Those from Sunagakure had betrayed her merely to curry favor with Kirigakure, sacrificing someone who had contributed significantly to her village. It was clear they would abandon her now, as she was still but a child. Not aligned with Konoha? No need for concern. With a slight manipulation, he could imprint her with the curse mark of loyalty, ensuring her allegiance. Noticing Tizai's confident demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen ceased his inquiries and poured himself another cup of tea, subsequently steering the conversation towards Kakuzu. Indeed, the individual you brought back last night is quite extraordinary. From the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped into the village, he sensed the immense chakra emanating from him. Danzō nodded with a smile, having no intention of concealing Akatsuki's identity from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naturally, Hiruzen had heard of Akatsuki's exploits, though not specifically the incident involving the shuriken thrown over 800 miles. Bringing such a person back and allowing him to remain in the village, could this not pose a significant danger? This was Hiruzen's foremost concern. There's no need to panic. Remain calm. For now, he does not pose a substantial threat, Danzō replied, spreading his hands. Akatsuki is formidable only to those unaware of his information. Once one understands the fundamental principles of the Earth Grudge Fear technique, he becomes rather manageable. Danzō shared what he knew about Akatsuki, granting Hiruzen a clearer understanding of this legendary forbidden technique. Noticing that his good friend evidently had other plans, Hiruzen decided to let him proceed unimpeded. Then I shall leave it in your capable hands, he remarked, lifting his teacup, blowing gently to disperse the tea leaves, and taking a sip. If you find some time later, do come to my residence for a visit. It would be a perfect opportunity to see your little nephew. Biwa Lake has given birth, and I have named him Asuma. Upon hearing this, Danzo's mind buzzed with excitement. It seemed everything was about to fall into place, with Kakashi, Guy, and Obito soon to step onto the stage of history. It was time to accelerate the accumulation of power in hand. Noticing Danzō's silence, Hiruzen cheerfully added, "When that time comes, I shall personally take to the kitchen and prepare a few of your favorite dishes for us to enjoy together." Huh? What is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen cooking? You. And you say there's nothing going on between you two? I've finally caught you. Sensing Hiruzen's fervent gaze, Danzō felt compelled to acquiesce. Very well, I understand. You may set the date as you wish, he replied, half-jokingly. Oh, and by the way, I shall not be washing any dishes. Hiruzen's face flushed with embarrassment, and he cleared his throat awkwardly. What are you saying? You are a guest. How could I possibly ask you to wash dishes? Enough. You should really be on your way. I will inform you in advance when the time comes, Hiruzen urged. Feeling slightly flustered, Danzō felt 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. Wait, why does your reaction feel as if you originally intended for me to wash the dishes? Observing Hiruzen feigning interest in his tea, Danzō's composure began to waver. Stifling the urge to confront him, he quietly picked up his cane, turned, and pushed open the office door to leave. Phew, is it just my imagination, or has he become significantly more astute? In the past, enticing him to dine at my home was as simple as presenting his favorite dishes and luring him with fine wine. This time, however, he had the audacity to issue a preemptive warning, explicitly stating he would not wash the dishes. Sarutobi Hiruzen cradled the teacup, gazing out at the visage of the Hokage rock, sipping tea, and occasionally emitting soft sounds of appreciation. As noon approached, Danzō finally reclined on the bed he had longed for. Upon awakening, twilight was nearing. After a brief ablution, Danzō stepped outside, preparing to embark on the research concerning the cells of Hashirama Senju. He summoned Uchiha Tsukuyumi and her sister, succinctly outlining the mission's objectives: to clandestinely excavate the grave of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and retrieve the corpse, while also disturbing the resting place of Tobarama Senju. Understood. We shall proceed. Remember to choose a time when no one is around. Wait until the night deepens, he instructed. Rest assured, leave it to us, right, sister? Yes. Let us go, her sister replied. Watching the sisters depart with unwavering determination, Danzō prepared to visit the research department to ensure he had all necessary equipment. Should he need to procure anything from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lord Danzō, someone request an audience. Just as Danzō had taken a few steps, a member from Root appeared beside him. Who? It is Lord Orochimaru who seeks an audience with you. Granted, let him enter. With the command given, the Root member swiftly departed. Outside the Root base, the pallid Orochimaru, a faint smile gracing his lips, awaited quietly. Please, Lord Orochimaru. The Root member gestured for him to enter. Much obliged for your guidance, Orochimaru replied, licking his lips as he stepped into the Root base, observing the young members bustling about, his gaze flickering with inscrutable thoughts. Upon entering the Root office, Danzō awaited him. Seated at the desk, he crossed his arms, scrutinizing the youthful figure of Orochimaru, pondering with unease. Although he had summoned Orochimaru from Sarutobi Hiruzen's side for work, the prospect of truly winning him over was steeped in uncertainty. The fact that Shinjuku still lived due to his intervention left Danzō questioning Orochimaru's mindset. He remembered him as notoriously cunning and a fervent pursuer of scientific knowledge. Yet now, he possessed no compelling leverage to attract him. How intriguing, Danzō mused, contemplating the profound transformations that had transpired within Orochimaru, igniting his curiosity. As they exchanged contemplative glances, a palpable tension lingered. What is this? There is something peculiar about this fellow, Orochimaru thought, sensing Danzō's intense gaze, evoking an indescribable sensation within him, as if the man before him wished to dissect his very being. Could it be that Orochimaru's scientific instincts had manifested so early in his life? Contemplating this, Danzō's lips curled into a faint smile as he reached for the cane beside him. Orochimaru, what do you believe is the meaning of life? Indeed. Danzō intended to probe Orochimaru with words that might ensnare him, reminiscent of those from the anime. Life. Upon hearing Danzō's inquiry, Orochimaru fixed a keen gaze upon the wooden cane resting in Danzō's hand. Memories of his deceased parents flickered in his mind, along with thoughts of comrades who perished on the battlefield. Life, in essence, bears no inherent meaning. Human existence is too fragile, too brief to allow for the discovery of life's significance. However, perhaps if there ever comes a day when life is eternal, one might then uncover its meaning. Orochimaru's expression grew grave, his tone infused with an indefinable emotion. Truly, the esteemed scientist Orochimaru, even with the altered fate of the Rogue Tree, remained undeterred in his yearning for immortality. If left unchecked, he feared history might repeat itself, much like in the tales of the anime. For instance, take you, Lord Danzō. Despite your formidable power and mastery of various ninjutsu, should you encounter a misfortune one day, everything would render itself meaningless. Orochimaru believed he had discerned the essence of Danzō's thoughts. It was merely the same old rhetoric from Sarutobi Hiruzen. The foolish proclamations about the enduring cycle of life and death. In the end, had he merely misjudged? Was Danzō still the same Danzō, unchanged in the least? However, Danzō's subsequent remarks astonished Orochimaru, altering his perspective entirely. Not meaningless at all, Orochimaru. Life is indeed fleeting and fragile. It is precisely for this reason that we pass down our beliefs from generation to generation. Reflecting on the motivational platitudes from his past, Danzō prepared to embark on his grand oratory, his tone notably somber. The very meaning of life requires a lifetime to discover, does it not? It is this pursuit that renders it so beautiful and captivating. Is not eternal life another form of torment? To exist in solitude, does that even constitute living? Danzō remained uncertain whether his words would resonate with Orochimaru. He only knew that, after hearing these sentiments, Orochimaru stared blankly at the wooden cane in his hand. Lost in thought, he hoped these philosophical musings would resonate with the current Orochimaru. As a renowned scientist in the world of Hokage, he could not afford to lose him so easily. Asuma has been born. By now, Obito Uchiha should be nearing his entrance as well. Familiar characters were gradually taking the stage, and he hoped to successfully alter the future, avoiding the fate of being slain by the Uchiha. Lost in his musings, Danzō chose to disregard Orochimaru, leaving the cane behind as he quietly departed. Whether a blessing or a curse, one cannot escape their fate. If necessary, he would summon Jiraiya to keep an eye on his dear friend. As he pondered this, Danzō strolled into the commercial district. With the constant flow of reports from the front lines, the citizens of Konoha were beginning to gain a clearer understanding of the war's trajectory. It is evident to all that the defeat of the Sand-Hidden Village is merely a matter of time. Thus, even during the night, the atmosphere within the village remains vibrant, unlike before. The calls of vendors and the laughter of children reverberate throughout Konoha once more. Hey Minato, today it's on me. Order whatever you like. A familiar voice rings out. Following the sound, 3 figures, white, yellow, and red, come into view. Jiraiya sits in a dango shop alongside Namikaze Minato and Kushina. Their table adorned with several skewers of colorful dango. Kushina, seated beside Minato, steals glances at him from time to time, her cheeks flushing, only to quickly turn away. Observing this, Danzō, the perennial bachelor, feels a wave of discomfort wash over him, as goosebumps rise on his skin. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen has yet to inform Jiraiya about the need to negotiate with the Lightning Village regarding this matter. Otherwise, he would not be so leisurely at this moment. After a moment's reflection, Danzō shakes his head and strides into the dango shop. In the quaint little dumpling shop, the ever-smiling Minato and Namikaze cheerfully handed food to Kushina Uzumaki while occasionally chiming in with Jiraiya. Truly, the charming demeanor of a brother-in-arms is commendable. Unable to tolerate the saccharine atmosphere, Danzō, with resolute strides, entered the dumpling shop. Is that you, Lord Danzō? Please, have a seat. The astute proprietress hastened over upon noticing Danzō's entrance, her voice swiftly capturing the attention of Jiraiya and his companions. Well, isn't it Lord Danzō? Would you care to join us? Jiraiya turned, holding an empty skewer, extending a courteous invitation to Danzō. Is that so? How generous of you, Danzō replied, unceremoniously taking a seat beside Jiraiya. He then beckoned the proprietress to take their order. What on earth? Generous? Jiraiya looked utterly bewildered. I merely asked you to sit. I never implied I would treat you. With malevolent thoughts directed at the mischievous Shimura Danzō, Jiraiya patted his empty wallet, grimacing as he introduced Danzō to Minato and Kushina. Minato, Kushina, this is Lord Danzō, the esteemed advisor to the Hokage and the leader of the AMBU. Ignoring Jiraiya's exaggerated emphasis on esteemed and the mention of his AMBU leadership, Danzō merely nodded amicably at the two. Greetings, Lord Danzō, they replied politely. Minato, ever the proactive one, introduced himself. Though his voice retained a hint of youthfulness, his tone exuded an air of confidence uncommon for someone of his age. He showed no signs of nervousness when addressing a figure of authority. Truly remarkable, this young sunbeam, already shining so brightly before reaching adulthood. Observing Minato's youthful yet radiant visage, Danzō couldn't help but reflect on his potential. Ultimately, aside from Jiraiya, everyone feasted until they were pleasantly full. Noticing that Danzō remained seated without a hint of intent to settle the bill, Jiraiya could only grimace as he reluctantly reached for his wallet to pay. However, he was met with the sight of Kushino waving her hand, summoning the proprietress and skillfully instructing her to note the bill for payment at the month's end. It dawned on them that this young lady possessed a whole street's worth of assets in the village, indeed a true Konoha heiress. Lord Danzō, do you have any plans moving forward? Upon exiting the shop, Jiraiya lamented, his expression sorrowful, reflecting on his own lack of wealth. Observing that Danzō showed no inclination to leave, Jiraiya forced a smile and ventured to inquire, "Are you hinting for me to take my leave?" Glancing at the time, he realized it was indeed getting late. Danzō reached out, patting Minato's head. "Lord Danzō?" Minato questioned, puzzled as to why the Hokage's advisor would initiate such an affectionate gesture. The texture is rather pleasant. This was a splendid opportunity to foster goodwill with Minato, and Danzō, adopting a mysterious tone, spoke. "Encountering you today signifies a certain destiny between us. Would you care to join me in my endeavors?" Konoha shinobi. Nonsense. Don't listen to him. He said the same when he seized my cane. Wolfing Watergate cast a somewhat troubled glance at Jiraiya. He had originally intended to train with him today. "I am truly sorry, Lord Danzō, but I have made prior arrangements with Lord Jiraiya." Danzō gazed at Wolfing Watergate with surprise, not anticipating such a resolute refusal. However, he soon came to terms with it, for this was indeed characteristic of Wolfing Watergate. "Very well, let it be. We shall meet another day." With that, he gave Wolfing Watergate's hair a final fond ruffle, remarking to himself on its delightful texture. After departing, Danzō, disinterested and lingering, returned to the root base. It had been some time. He wondered if Orochimaru was still lost in contemplation of the meaning of life. "Never mind, I shall head directly to the research department. I suspect Orochimaru will emerge from his reverie and join me there." Contemplating this, Danzō quickened his pace toward the research department. As anticipated, Orochimaru appeared to have been waiting there for quite some time. "Lord Danzō, your cane," Orochimaru said, presenting the cane with a faint smile gracing his pale visage. "Ah, it seems you have come to a realization?" "Indeed, I wish to perceive the meaning of life through my own eyes." For Orochimaru, the allure of immortality was undeniably profound. He was not one to relinquish hope so easily. "By the way, I have an intriguing research proposal. Are you interested?" "Please. Do tell, Lord Danzō. Follow me." Leaning on his cane, Danzō led Orochimaru back to the office, where he elucidated the upcoming research on the cells of Hashirama. "Orochimaru, the research is entirely in your hands. Simply express what you require. And, under no circumstances should Konoha villagers be used for human experimentation. These are wartime conditions. And we are not lacking in materials." As a precaution, Danzō issued a subtle warning, implying that any subjects not from Konoha would be permissible. Clearly, Orochimaru understood Danzō's implication. Nodding in acknowledgement, the two conversed late into the night. To ensnare Orochimaru further, Danzō even drew upon his knowledge of mathematics and science from before his transmigration. To his surprise, this proved unexpectedly effective. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to delve into an array of probing academic inquiries. One could only marvel at his obsession with science, as Danzō wryly engaged in the conversation, realizing he was merely skimming the surface of the subject. Fortunately, just as he felt he could endure no longer, the Uchiha sisters, Shirue and her younger sibling, returned. They proceeded to the research department, where Uchiha Shirue unfurled a scroll, revealing the skeletal remains of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Are these truly the remains of the first and second Hokage? Orochimaru gazed obsessively at the skeletal remains laid out on the experimental table, the armor hinting at their former identities. "Lord Danzō, we shall take our leave for a bath. We feel rather unclean." "Very well, go ahead." With Danzō's permission, Uchiha Shirue promptly seized her dreamy-eyed sister, disregarding her protests as she dragged her away. Gazing intently at the two lifeless bodies, Orochimaru, with an insatiable hunger reflected in his eyes, caused Danzō to shudder. This. Orochimaru, truly you are something else. Unfazed by the grotesque scene before you, it is more frightening than encountering a beautiful woman. The thirst is palpable. With a face full of disdain, Danzō silently distanced himself from the two, lightly tapping his cane on the ground. All personnel in the research department, from this moment forth, shall heed Orochimaru's commands. You are to fully cooperate with his research without fail. "Yes, Lord Danzō." Hearing the response, Danzō nodded in satisfaction. After delivering these instructions, he cast a glance at the still raving Orochimaru before he exited the research department. Time flew by, and 3 months later, the Third Hokage, alongside Chiyo, initiated a full-scale offensive. Tsunade was unable to withstand the onslaught, and, gravely wounded, was sent back to the village. On the front lines, only Kakashi was left to desperately hold the situation together. In order to secure a swift victory in this war, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no choice but to dispatch Tsunade for reinforcements. What is it? On this day, Danzō, absorbed in studying the ninjutsu scroll left by Hashirama Senju, sensed a presence before him and, without looking up, spoke in a detached manner. Lord Danzō, the Hokage has sent someone to summon you. Uchiha Tsukuyami stated calmly. Understood, you may leave. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Tsukuyami cast a deep glance before turning to depart. Soon, Danzō arrived alone at the entrance of the Hokage's office. The Umbo member on guard, upon seeing Danzō, hastily opened the door with due respect. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Hiruzen Sarutobi seated at the Hokage's desk alongside Mito Gate and a mummy. Indeed, following Mito Gate, Tsunade had also donned a mummy disguise. Should an unsuspecting individual stumble in, they might mistakenly believe that the Hokage harbored some peculiar obsession with odd collections. Suppressing the upward curl of his lips, Danzō endeavored to conceal his amusement. He quickly made his way to the only available seat, positioned closest to Hiruzen Sarutobi, and took his place. Seeing the members of the Konoha F4 gathered once more, Hiruzen Sarutobi beamed with joy. Excellent. At last, we need not work late into the night. Occasionally, the role of the advisor is of great significance, especially with the pile of documents that has accumulated during this period. Hiruzen unceremoniously dispatched them to the administration department, typically assigning the workload to Mito Gate and Tsunade. In a buoyant mood, Hiruzen spoke with a light-hearted tone. Now that everyone is present, shall we commence? In a routine manner, he inquired before picking up a document from the table and handing it to Danzō, who sat closest to him. The document provided a detailed account of Jiraiya's recent negotiations with the Cloud Village. In the Land of Water, both parties engaged in amicable discussions in the Third Hokage. Intimidated by the threat posed by Konoha, reluctantly signed a treaty. This treaty stipulated that from the moment of its signing, the Land of Water would fall under the sphere of influence of the Land of Fire. All assignments issued by the Land of Soup are prioritized for acceptance by the ninjas of Konohagakure. The Third Hokage and Jiraiya have mutually signed and sealed a treaty, dividing it into 2 copies, each village retaining one. What nonsense is this? The opinion of the Land of Soup? Do they dare to voice any objections? Danzō handed the documents in his hand to the 2 elder advisors beside him, their faces reflecting satisfaction. Jiraiya performed admirably and should be rewarded. Mito Minion spoke first. Very well, I shall handle this. Such matters are easily managed. Mito Minion can simply draft a request for funds, which then requires the signature of the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Next comes this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen produced another document, even more extensive than the last, and presented it to Danzō for review. This document contained weighty matters. The first thing that caught the eye was the successful repulsion of the Third Hokage in Chiyo by Kakashi Hitaki and Tsunade Senju on the front lines. Consequently, the morale-bereft forces of the Sand Village were thoroughly expelled from the Land of Rivers. Recognizing their dire situation, the Sand Village had no choice but to request a temporary ceasefire and prepare for bilateral negotiations to establish a peace agreement. Ultimately, the Sand Village capitulated. Though they would not admit it, in the eyes of the world, their proactive call for a truce signified defeat. The ensuing negotiations would revolve around territorial concessions and the surrender of benefits in exchange for the withdrawal of Konohagakure's troops. Mito Minion and T-Ka Shizun displayed expressions of delight, astonished that 2 favorable pieces of news could emerge in a single day. Hiruzen, what conditions do you intend to propose to the Sand Village? Mito Minion inquired tentatively. In his view, Konohagakure had invested both finances and personnel in this war. Failing to extract a substantial price from the Sand Village would be utterly unjust. Well, Upon hearing his friend's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively took a few puffs from his pipe. The war has inflicted irreparable losses on both sides. I suggest that our conditions for the Sand Village should not be excessively harsh, with the aim of swiftly concluding hostilities. If possible, how about we directly reach an unconditional peace? This. Mito Minion and T-Ka Shizun hesitated. Danzō was taken aback. What? As the victors of this war, Konohagakure is proposing unconditional peace? What was the point of exerting such effort to win this battle? Are we simply idle? Just as Danzō was preparing to voice his opposition, he heard someone else express their discontent first. No, I oppose. Startled by the sudden outburst, Danzō looked in astonishment at the indignant duo of advisors. What the hell? Are you two out of your minds? Why the shouting? Have you lost your senses? Internally cursing, Danzō shifted in his chair, straining to listen and observe the unfolding situation. Rijan, do you have any idea the extent of the damage that the Sand Village has inflicted upon our Konoha village during this period? Do you? Mito-min exclaimed, his voice rising in a furious crescendo. Last time, you reached an unconditional peace with the Rain Village in such a manner. Will you continue this approach now? As his tone grew increasingly frantic, words flew from his mouth like bullets from a machine gun. And he struggled to rise from his chair. For heaven's sake, could you not be so close? You're splattering me with your spittle. Danzō disdainfully raised his left arm, attempting to shield himself from the verbal onslaught. Meanwhile, Tsuken Komatsu, anxious, interjected with encouragement. Indeed, Rijan, look at my injuries. We cannot let the Sand Village off so easily. After displaying the bandages wrapped around his body, both advisors stood united in their stance. Must your reaction be so extreme? Sarutobi Rijan discerned that the two were merely resentful after having endured a beating. Ever since he ascended to the position of Hokage, these two had been comfortably ensconced in the office, far removed from the rigors of battle. It had been ages since they had faced such trials, and now, having returned from the battlefield in a state barely recognizable, who could blame them for their bitterness? Soon, Mito-min and Tsuken Komatsu volleyed their grievances towards Sarutobi Rijan. Danzō hastily stood up, feigning mediation, though his cheerful demeanor betrayed him. It was amusing to witness the two of them united against a common foe. Indeed, Pain had been correct. Only through suffering could one truly grasp the pain of defeat. Amidst this, Danzō inadvertently chuckled, drawing the keen attention of Sarutobi Rijan. What are you laughing at? He queried sharply. Danzō, have you become too complacent lately? While I am besieged, and you offer no support, you dare to laugh. Sarutobi Rijan recalled how, in recent times, Danzō had neglected his duties under the guise of researching Hashirama's cells, avoiding paperwork and skipping the Jonin meetings. Instead frolicking about the commercial district with two young girls from the Uchiha clan, as if on a honeymoon. This thought incensed him further. Determined to assign Danzō a task, Sarutobi Rijan swiftly turned his ire towards him. Since you express such strong opposition, let us assign this matter to Danzō. If you believe me to be weak, I shall entrust the negotiations to the infamous schemer, Danzō. What? What do you mean? Danzō exclaimed, leaping up and gesticulating wildly, utterly at a loss for words. What an absurd predicament. I can't even enjoy the show. Mito-min and Tsuken Komatsu quickly calculated in their minds. Their animosity towards the Sand Village was undeniable. Yet they had not anticipated such a drastic measure. After all, what sort of man was Danzō? In the esteemed village of Konoha, there exists a notorious figure. A master of subterfuge, whose days are consumed by schemes and plots. In his realm, the nuances of human relationships are non-existent. Only machinations and brutal confrontations prevail. Would it be prudent to entrust him with negotiations? One could easily envision him laying explosive traps to eliminate his adversaries or orchestrating ambushes with his rude operatives. Launching an assault upon the third Hokage the moment he makes an appearance, subsequently ensnaring him in a jinjutsu. Alternatively, in a more sinister twist, he could wield his tongue as a weapon, compelling the third Hokage to instigate conflict with other ninja villages, thus utterly devastating Sunagakure. Danzō, what a brilliant idea. Why didn't I think of that? As such thoughts spiraled into apprehension, the forehead of Mito Gate Inazuma glistened with beads of sweat, prompting him and his companion to urgently voice their concerns. However, before they could articulate their objections, they were interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who solemnly placed a reassuring hand upon Danzō's shoulder. I have full confidence in your capabilities, Danzō. You shall manage this affair. Hiruzen, if I recall correctly, Danzō lacks experience in negotiations, Tsunade remarked softly, carefully choosing her words. Lacks experience? Have you forgotten that I was the one who negotiated with the noble clans when Hiruzen assumed the mantle of Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen countered, his gaze fixed incredulously upon Tsunade. Tsunade, it seems your memory has faltered. Should we find a moment of respite, I could ask Tsunade to examine you. Perhaps your head injury has affected your cognition. Feeling the weight of Hiruzen's pitying gaze, Tsunade nearly choked on her indignation. You insufferable monkey. It is your intellect that has faltered, along with your entire lineage. How dare you call that a negotiation? Have you forgotten the incident when Danzō, fully armed, invaded a clan leader's private quarters? The poor head of the Oil Girl clan was merely engaged in a private moment with his wife, only to be met by masked Umbu brandishing kunai at his back. The shock had elicited an uncharacteristic shriek from the clan leader. the reverberations of which still echoed in the village hospital's mail department as he sought remedies for his plight. You truly believe that can be classified as a negotiation? It resembles intimidation far more closely. Yet, Tsunade dared not voice her thoughts, apprehensive that Danzō might respond with a literal interpretation of negotiation. Meanwhile, Midogate Inazuma, recalling that infamous episode, rolled his eyes and pondered a solution. Allowing Danzō to negotiate could be feasible, but let us appoint Nara Shikaku as his aide to accompany him. Yes, indeed. Let Nara Shikaku accompany him, and perhaps take along Kage, who could provide protection along the way. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly grasped the implications. Nara Shikaku, the father of Nara Shikamaru, currently heads the Nara clan, renowned for their intellectual prowess and exceptional strategic acumen. It is most fitting for him to serve as Toanzo's deputy, as it would conveniently prevent Toanzo, that old schemer, from engaging in any dubious maneuvers or making unreasonable demands. As for the inclusion of Akimichi Torikase, it is primarily due to his composed demeanor and the fact that he shares a lineage with the others. He is perfectly suited to keep Toanzo in check. Well, what do you think, Danzō? Sarutobi Hiruzen deeply inhaled from his pipe, weighing the pros and cons, before ultimately glancing at his close friend. The implication was clear. If Toanzo was reluctant and insisted on going himself, they would acquiesce to Toanzo's wishes. Toanzo, with a grimace, protested unwillingly, I can't. No way. Toanzo. Damn it. Just as he had begun to voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by the three. And it seemed that today's affair was inevitable. Sigh. What on earth is this? One should not laugh at the spectacle of others' misfortunes. Now, having stirred up quite the commotion, he found himself embroiled in it. Well then, may I? Apologies, but no, you cannot. If you bring along those two girls from the Uchiha clan, one might mistakenly think you are off on a honeymoon trip. Sarutobi Hiruzen once again coldly dismissed him, not allowing Toanzo a moment to retort. Every day, you just laze about, wandering with a couple of girls. Little did you expect, the moment Toanzo bent down. I knew what mischief was afoot. Mido Minion and Nara Shikaku exchanged bewildered glances at Sarutobi Hiruzen, their curiosity ablaze, nearly etched upon their faces. Oh right. You two are still unaware. It's about Toanzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen grinned slyly, intending to divulge the secret concerning his close friend and the two Uchiha girls. Toanzo quickly dashed over, covering his mouth to prevent him from speaking. Hey, you dare utter a word, and I will make you pay for it. Fine. I'll go right now. Muffled, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded vigorously, prompting Toanzo to release his grip. Goodness, if you spill the beans, how will I be able to navigate Konoha? Since you've forbidden me to speak. I shall do so anyway. It's quite embarrassing at this age. There must be something Toanzo is hiding, once he departs. I shall inquire what that secret is. The three, each with their own thoughts, reached a temporary consensus to set the matter aside for now. By the way, remember to secure that scorch-release ninja named Yakura during this negotiation. We must ensure she remains steadfastly with us in Konoha. Understood. You need not worry about her. I will find a way to bring her over. As Sarutobi Hiruzen crushed the ash from his cigarette, he was very pleased with Toanzo's response. Now, Toanzo, remember not to push too hard. Sarutobi Hiruzen reiterated earnestly. Yes, one must place trust in Rokichi and Torikase. Consult with them if any issues arise. Indeed. After all, you are the Hokage's advisor. It is acceptable to delegate certain matters to those beneath you. Unbeknownst to the three, they had inadvertently forged a united front, prompting a weary roll of the eyes from Danzō. Regardless of their discourse, he acquiesced to their request without hesitation. Agreeing was one matter. Executing the agreement was quite another. He chuckled to himself. One could only hope that no chaos would ensue. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of uncertainty, in a moment of frustration. He had entrusted the negotiations to Danzō, yet a lingering worry gnawed at him. With the presence of Shino and the addition of a deer, nothing untoward should occur. Right? With an anxious mind wandering through a labyrinth of thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen affixed his signature to the document and passed it to Danzō for review. By the way, Danzō, how is the research on Lord Hashirama's cells progressing? He inquired, noticing Danzō poring over the papers. Let me think. Yes, I recall now. There are currently 67 potted plants arranged outside the entrance to the Roots facility. Danzō paused, contemplating for a moment. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, shaking his head with a sense of disappointment. Thankfully, no volunteers had been mobilized for the experiment. The potted plants Danzō referred to were, in fact, experimental mice injected with cell fluid. Each of these mice, without exception, had rapidly transformed into various types of flora post-injection of Hashirama cells, following the principle of minimizing waste. The personnel at the Roots lab had transplanted these plants into pots, placing them decoratively outside the entrance. Even a specimen had found its way onto the table in the rooms of Danzō and the Uchiha sisters. He even contemplated whether to gift the latest potted plant to Sarutobi Hiruzen's son. Ultimately, he decided against it, fearing Hiruzen might engage him in a philosophical discussion about life. Nevertheless, the power of Hashirama's cells was undeniably formidable. One couldn't help but wonder how Orochimaru had successfully conducted his research in the original anime. After all, anime seldom provided clear explanations. Progress through mere trial and error appeared exceedingly challenging. One could only lament the plight of Orochimaru, who toiled through sleepless nights, nearly exhausting himself to the point of madness. Should he perhaps consider experimenting with the cells of Senju Tobirama or the Uzumaki clan? If that proved futile, a concoction involving the Hyuga and Uchiha clans could be arranged. Surely, one could suppress Hashirama's cells that way. He would relay this to Orochimaru and suggest he give it a try. If all else fails, he could always resort to pilfering the white zetsu from the grave of the old man. He recalled that it was said to contain Hashirama's cells. Continue your efforts concerning Lord Hashirama's cells. Do remember to report any progress. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt there was little more to discuss. After offering Danzō a few encouraging words, he decided to adjourn the meeting. Observing this, the two elder advisors made to leave, albeit with some trepidation. However, Danzō remained unhurried, seated firmly in his place. As per tradition, after each meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen would engage him in a private conversation. Danzō, don't rush off just yet. I still have matters to discuss with you. As expected, Hiruzen's voice rang out, confirming the anticipated exchange. The two advisors simultaneously rolled their eyes and shook their heads in resignation. After every meeting, they always engaged in hushed conversations. Didn't they ever tire of it? It was rumored that sometimes, even late at night, Hiruzen would summon Danzō for private discussions, leaving one to wonder what exactly was transpiring. No wonder the village was rife with passionate rumors about the two. Ugh, how revolting. Midokaden and Tsurugi Kohara wickedly entertained their own imaginations, casually closing the office door to create a private space for the duo. Once they estimated the two had wandered far enough, Hiruzen relaxed completely in his chair, gently massaging his temples to alleviate fatigue. What is the matter? Hiruzen, is there something else on your mind? Danzō asked, his tone laced with curiosity. You've been running the Umbu training department for quite some time now, yet I've seen no influx of personnel from your end. Upon hearing Hiruzen's leisurely remark, Danzō felt a rush of annoyance. What? Personnel? Surely you jest. You haven't given me a single shinobi, yet you expect me to provide you with recruits? It's utterly absurd. Those recruits are acquired from various clans, and the funds are my own investment in their training. You contributed nothing, so naturally they remain under my command, Danzō retorted with indignation, casting Hiruzen a scornful glance. Is that so? Yet I recall only approving for squads for you, amounting to a mere 16 personnel. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow and continued. But now, counting Orochimaru and others, you probably have over 40, wouldn't you agree? Such a situation could easily be construed as insurrection. However, Danzō detected no malice in Hiruzen's words. Oh, is there something you wish to discuss? Danzō quickly discerned Hiruzen's true intentions. Enough of the pretense, just say what you need. Do you think I could be intimidated by you? Danzō snapped, unwilling to dance around the topic. Ha ha ha, truly you are my friend. It is you who understands me best, Danzō. Observing Hiruzen's clumsy performance, Danzō chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting his next words. The war is nearing its end, and I intend to separate your route from the Umbu training department. Rubbing his hands together, Hiruzen articulated his objective. From now on, I will delegate the affairs of the Umbu training department to others, while you manage your route as you see fit. Our Umbu will operate independently. You train your men, and I shall train mine. To ensure fairness, I will expand your route's personnel count to 10 squads. How does that sound? Before Danzō could respond, Hiruzen added, of course, while the personnel structure is no issue, funding is another matter. There is none. Initially, due to the urgent wartime circumstances and the absence of Midokaden, who had gone to the battlefield, Hiruzen had failed to allocate funds to Danzō. However, he later realized that despite his lack of financial support, Danzō had effectively managed the route. In fact, the provisions there had surpassed those of his own operations. and he had even heard rumors of various subsidies recently being implemented. This realization ignited a notion of exploiting the situation in Hiruzuna's mind. Danzō pondered for a moment and grasped the other's intentions. Goodness, this cunning monkey intends to exploit his position for personal gain. Although Danzō discerned Sarutobi Hiruzen's motives, upon further reflection, it seemed he was not at a significant disadvantage. True, he had lost the financial support from the Hidden Leaf Village. But had he ever received any funds since his arrival in this world? What nonsense! You claim that Danzō's wealth belongs to the Shimura clan? Heh, as the head of the Shimura clan, that money is essentially mine. There's no flaw in that logic. Speaking of which, where has Kakuza been lately? It has been ages since he was last seen at the root base. I should send Sakiyo to find him and urge him to acquire more funds. After all, money is always welcome. As Danzō gradually fell into contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from pressing him. Instead, he discreetly retrieved his cherished pipe, preparing to indulge in a few puffs. Hiss, wait a moment, something feels off. That deceitful monkey must be concealing something from me. Confident that Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal posed no threat to him, Danzō wore an expression of skepticism. Surely, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not have suddenly become so benevolent. He must have ulterior motives concerning my finances. This man presents a facade of amiability while harboring ulterior motives, always playing a dual game. Nonsense. We are dear friends. Bonded over many years, can't we cultivate a modicum of trust between us? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, visibly pained, even setting aside his pipe as if the man before him had uttered the most egregious words. Come now, am I not aware of your true nature? Unexpectedly, Danzō was not swayed by his theatrics. He insisted on uncovering any hidden agendas before he would relent, realizing he could not evade the matter any longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and prepared to speak candidly. After all, given the nature of their relationship, this was something Danzō would inevitably uncover. I intend to have Shino manage the new Umbu training department. Shino? Sarutobi's eldest son? Ah, yes, the father of Konohamaru, by lineage. He is even my grandnephew. Upon hearing this, Danzō quickly understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions. You wish to pave a path for him, do you? Very well, since we have reached this point. It would be somewhat ungracious of me to refuse. Acknowledging the true purpose behind the request, Danzō nodded in agreement. But let me be clear, do not misconstrue this. My acquiescence is not for your sake. At this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face brightened with joy, reaching out to grasp Danzō's hand. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Seeing this, Danzō glared and hastily swatted his hand away. At our age, such behavior is unbecoming. After all, we are both mature men. What exactly are you attempting? Ugh, get away. You fool. Get back. Get back. Fool? What fool? Aha, I am merely overjoyed. Although his hand was brushed aside, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he smiled amiably at Danzō. What do you think? Would you like to come over to my house for a drink later? It just so happens that Lake Biwa is not home. Ha ha ha. In response to Hiruzen's invitation, Danzō promptly declined. Damn it. That monkey is acting strange, as if he's inviting me to check out his grand residence. I can't afford to provoke him, nor can I simply avoid him. Besides, I still need to contemplate how to negotiate with the Sunagakure side. Who has time to indulge with this dubious, suave monkey? Thus, Danzō decisively rejected Sarutobi Hiruzen. No, I have matters to attend to, perhaps next time. After discussing a few more details with Hiruzen, Danzō finally rose to leave. As he watched his good friend depart, Hiruzen's smile gradually faded, replaced by a solemn expression. Rising to his feet and confirming that Danzō had exited through the front door, Hiruzen spoke in a low voice. Come out, Saru. As the words fell, a masked Umbu member appeared instantaneously behind him. Remove your mask. Sensing the presence behind him, Hiruzen turned and instructed. The Umbu member obediently removed his mask, revealing a youthful visage. Upon seeing the familiar features reminiscent of his own youth, Hiruzen's eyes softened with affection. Indeed, this was his eldest son, Sarutobi Shino, the father of Konohamaru. Hiruzen approached gently and patted his son's shoulder. I have already spoken with Danzō. Henceforth, you will serve as the chief instructor of the Umbu training department. The Umbu is a military force directly under the Hokage's authority, requiring only Hiruzen's authorization. Therefore, he did not need to report to the advisors, Mito Kazumi and T. Kaken. As for funding, it came from a regular annual allocation to the Hokage without designated purposes. This was originally established by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, for the sake of convenience in his private affairs. The finance department only needed to disburse the funds periodically. In the past, Senju Tobarama had set up several special funds, such as research grants to facilitate his scientific endeavors and surveillance subsidies to motivate monitoring of the Uchiha clan. However, these funds were gradually abolished with Hiruzen's ascension, leaving only this non-designated allocation for the Hokage. Yes, Hokage-sama, Sarutobi Shino replied, bowing his head solemnly. As the war was drawing to a close, the village had lost numerous shinobi and left many orphans bereft of support. It was imperative to select children among them who possessed the will of fire. Only in this way could Konoha thrive eternally. From today onward, you will formally detach from the operational roster of the Umbu. As for the other instructors and personnel, you need not worry. I will arrange everything. Hiruzen meticulously conveyed all necessary details to his son. Finally, with heartfelt sincerity, Hiruzen remarked, "The future of the village rests upon your shoulders." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Shino's gaze hardened with determination. "Yes, Hokage-sama, I shall not fail your expectations." With a wave of his hand, he signaled for the other to depart. Sarutobi Izashi then let out a sigh of relief as he settled into the Hokage's office chair. Thus, the integrity of the Umbu had been further assured. Sarutobi Izashi mused to himself as he retrieved his pipe, lighting it and inhaling deeply, exhaling wisps of smoke. Recently, Mito Minyen and T-Rune Koharu had grown increasingly audacious, while Danzo's temperament had inexplicably shifted, no longer shrouded in his former darkness. He seemed to have ceased his incessant yearning for the Hokage's position. Instead, he focused solely on his tasks, all seemingly for the betterment of Konoha. This shift in their rapport inevitably drew their relationship back to the days of their youth. However, I would be rather pleased if he remained this way. After departing from the Hokage's office, Danzō returned to his base at Route, making his way directly to the research department. Upon pushing open the door, he happened upon Orochimaru, who was intently examining an instrument assigned under Danzo's command. Orochimaru had not been dispatched to the front lines but remained at Route, diligently experimenting with Hashirama's cells. Ahem, Orochimaru, I have a bold idea, Danzō began, stepping forward as Orochimaru appeared engrossed in his work. Sighing, Orochimaru interjected, "You need not speak. I already know what you intend to propose." He produced a syringe filled with a pale red liquid. "Lord Danzō, you must be considering using other cells to suppress Hashirama's cells. Am I correct?" "Coincidentally, I was contemplating the same. This is a concoction I have just created, a blend of Hashirama, Uzumaki, Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga cells." As he explained, he moved toward a nearby rodent enclosure, extracting a small white mouse and injecting the liquid into its body before placing it in a separate cage. Before long, the mouse writhed in agony, squeaking and thrashing about, only to explode moments later, transforming into a flourishing cactus, specimen number 68. A beautiful young researcher adeptly took notes in a small notebook, muttering her observations. "Oh, wait." Danzō stared in bewilderment at the scene unfolding before him. "Lord Danzō, did you witness that? Whatever you can conceive, we have already tested. If you truly find yourself with idle hands, perhaps you should seek out your 2 Uchiha companions to stroll through the village's commercial district. Please refrain from disrupting our vital work, if you would." With that, without waiting for Danzo's response, Orochimaru ushered him out of the research department. As Danzō stood before the firmly shut door, his cane tucked under his arm and a freshly crafted potted plant cradled in his hands, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. What kind of situation was this? Being expelled by his own subordinate? Thankfully, no one had witnessed it. Otherwise, how would he maintain his reputation? "Ah, Lord Danzō, what brings you here?" As the voice of Shounen echoed behind him, Danzo's eyes twitched at the corners. "Humph, you know too much." Turning around, Danzo's expression darkened as he contemplated how to punish the unfortunate Shounen who had crossed his path. The juxtaposition of his benevolent gaze and lecherous demeanor sent chills down Shaunan's spine. "Danzō-sama, please don't," she cried out in terror, accompanied by Shaunan's wails. The malevolent Danzō approached with a wicked grin. Ultimately, the pitiful Shounen, clutching her swollen backside, limped away in tears. Alas, what could he do? After all, she was his own. A minor punishment would suffice. It was not Danzo's fault for being kind-hearted. One could only blame Shounen for wandering around the base and encountering him in such an awkward situation instead of playing with her friends. Shaking his head, Danzō inhaled the lingering fragrance from his hand, picked up his fallen cane and potted plant, and leisurely departed. As he passed by the training grounds, he paused to observe the young trainees and offered guidance to Yahiko and Nagato regarding their ninjutsu. Finally, under Xiaonan's mortified gaze. He sheepishly handed her the cactus plant before leaving the group of young trainees behind. On the front lines of the Land of Rivers battlefield, Kakashi received a message from the Third Hokage, informing him that the village had agreed to negotiate with Sunagakure. He was instructed to keep his forces on standby. Upon reading the letter, Kakashi sighed in relief, his demeanor relaxing. At last, the war was nearing its end. The prolonged conflict had taken its toll, even on him. Not to mention he was simultaneously facing the renowned strongest Kazekage and the puppet master, Chiyo, known for her toxic expertise, summoning an underling. He instructed him to inform Tsunade of the news. He then turned to the Umbu member who delivered the message, inquiring about the negotiators. Do you know which esteemed figure from the village will be negotiating with Sunagakure? The Umbu ninja replied respectfully, Report, Lord Kakashi, the negotiator is Danzō-sama, accompanied by Lords Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza. Upon hearing Danzō's name, Kakashi visibly paused, his expression growing complex. What is this? Danzō is the one negotiating? Is the Third Hokage preparing to obliterate Sunagakure? The Umbu ninja produced another letter from his robes, presenting it to Kakashi. Lord Kakashi, this is a letter from your wife. Taking the letter and thanking the messenger, Kakashi refrained from opening it immediately. The Umbu ninja, sensing the moment, swiftly departed. Once assured of his solitude, Kakashi finally tore open the letter. Upon seeing the familiar handwriting, a smile of solace crossed his face. Before his deployment, his wife had already been quite pregnant. For the safety of the village, he had sacrificed the time he could have spent with her to fight on the battlefield. Now, his wife informed him in the letter that their child had been born, a boy. She hoped Kakashi would choose a name for their son and return home safely at the earliest opportunity. Naming, I pondered for a moment. After a brief contemplation, Hatake Tsukumo swiftly resolved upon the name for his child. Kakashi, Hatake Kakashi, indeed, a splendid name, and thus it was settled. With the name confirmed, a smile graced Tsukumo's face as he took up his pen to write a letter to his wife. When the ANBU messenger returned to Konohagakure with Tsukumo's reply, he also brought along an envoy from Sunagakure. After informing them of the time and place for negotiations, the envoy hurriedly departed from the village. The Naraka Plain in the Land of Rivers, was it? Its flat terrain rendered it unsuitable for ambush, thus it should be safe. Nara Shikachi, sporting a pineapple hairstyle and a pair of small mustaches, unfurled a map to locate the negotiation site. Upon hearing this, Danzō leaned in to scrutinize the map as well. The map indicated that the Naraka Plain lay to the southeast of the Land of Rivers, with a river to the north and a cliff to the south. Indeed, it was not a place for an ambush. However, nothing is absolute. What if a ninja lay in wait underground, using earth techniques to ensnare their prey? For instance, the bandits from Iwagakure excelled in such tactics. Shikachi clearly shared this concern. Lord Danzō, just to be safe, it would be prudent for Lord Tsukumo to dispatch sensory ninjas to accompany us. Upon hearing Shikachi's words, Danzō nodded in agreement. Better to be cautious than to be caught off guard. After all, the second Hokage had fallen prey to an ambush. What if the Sunagakure faction decided to act irrationally? Senju Tobarama had also thought, being invited by the second Raikage, that nothing could possibly go awry. Clinging to the notion that the Raikage would act honorably, he brought along his disciples, only to discover that the ambush was not orchestrated by the Raikage himself, but rather by the notorious brothers, Kin and Jin. Ironically, the second Raikage had harbored the same thoughts and met his demise, even before Tobarama. That settled, the two unfortunate souls departed together, seeking solace in the afterlife. Later that evening, Danzō returned to the root base and bid a brief farewell to the Uchiha sisters, elaborating on his upcoming negotiations with Sunagakure. Upon learning that Danzō was to embark on a journey, the sisters expressed their eagerness to accompany him. However, upon discovering that Danzō would be traveling alone, Uchiha Suki erupted in a fit of complaints. As for Uchiha Koyo, her Sharingan evolved from 2 to 3 tomo, a testament to the strength of love. Danzō, feeling helpless, resorted to sweet-talking the two women until the late hours of the night, managing to appease them reluctantly. Ultimately, after entrusting them with the management of Root in his absence, the beleaguered Danzō found himself banished to the couch as the two women claimed the bed, with no choice but to endure the night on the sofa. He fled at dawn, evading the sisters' forlorn gazes. Danzō, alas, yet another day of wit and valor, guarding my virtue a most arduous existence. At the entrance of Konohagakure, after a somewhat modest farewell ceremony, Danzō and his entourage set forth on their journey to negotiate. In the team, apart from the originally planned Danzō, Nara Shikaku, and Akimichi Choza, An additional member, the elite Jonin Yuhi Kurenai, was included as a guardian. At the rear of the group were 3 masked ninjas, dressed as members of the Umbu. Among them, one was clearly a girl, who was none other than Yakura. The reason for her presence in Danzō's team was, of course, due to the forthcoming plan devised specifically for her. As the protagonist, how could she not make an appearance? Danzō, having meticulously crafted his strategy in his mind, revealed an expression of unwavering determination. How could a true man win a girl's heart through deceit? Obviously, it must be through honorable means. Only by adhering to propriety could one face challenges. Well, that was idle chatter. It was purely a matter of wanting to maintain control over his subordinates without resorting to malicious tactics. He found himself playing with the situation rather disrespectfully. Never mind, he decided. If he could avoid it in the future, he would strive to do so. As Danzō pondered, he led the team onward. At this moment, in Konohagakure, there were no visible enemies remaining. Thus, the journey proceeded remarkably smoothly with not even a bandit in sight. However, due to Yakura's chakra being sealed, she could only rely on her physical strength to keep pace. Ultimately, Danzō's group took 3 days to reach the encampment of Hatake Tsukumo, with just 1 day remaining before the negotiations began. Upon arriving, they were greeted by the eagerly awaited Hatake Tsukumo, who had received news ahead of time. Danzō quickly donned a smile, hastening forward to grasp Tsukumo's hand. Mimicking the style of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he acknowledged the achievements of the ninjas present and issued a series of empty promises, eliciting cheers from all around. Thus, amidst the crowd's adulation, Danzō entered Tsukumo's tent. Looking at the somewhat modest tent before him, Danzō felt a wave of emotions. How splendid it would have been to have a wood-release ninja around, who could conjure a charming little villa instead. Once the matters here concluded, he would have to take the time to seek out Yamato, who was still an infant. Mastering the technique of a 3-room apartment was something he deemed essential for his foundation. Lord Danzō, may I inquire if there is anything we need to do regarding this negotiation? After the pleasantries had been exchanged and the theatrics had played out, Tsukumo was the first to speak, ready to discuss serious matters. Though he harbored many questions about why the Third Hokage had dispatched Danzō, ultimately, he could only reassure himself that perhaps the higher-ups had other arrangements in mind. After all, Tsukumo's greatest virtue was his obedience to orders. Nothing much. Just ensure the security is well managed, Danzō replied without much contemplation. He could discern the underlying implication. He had no intention of causing any trouble during this negotiation. Seeing that Danzō did not plan to engage in any underhanded dealings, Tsukumo felt a sense of relief. After such an extended period of conflict, they, the frontline ninjas, had become utterly weary of war. The comrades beside him are continually sacrificing themselves. Sometimes, a friend who greeted you warmly during the day is reduced to mere fragments by the time you next meet. Such occurrences are all too common on the battlefield, leaving Hatake Tsukumo's heart heavy with sorrow. Though he presents a facade of resilience, he is, in truth, a man of profound sensitivity. Those who have fought alongside Hatake Tsukumo are well aware that, in his heart, the lives of his comrades far outweigh his own. It is this very quality that has earned him the respect of all the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village on the battlefield. Observing Hatake Tsukumo before him, Danzō could not help but reflect. Is this the legendary White Fang of the Leaf? What a pity to have ultimately fallen victim to the machinations of village gossip. Perhaps, after the war, I could recruit him at the root? I wonder if Sarutobi Hiruzen would be willing to let him go. With thoughts of persuasion brewing in his mind, Danzō chose not to hastily conclude their conversation. Instead, he engaged in casual banter, cultivating a sense of camaraderie. Though Hatake Tsukumo found it peculiar, he felt too embarrassed to decline. Eventually, after an hour, the two emerged from the tent, laughing and conversing amiably. In high spirits, Danzō made his way to the resting place of Yakumo. What brings you here? Is there something you need? Yakumo, removing her mask, regarded him with icy eyes and an unfriendly tone. Leaning on his cane, Danzō patiently spoke. Tomorrow, I will take you with me to the negotiations with the Sand Village. Once the discussions conclude, whether you choose to accompany me or return to the Sand Village, I will no longer interfere with your decision. Upon hearing Danzō's words, Yakumo looked at him as if he were a fool. Was he out of his mind, or simply foolish to think she would choose to follow him? Though she was a war orphan with no relatives in the Sand Village, what reason had she to accompany him and serve the Leaf Village? Yakumo was acutely aware of Danzō's intentions to recruit her. After all, which captives were treated to regular meals, even better than what she received in the Sand Village. Moreover, she resided in a spacious villa with 3 rooms and a hall, attended by a female member of the root organization. To be fair, the living conditions in the Leaf Village were indeed superior to those in the Sand Village, but that could not serve as justification for her betrayal. The education Yakumo had received over the years instilled in her a steadfast loyalty to her village. Thus, she perceived the elder's self-assured demeanor as an overestimation of his own appeal, entirely out of touch with reality. Understanding Yakumo's sentiments, Danzō said nothing further and departed from the scene. As he stepped outside, he encountered Tsunade approaching. Is that you, Lord Danzō? Tsunade naturally walked up to him. How have things been in the village? Is Kushina doing well? Has my brother caused any more trouble? Danzō relayed the situation regarding Naru. And upon learning that the two children had been playing with the root members without incident, Tsunade finally exhaled in relief. By the way, I've prepared a welcoming banquet for you this evening. Please remember to attend, Lord Danzō. Understood, he replied. Upon seeing Danzō nod in agreement, Tsunade departed to attend to her own matters. In the expansive plains, a large tent stood at its center, erected collaboratively by the ninjas of Sunagakure and Konohagakure ahead of their negotiations. At this moment, a multitude of ninjas from both sides congregated nearby, encircling the negotiating team as they awaited news from the sensing ninjas. After several meticulous confirmations by the sensing ninjas from both sides, ensuring no ambush lurked, the two negotiating parties cautiously entered the tent, taking their respective seats. At the long table, the high-ranking officials of Konohagakure and Sunagakure sat facing one another. Behind them, the ninjas tasked with security maintained stern expressions, their gazes fixed intently on each other. Naturally, Danzō occupied the foremost position for Konohagakure, flanked by Nara Shikaku with Akimichi Choza. Tsunade and the ninja responsible for recording the proceedings seated further back. Representing Sunagakure in negotiations was the familiar figure of Chiyo. Konohagakure demonstrated their prowess in negotiation by sending out the cunning old fox Danzō. Observing Danzō, who leaned heavily on his cane, wrapped in bandages and surveying his surroundings with a serious demeanor, Chiyo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She had anticipated the arrival of Mitokaze, only to find herself facing this old schemer instead. This was troubling, the already beleaguered and impoverished Sunagakure, having suffered losses on the battlefield, would surely find their situation exacerbated in the presence of such a formidable opponent. The war had inflicted severe losses on the unfortunate Sunagakure, leading to a dearth of talent, even causing her own son and daughter-in-law to perish. In contrast, Konohagakure emerged from the conflict with figures like the White Fang and the legendary three ninjas rising to prominence. Chiyo felt a deep concern for the future of Sunagakure, forcing herself to muster strength and adjust her demeanor in preparation for the impending negotiations. Surviving this trial was paramount. Under no circumstances could Sunagakure be relegated from the ranks of the 5 great shinobi villages during her tenure. With both parties now assembled, the negotiations were set to commence. Once all were seated, a Sunagakure ninja cleared his throat and spoke. Negotiations hinge upon seizing the initiative, and as the weaker party, Sunagakure naturally sought to gain the upper hand. Such intentions were transparent even to Danzō, who could deduce their stratagem with the utmost ease. Yet he chose not to dwell on it. As a larger village, Konohagakure aimed to showcase its magnanimity, allowing the smaller village a moment to display their tactics. Danzō remained silent, and naturally, the others from Konohagakure followed suit, watching as the Sunagakure ninja began his performance. Regarding this war, both Sunagakure and Konohagakure have suffered varying degrees of loss. To seek peace and cease hostilities, we have outlined several terms for your consideration. The speaking ninja, brimming with self-satisfaction, presented a scroll, his expression suggesting that its contents were a monumental boon for Konohagakure. Danzō could scarcely believe who the true defeated party was. Upon receiving the scroll and opening it, the first item nearly provoked him to leap up in indignation and strike someone. Suppressing his fury until the end, he managed to restrain himself from tearing the scroll apart. With a cold snort, he handed the scroll to Nara Shikaku beside him. Even someone as composed as Nara Shikaku, upon glimpsing its contents, instinctively thought that Sunagakure had lost its mind. Clearly written was the demand for Konohagakure to withdraw its forces from the land of rivers, with a promise never to set foot in the nation again. Furthermore, a compensation of 50 million ryo for the war losses of Sunagakure. Recognition of the land of rain as within the sphere of influence of Sunagakure. Acknowledgement of the southern region of the land of rivers as territory of the Wind Country. And Konohagakure's assistance in the reconstruction efforts of Sunagakure. In return, Sunagakure was willing to forge a brotherly alliance with Konohagakure. As he continued to pass the scroll along, Nara Shikaku displayed a polite smile, a testament to the excellent upbringing of the Nara family, which bestowed upon him remarkable composure. He regarded the smug Sunagakure ninja with an elegant demeanor, articulating his disdain with refined words. How utterly ridiculous! What folly is this? Do you take pride in such absurdity? His cordial, yet piercing remark struck at the heart of the matter. With Nara Shikaku's words, the Konoha ninjas, having read the treaty proposed by Sunagakure, erupted like a switch had been flipped, each offering jibes directed at the Sunagakure ninja's family. Their tone exuded the grace of a great nation, characterized by eloquent language and a gentlemanly demeanor. Tsunade, in a fit of rage, resembled an enraged lioness, standing atop the table and showering the opposing Sunagakure ninja with spittle. I can understand that Sunagakure's medical capabilities are lacking, but do you truly need me to treat your family's mental faculties? What nonsense is this? Is this the standard of conduct among you Konoha ninjas? Huh. Each of us in Konoha is courteous, unlike your crude Sunagakure. Indeed, look at Sunagakure. Perpetually adorned with headscarves, what is this? Is your head so poorly formed that it requires such careful protection? And you, covering half your face with a scarf. How long have you been barren? Aside from Danzō and Chiyo, both sides engaged in fervent yet friendly exchanges, gaining insights into each other's customs and occasionally expressing concern for each other's family health. Humph, we in Konoha shall never accept your treaty. With a sharp motion, a document was flung onto the table. Nara Shikaku produced a pre-prepared treaty from his robes. On the contrary, in this negotiation, your side must accept our terms. Receiving Konoha's treaty, Chiyo had already mentally prepared herself. A lioness share, is it? Such is the nature of negotiations. First, a condition that is impossible for you to fulfill, and then both parties engage in prolonged disputes. However, as she continued to read, her expression shifted. First among the demands was the compensation from Sunagakure to Konoha for the losses incurred during this conflict, including mobilization and supply costs, totaling 500 million ryo. Additionally, there was the unconditional release of the captured Konoha ninjas. In Sunagakure, the captured ninjas no longer demand ransom but require payment for their sustenance and medical expenses, amounting to 5,000 ryo per person per day until the cessation of hostilities. Additionally, the Konohagakure side has lost 11 Sharingan during this conflict for various reasons and demands their full restitution from Sunagakure. Should any be missing, compensation shall be rendered at 10 million ryo per eye. Furthermore, Sunagakure must acknowledge the land of rivers as part of Konohagakure's sphere of influence, prohibiting its ninjas from approaching. Upon reviewing Konoha's treaty, Chiyo gritted her teeth, realizing this was no mere act of greed. It was an outright attempt to seize the very lifeblood of Sunagakure. If she were to sign this treaty, she would surely face the wrath of the Third Hokage upon her return. This was not negotiation. It was a blatant act of dismemberment, excessively cruel. Waiving the treaty provided by Konoha, Chiyo's tone revealed her discontent. Is it truly befitting for the foremost ninja village to engage in such mercilessness? While territorial concessions and reparations could be debated, what is this nonsense regarding the sustenance of prisoners of war? As for the Sharingan, who is unaware that apart from the Uchiha clan, others cannot wield this power? It serves no purpose other than as decorative lenses. It feels as if they have installed a valve that merely leaks chakra. Do not inquire how she knows. Chiyo would not divulge that. Moreover, from where has Konoha procured such a multitude of awakened Uchiha? Not a single one less. And if it were not for the protection of the Byakugan, would they not dare to demand compensation for those eyes as well? Chiyo seemed somewhat oblivious to the reality at hand. Upon her speaking, Danzō snorted coldly, striking the table with his hand. In this war, Konohagakure has achieved a resounding victory. Originally, our forces intended to raze your village to the ground. Our willingness to engage in negotiations is already a significant concession to you. Danzō's merciless words deeply wounded Chiyo's heart. Back in the day, your Hashirama. Chiyo attempted to counter Danzō with the name of Senja Hashirama but was swiftly interrupted. Do not invoke Lord Hashirama at this juncture. We are in the era of the Third Hokage. In Danzō's eyes, the ideal world of ninjas envisioned by Hashirama was nothing more than a whimsical dream. Conflict is a natural occurrence wherever there are people. The notion of letting go of hatred and understanding one another seems a distant fantasy, perhaps only achievable with the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan, when the ninja world might unite against external foes without bearing grudges. As the victors, the rules are dictated by the triumphant. The vanquished must dutifully comply. Otherwise, what was the purpose of expending effort and resources in this conflict? Was it merely to share a jest or to indulge in the fade of peace from the opposing side? If you refuse to acquiesce, Let us cease negotiations and allow the forthcoming battles to determine the fates of our two villages. In Danzō's eyes, the individuals from Sunagakure were merely prideful, suffering silently rather than acknowledging their defeat. They stubbornly refused to admit their loss, even if it meant inflating their own facade. Thus, he resolved to continue striking at their pride, eager to witness just how far they could be pushed. Danzō, do not let your arrogance overwhelm you. Chiyo felt a profound indignation towards Danzō, her face contorting with the slightest hint of wrinkles. Never before had she been so brazenly threatened. Let us not forget that our third Kazekage is the strongest of all Kazekage. Continuing this confrontation does not necessarily mean that our Sunagakure will be defeated. The strongest Kazekage? Oh, how amusing. Danzō's lips twitched, nearly erupting into laughter. That worthless individual was slain by your obedient grandson, and yet he is touted as the strongest Kazekage? It is laughable that he was declared missing for over a decade, only to be claimed by Sunagakure. Indeed, the strongest Kazekage, merely the strongest in failure, utterly incompetent. However, such sentiments could not be openly expressed. Very well, let your Kazekage come forth. Let us see whether his magnetic release is superior, or if our Konoha White Fang's short blade is swifter. Ah, this esteemed individual. Chiyo? I presume you would not wish to witness your Kazekage being bested by our men, would you? It is worth noting that this so-called strongest Kazekage has recently suffered defeat at the hands of Kakashi Hitaki and Tsunade, among others. With such a level of prowess, he would be utterly vanquished without the intervention of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let us not forget that Sunagakure has yet to deploy its tailed beasts. Otherwise, your forces on the front lines would have been utterly annihilated. Seeing that her counterpart was dismissive of her third Kazekage's credentials, Chiyo resorted to mentioning the tailed beasts. Oh, how fearful I am. Shall I summon Lord Mito to engage in conversation with you personally? Tailed beasts? As if they hold any significance here in Konoha. Are you aware of the Nine Tails? One swipe of its tail could decimate everyone present. Danzō regarded Chiyo with a look of disdain, as if she were simple-minded. At this moment, a sense of helplessness washed over Chiyo. She realized that Danzō was determined not to yield. Wasn't the negotiation supposed to involve outrageous demands and haggling? Why was he deviating from the established norms? Just considering the sum of 500 million ryo, even selling all of Sunagakure would not suffice, let alone acquiring 10 Sharingan. In this instant, Chiyo felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Sunagakure was indeed exceedingly weak. The survival of her village relied solely on the Kazekage and herself, with the support of a tailed beast for appearances. In stark contrast, look at Konoha. What a formidable array of clans, the Uchiha, the Hyuga, the Nara. For a moment, Chiyo found herself at a loss for words to counter Danzō's assertions. Observing the woman biting her lip, struggling to contain her emotions, her eyes brimming with tears, Danzō felt no compassion. Rather, he reveled in her distress. In the world of shinobi, strength reigns supreme. Who speaks of kindness? To leave the enemy with resources is the greatest cruelty one can inflict upon oneself. Danzō's contemptuous gaze bore into Chiyo, his tone chilling. It appears that Sunagakure lacks any genuine intent for negotiation. If that is the case, I see no purpose in continuing this ceasefire. With a forceful strike on the table, Danzō slowly rose from his seat, disregarding the incredulous gazes directed at him. He picked up his cane leaning against the chair and strode directly towards the door, ignoring Narashikaku and the others. As he observed the receding figure, Yukumo felt a tumult of emotions, ultimately remaining rooted in place, unable to depart. 10 steps, 9 steps. He mentally calculated the distance to the exit, while Danzō awaited a response. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Ultimately, just as one foot crossed the threshold, Chiyo's voice resonated as desired. Danzō, please wait. The few words seemed to drain her of all strength, leaving her slumped in her chair, appearing utterly feeble. In truth, the outcome had been sealed the moment they entered this room. 500 million ryo was an exorbitant sum, one they could not possibly afford. Hearing the other party's conciliatory tone, Danzō nodded in satisfaction. This was the demeanor one ought to display when negotiating from a position of defeat. To propose such an outrageous agreement right from the outset was tantamount to insulting the intelligence of those present. The financial terms could be discussed further. Oh, considering the dire straits of your Sunagakure, you may offer the puppet technique as collateral. The puppet technique, a unique ninjutsu of Sunagakure, was devised by the second Kazekage, Sabaku no Gara. In a village lacking bloodline limits, the emergence of the puppet technique significantly bolstered their combat capabilities. Danzō's objective was to firmly grasp one of their foundational assets. Upon hearing Danzō's demand for the puppet technique, Chiyo's expression darkened. Many ninjas in Sunagakure were studying the puppet technique, and should it be learned by Konoha, future Sand ninjas would find themselves at a severe disadvantage in confrontations with Konoha's forces. This condition was excessively harsh, one must understand. The puppet technique holds immense value for us. Noticing the lowering of her voice, laced with a hint of pleading, Danzō remained unmoved, merely adding, "The puppet technique can offset 100 million ryo in reparations." Ahem, in truth, the puppet technique is not of such paramount importance. Upon hearing Danzō's figure, Chiyo swiftly changed her tone. "However, this is indeed a treasured skill of Sunagakure. Might you consider increasing the offer? This is already a special concession for your Sunagakure." He replied, "Unless." As he spoke, Danzō's expression shifted to one of lascivious intent, scrutinizing Chiyo from top to bottom. "You." Chiyo gasped, her face paling, her arms crossing defensively over her chest, glaring at Danzō with indignation. "How brazen! Are you truly that desperate?" "Just a jest," he chuckled. "Very well. 100 million it is." Ultimately, after much negotiation, the treasured skill of Sunagakure, born from the genius of the second Kazekage and refined by Monzaemon, the puppet technique, was agreed upon. The discussion revolved around a sum of 100 million ryo to settle the compensation owed to Konohagakure. Consequently, the financial burden on Sunagakure was significantly alleviated, nearly by half. However, even with a reduced compensation of 400 million, Sunagakure could not muster the funds in a short time, especially given the ludicrous rationale of including the Sharingan as part of the reparations. As the negotiations regarding the compensation neared conclusion, Danzō signaled Nara Shikaku to present a list. This document contained the names of the Sunagakure ninja captured during the conflict, excluding the more valuable individuals like Yakumo. Nonetheless, the list boasted over 300 names. A rough estimation indicated that the ransom for these individuals could amount to approximately 300 million ryo, nearly equating to the compensation. Naturally, Chiyo was unwilling to acquiesce to this demand. "You wish for US to release the captives unconditionally yet require a ransom. Does that not seem somewhat?" Upon hearing Chiyo's inquiry, Danzō displayed an air of indifference. "Have you forgotten? We, Konohagakure, are the victors. If you have objections, we can continue the battle." Chiyo's expression soured, akin to having ingested something distasteful. Realizing the power dynamics at play, she reluctantly accepted the need for a special approach in these extraordinary circumstances. She scrutinized the list, seeking names she recognized. Under the current circumstances, her only recourse was to identify valuable ninja for ransom, primarily focusing on the Jonin, special Jonin, and those with bloodline limits. As for the Chunin and Jinin, they were beyond her aid. Ultimately, through careful examination alongside her fellow Sunagakure ninja, they selected over 30 individuals for ransom. "We shall only ransom these ninja, the others are not of our Sunagakure." Chiyo resolutely discarded the remaining names, exhibiting a brazen disregard for their fates. Danzō perceptively noted the slight tremor from behind him, where Yakumo stood, upon hearing Chiyo's words. After all, she was still a young girl, relatively inexperienced in the darker aspects of the ninja world. Danzō understood Chiyo's actions. In the realm of shinobi, one faced either death or defection. For a ninja, being captured was a profound disgrace. These captured ninja could potentially serve a purpose for the post-war Sunagakure. Otherwise, Chiyo would hardly bother with their ransom, given the substantial cost associated with the 30 individuals. On the other hand, the situation for Konohagakure was somewhat different. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzō himself aspired to cultivate a noble and commendable image, thus they could not openly abandon their lower-ranking ninja. At this moment, Chiyo eagerly hoped that Danzō would find something of value in Sunagakure to further offset the reparations. After all, even for 30 individuals, the expenses for their sustenance were considerable. Danzō adjusted his posture, settling into a more comfortable position, his gaze sharpened as he feigned profundity, preparing to further dishearten Yakumo regarding Sunagakure. "In truth, your Sunagakure need not be so ruthless." Receiving the list that had been revised by Chiyo and the others, Danzō spoke in a low tone. "I have a suggestion that would allow you to bring back all of them without spending a single penny." "Oh, pray tell." Chiyo seemed to have completely forgotten that she had just asserted that most individuals on the list were not from their Sunagakure. Truly, the higher-ups of the village spoke as if they were merely expelling hot air, one shameless act after another. However, it was undeniable that the 7th Hokage's attitude was indeed fitting for the occasion. "As long as you are willing to publicly declare the following individuals as traitorous ninjas of Sunagakure, I would be more than willing to return all the ninjas on the list." Upon hearing Danzō's words, Nara Shikaku was utterly perplexed. In their rehearsed scenario, this element had been entirely absent. Huh, what is going on, brother? This isn't right, is it? According to the original plan, these captives were supposed to be packaged for sale at a price of 10 million ryo. Yet now, Danzō was speaking recklessly, demanding 300 million. Then backtracking to only releasing 30, all while attempting to extort the other party. What was happening? How had he suddenly changed his mind? Ignoring Nara Shikaku's bewilderment, Danzō handed the list containing the names of individuals like Yakumo to Chiyo. Upon receiving the document, Chiyo immediately recognized that it included some of the younger bloodline limit ninjas from the village. They all shared a common trait. They were orphans with little strong ties to the village. Selecting these individuals evidently aimed to employ them for the benefit of Konohagakure. Chiyo felt a chill run down her spine at the meticulous intelligence work of Konoha. It appeared that their umbu had infiltrated the inner workings of the village. She needed to inform the Kazekage to address this matter properly. Lord Danzō, these individuals are not on the previous list, she stated. Nonetheless, in her heart, she had already dismissed this group of ninjas. After all, if a good price could be fetched, losing a few bloodline limits would be inconsequential. They were the precious heritage of Sunagakure, and among them were those who were close relatives of certain ninjas present. Enough of this. Let us be frank. Additional payment is required. Danzō was taken aback by Chiyo's cooperation in his performance, her candidness revealing her intentions. He could sense that behind him, Yakumo was nearing the brink of collapse. Had her chakra not been sealed, she would likely have leapt forward to strike Chiyo across the face. Well, I did not expect Our Lady Chiyo to be such a forthright woman, Danzō said with a sardonic compliment. Given your cooperation, I shall offer you a little more sweetness. I can reduce the compensation by an additional 200 million ryo, but you must surrender the jutsu of Scorch Release and Magnet Release. Upon hearing Danzō's demand, Chiyo immediately rejected it without a moment's thought. Impossible. We can only bestow upon you the art of Scorch Release. As for Magnet Release, do not even entertain the thought. For it is utterly impossible. Scorch Release ninjas are a rarity, and while we may part with it, Magnet Release is the signature technique of the current Wind Shadow. That is our firm boundary. No amount of money could persuade us to sell it to the Hidden Leaf Village. Of course, if the Leaf Village is willing to waive all compensation, we might consider it, albeit briefly. Third Wind Shadow, you, woman, seem capable of selling not just yourself, but even your village. Truly remarkable. Subsequently, both the Hidden Leaf Village and the Sand Village engaged in fervent negotiations over each clause of the treaty. Ultimately, a new agreement was forged, one that all parties could accept. The contents of the new treaty are as follows. The Sand Village, as the party at fault in this conflict, shall compensate the Leaf Village a total of 200 million ryo, which can be substituted with an equivalent amount of sand gold. Both villages shall unconditionally return all war captives to one another. The Sand Village acknowledges the Land of Rivers as within the sphere of influence of the Leaf Village and shall not accept any commissions from the Land of Rivers without the Leaf Village's consent. Both parties shall sign a non-aggression pact and form an alliance. Matters concerning puppet techniques and bloodline limit ninjas were omitted from the treaty and will be resolved through a secret agreement between the two sides. As Chiyo stored away the drafted treaty, Danzō also rose to his feet. He symbolically advanced to shake hands with the other party, only to be evaded by Chiyo, who wore a face of disdain and loathing. Danzō chuckled, scratching his head. Fortunately, his thick skin spared him any embarrassment. Soon after, within a few days, the specifics of the negotiations spread throughout the streets and alleys of the Land of Fire, thanks to the efforts of certain individuals. Danzō, who had led the negotiations with remarkable poise, naturally became a topic of conversation among the citizens. Enjoying a fleeting moment of glory that surpassed even that of his close friend, Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, unbeknownst to him, far away on the Nariku Plains, he had just received the peace treaty personally signed by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Under the watchful eyes of both villages' ninjas, the Third Wind Shadow, wearing an exceedingly false smile, inscribed his name upon the document. Initially, he had wished for Chiyo to sign on his behalf. After all, as the Wind Shadow, to put his name to such a disgraceful treaty felt akin to a death sentence. However, regrettably, due to the Leaf's strong insistence, the beleaguered Third Wind Shadow had no choice but to comply. With the representatives of both the Leaf and Sand villages putting away the treaty that symbolized peace, it marked the definitive end of the Second Shinobi World War. The Hidden Leaf Village emerged as the ultimate victor of this conflict, claiming its second triumph in the Shinobi World Wars. As the other ninja villages recognized the might of the Leaf, a profound sense of unease began to take root within them. Yet, Due to Hiruzen Sarutobi's formidable reputation, they dared not express such sentiments overtly. Casting a careful gaze upon the third wind shadow before him, Danzō reflected on the limited time the man had left to live, his eyes betraying a hint of pity. In the eyes of the third Kazekage, this was nothing more than a mockery from Konohagakure. Very well, I shall remember this grudge, and one day, I shall repay it tenfold. We shall see. After signing the documents, the third Kazekage departed with his subordinates, retreating in disgrace. Watching their figures fade away, Danzō clicked his tongue in dismay. What a pity, such a promising youth. I shall not see him again next time. His lifespan has not even surpassed mine. How lamentable. By the next encounter, the third Kazekage will likely have met a grim fate. Let us not misconstrue. I refer to his physical demise. Once the sand ninjas had left, the ninjas of Konoha erupted into jubilant cheers, collectively celebrating their triumph in this war. However, some individuals lingered in the shadows, silently mourning their fallen comrades or loved ones, discreetly wiping away tears. Tsukumo Hatake did not quell the exuberance of his fellow ninjas. He believed they had been repressed for far too long and deserved this release, provided they did not disturb the civilians. After all, barring unforeseen circumstances, the land of rivers would soon fall under the influence of Konohagakure, and it would be prudent to maintain a semblance of decorum. Lord Danzō, I have received the Hokage's orders to lead the troops back in batches 3 days hence. Might you have any additional plans? With a smile, Tsukumo acknowledged the jubilant ninjas as he approached Danzō, inquiring softly. He had already been instructed by the Hokage to return with the troops in 3 days, yet the orders did not specify how Danzō and his group were to depart. Out of respect, he felt it prudent to ask, as Danzō was the highest-ranking ninja present. 3 days hence, you say? Danzō, who had been smiling and nodding at other ninjas, paused momentarily. After careful consideration, he concluded that since the treaty had been signed, accompanying the main forces would be too slow. It would be wiser to return swiftly and enjoy the comforts of home, rather than linger unnecessarily. With this thought, Danzō provided Tsukumo with a definitive response. No, we shall not accompany the main forces. We will set out early tomorrow morning. Grateful for the clear answer, Tsukumo respectfully bowed and withdrew. Once Tsukumo had left, Danzō summoned an Umbu ninja who had participated in the negotiations. He instructed him to inform everyone to prepare for departure tomorrow morning, especially the rotunda Kimichi Choza, whose fondness for food and drink could easily lead to distractions. After the Umbu member departed, Danzō made his way to the tent of Yukura. Upon entering, he found her sitting alone, lost in thought as she gazed at the Sand Village forehead protector hanging nearby. It once symbolized her identity as a sand ninja. Yet now she faced the grim prospect of being branded a rogue ninja by her village. The repugnant expressions of the village's higher-ups lingered in her mind from their negotiations. Where shall I go from here? What should I do next? The young Yukura finds herself engulfed in an overwhelming sense of loneliness and confusion. Unable to comprehend the current situation, she pays no heed to Danzō's arrival, even though this man is the very architect of her homelessness. Yet, for reasons unknown, the animosity she once harbored towards him has dissipated in his presence. Tuanzong, leaning on his cane, approached Yi Tsong from behind. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a gentle tone. What has transpired is difficult for you to comprehend, is it not? Yet this is the tangible reality of the shinobi world. Observing the girl with her back turned, unresponsive to his words, Tuanzong remained unfazed. The law of the jungle prevails. The strong dominate while the weak must succumb to their fate. You are still too feeble. Thus you can only be manipulated by the prevailing rules. Henceforth, follow me. Only by my side can you attain strength and transform this wretched shinobi world. The confines of Sunagakure are far too narrow to accommodate someone of your caliber. Only I can offer you a genuine future, for I, Tuanzong, shall never forsake a single comrade. As Tuanzong spoke, Yi Tsong's previously numb expression began to soften. Eventually, a tear rolled down her cheek, accompanied by a slight sob. Sensing the moment was ripe, Tuanzong withdrew a forehead protector from his robe, extending it towards her ear. Is it true? Will you truly never abandon me? Yi Tsong's voice trembled with emotion. Of course, I, Tuanzong, pledge my very essence as assurance. I shall never forsake you. He leaned closer, placing the protector on the table, his lips brushing against her ear, his voice exceptionally tender. Then Yi Tsong produced a kunai, fiercely slicing the forehead protector of Sunagakure that once belonged to her, leaving a deep gash. Reaching for the protector representing Konohagakure that Tuanzong had given her, her crimson lips parted slightly. From this day forth, there shall be no more Yi Tsong of Sunagakure. There exists only each song of Kanahagakur, belonging to Lord Tuanzong. Upon concluding her statement, she wiped away her tears, resolutely vowing to herself she would strive to grow stronger and one day return to Sunagakure, trampling that old hag Chiyo beneath her feet. Very well, the external influence is accounted for. A new addition to the harem, Tuanzong mused, a faint smile gracing his lips, secretly reveling in his triumph. Madara-sama, awaken. Madara-sama, do not slumber any longer, please wake up. A hoarse voice attempted to rouse the slumbering Uchiha Madara. Old man, rise. The partially deaf Madara slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the dark, humanoid figure before him. Huh? Who calls me? Ah, it's Korezetsu. What is the matter? His frail voice inquired repeatedly as the elderly Madara leaned against his scythe, striving to sit upright. The dark entity before him was a byproduct of his experiments with the Yin release technique, a manifestation of his own will, which he had whimsically named Korezetsu. What is it? Is there an issue? Due to the inadequacies of White Zetsu, he had dispatched Korezetsu to gather intelligence from the battlefield, also assigning it the task of collecting Sharingan. The Second Shinobi War has drawn to a close, with the village hidden in the leaves emerging victorious. Slowly, Korezetsu relayed information from the outside world to Madara. Humph, that brat from the Saratobi clan is quite capable, he mused, furrowing his brow while gazing at the wall behind him. The wall was riddled with numerous recesses, each containing a glass jar. Within each jar, blood-red eyes adorned with tomo floated. These were all Sharingan, collected over the years by the aging Madara through various means. He had anticipated acquiring more pairs of eyes during the war, but to his dismay, by the end of it, only 10 and a half Sharingan had been procured. Indeed, the Sharingan that the Leaf Village had demanded from the Sand Village had quietly been taken by Madara himself. He had instructed Kurozetsu and Black Zetsu to excavate the eyes of deceased Uchiha clan members on the battlefield. As for the question of why only half a pair, that was a matter to inquire of Black Zetsu. Wandering the battlefield for several days, he finally stumbled upon an Uchiha who appeared to have recently succumbed. With no one around, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground, reaching for the lifeless figure's eye sockets. Just then, a loud howl pierced the air. To its astonishment, the unfortunate soul, who had seemingly departed this world, managed to rise while clutching its eyes, nearly startling Black Zetsu out of its wits. Before it could silence the witness, it quickly retreated underground with the eye in hand. Even now, Black Zetsu remained puzzled as to how that individual had returned from the dead. Gently caressing the blade of his scythe, Madara contemplated his next steps. With Nagato having been taken away, he had left contingencies behind. Yet he could not dismiss the possibility of interference from others. Should anyone discover the cursed seal left on Nagato, it seemed prudent to establish further safeguards. Upon reviewing the entire plan, he found it was not infallible. Turning his gaze back to Korezetsu, he commanded, Korezetsu, keep a close watch on the Uchiha clan during this period. Seek out a child from the Uchiha, particularly one who is naive, simple-minded, and fervently passionate. Obito, you keep talking. You're the foolish one. Your entire family is foolish. Hitoe, bring him to me. I wish to mold him for my purposes. Though the war had concluded, peace in the shinobi world was far from assured. Uchiha ninjas would still undertake missions until the right child was found. He could not afford to perish. Korezetsu, you are my will, my final insurance. Go forth and seek out one who can inherit my legacy. Before he could finish, the weary Madara leaned weakly against the chair, breathless. Yes, Lord Madara, Korezetsu nodded, then turned to depart. As Korezetsu left, the aging Madara, feeling somewhat feeble, finally closed his eyes in a state of repose. Yet he was unaware that at the moment Korezetsu turned away, a sinister smile crept upon its lips. Your will, you say? I found it utterly hilarious. It was simply too ridiculous. You foolish creature, you are nothing more than a mere pawn in my grasp. Oh, reincarnation of Indra. No matter how many times you are reborn, you shall never escape the clutches of my Black Zetsu. For eternity, you are destined to be my plaything. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Danzō remained oblivious, for in his abduction of Konan, he inadvertently captured Nagato as well. This led to an elderly Uchiha sending forth his minion, Black Zetsu, to scout for a suitable piece on the chessboard. Now, he advances towards the village of Konoha, accompanied by his original entourage. With the unsealing of the Agura, their pace has significantly increased. In just a day and a half, they have arrived at the main thoroughfare on the outskirts of Konoha. Tuanzong dispatched 2 ninjas from the Umbu to return to Konoha village and deliver a message. The remaining members sought a clean resting place to temporarily recuperate. Here, Lord Tuanzong, drink some water. A young girl's voice echoed as she handed over a water flask. Nodding in gratitude, Tuanzong accepted the flask and drank deeply. However, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Ever since Song agreed to accompany him, she seemed to wish to remain by his side 24 hours a day. He subtly hinted to her that such attentiveness was unnecessary, but she seemed to disregard his words entirely. Before he knew it, Song had produced an umbrella and began to shield him from the sun, her gaze gentle. Be careful of the sun, Lord Tuanzong. Ah, that can't be right. It's February. Winter hasn't completely passed. What sun are you shielding me from? Tuanzong lamented inwardly, a wry smile on his face. It seemed he had inadvertently stirred up trouble again, and now the root would surely be in an uproar. He was already being pestered by Uchiha Suyue and Uchiha Hongye, who were incessantly trying to lead him astray. Now, with Song added to the mix, he wondered if his harem might ignite in chaos. He just hoped she wouldn't emulate the other two, always tempting him. What? You mean Lord Tuanzong has returned? The gatekeeper, Zhongren Shinuadaku, spotted the two rushing Umbu ninjas from a distance. He approached them, eager to learn of Tuanzong's imminent arrival. Shinwei Daku hastily adjusted his attire and called over his fellow gatekeeper, Shiranui Haiban, to check if anything about his appearance was amiss. With a weary glance at the flustered duo, the two Umbu ninjas did not linger and dashed towards the Hokage building. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat comfortably, a pipe in his mouth, observing the crystal ball before him. As Hokage, he needed to be acutely aware of the village's affairs, which required the use of his telescope technique. Through this technique, he could utilize the crystal ball to see any location he desired. The tavern in the southwest corner of the village is peaceful, and the guards are enforcing the law fairly. Gradually, he adjusted the perspective of the crystal ball until it settled on Konoha's largest bathhouse. Oh, business seems to be thriving today. Sensing his surroundings to ensure no Umbu were nearby, Sarutobi Hiruzen extended his hand to gradually shift the view. Amidst the swirling mist, he beheld the scene he longed to witness. Drawing closer, his eyes fixated on the crystal ball, his expression grew increasingly lecherous, nearly pressing his face against it. Hiss, hee. So white, so large. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention. Hearing footsteps approaching from outside, Sarutobi's expression shifted. He hurriedly grabbed a nearby blue cloth and draped it over the crystal ball. Before he could adjust his posture, the door was flung open with great force. Report to Lord Hokage. The members of the Umbu have come to deliver their report. Despite feeling quite displeased internally at the sudden interruption of his refined enjoyment by the Umbu members, Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained an outward demeanor of compassion for his subordinates. However, at that moment, he found himself unable to rise, remaining seated as he offered encouragement to the two. He subtly reminded them to knock next time, allowing them to depart for a well-deserved rest. Having finally cleared his workload, he intended to thoroughly observe the quality of life in the village, or rather, the development of its inhabitants. Alas, this was abruptly disrupted by the two Umbu members. With a resigned sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen drew aside the blue curtain, casting a reluctant glance at the beautiful scenery within. After dispelling the telescope technique, he adjusted his attire and straightened his Hokage hat. Sarutobi then stood up, preparing to personally greet the return of his close friend. Only a few, including Hiruzen, were aware of Danzō's return to the village, not even informing the esteemed advisors, Midogate Kurenai and Narashikaku. When Danzō and his entourage arrived at the village entrance, they were met by Sarutobi Hiruzen and several Umbu-clad ninjas, along with two vigilant guards. Sarutobi approached briskly, extending his hand regardless of Danzō's willingness, and grasped his left hand tightly, his face reflecting a sense of inexplicable emotion. Danzō, your efforts in this negotiation have truly been commendable. His tone conveyed both excitement and acknowledgement of the endeavor. Ugh, this old monkey is putting on a show again, Danzō thought, rolling his eyes, but he begrudgingly pulled his left hand back, wiping it disdainfully on his clothing. He had no desire for pleasantries, his voice dripping with indifference. How disgusting, two old men tugging at each other. What are you trying to prove? I know your character well enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen. For Danzō, who had seen numerous Naruto episodes before his traversal, he was acutely aware of Hiruzen's little schemes, coupled with the memories of the original host. He understood the intricacies of their relationship intimately. He knew Hiruzen better than even his wife, Lake Biwa. Ah, how splendid! Hiruzen exclaimed, unfazed by Danzō's disdain. He approached and affectionately patted Danzō on the shoulder before moving to greet others, preparing to offer encouragement through a series of handshakes. As the clan head of the Nara clan, Narashikaku, adept at seizing opportunities, immediately recognized the moment. He proactively extended his hand, and before Hiruzen could utter a word, he donned a face of profound gratitude, as if shaking hands with the Hokage was an extraordinary honor. The performance almost caused Hiruzen to lose his composure. While Danzō looked upon Nara Shikaku with a newfound disdain, his gaze transformed. "Grandmother, I never imagined you could be such a person." Mastering the art of flattery takes decades of practice. In response, Nara Shikaku expressed his discontent. What is the relationship between Danzō and Sarutobi Hiruzen? They are so close that they could share the same pair of trousers. And what about me? What is my relationship with him? If I were to adopt your demeanor, I fear I would end up like the former clan leader of the Oil Woman clan, rendered infertile at a young age. I certainly do not wish to face such a fate prematurely. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen even went to shake hands with Yakumo, sensing the chakra fluctuations emanating from her. He understood that Danzō had successfully secured the young girl. Consequently, the village's strength had subtly increased. With proper maneuvering in a few decades, the village could boast a family of scorch-release ninja. Returning to Danzō with a cheerful demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, granting all ninjas present, except for Danzō, a 3-day holiday. He also declared that this operation would be recorded as an S-rank mission, with rewards to be dispatched shortly. Amidst the tearful gazes of the gatekeepers and Nara Shikaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen left with a satisfied smile. Once he was out of sight, Nara Shikaku quickly concealed his overly emotional expression, reverting to his usual languid state. Only the two gatekeepers remained immersed in the kindness and generosity of the Hokage, ultimately being the only ones genuinely moved by Sarutobi Hiruzen's display of care for his subordinates. Ignoring the two teary-eyed individuals, Danzō pulled Nara Shikaku aside, instructing him to prepare a detailed report of the outing for the Hokage himself. Before Nara Shikaku could react, Danzō had already departed with Yakumo. How troublesome. Rubbing the back of his head, Nara Shikaku wore a face of resignation. While he had won the Hokage's favor, it seemed he had annoyed the Hokage's assistant instead. Well, good luck with that. I shall refrain from meddling. I must return home to look after my daughter. Upon noticing Nara Shikaku's gaze directed at them, Akimichi Chofu and Yuhi Kurenai hastily uttered a remark and fled. Nara Shikaku. These two ungrateful fellows. What a pity. Back at the root base, Danzō routinely visited the laboratory to check on Orochimaru and the others' experimental progress. He believed that with occasional visits, there might be some slight advancement, especially considering it was Orochimaru. One could never predict when a flash of inspiration might strike him. In the laboratory, Orochimaru was intensely focused on the instruments before him, while Uchiha Suki and others quietly observed his reactions. The experiments during this period had not been particularly smooth, and the number of potted plants was becoming overwhelming. Orochimaru himself had not anticipated that even after many years since Hashirama's death, his cells retained their terrifying vitality. Truly, he was a man worthy of being called the god of ninjas. It was utterly astonishing. His brother, Senju Tobarama, was not faring as well. Although he retained a semblance of vitality, the difference between his presence and absence was nearly negligible. However, upon injecting Senju Tobarama's cells, it indeed managed to somewhat counterbalance the terrifying life force of the Hashirama cells. If all else fails, I shall have to resort to this. Murmuring to himself, Orochimaru reached for a nearby test tube. Inside were cells extracted from the remains of the Kagaya clan, procured from the black market. This was a notion that had surfaced during one of Danzō's chaotic visits to the laboratory, where he carelessly blurted out some wild tales, claiming that the Kagaya clan was related to the Uchiha, Hyuga, Uzumaki, and Senju clans. Perhaps, blending them together could suppress the Hashirama cells. Now, I have no other recourse but to gamble on this possibility. There was little to lose in trying. Yet, that tale was indeed quite outlandish. Why didn't Danzō suggest that the Sage of Six Paths was actually an extraterrestrial, or that he himself had traversed from another world? Such absurdities flowed from his lips without a second thought, fabricating tales without even a credible pretext. Shaking his head to dispel the nonsensical thoughts, Orochimaru took the test tube and carefully extracted a few drops of Kagaya clan cells. He then cautiously dripped them into the Hashirama cells within the apparatus Super Hybrid Multimix version. As Orochimaru proceeded, everyone in the laboratory held their breath, fixated on the instrument, quietly awaiting the results. After a while, Orochimaru let out a soft exclamation of surprise. Once the Kagaya clan cells were introduced, they quickly integrated into the mixture. As the apparatus emitted a series of beeping sounds, the parameters of the Hashirama cells underwent astonishing changes. Orochimaru, has it succeeded? Uchiha Suki inquired tentatively. Pointing at the displayed parameters on the screen, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Before Orochimaru could respond, the laboratory door swung open with a loud bang. Immediately, a familiar voice resonated. "Ah, Orochimaru, how is the experiment progressing? I think I just had another idea while I was on the toilet. It struck me that if there's no progress, we could dig into the six." At that moment, Danzō sat quietly in a small corner of the laboratory, observing Orochimaru and the others as they busily worked. Although he had many questions, he chose to remain silent, discerning the eager glances of the researchers. Judging by Orochimaru's reaction, it seemed the experiment had made some advancements. Orochimaru's face was flushed with excitement, his tongue occasionally flicking out to moisten his lips, his throat rolling, and a light in his eyes that had never been seen before. Those unaware might mistakenly believe he was experiencing some cerebral ecstasy. Danzō had every reason to believe that if he interrupted now, he might witness a dramatic display of countless deaths from the root leader. Amidst this excruciating atmosphere, Danzō remained seated for a full half-hour. After prolonged sitting, the discomfort in his rear was becoming unbearable. Whenever he attempted to shift his position for a modicum of comfort, the faint sound of fabric rubbing together would instantly elicit frowns of disapproval from those nearby. This rendered Danzō immobile, pondering, "You have a point. Must I endure this? A true ninja must endure. What kind of ninja cannot tolerate discomfort?" At last, he heard the unique, raspy voice of Orochimaru, which struck Danzō's ears like celestial music. "Thank the heavens, I shall no longer suffer this torment." Elation surged within Danzō. Yet as he slightly lifted himself, the numbness in his legs rendered him incapable of supporting his weight, compelling him to sit back down. Casting a furtive glance around, he found no one was observing him. Hastily, he summoned his chakra to his legs, hoping to restore sensation. Not far away, Orochimaru, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, carefully presented a petri dish, gently placing it into a sealed jar. He exhaled deeply, visibly relaxing. "Orochimaru, have you succeeded?" Uchiha Seiue inquired, furrowing his brow as his gaze fell upon the petri dish. "It's too soon to tell. Based solely on the parameters, the activity of the Hashirama cells appears suppressed." Orochimaru replied, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. "However, the sample size is too small. We must cultivate it further in nutrient solution before proceeding with in vivo experiments." As Danzō's legs gradually regained sensation, he stealthily approached, squinting to scrutinize the contents of the petri dish through the sealed jar. "What is this? There is nothing in here." Orochimaru. To him, the dish appeared utterly empty. His words were met with collective eye rolls from those present. Orochimaru glanced at Danzō, hesitating to explain, ultimately leaving it to Uchiha Seiue to patiently elucidate. "The successfully extracted cells can only be observed under a microscope. Our current task is to use the nutrient solution to encourage proliferation. Once they reach a sufficient size, we can conduct thorough examinations." Upon hearing this explanation, Danzō nodded in understanding. This meant the results of the experiment were still fraught with uncertainty. How disappointing. I was momentarily elated. Yet, such uncertainty was anticipated. The mysteries of the Hashirama cells had not been fully unraveled even after the Fourth Great Ninja War. Subconsciously, he touched his right arm, contemplating whether to undergo the same procedure as the original owner and acquire a Sharingan. Before Danzō could voice his thoughts, Uchiha Seiue's tone softened as he interjected. "You didn't notify me of your return in advance. You must be weary from your journey. Come, let me give you a proper massage to help you relax." Let us go, he urged. Uchiha Seiue seized the cane from Danzō's grasp, wrapping her arms around him as she prepared to depart the laboratory. The soft sensation upon her arm elicited a pleasurable thrill from Danzō. The two vanished from the sight of onlookers. Inside the laboratory, the remaining personnel gazed at the door that had just closed behind Danzō. At last, Lord Danzō had departed, oblivious to everything, spouting nonsense. Orochimaru shook his head, continuing his work while casually instructing the nearby researchers. "Tomorrow, replace that door with one suitable for a forbidden techniques chamber. You file the report, and I will authorize it. Then seek reimbursement from the finance department." The two strolled sweetly together through the root base. "I heard you brought a woman along for the negotiations this time," Uchiha Seiue remarked with a hint of intention. "Oh, yes, what of it?" Danzō, lost in the embrace of tenderness, blurted out without thought, immediately regretting his words. Nothing, I was merely curious. Between my sister and me, do we compare favorably to her in grace and gentleness? Be honest with me." The provocative question, coupled with the sensation of her soft waist, made Danzō gasp, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Oh no, this is trouble." She's feeling jealous. But who informed her? Which scoundrel reported my private affairs? Can't find the words, can you? Uchiha Cus smiled, increasing her grip. Stop. Danzō, the indomitable lord, found himself on the verge of breaking under the pressure, subjected to domestic turmoil before even reaching his quarters. He dared not make too much noise, opting instead for restraint. The thought of crying out in pain and being overheard was far too humiliating. However, soon a flash of white appeared, providing him with a reprieve. Oh, it's Lord Danzō and Sister Cue, hello. A youthful voice chimed in with a hint of mirth as Hyuga Binbin approached Danzō. Upon noticing the arrival of another, Uchiha Cue reluctantly released her grip. Realizing she could no longer press Danzō, she smiled and nodded at Hyuga Binbin. Oh, it's Binbin. What brings you here? Feeling the soft pressure on his waist ease, Danzō breathed a sigh of relief and inquired of Hyuga Binbin. Before he could delve deeper, two more youths dashed over. Jia, away, what mission are you all embarking on? Danzō and Uchiha Cue exchanged puzzled glances at the sight of Sarutobi Jia, Shimura away, and Hyuga Binbin. It's like this, Lord Danzō. Through a flurry of conversation among the youths, Danzō and Cue gradually pieced together the situation. Recently, there have been multiple cases of infants going missing within the borders of the Land of Soup. The ninjas of the Land of Soup had conducted numerous investigations but found no leads. Disappointed with his own ninjas, a certain official from the Land of Soup decided to enlist the aid of ninjas from the Great Ninja Village. Due to the previous conflicts, Yunin Village was compelled to acknowledge the Land of Soup as a domain of Konohagakure. Consequently, this commission naturally fell into the hands of the Leaf Village. Uchiha Koyo, however, was unaware of how she came by this information. In her perspective, the culprits were merely local bandits or rogue ninjas fleeing from the battlefield, posing little threat. She deemed it sufficient to send the younger members of her organization on this mission. After some deliberation, she selected Hinata Binbin and his companions. At that moment, Hinata Binbin and his team were preparing to gather their ninja tools when they unexpectedly spotted Danzō's figure. The Land of Soup, children, Danzō mused, stroking his chin, feeling an uncanny familiarity with this situation. Yet, why could he not quite recall the details? Could it be that his recent infatuation had dulled his memory? Surely not. Cough, cough, cough. Lord Danzō, why not let us accompany you? Hinata Binbin chimed in eagerly. Initially, Koyo had intended for an elder from their organization to join them. However, they had yet to locate him, and his whereabouts remained a mystery. As he spoke, Hinata Binbin tugged at Danzō's sleeve, his tone laced with longing and his expression pitiable. Please, Lord Danzō, thanks to his Byakugan, Hinata was able to discern precisely how the Yamanaka clan nurtured their parasitic insects. Unfortunately, the root ninja assigned to accompany them happened to hail from the Yamanaka clan. Upon receiving this news, he felt a chill run down his spine, nearly causing him to lose control. Though Sarutobi Jiro and Shimura Wei remained silent, their glances toward Danzō betrayed a glimmer of hope. What do you think, Tsukimi? Observing the children's expectant gazes and hearing Danzō's inquiry, Uchiha Tsukimi found herself unable to voice her refusal. Very well, go ahead. Sighing, she conceded. After all, one could not risk disappointing the children, and besides, avoiding an initial confrontation would not prevent a later reckoning. Upon their return, they could lavish attention on Lord Danzō as deserved. Danzō, meanwhile, shivered, lost in contemplation. What was this? Why did he feel as though he was being watched? Surely, no danger would arise from accompanying these children on their excursion to the Land of Soup. Thank goodness he happened upon these little ones. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a precarious position. The wrath of a woman was indeed fearsome, and he was uncertain of Koyo's reaction. His hope was that she would not emulate her sister Tsukimi in delivering a similar fate upon him. The Land of Soup, a veritable paradise within the world of Naruto, lives up to its name with an abundance of hot springs. Aside from these thermal springs, there are no particularly rare resources, allowing it to fortuitously evade the ravages of war. The entire nation exists within a relatively harmonious and stable atmosphere. Nevertheless, no matter the nation, there will always be some elements of instability lurking in the shadows. Upon entering the Land of Soup, Danzō and his companions gleaned information through the black market regarding the largest gathering of bandits in the vicinity. Behind the earthen embankment, Hyuga Binbin effortlessly discerned the number of enemies. To the 9 o'clock direction, there were 4 foes devoid of chakra response, while to the 3 o'clock, 3 adversaries exhibited chakra presence. Hyuga Binbin meticulously reported the intelligence regarding the nearby adversaries. These 7 individuals were tasked with the frontal defense of the bandit stronghold. their strength lamentably weak, comprised of merely 3 ninjas. I shall leave these individuals to your handling. I will refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary, he declared, entrusting the situation entirely to Hyuga Binbin and his companions. Danzō, on the other hand, intended to observe the current capabilities of these younglings. Noticing Danzō's disinclination to interfere, Hyuga Binbin naturally assumed command among the trio. After a brief discussion, they resolved to have Shimura away create a diversion at the front, allowing Hyuga Binbin and Sarutobi Jie to stealthily infiltrate and confront the leader of these bandits directly. Wind release, gale palm. With a sudden leap from the side, Shimura away unleashed a gust of air that surged towards the bandits, while the 3 possessing chakra responded swiftly to evade. The others were sent sprawling several meters by the forceful gale. This is bad. We are under attack. One of them cried out in alarm. Before he could react, Hyuga Binbin, who had been prepared, charged towards him. Byakugan, the bandit, clearly seasoned, instantly recognized the unique eyes of Hyuga Binbin and braced himself to endure a series of smooth, gentle fist techniques. What is happening? In the central chamber of the stronghold, the bald-headed Jinju, clad in fur, abruptly rose upon hearing the commotion outside. As a rogue Jainin who had defected from the village hidden in the rain, he quickly discerned that the ruckus outside could not be generated by ordinary individuals. Ninjas? Where could they be from? The only ninjas lingering nearby were those from the land of soup, and in Jinju's eyes, these pampered ninjas would never dare to attack him. But if they were not from the land of soup, then who could they possibly be? You lot, hurry to the entrance and assess the situation. Having dispatched his subordinates, Jinju grasped the long blade resting beside his chair. He swung the cold, gleaming blade vigorously a few times. However, every movement he made was observed clearly by Hyuga Binbin and Sarutobi Jie, who lay concealed in the shadows. Drawing out a wanted poster, they made a comparison, confirming that the man before them was indeed the rogue ninja with a bounty of 10 million, and the master of this stronghold, Jinju. Exchanging a glance filled with unspoken understanding, they decisively took action. With Byakugan activated, they launched into a series of precise strikes, utilizing shuriken and shadow clone techniques for cover. Aware of the sounds behind him, Jinju evaded to the side while drawing a kunai from his pocket and flinging it away. In that fleeting moment of his evasion, a flurry of shuriken struck the very spot where he had just stood. Recognizing the heightened alertness of his opponent, Hyuga Binbin swiftly altered his trajectory, narrowly dodging the lethal kunai. Immediately afterward, Sarutobi Jiro deftly hurled a kunai towards Hinata Binbin. Sensing the commotion behind him, he expertly caught the kunai with his right hand, maintaining his momentum as he advanced upon his adversary. What agility! What impeccable teamwork! Observing the seamless cooperation between the two, Jinju couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, he soon found himself struck by a precise pressure point attack, and before Hinata Binbin's kunai could reach him, Jinju transformed into a puddle of water. Water release, water iron cannon. Jinju's voice resonated from behind Hinata Binbin, followed by the emergence of a massive water iron cannon. Such a formidable awareness. In awe, Hinata Binbin swiftly tossed the kunai he held. He then executed the body flicker technique to evade the water iron cannon, reappearing beside the kunai. What a clever lad. Is the body flicker technique capable of such finesse? Oh no, this is perilously close. Before Jinju could offer further praise, he was nearly struck by a fireball technique launched from afar by Sarutobi Jiro. It appeared that without earnestness, he would indeed struggle against these two young adversaries. Water release, water clone technique. Jinju's expression darkened as he employed the clone technique to confront Sarutobi Jiro in the distance, while he himself braced to engage with Hinata Binbin. Faced with the figure clad in white, Jinju had not anticipated that the assailants would be mere children. He swung his long blade with vigorous intent, clashing fiercely with Hinata Binbin. Meanwhile, his water clone edged closer to engage Sarutobi Jiro. Struggling to defend himself, Hinata Binbin found himself in dire straits. After all, as a child, he lacked the strength of an adult ninja. Soon, to Jinju's astonishment, Hinata Binbin executed a spinning maneuver, enveloped in a sphere of blue chakra. 8 trigrams, returned to heaven. The spinning kunai, in tandem with his rotation, created a perilous situation for Jinju, who was unable to react in time and was flung back by the kunai, causing his long blade to be knocked aside. The kunai, intertwined in the technique, inflicted numerous deep gashes upon his abdomen, forcing him to double over in agony. Now it was a disaster. He felt as though he had been thrust into a meat grinder, succumbing to a barrage of attacks without even uttering a scream, losing his combat effectiveness on the spot. Simultaneously, the water clone entangled with Sarutobi Jiro dissolved into a pool of liquid as Jingzhu fell incapacitated. Gazing at the swirling crimson chakra sphere still clinging to a lifeless body, Sarutobi Jiro swallowed hard. Goodness, how ruthless. No support from the walls. I must commend you. Truly impressive. Hearing his companion's remark, Hinata Binbin finally recognized that the battle had concluded. Halting his spinning and glancing down at the brutally mutilated Jingzhu, he bewilderedly examined the kunai in his hand. Incredible. It can be wielded in such a manner. I have gained new insights. Sarutobi Jiro approached, giving Hinata Binbin a thumbs up in acknowledgement. Huh? I had no idea, Hinata Binbin replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Who would have thought that using the kunai while spinning would be so effective? Is this not more impressive than empty-handed combat? If one were to wield a great machete amidst the crowd, executing the heavenly spiral. The vision is simply too enchanting to contemplate. Following the conclusion of the battle, as none among the trio possessed the skill of illusion, Danzō had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He seized the nearly lifeless head of the hapless Inuzuka and employed an illusionary technique. The outcome was disheartening. This individual was not the culprit behind the recent spate of missing children. After administering some basic treatment, he bound both the man and his surviving subordinates. Danzō commended the trio, particularly Hinata Binbin, who, despite his youth, had the audacity to confront a Jonin single-handedly. Furthermore, his ability to devise an ingenious strategy with the heavenly spiral truly opened Danzō's eyes. For this, he received special praise. Upon hearing Danzō's commendation, Hinata Binbin offered a shy smile. Subsequently, Danzō produced a map from his robes and marked their current position with a conspicuous X. Since this man was not responsible, they could only venture to this new location in hopes of fortune. Danzō pointed to a specific area on the map, which was also a gathering place for bandits. Albeit on a smaller scale than their current site, the group undertook a brief period of rest before hastily making their way to the destination. Before long, half a month elapsed. During this time, Hinata Binbin and his companions eradicated 13 bandit strongholds, earning a substantial bounty of 50 million. However, they still uncovered no trace of the missing children. Upon arriving at the final stronghold, they adeptly subdued the bandit chief. Following Danzō's teachings, Hinata Binbin placed his hand upon the head of the battered man lying before him and activated the illusion technique he had just mastered. Instantly, the man's gaze became dazed. Is there any connection between you and the recent cases of missing children? Hinata Binbin inquired. The bandit chief shook his head in response. As anticipated, it was yet another disappointment reflected in their eyes. However, the man then nodded, speaking in a calm tone, but I believe I know who is responsible. A group once came here to steal, and I apprehended them. The bandit chief, under the influence of the illusion, recounted everything he knew in a monotonous manner. Articulating each detail with precision, he described the group as mysterious in their actions, yet with a clear objective, to capture young children. Feeling profoundly provoked, the bandit chief laid an ambush along their likely route. To his dismay, he discovered that amidst the opposing group lurked a formidable ninja. Without much effort, he found himself thoroughly defeated, fleeing in disarray with his subordinates. However, during his escape, he heard someone shouting frantically, proclaiming slogans such as "Long live the evil god." Unable to contain his frustration, he dispatched someone to gather intelligence once he had recovered from his injuries. After a period of investigation, he learned that this group belonged to an organization known as the Cult of the Evil God. Furthermore, the members of this organization were a band of deranged lunatics, with not a single sane individual among them. Ultimately, he gleaned from the black market that the lair of these madmen was likely hidden within the nearby Ghost Spider Mountain. Upon hearing this description, Danzō was struck with a profound realization. The Cult of the Evil God. Wasn't that the very place where the likes of Haydn had once resided? According to Danzō's memories from before his transmigration, those who lingered there were certainly not a virtuous character. It was not an exaggeration to describe them as an organization formed by a congregation of the mentally unstable. Moreover, their operations were exceedingly clandestine, making it quite difficult for the average person to take note of their activities. Meanwhile, Hinata Binbin and his companions appeared utterly perplexed. Unfamiliar with the Cult of the Evil God, they could only surmise from its name that it was not an auspicious organization. Noticing Danzō had no intention of inquiring further, Hinata Binbin delivered a decisive blow, knocking the mountain bandit leader unconscious. He then proceeded to administer an hour-long acupressure treatment. Sarutobi Jiji stepped forward and, akin to dragging a lifeless dog, hauled the man away. Ghost Spider Mountain. Repeating the name in his mind, Danzō retrieved a map. Tracing his finger across its surface, In the end, he identified a peculiar location approximately 20 kilometers to the northwest. The vicinity of the mountain was sparsely populated. Indeed, a secluded area. However, at this point in time, Haydn should not have been born yet. It was uncertain whether the current cult of the evil god possessed any practitioners of the blood of the dead. This was troubling. The forthcoming mission appeared to be fraught with peril. He recalled that the assignment from the Land of Soup had been classified as a B-rank mission. Perhaps upon his return, he ought to send Hongye to negotiate for additional compensation. Yet, after further contemplation, Danzō recognized that the limitations of the blood of the dead technique were quite significant, making it not overly daunting to confront. For instance, the practitioner must draw a formation. This could easily be disrupted by sending a water technique to wash it away. Alternatively, he could ensnare the practitioner during the blood-sucking process, preventing them from completing the drawing. Even in the worst-case scenario, he could utilize earth release to expel the caster. After a prolonged period of careful consideration, Danzō concluded that his advantages were indeed substantial. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he made his decision. Let us proceed without hesitation. He summoned Hinata Binbin and his companions, briefing them on the intelligence regarding the blood of the dead. What? You inquire how Danzō came by this knowledge? As the assistant to the Hokage and the leader of the route, Shimura Danzō had traversed the battlefield for many years. Is it not entirely reasonable for him to be acquainted with esoteric techniques unknown to the younger generation? Is there any issue with that? Absolutely none. The journey of 20 kilometers was not a considerable distance for ninjas. Danzō and his companions even had time for a brief respite. Ghost Spider Mountain, so named for its resemblance to a spider from a distance, was riddled with numerous caverns interconnected like a spider's web. In the dead of night, four figures emerged in this place. Suddenly, the stealthy Danzō signaled for everyone to halt. He then used his ever-present cane to gently prod the soil beneath his feet. Once the dirt was brushed away, a detonation tag was revealed. Humph, indeed, ninjas lurk here. With a furrowed brow, Danzō concentrated his chakra at the base of his cane and lightly tapped it. The tag emitted a wisp of smoke and became inert. Following this minor incident, the group's advance became more meticulous and cautious. Along the way, they dismantled over 20 detonation tags. Not far ahead, at the entrance of a cave, two figures cloaked in black robes stood, their faces obscured by hoods. The circular triangular amulet hanging from their chests glimmered softly under the moonlight. Indeed, it was the cult of the evil god. Hidden behind a tree, Danzō recognized the emblem instantly. He had arrived at the right location. Without a doubt, these individuals were members of the evil god cult. Once he confirmed this, Danzō gestured to Hinata Binbin to activate his Byakugan for reconnaissance. Hinata nodded and promptly complied. He discovered a lurking figure hidden in the nearby bushes, evidently a lookout. Danzō was puzzled. Had it not been said that the cult members were mindless fools? Why then? Did they set up a lookout? This contradicted the portrayal of information accuracy in anime. Fortunately, he had brought along a Hinata brand sensor, equipped with night vision and X-ray capabilities. After handing the lookout over to Hinata Binbin and his companions, Danzō remained in place, awaiting their signal. The moment they succeeded, he would eliminate the two visible sentinels before him. Quietly, Hinata Binbin and the others approached the lookout, ensuring they remained undetected. Raising a finger, he signaled the two behind him to refrain from intervening. Without hesitation, Hinata Binbin advanced, pressing his entire body against the back of the lookout. One hand covered the man's mouth while the other drove a kunai forcefully into his neck, twisting and pulling it out swiftly. The speed was such that the victim could only manage a muffled grunt. In that instant, Danzō teleported behind the two visible sentinels, chakra pulsing through his cane. And a cold gleam flashed. The two sentinels had no time to react before their heads were severed, leaving them lifeless. Meanwhile, within the cave, a massive stone altar bore witness to a man kneeling, tears streaming down his face as he fervently chanted, "O great evil god, I beseech you to accept my offerings. I am but a lost lamb, in need of your guidance." Wiping his tears, he rose to his feet, towering nearly 2 meters tall. In stark contrast to his height was his emaciated figure, resembling a mere skeleton with protruding ribs, completely bare from the waist up. His pallid complexion and sunken eyes betrayed a man who had suffered excessively. Below the altar, dozens of black-robed devotees clasped their hands in prayer, their eyes filled with unwavering devotion as they gazed at the man above. What a truly deranged assembly. In the shadowy recess, a man observed the gathering with disdain, spitting softly and muttering curses under his breath. Who could blame him? This deranged congregation dared to target innocent children. Another man cautiously peeked out, his expression one of disgust. Upon closer inspection, one would be astonished to discover that their bodies were nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding rocks, save for a small portion that remained visible. The two engaged in a brief, hushed exchange before once again emerging into the stone. On the stage, a tall, slender man retrieved a bottle from an unknown source. He uncapped it and doused himself in the vivid crimson liquid it contained. With arms outstretched, he proclaimed loudly, "From among you, the most worthy of acolytes shall be chosen in the forthcoming ritual. Through this ceremony, one shall attain immortality." The followers below raised their arms, appearing almost frenzied. "Come forth. Devote yourselves more fervently to our dark deity." The man, satisfied, turned and crouched to slip into a concealed cave behind the altar. Navigating cautiously through a fork in the path, he ultimately arrived at a dead end. Unperturbed by the stone wall before him, he reached out to explore. Soon, with a slight mechanism click, the stone began to shift aside, revealing an entrance amidst the resounding echoes. Casting a glance behind to ensure he was unaccompanied, he slipped into the cave. Lord White-Tongue. Upon his entrance, two followers who had been waiting in the cave rose to their feet. Nearby, a middle-aged man sat nonchalantly on a stone bench, legs crossed and a look of disdain upon his face, adorned with a headband bearing a scar from the hidden Cloud Village. The cave's interior was starkly simple, aside from a few stone benches. There was a stone table laden with a collection of scrolls and books. The walls were illuminated by a few oil lamps. And in a corner stood a peculiar red sickle, its design bizarre with 3 sharp blades. White-Tongue approached the stone table and seated himself on a bench, prompting the two followers to hastily follow suit. They produced a towel from some hidden source and began to wipe him down. "Tomorrow, venture to the nearby village and bring back 2 children in preparation for the ritual." Stretching his neck, White-Tongue instructed his attendants. "Lord White-Tongue, about that." One follower hesitated, stammering, inciting White-Tongue's irritation. What is it? Do you wish to obstruct the upcoming ritual?" Sensing the menace in White-Tongue's tone, the follower quickly defended himself. "No, not at all, Lord White-Tongue. I wouldn't dare impede the ceremony. It's just that I've heard whispers of Leaf Village ninjas in the vicinity, and I worry it may pose a threat." Following the extermination of the mountain bandits in the Land of Soup, rumors had spread throughout the black market regarding the involvement of Leaf Village ninjas in the recent disappearances of children. Leaf Village, nothing but trash. Before White-Tongue could respond, a rogue ninja from the hidden Cloud Village interjected with derision. In the discourse, there was a palpable disdain for the hidden Leaf Village. Upon hearing the voice of the other party, the disciple cast a fearful glance and, steeling himself, continued to elucidate. Recently, the hidden Leaf Village had triumphed over the Sand Village, basking in the glory of their recent success. Their current Hokage, renowned as the hero of the shinobi world, had garnered immense respect due to his leadership during 2 great ninja wars, elevating his reputation to astonishing heights. It remains a mystery who bestowed upon him the title of hero, a moniker that swiftly joined the ranks of other illustrious titles, such as the White Fang of Konoha and the 3 Sannin, circulating throughout the ninja realm. Coupled with the ominous figure known as the Dark Ninja, Danzō Shimura, it seemed prudent to exercise caution for the time being. Similar to the hero, it was unclear who had conferred upon Danzō the title of Dark Ninja. It was rumored to have originated from the Sand Village. And even the Uchiha clan's own Kurenai had acquired the moniker Scarlet Princess, attributed to her fondness for red attire and the Sharingan. Listening to his subordinate's presentation, the White-Tongue felt a prickling unease, finding the situation exceedingly troublesome. What nonsense is this hero? Ninja Bear might be more fitting. I recall the days when I, alongside the formidable duo of Gold and Silver Horns, severed the life of their second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. I have yet to witness any remarkable feats from these 2 inept individuals. Dark Ninja? Hero? Mere drivel, nothing more than worthless titles. The loudmouthed rogue from the Cloud Village before him was none other than a member of the elite forces of the Cloud Village, known as Shaku. After the ambush on Tobirama Senju, Gold and Silver Horns fell to the present Third Hokage, leading the remnants of their unit to scatter like frightened birds. In the ensuing years of evasion, many perished, while others were left wounded. Eventually, he found refuge in the Land of Water, making a living through unsavory dealings in the black market. A few years prior, he fortuitously encountered the renegade brothers from the Rock Village, the Wild Horse and the Wild Donkey. Despite their villages being historical foes, these defectors clearly had no intention of engaging in conflict over past grievances. After a period of camaraderie, the trio naturally formed a team. Recently, they had been contracted by the White-Tongue for a sum of 3 million to ensure his safety until the conclusion of the upcoming ceremony. As a former subordinate of Gold Horn, Shaka harbored deep contempt for the likes of Saratobi Hiruzen, who had merely held the role of a guard back in those days. To him, these individuals were not but incapable cowards, prone to fleeing at the first sign of danger. Hero. Dark Ninja? Bah. What utter nonsense. Just two worthless titles devoid of substance. Why fret? I shall accompany you myself. I am eager to witness the caliber of the current ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village. With a scornful glint in his eyes, Shaka rose, fixing his gaze upon the disciple before him. Ha ha ha, splendid. With you, Shaku, I feel utterly reassured. White Tongue laughed heartily, taking a seat upon a stone bench. Reflecting inwardly that the 3 million was indeed well spent, it seemed that the forthcoming ceremony would transpire with remarkable ease. He has already begun to envision what it would be like to possess an immortal body. Ah, indeed, since he would be immortal by then. He might as well rid himself of that fool Shak, who has always been insufferably arrogant, constantly seeking to provoke others. I have long harbored a disdain for him. Besides, the 3 million Rio would be better spent honoring the great Dark Lord rather than giving it to him. The proud and haughty Shak remains oblivious, while the scheming Tongue has already concocted a plan for a treacherous double-cross once the deed is done. Meanwhile, Danzō and his companions continue to navigate through the cave. Lord Danzō, look. There is someone in the rock wall. At Hinata Binbin's quiet exclamation, everyone halted in their tracks. There is someone within the stone wall. How intriguing. Danzō mused briefly before quickly realizing, no, this is the handiwork of that band of brigands from Iwagakure. Where are they located? 5 o'clock, and they are advancing towards us. Hinata Binbin discerned through his Byakugan, clearly observing 2 figures progressing through the wall, drawing nearer to their group. Upon receiving this information, Danzō promptly drove his cane into the ground, initiating a one-handed hand seal. Wind release, vacuum wave. The solid rock, under the influence of Danzō's wind release technique, crumbled as easily as tofu, effortlessly sliced apart. Damn it, they have discovered us. Realizing that their presence had been sensed, the two had utilized the earth-hidden technique to investigate. Little did they expect to be exposed so directly, facing such a formidable wind-release jutsu. Forced to reveal themselves prematurely, the duo emerged from the stone wall, standing before the group. Damn it, they are ninjas from Konohagakure. No wonder they managed to approach so stealthily. After scrutinizing the individuals before them, the two swiftly deduced the ninja village to which they belonged. Wow, they are impressive. Despite not wearing headbands, they could still ascertain our affiliation with Konoha. The astonished Shimizu Uwe could hardly contain his surprise, exclaiming aloud. The two brothers, Oyamada and Oyamule, regarded Shimizu Uwe with an expression of condescending pity for the seemingly impaired. After a moment's pause, they finally spoke. Are you out of your mind? Aside from Konoha, are there any other villages that possess the Byakugan? Oh, I suppose that is true. Danzō clenched his fist and struck away on the head, leaving a noticeable bump. Shut your mouth. How embarrassing. How could such a foolish individual emerge from the Shimizu clan? How frustrating it is that while the original Danzō was always scheming and plotting, his brother's absurd relative appears to lack any semblance of intelligence. Glancing at the two before him, he noted the forehead protector marked with a distinctive line. As expected, they were indeed rogue ninjas from Iwagakure. The earth-hidden technique is a skill not wielded by mere chunin or genin. This means that those standing before him are at least 2 jonin in rank. Such formidable adversaries, apart from Hinata Binbin's remarkable talent and formidable strength, can only rely on a modest contribution from Shigemura Uwe and Saratobi Jekka, who can merely provide some cover. While Danzō contemplated his next move, the Onokuma brothers were also assessing the current situation. To them, the 4 before them likely constituted a typical elite ninja team, 1 leading jonin accompanied by 3 genin, a deduction supported by their ages. Other villages had heard of Konoha's class system, with some even adopting similar practices. Thus, it was reasonable to surmise that their opponents possessed at most 1 jonin, and that one appeared to be significantly impaired. Onokuma whispered to his brother, in a 2-on-1 scenario, the advantage is ours. We can take him down directly and then wreak havoc on the others. For a jonin, genin were merely expendable, easily dealt with by a mere jutsu, and did not pose a threat. Unfortunately, they were unaware of the terrifying prowess of Konoha's genin. Earth Style, Earth Spike. Onokuma initiated the assault, swiftly forming hand seals and slamming his palms onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Numerous rock spikes surged towards Danzō and his companions. 8 trigrams. Return. Hinata Binbin rushed forward, employing his defensive technique, shattering the sharp rocks that dared to breach his guard. Earth Style, Rock Spear. Observing that Onokuma's earth spike was thwarted, Onokuma quickly advanced, wielding a rock transformed into a spear, launching it towards Danzō. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sarutobi Jieka, witnessing the attack, hastily conjured a fireball to counter. Onokuma, undeterred by the incoming fireball, brandished his spear to meet it head-on. It is well known that a fireball of this nature is harmless to life. Indeed, upon impact, the fireball was deflected by Onokuma's spear. Danzō, with narrowed eyes, seized Sarutobi Jieka's collar and retreated swiftly, simultaneously kicking Shigemura away aside. In the instant they vacated their position, a pair of colossal stone hands emerged from beneath the ground, narrowly evading Onokuma's concealed assault. Discovered, have we? Onokuma chuckled. Indeed. He excelled in executing one-handed seals in conjunction with physical attacks. Yet, against Danzō, such tactics were effortlessly discerned. Releasing Sarutobi Jieka, Danzō inhaled deeply and unleashed his jutsu. Wind style, vacuum sphere. A fierce gale erupted from his mouth, launching a projectile so swift that Onokuma could not evade it. Forced to turn and attempt to twist away, the terrifying penetration power resulted in his right shoulder being pierced. Brother. Witnessing his siblings' distress, Onokuma promptly abandoned his engagement with Hinata Binbin and redirected his assault towards Danzō. The ground beneath him surged upwards, seeking to thrust Danzō against the ceiling of the cave, intending to crush him. As he neared the cave's apex, Danzō remained unperturbed, releasing a jutsu beneath his feet. Wind style, vacuum wave. The rising land was shattered into fragments, as Danzō calmly stepped onto the debris and landed steadily. Hinata Binbin, in a state of rotation, halted, preparing to strike with his left hand while tightly gripping a kunai with his right. He swiftly approached Daima from behind, aiming to seal the opponent's chakra with a decisive blow. Be careful, brother, get out of the way. The sharp-eyed Dailu immediately noticed the impending danger and shouted a warning. He attempted to assist, but was besieged by Shimizu Away and Sarutobi Jieka, unable to extricate himself. Although bewildered by his elder brother's command, Daima instinctively trusted him and dodged aside. In the next moment, Hinata Binbin's strike missed its mark, and the kunai did not pierce the target. He quickly transitioned to a sweeping attack with the kunai. Daima narrowly evaded the continuous onslaught, but was not quick enough to avoid a deep gash across his chest, blood flowing uncontrollably. Feeling the searing pain, Daima clutched his wound, howling in agony, having lost his fighting spirit. You bastard, get away from me. Witnessing his brother's injury, Dailu's expression twisted in rage, and he swept his leg, sending Shimizu Away flying. Being still young, Shimizu Away was knocked back. Sarutobi Jieka, sensing the urgency, rushed forward and caught Shimizu Away in a princess carry, securing him in his arms. Dailu, having disengaged from the battle, hurried to Daima, anxiously assessing his injuries. Damn it. You vile insect. Seeing the horrific wound on Daima's chest and his faint breathing, Dailu slammed his uninjured arm against the ground in frustration. Konoha, those detestable Konoha ninjas. Who exactly are you? Supporting his brother, Dailu's gaze turned icy as he glared at Danzō and the others. Hey, you, that worthless cripple. Your wind release technique is so formidable. Could you be the legendary Shadow of the Shinobi? And these brats, are they the elusive members of the Root? Shadow of the Shinobi? What nonsense is this? As the person in question, Danzō was completely unaware of when he had acquired such a title. Whoever gave me this name, step forward. I shall reward him with a blow that will leave a red mark on his head. Good deeds seldom leave the house, while bad news travels far and wide. Now, like the original owner, he had earned the moniker of Shadow of the Shinobi. Enraged, Danzō longed to question how someone as sunny and cheerful as himself could be deemed dark. Furthermore, this title was nothing but a slanderous affront. Before he could voice his thoughts, Hinata Binbin suddenly hurled his kunai. Are you insulting me? As the kunai approached menacingly, Dailu's already grim expression darkened further. A mere Jinin, throwing a kunai at a Jainin? Did he not recognize who he was dealing with? A dignified Jainin would not fall to a mere kunai. It was a profound insult to his ninja career. Feeling belittled, Dailu could hardly muster the energy to move. He merely inclined his body slightly, watching the kunai sail past him. Heh, you've fallen for it. Die. As Hinata Binbin's voice faded, he executed a seamless series of swift movements, his figure vanishing instantaneously. When he reappeared, it was behind the formidable Oidanki. With one hand, he struck a vital point, while the other plunged a kunai into his adversary's lower back. How is this possible? Oidanki felt the excruciating pain coursing through his body, leaving him no time to retaliate. The shadow of Danzō followed closely, appearing in a flash. a glint of cold light flashing as he severed the enemy's neck with his kunai. As blood gushed forth, Oi Donkey's body fell weakly to the ground, taking the supporting Oi horse down with him. Danzō, with a cold demeanor, raised his right foot and mercilessly stomped down, meeting the terrified gaze of his foe. Thus, the two defector genin from Awagakure were utterly annihilated by Danzō and his companions. Are you all right, Away? Once the battle subsided, the group reconvened, with Hinata Binbin stepping forward to assess the injuries of Shimizu Away. I'm fine. It's nothing serious. Just a little dislocation in my shoulder, Namanakajiro grinned, glancing at the cowering Away nestled in his embrace. I've already performed a simple realignment. It's merely a minor issue. Danzō, however, paid no heed to the three youngsters, instead furrowing his brow as he gazed into the depths of the cave. The commotion from the earlier skirmish had been substantial, surely. Those within had taken notice. As if to confirm Danzō's suspicions, a round of applause echoed, and Shaku emerged slowly from the shadows. I never expected to witness a young prodigy from the Hyuga clan mastering the body flicker technique with such finesse and fluidity, he remarked. Fascinating. This is truly intriguing. Observing the middle-aged man stepping forth from the shadows, Danzō's pupils constricted and his posture stiffened. Shaka scrutinized Hinata Binbin with keen interest. The body flicker technique is a skill possessed by all ninjas, yet none have truly mastered it. At such a tender age, to wield such prowess and dispatch two genin with a mere combination of techniques, if he continues to grow, he will undoubtedly become a formidable force renowned throughout the ninja world. Indeed, there is a peculiar desire to toy with him. Licking his lips, Shaku revealed a sinister smile. Who are you? Why do I feel an unsettling sense of familiarity upon seeing you? Danzō, on high alert, subtly stepped forward to shield the three children. Noting Danzō's failure to recognize him, Shaku let out a cold chuckle. It seems you have forgotten who I am, you scarred lad. With a step forward, Shaka shed his upper garment, revealing his chiseled, dark musculature. Fighting while undressing? Oh, you are doomed. Disrobing is a harbinger of death. No. That was not the time for such thoughts. Who exactly are you? Danzō pondered, struggling to recall the visage of the man before him, questioning whether he was merely bluffing. Very well, let me jog your memory with my fists. You coward who fled in disgrace all those years ago. With that proclamation, Shaka's figure vanished from sight. In an instant, he appeared before Danzō, his fist charged with lightning chakra, striking fiercely towards his face. How could this be? Such incredible speed. The sudden onslaught caught Danzō completely off guard, forcing him to raise his arm to shield his head. With a resounding crash, Danzō was sent flying, embedded into the rock wall, trapped there for the foreseeable future. Goodness! Lord Danzō! Exclaimed Hinata Binbin and Sarutobi Jige in unison, quickly retreating. The opponent's speed was so overwhelming that none of the spectators could react in time. Pathetic trash, still as weak as ever, Shaq sneered, twisting his stiff neck and flexing his muscles in derision. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Water style, water cannon. Sarutobi Jige, regaining his composure, swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed two different ninjutsu in an attempt to restrict the enemy's movements from a distance. Useless. Shaq showed no fear as the fireballs and water projectiles approached him. With a casual flick of his hand, he swatted the jutsu away as if they were mere flies. Meanwhile, Hinata Binbin grasped his kunai tightly, seizing the opportunity to dart beneath Shaq. 8 trigrams. Return to Heaven, version 2.0. As Shaq noticed his chest being repeatedly sliced by the so-called impenetrable barrier, he furrowed his brows. Although it differed somewhat from his memories of the technique, it was undeniably peculiar. Had it been executed by a fully grown Hyuga ninja, he might have felt a twinge of concern. However, as for this one with a powerful punch, Shaq shattered what was touted as the strongest defense. Not even close, as the technique was violently breached. Hinata Binbin had yet to regain his footing when Shaq seized his arm. This is bad, Shimura thought to himself, suppressing the pain in his shoulder as he prepared to cast a jutsu to save Hinata Binbin. Sarutobi Jige also sensed the gravity of the situation, unleashing a series of ninjutsu. Trash die? Shaq exclaimed as he lifted Hinata Binbin, preparing to smash his head into the ground. Stop. As he helplessly watched Shaq's merciless fist poised to obliterate Binbin, Sarutobi Jige felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Memories of their shared moments flashed through his mind like a slideshow. They culminated in a conversation with the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jige, our Sarutobi clan possesses a natural affinity for multiple elements. Aside from me, the Hokage, you have the greatest potential in the family. Would you like to learn my signature jutsu? Absolutely, uncle. Please teach me your jutsu. Alright, after your training at the root, remember to come find me. Exposed. Sarutobi Jige formed hand seals, activating the shadow clone technique. 6 shadow clones emerged, 2 of which collaborated to perform a summoning jutsu. Conjuring a small monkey that transformed into a staff, striking Shaq's arm to compel him to release his grip. Another shadow clone swiftly dashed to rescue the falling Hinata Binbin. The remaining 4 shadow clones of Sarutobi Jiro each executed distinct hand seals. After the shadow clones rescued Hinata Binbin, they decisively unleashed a ninjutsu that should have been beyond their capacity, an extraordinary technique inherited from the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 5 elements great multilayered bullet technique. In an instant, the chakra within his body was completely drained, causing all shadow clones to vanish, leaving him utterly weakened and collapsed on the ground, unable to move. The 5 different ninjutsu intertwined and surged toward Shaku, who had just annihilated a shadow clone with a single strike. Boom. Damn it, you little brats. I will slaughter you. Following the violent explosion, Shaku was left battered and burned in several places. In a furious rage, he charged towards Sarutobi Jiro, lifting his foot to deliver a fatal blow. Earth-style, quaking earth. Just as Shaku's foot was mere centimeters away from Sarutobi Jiro, Danzō's voice finally resonated. The previously even ground beneath Shaka shattered instantaneously, causing him to lose his balance. Take this, wind release, shuriken. From the side, Hinata Binbin, having been rescued, hurled a gigantic shuriken towards Shaku, intent on defending his companion. Shaku, irritated, clicked his tongue and shifted his strategy, seizing the weakened Sarutobi Jiro and hurling him towards the oncoming shuriken, then leaping back to guard against a potential surprise attack from Hinata Binbin. However, Hinata Binbin did not pursue with a rapid assault. Instead, he executed a grand leap, aiming for the airborne shuriken. With a thud, the massive shuriken exploded upon contacting Sarutobi Jiro, transforming into Shimura Wei, who caught his comrade with steadiness. As Hinata Binbin approached the two, he swiftly pulled them both and used the body flicker technique to return to their original position. Well done, you 3. I never expected Hiruzen would impart his signature technique to you. You've concealed it quite well, Jiro. Binbin, your mastery of the body flicker technique is impressive. You should continue to refine it. Yes, Lord Danzō. Experiencing excruciating pain coursing through his body, Danzō, having narrowly escaped from the rock wall, approached the trio to offer his commendations. Fortunately, before enduring the attack, he had enveloped himself in chakra. Otherwise, he would have likely suffered the loss of several bones. However, through the recent battle, he had recognized the identity of the mysterious man before him. I know who you are. You were a member of the Jin In Jiao unit from years ago. There are few in Kumo skilled in lightning release body techniques, and you, Shaku, were one of them. Back then, the original Danzō and Sarutobi Hiruzen had failed to subdue this individual, instead being driven into a corner, desperately evading and crying out in fear. Now that you recognize me, why not surrender? In Shaku's mind, Danzō should have been trembling with fear at this moment. Yet, observing Danzō's expression, he appeared remarkably calm and composed. Something was amiss. Could it be that this man had some hidden trump card? After scrutinizing Danzō for a moment, Shaku noticed he merely stood there in silence. Suspecting that his opponent harbored ulterior motives, he momentarily suppressed his doubts upon recalling the recent behavior of the few individuals present. In the face of Shaq's provocation, Danzō merely regarded him silently, choosing to ignore his insinuations. Instead, he intervened to prevent Hinata from taking action, signaling him to refrain from engaging. The outcome had already been determined from their initial encounter. Shaking his head, Danzō advanced towards Shaq, resolving that it was time to put an end to this. Those who were meant to have perished should not re-emerge. As a kunai slipped from his sleeve, Danzō expelled wind chakra towards it while continuing his approach. Wind release, vacuum blade. Watching Danzō stride towards him with an air of arrogance, Shaq felt his temper flare, his hair almost standing on end with indignation. The other's demeanor was a clear indication of disdain. Oblivious to the fact that he had previously been slammed into a wall, regardless of any potential schemes, he resolved to strike first. As a staunch practitioner of martial arts, Shaq decided to act without hesitation and prepared to form a series of hand seals. However, when he extended his hands, he was horrified to discover that no matter how hard he tried, he could not move even a fraction of his body. Damn it, what is happening? In his confusion, Shaq failed to notice the black stripes spreading across his body. Observing the growing fear in Shaq's eyes, Danzō let out a cold laugh. Did Shaq truly believe himself to be the original Danzō? Did he think he could engage in battle without any preparation? Danzō had anticipated Shaq's intentions the moment he removed his shirt. He foresaw that Shaq would likely resort to physical attacks. Thus, he had already prepared the cursed seal of self-imposed bondage. When Shaq threw a punch, Danzō feigned defense, allowing his arm to make contact with Shaq's fist, successfully implanting the seal. Your downfall lies in your lingering attachment to past victories, rendering you stagnant. With that, Danzō plunged the kunai, enveloped in wind chakra, into Shaq's heart. No, I don't want to die. With those words, filled with resentment, Shaq closed his eyes in agony and collapsed onto the ground. To ensure his demise, Danzō delivered a final strike to Shaq's neck before sheathing the kunai. Having secured the weapon, Danzō bent down to assess the wounds of the three individuals, providing them with rudimentary bandaging. His gaze fell upon the weakened form of Sarutobi Jiro. The Sarutobi clan was inherently multi-elemental, and apart from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiro exhibited the most diverse attributes. Compared to the Third Hokage, Jiro was merely lacking in the yin-yang element. Perhaps a testament to Hiruzen's fondness for the lad, which led him to secretly impart his own ninjutsu to Jiro. It raised the question of how such a prodigy could be allowed to join Danzō's roots. This could be attributed to the original Danzō's relentless persistence and persuasive tactics. Lord Danzō, Jiro, he won't be harmed, will he? Shimura all looked anxiously at the limp form of Sarutobi Jiro. Rest assured, he is unharmed. He merely expended all his chakra while executing the 5-nature transformation, Great Bomb technique. Away. You stay here to take care of Brother Jie while he recuperates his chakra. By the way, give him this to eat. It will expedite his recovery. After speaking, Tuanzong produced a soldier's food pill from his bosom and handed it over. With lingering concern, he imparted a few brief instructions. Eager to conclude this mission, Tuanzong then proceeded deeper into the cave with Hinata Binbin. Navigating through the lengthy tunnel, the duo successfully arrived at the grand hall where the followers of the evil god congregated. As soon as they stepped into the hall, a group of cloaked devotees confronted Tuanzong, vociferously rebuking him. Halt! Who are you? How dare you intrude upon this sacred ground? Speak the truth, or you shall regret it. The devotees had long been aware of the commotion outside. Upon seeing Shaku emerge, they presumed the intruders had been dealt with, only to be met by Tuanzong and Hinata Binbin instead. Disinterested in the presence of these ordinary individuals, Tuanzong and Hinata Binbin effortlessly subdued them. Leaving a shadow clone behind to monitor the captives, they redirected their focus towards the altar, meticulously searching the vicinity. Aside from some ancient bloodstains, they found no further clues. Not even a trace of the missing children. Nevertheless, the bloodstains before them seemed to hint at something sinister. This scoundrels! Hinata Binbin furrowed his brow, his expression betraying a hint of disgust as he anticipated grim outcomes. Calm down, there may yet be another twist in this tale. Observing Hinata Binbin's demeanor, Tuanzong placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and gently patted him. He began to feel along the walls, scrutinizing the altar once more. His instincts hinted at hidden mechanisms in this place. Unbeknownst to him, his hand brushed against an odd protrusion. Pressing it gently, the stone wall before him suddenly shifted, revealing a narrow passage. Just as he suspected, there were indeed concealed mechanisms here. Let us proceed, he urged. Without hesitation, the two figures, one large and one small, bent down and advanced into the opening. They soon arrived at a fork in the path. In such moments, a ninja's prowess is revealed. For members of the Uchiha or Hyuga clans, it would be a simple matter to discern the correct route through their inherited abilities. For those not of these clans, they could send out shadow clones to scout ahead. Yet, if one were an unskilled commoner, the last resort would be to remove their shoes and toss them into the air. The direction in which the toe landed would dictate their course, ensuring silence in their steps. With Hinata Binbin present, Tuanzong had no need to intervene. Can you activate your Byakugan? Having just regained a modicum of chakra, I can manage it, albeit with difficulty. Excellent, I leave it to you. While Hinata Binbin engaged his Byakugan, Tuanzong seized the opportunity to sit cross-legged, adjusting his breath in preparation for the impending battle. After all, until now, he had yet to encounter the leader of the evil cult, remaining oblivious to their true nature. Soon, Hinata Binbin roused him, reporting the findings of his reconnaissance. The left path was a trap, concealing a vast abyss filled with bones. In contrast, the right path led to a chamber reminiscent of a laboratory. With his Byakugan, Hinata Binbin detected the presence of several children within, alongside an array of unknown experimental apparatus. The path ahead culminated in a dead end, obscured by hidden mechanisms. Deep within, they discovered 3 individuals and a colossal scythe. Could it be? If memory serves, that scythe should be Upon hearing this, Danzō immediately rose and hastened towards the central path. Before long, the two arrived at the location of the concealed mechanism. They activated the mechanism, entered the secret chamber, and with a casual wind release technique, the three unfortunate souls met their demise in an unusually tranquil manner. Just as they were about to seize the enormous scythe, Danzō inadvertently caught sight of a scroll upon a stone table. Compelled by an unseen force, he approached the table and examined the scroll. Goodness, is this the cursed technique, death through blood? Furrowing his brow as he perused the scroll's contents, Danzō continued to sift through other documents. Sacrifice, the full moon night. The totem of the evil cult. After a swift review, he set the scroll aside, his expression darkening significantly. If the information within these documents held any truth, then what he had destroyed was merely a branch of the evil cult. Yet, this particular branch was somewhat more significant than the others. Here, they primarily conducted research on immortality. Moreover, they had indeed made some progress in their studies. However, behind these experiments lay the demise of countless lives. According to the records, to achieve immortality, one must first prepare offerings for the evil god. Next, at specific temporal junctures, one must draw the cult's totem before the statue of the evil god. The individual must stand at the center of the totem, awaiting the god's favor. Fortunately, the cult's numerous rituals had all ended in failure. Those who dared to seek the evil god's grace invariably perished in explosions of flesh. Thus, the present evil cult harbored no true immortals. Carefully securing the scroll, Danzō resolved to bring this information back to the village for further study. Perhaps in the future, there would no longer be a Haiden with immortality. This could be seen as a roundabout way of saving Sarutobi Asuma's eldest son, sparing him from a fate of merciless slaughter at Haiden's hands. As for Haiden's iconic scythe, Danzō's initial intention had been to claim it, but now, following their victorious conquest, Konoha streets and alleys had regained their former splendor. As a consultant to the Elder Council, Mito Gaiden had arrived early at the entrance of the root base. Has that rascal Danzō returned yet? With a forceful strike of his cane against the ground, Mito Gaiden inquired sternly of Uchiha Koyo before him. Before the esteemed elder consultant, Uchiha Honya stood tall, exuding a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. I apologize, Lord Mito, but Lord Danzō has yet to return. Upon hearing that Danzō had not yet come back to the village, Mito Yane's forehead creased with tension. The new cane in his hand creaking under the pressure of his grip. With the recent war just concluded, the volume of documents was overwhelming. As the Hokage's assistant, rather than contributing his efforts, he had taken a group of children on a mission, an audacious B-rank task, no less. What are your capabilities? Is it necessary to use a cannon to swat a mosquito? Moreover, you have just recently earned the title of Hero of the War, with such prowess and stature. You choose to chase mountain bandits? Is this a jest? The disparity in strength is almost equivalent to that between Senju Hashirama and the individual who once hurled shuriken at him from 800 miles away. Additionally, with Danzō's absence, there was no way to ascertain the progress of the Hashirama cell's research. He wished to inquire directly with Orochimaru, but the root members stationed at the gate would not permit him entry. When he sought out Sarutobi Hizashi, he learned that Orochimaru had never sought him out either. Even his disciple, Shinji, had been entrusted to Jiraiya. Alas, what a farce! With a frustrated exclamation, Mito Yane turned away from Uchiha Honya, disinterested in further conversation. Once he had departed, Uchiha Honya rolled her eyes in displeasure. Who is it now? Sister, has someone else come looking for Lord Danzō? Indeed. Yesterday it was that mummy-like old hag, and today it's the crippled uncle from the Mito family. Responding to her sister's inquiry, Uchiha Honya turned around, grinning playfully. Oh, just be careful not to let those two hear you. They might report you to the Hokage and have Lord Danzō punish you. Uchiha Cue stifled a laugh behind her hand. As if I would fear them. I wonder whose side Lord Danzō will take, mine or theirs. Uchiha Honya then took her sister's hand, skipping joyfully away from the root base, eager to return to the laboratory to see how Orochimaru and his team were faring. Meanwhile, at the root gates, the two guards exchanged glances, pondering whether they were perhaps privy to too much information. At that moment, Danzō was lamenting to the emissary from the Land of Water. He presented various pieces of evidence, underscoring the challenges of the task at hand. Ultimately, under Danzō's affable persuasion, the official from the Land of Water upgraded the original B-rank commission to A rank and increased the reward to 1 million ryo. Satisfied with the outcome, Danzō then instructed Hinata Binbin and the others to sheathe their kunai, releasing the nearly terrified client. After all, these were 3 elite shinobi. Categorizing this task as S rank would not have been unreasonable. Danzō had merely considered the fact that the land of water was already within the sphere of influence of the Leaf Village and graciously granted them a discount. Feeling the heartfelt gratitude emanating from the emissary, Danzō and his companions departed from his residence, knowing the mission was now complete and it was time to return. However, it has been less than a month since I left the village. Now, upon my return, I am uncertain whether the sisters, Siyue and Hongye, will still harbor jealousy over the matter concerning Yetsong. This thought lingers in my mind, causing a subtle ache in my lower back. What? You inquire about the never-ending pile of documents and the incessant meetings? Alas, that is the burden of an advisor to the Hokage. What concern is it of my dark organization, Danzō? Glancing down at the three weary little ones, I swiftly made a decision. Raising my hand with a flourish to declare with great generosity, the mission is complete. You are permitted to relax for 3 days, and I shall bear all expenses. Hooray! Lord Danzō is the best. Observing the sheer joy on the faces of the three youngsters, I too couldn't help but smile. Indeed, it was solely to witness their smiles that I made this decision, not to escape Siyue, Hongye, or the overwhelming workload. No, it must be as such. A week later, in the bustling commercial street of Konoha, within a quaint izakaya, 2 members of the Uchiha Guard were visibly exasperated as they watched a drunken man reveling in his intoxication. Come on, you Uchiha swine. Come and capture your grandfather. He taunted, his disheveled appearance and flushed face clearly indicating his inebriation. At that moment, he sat on the ground, defiantly challenging the guards before him, while a crowd of onlookers gathered around, eager to witness the spectacle. The proprietor stood at the counter, wearing an expression of resignation as she observed the scene unfold. You dare say that again, shouted Garde, clearly struggling to contain his temper, rolling up his sleeves in preparation to act. However, he was halted by Guard B, who discreetly pointed towards the villagers watching the commotion outside. Realizing the implications of acting rashly, Guard A relaxed his clenched fist and approached the man, seizing his collar and forcefully pulling him up. When the man attempted to resist, Guard A slammed him against the wall, pinning him with his elbow to the throat, the impact so fierce that several bottles of liquor toppled over nearby. Seizing the opportunity, Guard B produced restraints to bind the man's hands. These Uchiha clansmen are undeniably ruthless. Ah, brutal enforcement. No wonder the second Hokage despised them, remarked an onlooker. Indeed, they exhibit a shocking lack of compassion. I just saw one of them raise his fist as if to strike, exclaimed another. Is that true? How frightening. Look, they're glaring at us. The villagers murmured among themselves, discussing the guards' aggressive tactics. The cacophony of voices reached the ears of the 2 guards. Though this was not their first encounter with the villagers' scornful gazes, a cold glance swept over the crowd, prompting them to fall silent out of self-preservation. With the unruly man in tow, they maneuvered through the throng of spectators. Sigh, well, let it be, one of them muttered. Upon witnessing the departure of the guards, the proprietress let out a sigh, surveying the disarray before her. Forcing a smile, she endeavored to soothe the other patrons while beckoning the waitstaff to expedite the cleanup. After assessing the damages, she prepared to report them to the police department, simultaneously intending to lodge a complaint regarding the earlier brutal enforcement by the 2 officers, which had resulted in the destruction of her establishment's beverages. Unbeknownst to anyone, among the onlookers was Shimura Danzō, who had just returned to the village. Listening intently to the villagers' discussions, Danzō thoughtfully pondered the situation. Everything was amiss. This was not at all the intention of Senju Tobarama. Years ago, Tobarama entrusted the Konoha Police Department to the Uchiha clan, believing them to be sufficiently strict and diligent, while also hoping to dispel the villagers' misconceptions about them. He wished for regular patrol interactions to foster a positive impression among the villagers. Regrettably, despite Tobarama's noble intentions, he overlooked the inherent flaws of human nature. His policies inadvertently positioned the Uchiha clan in opposition to the villagers. Although he had already begun efforts to mend the rift between the 2 parties, it seemed that as long as the Uchiha clan continued to oversee the police department, their reputation would worsen with each passing day. After all, impartial enforcement of the law invariably breeds resentment, a predicament that cannot be avoided. It appeared imperative to devise a strategy to extricate the police department from Uchiha control, though he feared their reluctance to relinquish authority. Upon returning to the village, he promptly dispatched Hinata and the others to the base to submit their missions, instructing them to deliver the sealed cursed object, Requiem of Blood, directly to Uchiha Satsuki for safekeeping. Danzō strolled leisurely through the streets of Konoha, his mind consumed with contemplation. He reflected on what terms he could propose to persuade the Uchiha clan to surrender the police department. Lost in thought, he unconsciously arrived at the entrance of the administrative office. As he entered the village's administrative zone, he encountered primarily the village's ninjas. It was not long before he was recognized by the crowd. Lord Danzō, greetings. Upon hearing someone address him, Danzō snapped back to reality, forcing a smile and nodding in response. Ah, hello. Administrative office? Observing the sign bearing the handwriting of Mido Gate Yen himself, an epiphany struck Danzō. He seemed to grasp how to compel the Uchiha to relinquish control of the police department. As a man of action, he swiftly resolved to act upon his newfound insight. Consequently, Danzō soon found himself at the doorstep of Uchiha Avalanche's estate, where a Uchiha clansman, donning an eye patch over his right eye, stood guard. Upon Danzō's arrival, the guard promptly bowed. Ah, what happened to your eye? Did someone poke it? Recognizing the familiar visage, Danzō recalled that this very individual had been on watch the last time he visited. At that time, the man's eyes were still. Upon hearing Danzō's inquiry, the individual known as Uchiha Sanbunzi displayed an expression of embarrassment. As a bearer of the double Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Sanbunzi had unfortunately fallen prey to an ambush by ninjas from Sunagakure on the battlefront in the Land of Rivers. Witnessing his comrades fall one after another, he was compelled to resort to his family's ancestral technique, the Dream Death Technique. This esoteric skill allowed him to suppress his own presence and chakra to a negligible degree, even bringing his breathing and heartbeat perilously close to the brink of death. Much like the technique of intangibility, it facilitated the practitioner's infiltration behind enemy lines to gather intelligence. However, he had employed it merely for survival, and soon found himself lying on the ground. He was unaware of which dastardly fiend had gouged out his right eye. The pain caused him to leap up from the ground, howling in agony. Unfortunately, he could not discern who had assaulted him. He only recalled a fleeting shadow passing before his eyes. Without further ado, he informed Lord Danzō, "I shall relay your message." Reluctant to delve deeper into the matter, Uchiha Sanbunzi swiftly diverted the conversation and walked toward the room. Ah, he recalled, it was one of the 11 lost Sharingan. Danzō quickly remembered this incident, and, observing Sanbunzi's retreating figure, chose not to pursue the topic further. Shortly thereafter, 2 maids emerged to greet him, respectfully leading Danzō to the reception hall and presenting tea. After the maids knelt and slowly exited the room, Danzō mused to himself about Uchiha Avalanche's growing indulgence in the pleasures of life. The maids were clad in such light attire, their figures quite pronounced. Lifting his teacup, he gently blew across the surface, savoring the fragrant steam. Reflecting on Uchiha Avalanche's exquisite taste, Danzō took several sips to soothe his throat. Before he could finish his tea, the current clan head of the Uchiha, supported by attendants, tremulously entered the reception hall. Sensing the chakra within him was nearly depleted, Danzō subtly shook his head with a sigh, yet his expression remained composed. It has indeed been a considerable time since I last saw you," Uchiha Avalanche said respectfully, his aged voice sincere. Indeed, since Kakashi Itachi had led the team back to the village, very few had encountered Danzō. Even during the memorial ceremony for the Uchiha ninjas who had perished on the battlefield, presided over personally by the Hokage, and attended by emissaries sent by the feudal lord, Danzō had remained conspicuously absent. This left Uchiha Avalanche feeling somewhat disheartened. For now, the only one who had openly expressed goodwill toward the Uchiha was this former rival. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared benevolent, yet his true sentiments remained ambiguous. Thus, there were certain matters Uchiha Avalanche dared not voice in Hiruzen's presence. Little did Uchiha Avalanche suspect that this extraordinarily capable aide to the Hokage had personally led 3 root youths on a mission to the land of hot water. "I have visited your base several times, but that girl, Koyo, has repeatedly informed me of your absence. I have sought you out at route on multiple occasions," he continued. Tuanzong discerned the subtle implications behind his counterpart's words. It appeared that the other party had matters they wished to entrust to him. Narrowing his eyes, Tuanzong began to speculate about the true purpose of their meeting. The two engaged in feigned pleasantries, discussing the trivialities surrounding the Uchiha sisters, Izumi and Akane. Once the atmosphere had been sufficiently cultivated, Uchiha Yuki resolved to unveil his intentions. The elder Shana had passed away recently. Upon hearing this, Tuanzong nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, my condolences are in order." Given Uchiha Shana's age, he had lived a lengthy life within the ninja world. As a member of the Uchiha clan who had never opened his eyes in life, His ascension to the position of elder was entirely attributable to his longevity. If all went as anticipated, I would soon be nominated as the new elder, while the position of clan leader would be inherited by my son. Noticing Tuanzang's lack of enthusiasm, Uchiha Yuki pressed on. However, the young clan leader, Fugaku, is currently rather inexperienced. Observing the hesitant expression on Uchiha Yuki's face, Tuanzang smiled faintly. Perhaps Lord Yuki could articulate his thoughts more explicitly. It was time to lay all cards on the table. In response to Tuanzang's prompt, Uchiha Yuki laid bare his convictions. I believe the Uchiha clan should relinquish the position of elder. The existence of elders serves only to harm both the Uchiha clan and the village, without providing any benefits. Just look at the Hyuga clan in the village. Their so-called main family elders wield power, creating a so-called factional strife, leaving the clan in disarray and suppressing the leader's authority. Uchiha Yuki was acutely aware that his years were dwindling. He did not wish to see his son, Uchiha Fugaku, inherit the leadership at a tender age only to be hampered by the elders. However, relying solely on his own strength was evidently insufficient to dismantle the long-standing system. He needed to seek an ally. Ultimately, he set his sights on Tuanzang. Since Lord Yuki is inclined towards this matter, he might as well implement the policy himself. Tuanzang leisurely lifted his teacup, taking a sip, and remarked with an air of contentment. After all, it was stated when the various clans established Konoha that the village had no authority to meddle in clan affairs. This policy was primarily instated out of fear that if one member of a discordant clan ascended to Hokage, it would lead to retribution against the other clan. The Uchiha during Senju Tobarama's era stands as a prime example. This fellow is clearly seeking to extract benefits from me. Observing Tuanzang's demeanor, Uchiha Yuki, a cunning old fox, understood the underlying thoughts of his counterpart. Should Lord Tuanzang extend his assistance, the future Uchiha clan would undoubtedly regard him as their guiding star. However, Tuanzang remained unmoved by Uchiha Yuki's words. How charmingly he speaks, yet it amounts to little more than an empty promise. You, an old relic, are nearing your end. When you depart, you will leave the mess for your son to handle, and I can already foresee Uchiha Fugaku denying all responsibility. Where shall I find someone to seek redress? Nevertheless, I do indeed have a matter that requires their attention. After a moment of contemplation, Danzō shook his head and remarked, Lord Avalanche, considering your words, both Suki and Koyo are your kin. How could I allow you to lead the way? However, I have come here with a matter to discuss with you. Oh, I am eager to hear more. The young man displayed remarkable cunning, evading the trap laid before him. Uchiha Avalanche, upon hearing that Danzō sought something of importance, decided to listen intently. However, the words that followed nearly took the old man's breath away, almost sending him to the Pure Land to converse with Uchiha Shina. I plan to rearrange the members of the Konoha police force, reshuffling the current structure. It is well known that the police force of Konoha is the lifeblood of the Uchiha clan, a cherished possession. For many years, the Uchiha have struggled to truly integrate into the upper echelons of the village. The emergence of Uchiha Kagami, once favored by Senju Tobarama, ended prematurely, causing them to hold even tighter to their limited power. Now, hearing Danzō's intentions to rearrange the police force members, it felt as though he sought to strip the Uchiha of their already scarce authority. This was akin to taking away their very essence for Uchiha Avalanche. Noticing the fluctuating expressions on Uchiha Avalanche's face, Danzō continued, I hold a great admiration for Suki. She manages various affairs with great competence. Given time, she may very well grow into a role worthy of being one of the advisors. Suki, as an advisor? Images of the somber girl flashed through Uchiha Avalanche's mind. Could that girl truly serve as an advisor? He recalled how she and her sister would huddle together in the corner during their childhood. Her dark demeanor keeping her distant from the other children, rarely acknowledging familiar adults. Both she and her sister, Koyo, struggled with communication, their behaviors bordering on reclusive. They bore little resemblance to the lively nature expected of Uchiha. Even the circumstances surrounding their awakening of the Sharingan remained shrouded in mystery. Perhaps it was when their parents perished at the hands of the Rain Village ninjas. Would appointing her as an advisor not render the villagers as morose as she? Nevertheless, Uchiha Avalanche harbored a special sentiment for Konoha. Although this sentiment was slightly overshadowed by his loyalty to the Uchiha clan, he still held concerns for the village's future. I believe this matter warrants further discussion. Choosing his words carefully, Uchiha Avalanche expressed his thoughts delicately, wary of any misunderstandings that might suggest ingratitude. Might I inquire how Lord Danzō intends to adjust the personnel? Uchiha Avalanche resolved to hear Danzō's perspective before making any decisions. Since the establishment of the police force by his mentor Tobirama, it had become akin to the Uchiha clan's private enterprise. With a gentle tap of his fingers upon the table, Danzō began to articulate his thoughts languidly. Even the emblem of the police department bears the fan insignia of your Uchiha clan. Over the years, the existence of the police department has only deepened the rift between the villagers and your clan. As the enforcement agency of the village, the Uchiha clan easily becomes the target of envy. Wielding the authority of the police department can render the Uchiha increasingly arrogant. Moreover, the proximity of the police department to the prison has resulted in your clan's territory being relocated here. Listening to Danzō's words, Uchiha Avalanche felt a sense of agreement. Indeed, the Uchiha clan currently finds itself in this awkward predicament. However, relinquishing even this last vestige of power would mean, of course, I do not intend to completely sever the Uchiha clan from the police department. You may still serve as the minister. It is merely a matter of reallocating some personnel. I plan to appoint members of the Nara clan as deputy ministers and draw personnel from various clans to replace a portion of the Uchiha members. Naturally, those who are replaced will be properly reassigned, perhaps to serve as jonin on missions or to teach at the ninja academy, if they can succeed in competitive recruitment. Transitioning to the finance and administration departments is not out of the question. What? Such favorable arrangements? Even the finance and administration departments can be involved? Upon hearing this, Uchiha was momentarily taken aback. Those departments have always been a forbidden zone for the Uchiha clan, something they never dared to contemplate. If this is indeed the case, relinquishing some authority over the police department could lead to. Furthermore, with the inclusion of members from other clans, the villagers' ire would no longer be directed solely at the Uchiha clan. It must be said that Danzō's words indeed struck a chord with Uchiha Avalanche, igniting a flicker of desire for change. Yet, at present, these matters remain mere promises from Danzō, and whether they can be genuinely implemented is still uncertain. Sensing the doubts in the other's eyes, Danzō slammed his hand on the table with a resounding thud, assuring him, "Rest assured, Chief Avalanche. As long as you give your consent, this matter can be executed immediately. My meaning aligns with that of Hiruzen. The Council of Elders will not oppose." What nonsense! Who would dare oppose me? I would seek them out in the dead of night for a life discussion. Hiruzen Sarutobi, what is this? Such good fortune. Mito Kazumi and T. Kashuriken, impressive. Ultimately, Uchiha Avalanche expressed the need to contemplate the proposal thoroughly before providing a definitive response. Danzō, seeing this, did not press the matter further. He rose and, accompanied by two remarkably extravagant maids, departed from the Uchiha clan's leader's residence. He chuckled to himself, confident that Uchiha Avalanche would not reject his proposal. After all, this was the only path available for the Uchiha clan to break free from its current predicament. In high spirits, Danzō meandered toward the root base. Come, it's my turn. Give me a hug. I refuse. Before even entering the base, Danzō heard the raucous voices of Uchiha Koyuki and Yukura, interspersed with the unmistakable laughter of children. What is going on? If I recall correctly, I have only been away for a month. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Danzō moved towards the source of the sound. Before long, he beheld Uchiha Koyo cradling a child of about 1 year old, while Yukura incessantly reached out to snatch the little one away. This seems amiss. Where did such a small child come from? This isn't mine, is it? Lord Danzō, having been tempered by the ravages of war, Uchiha Koyo possessed genuine jonin strength and quickly sensed Danzō's presence. In the moment of her stunned hesitation, Yukura seized the opportunity to take the child into her arms. Holding him tightly, "Lord Danzō? Where are you? Why can't I see you?" Hearing Uchiha Koyo's words, Yukura turned around in a hurry and soon spotted Danzō. Lord Danzō, you have returned." Upon seeing Danzō, Yukura appeared exceedingly excited, hastily running over with the child in her embrace. Danzō's expression was complex as he scrutinized the child in Yukura's arms. Black hair, black eyes. Indeed, these were unmistakably the traits of the Uchiha clan. Gently stroking the child's small head, the little one erupted into a fit of giggles. I have returned. This child cannot possibly be yours," responding to Yukura. Danzō's pallor deepened as his gaze shifted to Uchiha Koyo. His heart felt as if it were being torn apart, a profound anguish and disbelief consuming him. "This is my cousin's child, yet my cousin perished on the battlefield in the land of rivers. And his wife had also passed away shortly after the child's birth. Now, only my aunt remains to care for him. noticing Danzō's grim expression directed at her. Uchiha Koyo hastily explained. A few days ago, I returned to the clan to play with Michiko and found that my aunt was struggling alone to care for him. Upon returning, I casually mentioned this to my sister, who suggested that I bring the child here so that we could all help care for him together, thus alleviating my aunt's burden. So that's how it is, my sincerest gratitude. I nearly frightened myself. I thought some unruly child had cough, never mind. Danzō nodded, finally releasing the tension that had gripped his heart. What is wrong? Lord Danzō, are you all right? Your expression was quite troubling just now, Uchiha Koyo inquired anxiously, concerned for Danzō's well-being. It's nothing, cough. Are you really fine? I'm fine. Embarrassed. Danzō wished he could dig a hole right there, feeling utterly ashamed for almost misinterpreting the situation. Come, let me take a look at this child. Danzō hastily shifted the topic, taking the child from Yukura's hands and holding him up before himself. Watching the child's small hand tugging at his hair, Danzō turned his head to avoid it and casually asked, by the way, Koyo, what is this child's name? Obito, Uchiha Obito. Upon hearing this, Danzō nodded. Oh, Obito, what? Wait, what kind of nonsense is this? Obito? This is Uchiha Obito. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the child successfully grasped a strand of Danzō's hair. At this moment, is it still possible to dispose of this thing? Tobi, in a state of bewilderment, found himself at the pinnacle of his existence. After all, cradled in his arms was none other than the future second sage of the Six Paths. With a tumult of emotions, Tobi fixed his gaze on the young Obito, who was excessively fascinated by his own hair. This seemingly innocuous lad was, in fact, the embodiment of innocence in the world of Naruto, having painstakingly survived over 600 episodes solely through his singular ocular prowess, ultimately transforming himself into the second sage of the Six Paths throughout history. Would you not deem that impressive? As the source of his torment and the one who nurtured him, even Madara was on the verge of a catastrophic misstep. Who would have imagined that I, Tobi, would encounter Uchiha Obito in such an unexpected manner? Observing the lad incessantly tugging at his own hair, Tobi handed him over to Kakashi, while he himself began to mercilessly ruffle the boy's hair. Truly, the genes of the Uchiha clan were remarkable, even at such a tender age. Obito's hair was already quite resilient. Tobi exerted considerable force, leaving Obito visibly uncomfortable, his large, glistening eyes brimming with tears. In a state of delight, Tobi sauntered towards the inner sanctum of the root, musing whether this could be deemed as having made the second sage of the Six Paths weep. One could only wonder if he would ever have the opportunity to provoke the third sage of the Six Paths to tears as well. Meanwhile, holding Obito in his embrace, Kakashi, noticing Tobi's departure, swiftly placed the young boy into the arms of Uchiha Kurenai, then hurriedly followed Tobi's footsteps. This left Uchiha Kurenai alone, helplessly cradling the tearful Obito, desperately trying to cheer him up. At the entrance of the research department, Tobi found himself lost in contemplation as he stared at the imposing steel door before him. The original wooden door had vanished, replaced by a robust metal barrier, and after careful scrutiny, he noted the absence of a doorknob. Lord Tobi, over here. Kakashi tugged at Tobi's sleeve, directing his attention to a red button beside the doorframe. In response to Kakashi's gesture, Tobi extended his finger and pressed the button. Who is it? What business do you have? A familiar voice emanated from the speaker above the door, revealing itself to belong to Orochimaru. It is I, Tobi. Clearing his throat, Tobi stood poised with his hands clasped behind his back. Oh, Tobi. Initially confident that announcing his name would grant him swift entry into the laboratory, found himself waiting in silence for a considerable duration. Eventually, he heard Orochimaru's voice. Slightly strained, responding, Lord Orochimaru has decreed that this is a restricted area, no unauthorized personnel allowed. Furthermore, I am not Orochimaru. Tobi, nonsense. Do you not wish to consider the absurdity of your claim? With that distinctive voice of yours, there is no one else in all of Konoha who could possibly match it. Even Kakashi, standing nearby, could not suppress his laughter, bursting into giggles before quickly covering his mouth in an effort to stifle the sound. With a sullen expression, Danzō gazed at the loudspeaker overhead, contemplating whether to unleash a wind release technique to reduce the troublesome door to rubble. As if it had sensed his thoughts, a voice emanated from the speaker once more. This grand entrance had been procured through direct negotiations with Orochimaru, who had personally sought funding from Kakuzu. And Kakuzu had warned that whoever damaged the door would face dire consequences. Do you think I fear Kakuzu? He scoffed. Fine, I shan't enter. With that remark, Danzō turned on his heel and departed. TCH, if I can't see, then I simply won't. It mattered little. He could always enlist Shuriwet to stealthily unlock the door for him later. Frustrated by the lack of progress on the research of Hashirama's cells, Danzō aimlessly wandered to the training grounds with Yakura. Upon finding Konan and her companions, he seized the opportunity to boost their camaraderie. He also took a moment to affectionately pet the fluffy head of their little dog, who had now been integrated into the ranks of Root as their official guard canine. Striding confidently, the dog exuded an aura far beyond that of an ordinary mutt. "Danzō-sama, do you still have any explosive tags?" asked Konan, her small head peeking out with eager anticipation. Explosive tags? You wish to have such items? In response, Danzō rummaged through his robes and produced a stack. Konan's eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated on the pile of explosive tags in Danzō's hand. Since their teacher had demonstrated how to use explosive tags, she had begun to collect them. Standing nearby, Yuhiko scratched his head awkwardly, explaining, "But they are quite expensive. The teacher only allocates 5 to us each month." "Oh, is that so?" Danzō nodded in understanding and generously gifted all the explosive tags to Konan. "Thank you, Danzō-sama. This is perfect," Konan exclaimed, leaping with joy and planting a kiss on Danzō's cheek, her heart brimming with delight as she tucked the explosive tags into her ninja tool pouch. This scene ignited a smoldering jealousy within Yakura, who felt a surge of frustration. "Ah, how infuriating. I haven't even had the chance to kiss Danzō-sama," she resolved. "Once I strengthen my bond with him, I shall do the same." After affectionately ruffling the heads of Konan and her friends, Danzō advised them to study diligently and, in their spare time, keep an eye on the young Obito. "Oh, and if you happen to see Minato and Kushina, be sure to convey my regards." "Understood," they replied in unison, nodding earnestly. Danzō reiterated his request for them to watch over young Obito. "Kakakaka, you must be sweating profusely, little brother. The ones you have harmed in the original anime, do they not care for you? Fear not, they will surely cultivate beautiful childhood memories for you." Meanwhile, in the basement of the Uchiha clan leader's estate, Uchiha Fugaku, summoned by the clan leader, sat upright in a chair, his expression as composed as ever. Opposite him, Uchiha Avalanche adopted a relatively comfortable posture and patiently recounted his conversation with Danzō from the morning. As he concluded, Uchiha Avalanche fixed his gaze on Uchiha Fugaku's eyes and inquired, "Fugaku, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Upon hearing his father's question, Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, his mind racing as he weighed the pros and cons losing the authority of the Konoha police force in exchange for greater advancement opportunities for the entire clan. This indeed seemed like a favorable trade. However, could the higher-ups of the village truly accept the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku perceived the underlying truth. The clan was ostracized not merely due to Uchiha Madara, but more so out of fear of the Sharingan. After all, who could unreservedly coexist and collaborate with someone capable of controlling them with a mere glance? Yet, these were merely the rumors of outsiders. If the Uchiha clan were truly as formidable as alleged, they would not have been compelled to seek peace with the Senju clan. Not every member possessed such terrifying ocular powers. The majority of the Uchiha were ordinary ninjas without activated Sharingan. While it was rumored that the Uchiha could control tailed beasts, historical records revealed that only Uchiha Madara, with his eternal Meijiki Sharingan, could achieve such feats. What if he accepted Danzō's proposal, only for Danzō to feign compliance and fail to uphold his end of the bargain? Such a scenario would undoubtedly incite public outcry within the clan, ultimately leading to a coup. In that case, the Uchiha clan, opposing the village, would likely meet the same fate as the Senju clan, fading into the annals of history. Yet, if he were to refuse Danzō, given his character, Fugaku feared that his clan members would thereafter remain confined at home, constantly under his watch, never finding peace. Meanwhile, within the Root-based laboratory, Orochimaru, who had not slept for 3 days and nights, forced himself to scrutinize the experimental records before him. Beside him, a white-haired youth was intently observing through a microscope. "Orochimaru, sample C remains unresponsive," the youth said, shaking his head with evident disappointment. "Is that so?" Orochimaru replied with a hint of amusement, dismissing the concern. The youth, known as Haruha, was a contemporary of Jiraiya and Tsunade, and their camaraderie had once been quite strong. However, the trio of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade had caught the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen, while Haruha was assigned as an ordinary J-nin through school distribution. Gradually, their interactions had diminished. Recently, as Orochimaru's experiments reached a bottleneck, he realized he required additional assistance beyond his current team. In a moment of inspiration, he recalled Hiroha, who had consistently excelled in written examinations during their time at the Ninja Academy. Thus, he took the time to personally visit Hiroha's home for an invitation. To his surprise, he found his friend, now AJ Nin, languishing at home like a lifeless fish. Upon hearing the invitation extended to him, those once dimmed eyes sparkled anew with brightness. Without even inquiring about his remuneration, he promptly packed his belongings and moved into the root base. Kakuzu, if only more of such fortunate events would come my way. I'm as impoverished as a specter, and yet they keep asking me for money. At the words of Orochimaru, Bairuha shyly smiled. During this time, the legendary status of the three Sannin from Konoha had circulated throughout the village. Yet, as their friend, he remained in the shadows, unnoticed. Although he had ascended to the rank of Jonin due to the ongoing war, he still felt he fell short in comparison to them. Just when he was at a loss for what to do, Orochimaru's arrival illuminated the darkness, rekindling a flicker of hope within him. It turned out that he was not entirely without merit. Realizing his value to his friends, Bairuha soon adopted an exceptionally proactive attitude and immersed himself in the research. Oh, the progress on the Senju cells continues as ever, Orochimaru remarked, retrieving a vial of samples from a nearby cabinet. To his astonishment, we have managed to develop this using the cells of Tobirama. Observing the glass vial before him, a subtle smile graced Orochimaru's lips. Ha. It won't be long before we unravel the mysteries of the Senju cells. As Orochimaru and Bairuha fervently engaged in their experiments, Danzō met privately with Uchiha Sarutobi, who had arrived alone. Their conversation was clandestine and brief, with no one privy to the content of their exchange. After Uchiha Sarutobi departed, Danzō proceeded to the root training grounds. He halted the day's training and ordered the distribution of combat gear, placing Root on high alert. Standing on the observation platform, he surveyed the massed members of Root clad in dark uniforms below, nodding in satisfaction. Although the majority of the individuals below were youthful, even children, their combat prowess was not inferior to that of the Umbu under Sarutobi's command. Lord Danzō. Beside him, Uchiha Keika, at Danzō's request, donned her gear. Her beautiful visage concealed behind a mask, brimming with excitement and anticipation. Are we going into battle? Against which faction? Regrettably, her sister had to remain at the base to ensure the smooth operation of Root. Otherwise, she would have joined as well. Uchiha Keika felt a tinge of disappointment at her sister's absence from the fray. Do not worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Danzō reassured. Taking her hand gently. The Uchiha clan truly are battle enthusiasts. The thrill of combat invigorates them, while a normal person would be engulfed in worry. Yet, Keika only felt a slight pang at her sister's exclusion. Her striking beauty, concealed beneath the mask, tightened her grip on Danzō's hand upon hearing his words. The two stood side by side, quietly awaiting the passage of time. As dusk fell, all the Jonin of the Uchiha clan gathered in the basement of the clan leader's residence. Today marks a momentous occasion for the Uchiha clan. Following the passing of the esteemed elder Uchiha Shana, it has become imperative for the clan to select a successor to the elder's position. However, within the clan, only the second elder Uchiha Mei and the current clan leader Uchiha Avalanche possess the requisite prestige for this role. Should Uchiha Mei ascend to the esteemed elder position, a new second elder would need to be appointed. Several prominent Uchiha members, possessing both strength and reputation, have already begun to discreetly prepare for this power shift. Even if Uchiha Avalanche ultimately assumes the elder position, the vacated clan leader's seat presents an enticing opportunity for contention. After all, the young Uchiha Fugaku is still too inexperienced to manage the vast Uchiha clan, providing ample grounds for dissent against his ascension. As the appointed hour approached, all were assembled, save for the clan leader Uchiha Avalanche and his son. What began as patient anticipation soon morphed into hushed whispers amongst the assembled. Ultimately, impatience gave way to loud discussions. Where could Lord Avalanche be? Has he perhaps reconsidered? Indeed, Uchiha Avalanche has shown a marked preference for his son, yet Fugaku is far too young. Could he truly intend to place such a fledgling in the role of clan leader? Absurd. Such a decision would plunge the entire Uchiha clan into chaos. Moreover, the young leader, while appearing resolute, lacks true conviction. It has been noted that he has frequently mingled with the offspring of the Hyuga clan. Amidst the clamor of speculation, the grand doors creaked open. Uchiha Avalanche, aided by his son Fugaku, made a slow entrance. The murmurs gradually subsided with their arrival. Taking their time to find seats, Uchiha Avalanche surveyed the gathered clan members with a smile, particularly casting a lingering glance towards Uchiha Mei. In response, Uchiha Mei met his gaze with an air of composure, even returning the look. Clearing his throat, Uchiha Avalanche gestured for Fugaka to sit beside him. "Esteemed members," he began, "I have called you here today to announce a significant decision." Instantly, all ears were pricked, eager not to miss any pivotal moment. From this day forth, the Uchiha clan shall no longer maintain the position of elder. Gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the assembly. The declaration left all present, including Uchiha Mei, with furrowed brows, unable to fathom the enormity of such a statement. The elder system has been a cornerstone of the Uchiha clan since its inception, remaining intact even during the reign of Uchiha Madara, despite his disregard for the elder's authority. Yet, who is Uchiha Avalanche to make such a sweeping change? How dare you act in such a manner? This is something even Uchiha Madara would not have done. In an instant, the cramped basement erupted into chaos. All the members of the Uchiha clan present had forgotten the notions of hierarchy and respect, their discontented gazes glaring fiercely at Uchiha Avalanche. That patriarch Avalanche ought to refrain from making such jesting remarks in the future. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Akira chuckled dryly. Though he was uncertain of the source of the other's audacity, nevertheless, it was imperative for him to speak now. Could it be that Uchiha Avalanche believed he could intimidate everyone merely by the movement of his lips and the power of his Sharingan? After all, he was an elderly man, his physical capabilities and combat instincts having deteriorated to a lamentable state. Uchiha Akira was acutely aware of Uchiha Avalanche's frail condition and could not comprehend why he would utter such words. Moreover, I intend to issue a decree in my capacity as the head of the police department, recruiting willing ninjas from various clans within the village to join the police force. If his earlier statements could be somewhat justified, then the present declaration by Uchiha Avalanche was utterly untenable. The second elder, Uchiha Akira, felt his face stiffen, inwardly cursing the situation. Indeed, the next moment seemed to validate his apprehensions. Enough. Avalanche, what on earth do you intend to accomplish? Have you lost your senses? A hot-tempered Uchiha Jonin could no longer contain himself, standing up to directly scold him, even preparing to charge towards the stage in anger. Uchiha Fugaka quickly rose to intercept him. Patriarch Avalanche, do you truly comprehend the consequences of your actions? Uchiha Akira's expression darkened as he also stood, fixing a stern gaze upon Uchiha Avalanche, who remained seated. The police department belongs to the Uchiha clan. We shall never permit outsiders to meddle in our affairs. Uchiha Akira had steeled himself. Should Uchiha Avalanche persist, he would not hesitate to take action against him. In response to Uchiha Akira's inquiry, Uchiha Avalanche merely smiled faintly, gesturing for him to remain calm. If I were to proclaim that the establishment of the police department would usher in greater opportunities for our clan, would you then reconsider your stance on this decision? Greater opportunities? A murmur of skepticism rippled through the hearts of all present. What sort of opportunities could possibly arise? Their clan's territory was originally situated at the very heart of the village, adjacent to the Senju clan. However, that nefarious old fool, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, under the guise of founding the police department, had relocated the Uchiha's land to the outskirts of the village, right beside the prison. Furthermore, he had severely restricted the Uchiha clan's prospects for advancement, confining them solely within the police department. This left all Uchiha members with no choice but to serve as guards for their entire lives or to become mere ordinary ninjas of the village, with no other avenues available. Yet now, as the clan leader, Uchiha Avalanche was preparing to relinquish even this last vestige of power. Were it not for the presence of the Sharingan, one might genuinely suspect that the Uchiha Avalanche before them was merely a facade conjured by some nefarious individuals employing transformation techniques. What utter nonsense! What opportunity could possibly arise from this? Are we to become mere dogs for the Sarutobi clan? An enraged member of the Uchiha clan stepped forward, pointing a finger in outrage. Certainly not, Uchiha Avalanche replied, his tone resolute as he surveyed the crowd. The village has consented to allow our Uchiha clan members the freedom to choose their preferred professions, whether it be at the Ninja Academy, the engineering department, or the finance department. Members of the Uchiha clan may apply at will. This declaration from Uchiha Avalanche incited an uproar greater than before. What the hell? Has Sarutobi Hiruzen been controlled by the clan leader's Sharingan? How could that be? Everyone knows the limitations of Avalanche's strength. My brother makes a valid point. The clan leader barely seems capable of walking, let alone controlling Sarutobi Hiruzen with his Sharingan. That is sheer absurdity. Indeed, Uchiha Avalanche mused, "Ah, young man, I shall remember you well. How delightful it must be to vent your frustrations." Once the clan meeting concludes, I will be sure to have a thorough discussion with you and enlighten you as to why the flowers bloom so vividly. Amidst the ongoing discussions within the basement, Uchiha Akira's voice rose once more. But how does this relate to the abolition of the elder system? Uchiha Akira was indifferent to the village's promises. His concern lay solely with his own interests. Despite his usual compliance and passive demeanor, the moment his interests were threatened, he would swiftly reveal a different face. At this moment, he was solely interested in understanding Uchiha Avalanche's motive for dissolving the elder positions. It was well known that since the founding of Konoha, an agreement had been established among clans that the village had no authority to interfere in the internal matters of their families. Avalanche, I require a reasonable explanation from you. With Uchiha Akira's proclamation, his faction of clan members began to react. Indeed, Lord Avalanche, what does this have to do with the elder system? We demand an explanation. As the second elder, Uchiha Akira naturally garnered considerable support. Moreover, some were covetous of the elder positions, and seeing the second elder raise his voice, they eagerly joined the outcry. Despite the fervent challenges from the crowd, Uchiha Avalanche remained unfazed. He glanced at the clock hanging on the wall and calmly remarked, "It is about time. What is happening?" Before anyone could grasp the situation, the heavy sound of the stone door of the basement echoed, and a group of A&B ninja, armed with short blades, surged forth, encircling all present. "Hey, what is the meaning of this? Who permitted your entry? Halt! Who are you? You scoundrels! This is the territory of the Uchiha clan. How dare you A&B ninja intrude here? Get out! Who allowed you to come in? Leave!" Upon witnessing a surge of fully armed ninjas, the members of the Uchiha clan instantly raised their voices in protest. Due to the nature of the gathering, all present Uchiha were unarmed. Faced with this sudden intrusion of Umbu ninjas, they hesitated to act, resorting only to verbal objections. "Ah, what a lively scene we have here." Upon hearing the familiar voice of Danzō, Uchiha Avalanche realized that the situation had escalated. Hastily, he requested Uchiha Fugaku to assist him in standing up to greet the intruder. With measured steps, Danzō, leaning on his cane, entered the room. "Ah, Danzō, Avalanche, you, how could you conspire with the Shimura clan? What is happening?" Uchiha Avalanche seemed to have lost his senses, as if he were planning to join forces with Danzō to eliminate everyone present. The sight of Danzō sent a shiver down the spines of the Uchiha, their hair standing on end. If it had been the third Hokage entering, their panic would have been lessened. After all, he was known for his amicable nature, unlikely to resort to violence over a mere disagreement. However, with Danzō's presence, the air turned tense and uncertain. Thus, the Umbu members accompanying him were indeed those fabled, direct subordinates of Danzō. With a stern visage, Danzō's icy gaze swept across all the Uchiha present. As his eyes fell upon them, they instinctively lowered their heads, avoiding his gaze. Even the second elder, Uchiha Mei, obediently returned to his seat. The Uchiha clan, in its current state, lacked the audacity it once possessed under Uchiha Madara's leadership. The abolishment of the elder positions was my decision. With everyone rendered speechless, Danzō casually pulled a chair and sat down. "This is also meant to facilitate your integration into the village." He nonchalantly took the blame for the dissolution of the elder system, a burden he had borne before. Allowing members of other clans to join the police force was also my initiative. Furthermore, granting you the freedom to choose your departments was a promise I made. As Danzō concluded his remarks, the previously subdued Uchiha clan members dared to lift their heads, realizing that perhaps this figure was not here to conspire with Avalanche to eradicate their clan after all. "Now that I have spoken, who among you is in favor? Who is opposed?" The assembly exchanged glances, apprehensive and silent. "What? Have you all lost your voices? Weren't you all so eloquent moments ago?" Noticing the lingering silence, Danzō regarded the group with disdain, his words laced with mockery. To voice any opposition would likely result in immediate retribution from the surrounding Umbu ninjas. Yet, remaining silent could lead to further strife within the clan. The Uchiha clan members, caught in this dilemma, unanimously turned their gazes toward Uchiha Mei. "Oh, are they afraid of him?" Tuanzong squinted, his smile devoid of warmth, fixating on Uchiha Akira. The implication was unmistakable. Should he fail to articulate something satisfactory today, Tuanzong would not hesitate to send him to the Pure Land for a chat with the elder. "Do not gaze at me. I am merely a bystander. I wholeheartedly support the abolition of the elder position." He chuckled insincerely. Uchiha Akira, under the intense scrutiny of 4 root members, wore a pallid expression. Feeling the icy touch of a kunai pressed against the nape of his neck, struggling to maintain composure, he forced a laugh. Turning to one of the men and sheepishly requesting, Excuse me, my friend. Could you please retract this? It's quite uncomfortable. I support it. I too support it. Go away. You're blocking my hand, exclaimed another. Whoever obstructs me shall face my ire. I, too, support you, Lord Tuanzong. Witnessing even the second elder, Uchiha Akira, express his stance, all Uchiha clansmen present followed suit. This was not born of fear of Tuanzong, but rather a conscious choice from the heart. At this moment, the Uchiha clan's discord with Konohagakure was far from the depth it would reach decades later. After all, they had yet to endure the Ninetales incident, and thus were not subjected to the daily animosity of the villagers as depicted in the original anime. Excellent. You have made a most sagacious choice, Tuanzong remarked, nodding in satisfaction. He was fully aware that their compliance was merely a facade of obedience, compelled by his imposing presence, yet that sufficed for his purposes. To elicit their genuine agreement and to ease the current tension, Tuanzong resolved to offer the Uchiha clan a morsel of sweetness. I have been in discussions with the Hokage regarding the possibility of relocating the Uchiha clan's territory back to its original site from the time of the village's founding. Though Tuanzong's tone was markedly neutral, it stirred a tempest within the hearts of those present. Even Uchiha Avalanche, astonished, staggered forward 2 steps unassisted. What? Uchiha Fugaku could not help but widen his eyes, slightly agape. He had not heard this during his prior conversation with his father. Confused, he glanced towards Uchiha Avalanche, only to find his father's mouth agape wider than his own. It appeared that even his father was unaware of this development. Shaking his head, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze toward Tuanzong subtly shifted. This Hokage's aide did not seem as fearsome as the rumors suggested. Indeed, he had anticipated that agreeing to the Uchiha clan's return to the village center was a masterstroke. A smile played on Tuanzong's lips. He was unperturbed by the potential opposition to this resolution. The Uchiha clan's previous territory had been divided among the Senju, Sarutobi, and Shimura clans after their voluntary relocation. Eventually, as the Senju clan faded into obscurity, the rights to the portion that originally belonged to the Uchiha clan were entirely reclaimed by the village, becoming the sworn enemies of the Sarutobi clan. Subsequently, following the demise of the revered Senju Tobarama, and with the considerable assistance of Danzō and Mito Kamen, Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to the esteemed position of Hokage. In a magnanimous gesture, Sarutobi Hiruzen offered up all territories that had once belonged to the Uchiha clan as rewards, intending to distribute them among the Shimura, Nara, Mito, and Akimichi clans. However, Akimichi Choza showed no desire for power or wealth. Meanwhile, Nara Shikaku and Mito Kamen hesitated to claim their share due to the relative weakness of their families at that time. Ultimately, all these lands were granted to the Shimura clan, thus making Danzō the current master of the territory. Observing the stunned expressions of those around him, Danzō realized that his objectives had been successfully achieved. He could only hope that the Uchiha clan would not betray his expectations and would coexist peacefully with the village of Konoha. Rising from his seat, he brushed off his trousers, grasped his cane leaning against the wall, and without casting a glance behind, departed into the outside world. With Danzō's exit, all root ninjas swiftly retreated, their movements so rapid that it was as if they had never been present, leaving the Uchiha clansmen in a state of bewilderment. Exchanging puzzled glances, within the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in combat attire, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing vacantly out of the window. A closer inspection would reveal that his gaze was directed towards the territory of the Uchiha clan. It is worth commending the confidentiality measures of the root. They were indeed exemplary. It was only when Danzō and his substantial force arrived at their destination that Hiruzen received intelligence from his subordinates in the Umbu. As for the outcome, it unfolded precisely as Danzō had anticipated. Upon learning of Danzō's advance towards the Uchiha territory, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not act immediately. Instead, he slowly gathered all of his Umbu members and observed the unfolding events from a distance. It was uncertain what Danzō truly aimed to accomplish, having previously expressed intentions to gradually integrate the Uchiha clan. Yet, his sudden shift in demeanor was perplexing. Sighing, Sarutobi Hiruzen weighed the pros and cons in his mind and ultimately resolved that should a conflict arise, he would side with Danzō without hesitation. As for how to quell the Uchiha clan's ire afterward, it was a simple matter of attributing blame to Danzō and relieving him of certain responsibilities, thus ensuring a smooth resolution. Hokage-sama, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was deeply contemplating how to adeptly navigate this incident, an Umbu member, previously dispatched for reconnaissance, appeared swiftly behind him to report the situation in detail. Lord Danzō has already led the team away, and there are no signs of conflict between the two parties. Indeed, were this information to reach Danzō, he would undoubtedly scoff and offer a few sardonic remarks. The Umbu member had merely perched upon a tree outside the Uchiha territory for a brief observation before returning to report, completely unaware of the specific circumstances at hand. The entire incident transpired in the basement of the Uchiha Avalanche's estate, rendering any commotion above impossible. However, one cannot entirely fault the Umbu member within the Uchiha clan's territory. Aside from Danzō's personnel, which shinobi in the entirety of Konohagakure would dare to infiltrate, let alone meticulously observe and gather intelligence? After absorbing the Umbu member's account, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. Danzō, what trickery are you up to? It appears that only by confronting him directly can the specifics be unveiled. Realizing that no valuable information could be gleaned solely from these Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly commanded the Umbu member before him to seek out Danzō, informing him to come to his office. The Umbu member complied swiftly, vanishing in an instant. Not long after his departure, he reappeared almost immediately. Lord Hokage. Lord Danzō said Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by the rapid return of his subordinate. What did Danzō say? The Umbu member gathered his thoughts, hesitatingly articulating. He mentioned that he is rather fatigued today and requested you personally visit him at route for further discussion. What nonsense is this? Am I the Hokage, or is he? Of course, you're the Hokage. Ah, no. That's not my assertion, it was Lord Danzō's own words. Realizing that Sarutobi Hiruzen might misconstrue his words as his own, the Umbu member quickly clarified. Never mind, you may return to your unit. Yes, Lord Hokage. Observing the relieved figure of his subordinate retreat, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved his cherished pipe from his pocket, igniting it and savoring a few puffs. Speaking of which, Danzō has been rather carefree of late. Under the pretext of undertaking missions, he has been frolicking in the land of hot water. And what vexes me most is his failure to bring back even a token of local delicacies. Humph, one must understand that during his absence, it was I and my companions who managed the documents requiring his approval. As he reflected on Danzō's recent actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a burgeoning desire to assign him some tasks. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter at hand was to ascertain what Danzō had been up to at the Uchiha clan's territory that evening. Extinguishing his pipe, he waved his hand to disperse the gathered Umbu ninjas, declaring the mission temporarily cancelled. He shed his combat attire, donning his Hokage uniform instead, preparing for a nocturnal visit to Danzō's quarters. In the dead of night, Sarutobi Hiruzen made his way alone toward the root base. He did not harbor any belief that Danzō would act against him. This was both a testament to his trust in Danzō and his confidence in his own abilities. After all, throughout their childhood, he had never once been bested by Danzō. Furthermore, Danzō had been his close companion since their youth. Arriving at the entrance of Danzō's private chamber at the root base, he found the door slightly ajar, emanating a faint glow from within, accompanied by the occasional sounds of female laughter. What is that noise? Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Sarutobi Hiruzen stealthily peered into the room. Danzō-sama, how are you feeling? He inquired. Oh, quite well, came the response. Danzō-sama, would you care for a bite? Ah, delightful. A drink would make it even better. Hiruzen gazed enviously at the scene before him. Danzō reclined comfortably on the bed, nestled in the embrace of Uchiha Koiki, while Uchiha Suki sat nearby, feeding him grapes. The sight filled Hiruzen with a sense of jealousy and longing. As the Hokage, his days were consumed by work, though his wife, Buwako, was kind and understanding. Yet, how could her care compare to the indulgence provided by his dear friend's charming companions? Overwhelmed by envy, Hiruzen's teeth clenched in frustration. No, he must not allow this decadent atmosphere to corrupt Danzō. Clearing his throat deliberately, he pushed open the door and strode inside. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by the sight of a black pot hanging on the wall. What on earth? A black pot? Who in their right mind would hang such an item in their bedroom? Hiruzen had prepared a scathing rebuke for his friend's apparent decadence. But the sight of the pot rendered him speechless. Cough, cough. You've arrived, Hiruzen, Danzō greeted, his face flushing as he extricated himself from the tender company of the Uchiha sisters, gesturing for them to leave. Humph. How annoying. Koyuki reluctantly allowed herself to be pulled away by her sister, casting a resentful glance at Hiruzen as they passed. Come sit. Danzō beckoned once the door closed behind the sisters. With a bemused eye roll, he patted the space beside him. As Hiruzen sat down, Danzō delivered a bombshell. From tomorrow onward, the position of deputy head of the Konoha police force will be filled by a member of the Naruto clan. You should draft an appointment letter upon your return. Barely settling in, Hiruzen's mind reeled at the news. What did you say? The Uchiha clan has consented to allowing outsiders into the police force? He asked incredulously. This cannot be right. When has the Uchiha clan ever been so accommodating? This goes against their very nature. Hiruzen pondered, bemused by the unexpected turn of events. What method had Danzō employed to persuade the traditionally obstinate Uchiha? Noticing Hiruzen's astonished gaze, Danzō recounted the day's events at the Uchiha compound in detail. You mean to say you? Hiruzen began, blinking in disbelief. His mouth agape as he processed Danzō's affirmative nods, completely flabbergasted. Goodness, is this truly the familiar and dear friend Danzō? Such a dual approach of coercion and persuasion. Could this be the handiwork of Danzō himself? Never before has Sarutobi Hiruzen felt such a profound estrangement from his longtime companion. He harbors serious doubts within, questioning whether the man before him, half wrapped in bandages, is indeed his childhood friend or merely an impostor. In any case, upon your return, please inform Mito Gate Kurenai and Tenkai Kamaru of this matter. That is settled. The rest is in your hands. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's prolonged silence, Danzō furrowed his brow and added a few more words. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, how strong-willed he is. It must indeed be Danzō. Surely he must have spied on the villagers with his crystal ball. No, rather, he has been too immersed in observing their ways. This exhaustion must have led him to entertain thoughts of Danzō being a mere impersonator. Hiruzen sighed in relief, finally easing the tension that had gripped his heart. The abrupt shift in his dear friend's demeanor had left him momentarily bewildered. However, he found himself supportive of Danzō's conciliatory approach towards the Uchiha clan. It could be said that Danzō's actions aligned perfectly with Hiruzen's own sentiments. Danzō, do you realize how much you resemble our teacher now? As he gazed at Danzō's visage, it began to blend with the memory of the legendary Hashirama Senju, prompting Hiruzen to unconsciously voice his thoughts. Hashirama Senju? Upon hearing this, Danzō felt a flicker of confusion. What does Hiruzen mean by this? Why bring it up all of a sudden? Danzō, tell me. If you had been the one to declare your intention to sever ties first, what would our teacher have said? Caught off guard by Hiruzen's unexpected query, Danzō found himself at a loss for an answer. His previously perplexed mind now felt even more bewildered. This troublesome monkey must have indulged too much in the visions of bathing scenes through his crystal ball before visiting him tonight, causing his thoughts to spiral into nonsense. Well, I don't know. Perhaps only our teacher would have the answer, ha 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 ha. No, Danzō. Perhaps it is you who is destined to become the third Hokage. Noticing Danzō's attempts to deflect the question, Hiruzen unflinchingly voiced his speculation. Indeed, in the next moment, Danzō's previously jovial demeanor gradually turned cold. Nonsense. If the real Danzō were to hear such words, he might revel in them. But alas, that is not the case here. Moreover, there is an unsettling feeling that the current Sarutobi Hiruzen harbors ulterior motives. Is it amusing? You, the one favored by both the first and second Hokage. Even if I had been the first to utter the words of severance, it wouldn't have been I who became Hokage. Do you see this burden? I am merely the scapegoat. In the original anime, Hashirama Senju never intended for Danzō to inherit the title of Hokage. If the conversation had commenced with Danzō, Senju Tobirama would have undoubtedly ensured that Danzō remained behind to face his demise, thereby stalling the enemy, while the others would safely retreat. Even if Sarutobi Izashi missed that opportunity for succession, he would have ample chances in the future, likely being appointed as Hokage by Senju Tobirama. This indicates that from the very beginning, the prospect of Danzō inheriting the title of Hokage was non-existent. He was merely a puppet in the shadows. A pitiful figure destined to bear the blame for Sarutobi Hizashi's actions. Regrettably, the original Danzō could never comprehend this reality, becoming ensnared by this dilemma to the brink of madness. Therefore, why feign ignorance and probe me? The bearer of the Hokage title has never been Danzō. It has always been you, Sarutobi Izashi. I apologize, Danzō, but enough. Spare me your words. Upon hearing Danzō's declarations, Sarutobi Izashi intended to express his remorse but was abruptly interrupted, rendered momentarily speechless. The raw emotion spilled forth unexpectedly, inflicting great distress upon his dear friend. Following Danzō's gesture, he glanced at the black pot on the wall, the echoes of those words incessantly reverberating in his mind. He yearned to retort, yet deep down, he resonated with Danzō's assertion. he too believed that Senju Tobarama had never truly considered Danzō for the role of Hokage. The actions Danzō undertook since establishing the route had caused Sarutobi Hizashi to waver in his convictions. Would Danzō, as Hokage, elevate the village to greater heights? This notion, after a series of contemplations, morphed into an indelible shadow within his heart. The recent events concerning the Uchiha clan brought this thought to a climax. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. I apologize. I did not realize my words would affect you. What I said was indeed my fault. Perhaps I should strive for transformation like him, rather than uttering meaningless phrases. After all, I am Hokage. Danzō, rest assured, I will address this with the Council of Elders. I, Sarutobi Hizashi, shall bear all consequences alone. In that moment, Sarutobi Hizashi radiated an unprecedented aura of determination. Moreover, you are not merely a scapegoat for my burdens. Fixing his intense gaze upon Danzō, he grasped his hand firmly. I swear this. As Danzō felt the profound intensity in Hizashi's gaze and heard the affectionate words, goosebumps enveloped him. He squirmed uncomfortably, filled with distaste. Help! This mad monkey has lost his mind. Confessing his feelings in the dead of night. Ugh, so revolting. Who asked for your vows? You lunatic, I can't take it anymore. Danzō finally snapped. He had thought Sarutobi Hizashi was simply testing him. But who could have predicted this? Suddenly, Hizashi's words became nauseatingly sentimental. The corners of his mouth twitched as Danzō attempted to withdraw his hand, only to discover that it was firmly grasped by the other party. Ultimately, he could only let out a resigned sigh, allowing himself to be at their mercy. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen released his grip and departed shortly thereafter. Otherwise, Danzō would have truly been on the brink of collapse. Lying flat on his bed, he occasionally shivered. A wave of chills washing over him. He sensed that he would have to endure this state for the next few days. No matter how many times he reflected on that moment brimming with intimacy, it remained utterly repugnant. You are not my scapegoat. Woe is me, I swear. By the heavens! Upon hearing the mocking and sarcastic remarks, Danzō's face flushed with embarrassment and fury. He sprang up from his bed, fixating on the slightly ajar door. Uchiha Kurenai and Uchiha Shizen, the two sisters, wore mischievous smiles as they mimicked Sarutobi Hiruzen's earlier demeanor, clasping each other's hands. You too? Heard everything? Hee. What say you, Lord Danzō? I didn't just hear, I witnessed. Hearing the sisters' responses, the weight on Danzō's heart finally succumbed to despair. It was over. That immensely shameful scene had been witnessed. I no longer wish to live. Woe is me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you wretched monkey, this is far from over. Sarutobi Hiruzen, huh? Is there more to come? Lord Danzō, how exhilarating. Uchiha Kurenai giggled, covering her mouth, and nudged her sister with her elbow. Is that so? However, you two know far too much. The wicked Uchiha maiden contemplated her next move with a sinister grin. Danzō licked his lips, raising an eyebrow and mimicking a clawing gesture as he slowly advanced toward the two sisters. Lord Danzō, do not come any closer. You cannot catch me. Before long, the room, once sealed in quietude, was filled with the sounds of their playful banter. In the Nara clan's estate, Nara Shikaku, having just finished exercising, was comfortably nestled under the covers with his wife. He soon sensed an unfamiliar presence within his room. Startled, he jolted awake. As he opened his eyes and sat up, he beheld a shadowy figure clad in a mask, staring intently at him from the foot of his bed. Instinctively clutching the blanket to shield his wife, Nara Shikaka hesitated, his thoughts racing. He had heard of the tragic fate of the former head of the Yamanaka clan. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that misfortune had now visited him, and he had no idea when this intruder had appeared. Wait, he had not wronged Danzō. Why was he being targeted? The Hokage has issued a decree, appointing you as the deputy minister of the police department effective tomorrow. Upon seeing Nara Shikaku awake, the Umbu ninja produced an appointment letter and handed it to him. Without further ado, the ninja vanished in an instant. Nara Shikachi. What? Damn it. Gazing at the appointment letter in his hands, Nara Shikachi's mind momentarily short-circuited. Hokage. Appointment. Deputy minister. Oh, it's the Umbu. Not Danzō's route, heh. After a while, Nara Shikachi's lips twitched in a grimace, placing the appointment letter on the bedside and retreating back under the covers. A few minutes later, his eyes flew open, and he shot up from the bed. What the hell? Damn it. If I find out your true identity, I swear I will beat you to a pulp. Only then did Nara Shikachi fully awaken, unleashing a torrent of furious expletives to vent his pent-up anger. For heaven's sake. Delivering an appointment letter at this hour is not a valid excuse for intruding into my room after a night of intimacy with my wife. Who knows when he appeared? Did he witness the live performance? Smack. The sound of a slap echoed sharply. Shut up. Go to sleep. What are you yelling about in the dead of night? The woman retorted, her irritation palpable. You noisy ghost. I had just settled down, and you woke me with your ruckus. Where was all this energy earlier? Ah. Not my wife. What do you mean, If you don't go to sleep, get out. In the room, after the woman's words, several more slaps resounded, accompanied by Nara Shikachi's agonized cries. In the stillness of the night, the sounds were particularly pronounced. Meanwhile, the Umbu ninja, the instigator of last night's commotion, had long since disappeared, leaving only his own knowledge of whether he had seen anything. Noon. The two elder advisors of Konoha were summoned to the Hokage's office by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon entering, they saw Sarutobi Hiruzen seated with an air of gravity, hands crossed. Though puzzled about the reason for their summons, they suppressed their curiosity and took a seat on the nearby sofa. Could it be that we are called here regarding Danzō's actions yesterday? The previous night. Each had received intel from their informants about Danzō leading a group to the Uchiha clan's territory. However, the specifics remained unclear. I have decided to lift the restrictions on the Uchiha clan starting today, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated directly, once he saw the two were settled. His tone carried an undeniable authority. The two elder advisors were momentarily taken aback, and seizing the opportunity, Sarutobi Hiruzen expounded on the remainder of his decision. Upon hearing that the Uchiha clan members would be free to compete for positions in the departments they oversaw, Mito Gate-in and T. Kamatsuke's immediately voiced their opposition. I cannot agree to this, Hiruzen. Mito Gate-in raised his voice slightly. We know you have always wished to adopt a conciliatory approach towards the Uchiha clan. But this move seems rather drastic. Beside him, the ever-supportive Konoha Haru chimed in. Although he could not fathom why Sarutobi Hizashi had suddenly taken such drastic measures today. Nevertheless, they both believed that as long as they remained resolute in their opposition, the one who would ultimately relent would undoubtedly be Hizashi. Regrettably, it seemed they were destined for miscalculation today. I'm afraid this is an order, and you have no authority to refuse. Hizashi's words struck heavily upon their hearts, igniting their ire. Hizashi, have you lost your senses, or are you under the influence of the Sharingan? Mito Minen exclaimed, struggling to rise from the sofa while gripping his cane tightly. Or do you aspire to establish a dictatorship? Do you honor the trust that teacher Tobarama placed in you? Do you value the faith we have in you? Upon hearing Mito invoke Tobarama in an attempt to pressure him, Hizashi's gaze turned sharp. It is precisely because I wish to uphold the trust of our teacher that I have issued this command. Moreover, both Danzō and I are in agreement on this matter. Everyone has seen it. You initiated this, so do not blame me for closing the door on Danzō. The revelation that Danzō also supported the lifting of restrictions on the Uchiha clan left them in disbelief, their mouths agape. Impossible. This cannot be, they exclaimed in unison, exchanging incredulous glances, before vehemently rebutting. Although Danzō had indeed changed since establishing the route, becoming less sinister and aggressive, it was absurd to think he had transformed so drastically. Who was Danzō? He was infamous for his cunning and underhanded tactics. If any misdeeds went unacknowledged, it was likely his doing. Now, to claim that Danzō supported the easing of restrictions on the Uchiha clan, who would believe that? He had always been the most ruthless toward them. The situation was thus: Nara Shikako had commenced his duties at the police department earlier that morning, and Hizashi expressed his hope that they would not overly burden the Uchiha clan from this point forward. Realizing that Hizashi was merely informing them, without seeking their input, Mito, in a fit of fury, slammed his cane against the ground, trembling as he pointed a finger at Hizashi, his lips quivering. However, in the end, he uttered nothing, his finger dropping weakly. Konoha Haru beside him wore a face of frustration as well. Neither possessed the courage to confront Hizashi openly. After all, they were not Danzō. Hizashi and Danzō had been close since childhood, sharing hardships, but they were not afforded the same privilege. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, even in disagreement, Danzō would confront Hizashi directly, while they could only seek to mediate. Hizashi, you will come to regret this, they declared in unison, filled with resentment, before departing helplessly. As they left, they even slammed the door with a loud bang. Silence, Danzō. I am the Hokage. Hizashi began his habitual retort, but suddenly realized something was amiss, standing frozen and staring blankly at the door. They are not Danzō. I misspoke. However, after serving as Hokage for so many years, today is the most exhilarating. Outside, two individuals stared at each other in confusion, expressions of bewilderment etched upon their faces. What does it mean? I don't know, perhaps. Hizashi mentioned he has grown accustomed to it. Nara Shikaichi felt quite displeased. Today was supposed to be a joyful occasion as he assumed the role of Deputy Minister of the Konoha Police Department. Yet, as noon approached, the Uchiha clan members around him, while ostensibly engaged in their work, seemed to cast furtive glances at his cheek, although they refrained from laughter or whispering behind his back. The occasional twitch at the corners of their eyes betrayed their thoughts. For instance, the one-eyed fellow before him, known as Uchiha Sanbunzi, kept circling around him, stealing glances at his face. What are you staring at? Shikaichi, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed with eloquence. Huh, me? Uchiha Sanbunzi halted, pointing to himself in disbelief. Who else could it be? Shikaichi retorted. Since morning, you've been prancing around in front of me, sneaking glances. What is the meaning of this? I can tolerate a lot. But if you don't clarify yourself today, I swear I'll turn you into a small, insignificant figure. Seeing the other party feigning ignorance only fueled Shikaichi's ire further. Was it truly necessary for him to be scrutinized simply because he bore palm marks on his face from a few slaps received from his wife the previous night? Did this fellow not understand the essence of marital affection? Humph. He could tell that the man was single and knew nothing of such matters. Huh. Not. What do you mean? Speak up, come on, say it. The more Shikaichi pressed, the more agitated he became as he stepped forward to shake Uchiha Sanbunzi vigorously. Feeling the spray of spittle on his face, Uchiha Sanbunzi, overwhelmed, sighed and explained, No, Lord Shikaichi, I work part-time cleaning in the police department during the day. Since your clock-in time this morning, you've been sitting there wiping the palm prints off your face. And while you're at it, you've been leaving crumpled paper everywhere. I thought you would leave so I could clean up, but you just lingered there, not even going to the restroom, staring at me without a clue as to what you wanted. It's all rather exhausting. Gradually calming down, Shikaichi released Uchiha Sanbunzi and glanced at the litter strewn around his previous spot. Then, noticing the broom in Uchiha Sanbunzi's hands, he felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his face. So, you weren't sneering at the palm prints left by my wife? Well, no, they weren't, Uchiha Sanbunzi replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Fearing one's wife, what is so shameful about being struck by her? It's trivial, really. With a disdainful glance at Shikaichi, he picked up the broom and moved past him to clean up the mess he had left behind. Can I resign? I don't want to live anymore, Hokage-sama. What a tremendous embarrassment. The awkward Nara Shikaichi, upon realizing that everything stemmed from his own misconceptions, felt even more mortified. He scratched his head, picked his nose, and whistled as he strolled out. Unless something unforeseen occurred, Uchiha Sanbunzi would not lay eyes on Nara Shikaichi again until after work this evening. On this day, Jiraiya wandered aimlessly through the village streets. With the recent conclusion of the Shinobi World War, he found himself with some free time to ponder the prophecy bestowed upon him by the great sage of the Toads, the child of prophecy. Where could this child possibly be? Remaining in the village felt stagnant. Perhaps a journey to other nations would be more fruitful. Who knows, luck might just favor him, and he could encounter this so-called child of prophecy. Thus, he decided to inform his mentor. Lost in thought, Jiraiya happened to pass by a bathhouse without any reaction. Wait, a bathhouse? Retracing his steps, he looked around with a mischievous grin. Suddenly, he felt invigorated. The child of prophecy and searching for Sarutobi Hiruzen were cast aside. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, he deftly made his way to the rear of the bathhouse. After confirming the area was clear, he pressed his face against the wall, eyes wide as he peered through a tiny hole. This is for my future writing endeavors. Certainly not for peeping. Bang! A cloud of smoke enveloped him. Jiraiya found himself sprawled on the ground. The view before him shifting from the bathhouse to Mount Myaboku. Mount Myaboku? Oh my! Before him stood the legs of two toads, the sages of Myaboku, Fukasaku and Shima. Ah, young Jiraiya, you've come. Fukasaku greeted him cheerfully. Honestly, you never come to see us, you little rascal, Shima lamented nearby. Cough, cough, cough. Well, wasn't I in the middle of something? Jiraiya scrambled to his feet, laughing awkwardly. We called you here for a reason, Fukasaku said seriously. The great sage had another dream, one of peculiar content. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Jiraiya refrained from delaying any further and accompanied the two sages to the abode of the great sage of toads. Moments later, oh, you've arrived. As soon as Jiraiya entered, he heard the great sage rambling from his seat. Who are you again? As expected, the sage's forgetfulness was more pronounced than a foot ailment. Cough, cough, this is Jiraiya, great sage, Fukasaku quickly reminded him, while Shima sighed, covering her face. This old man had fallen into his usual habit, summoning Jiraiya only to forget who he was moments later. Jiraiya watched the familiar scene unfold in exasperation. In summary, I beheld you, the lecherous one, in my dreams. Ultimately, I faintly recalled the great sage Toad, who began to articulate the scenes from my dream. The future has altered. It is no longer the child of prophecy who leads the transformation of the ninja world, but rather a man who possesses knowledge of the past, present, and future. He is destined to bring either destruction or perhaps a new beginning to this world. Strangely, he is a being that should not exist in this realm. Yet he seems to have become an integral part of it. The great sage Toad, lost in thought, murmured as if speaking to himself. Huh? What is this? What do you mean by destruction and rebirth, by existence and non-existence? Alas, could it be that the great sage Toad is succumbing to senility? Naturally, Jiraiya refrained from voicing these musings, instead expressing his confusion. What am I to do? Your words are so cryptic, I cannot grasp their meaning. Ever since he heard about the child of prophecy, Jiraiya has been preoccupied with the matter. Now, however, it seems a new enigma has emerged. One that even the great sage Toad struggles to clarify. How is he to proceed? Should he, like in the search for the child of prophecy, rely on chance? What then, if he finds this person? Should he kill him or guide him? Bewildered, Jiraiya has never felt so utterly perplexed. I do not know. Do what you believe is right, you lecherous little scamp. Let nature take its course, and perhaps you will encounter that individual. With that, the great sage Toad succumbed to slumber. Wait a moment. Forget it, Jiraiya sighed. Wishing to ask more but noticing the sound of snoring emanating from the sage, he shook his head in resignation. There was no waking the great sage Toad once he had drifted into sleep. Accompanied by the two sages, Shinzaku and Shima, Jiraiya departed from the abode of the great sage Toad and ventured outside. Little Jiraiya, do not overthink it. Did he not say to let nature take its course and do what you feel is right? Shinzaku leaped onto Jiraiya's shoulder, speaking gently. Indeed, worrying about this is futile. You should focus on finding a partner instead of idling about, Shima chimed in with a roll of her eyes, clearing his throat. Jiraiya listened with a sheepish grin to the words of the two sages, a figure suddenly materializing in his mind. Truly. How can I still think of her when I know she does not harbor feelings for me? Reminiscing about his repeated failures and confessing, Jiraiya felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. With a sigh, he shook his head, dispelling the thoughts of her, and regained his vitality. Just wait. You too. Next time, I shall surely bring a stunning beauty to meet you. Very well, we shall await that day, they responded in laughter. As Jiraiya returned to Konoha village after the culmination of his reverse spiritual communication technique, twilight was approaching. The bathhouse had long since closed its doors for the day. What a pity, has it grown so late? Not having the chance to admire the beautiful scenery, he shook his head in disinterest and made his way home. Reminiscing about the past. What sound is that? Passing by an izakaya, Jiraiya paused upon hearing the melodious singing emanating from within. After listening intently for a moment, a faint smile graced his lips. It's her. The familiar figure from his memory surfaced once more. Drinking alone here at such a late hour, truly. Doing what one believes is right. Jiraiya murmured as he gazed up at the sky, eventually lowering his head and stepping into the izakaya. The following day, Danzō took Yakumo along with Uchiha Keika and Uchiha Satsuki for a leisurely stroll. As they wandered aimlessly, Danzō found himself at the Konoha Police Department. It was a good opportunity to check whether Narashikako had faced any difficulties from the Uchiha clan. Let us go take a look, he suggested. Sure, we have nothing else to do, came the reply. The four entered the police department and inquired about Narashikaku's office. Standing outside the vice chief's door, they peered through the window, where Narashikaku was diligently reviewing documents. Beside him, Uchiha-san was tidying up, occasionally assisting by fetching tea and water. Before long, a finished Narashikaku beckoned his companion, and the two sat together, cups in hand, exchanging tales and laughter. Well, it seems this fellow has not only avoided trouble but has also formed a harmonious relationship with the Uchiha clan. Indeed, our clan members are quite amiable. Very kind-hearted, wouldn't you agree, sister? Upon hearing the sisters' conversation, Yakumo and Danzō exchanged eye rolls and fell silent. Nonsense. The Uchiha clan amiable? Even children wouldn't believe that. All right, let us go. It seems Shikaku is rather comfortable here, Danzō remarked, giving Uchiha Keika a playful nudge on the nose as they departed the police department. As they exited, Danzō slightly tilted his head, casting a glance at a distant figure, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing, a member of the Hyuga clan has come here. In fact, from the moment he stepped into the police department, he had sensed someone observing them, originally suspecting it was his good friend Sarutobi Hisashi watching the Uchiha clan. He was surprised to find it was someone from the Hyuga clan. Could it be the clan leader, Hyuga Haima, sent here? Perhaps. Huh. How fascinating. This truly is most interesting. Keika, I have a task for you. Keep a close watch on the Hyuga clan for me, Danzō instructed Uchiha Keika. I can do that. But, what? A kiss and I'll agree. Ahem, no fooling around, we're still in public. Let us discuss it when we return. Tuanzang's face flushed red as he glanced around, then leaned towards Uchiha Koyo's ear and whispered. Upon hearing her request granted, Uchiha Koyo joyfully bounced about. Humph, I'm not happy now. So am I, huh? Tuanzang looked helplessly at Yazong and Uchiha Siyue. The two pouted, gazing at him with a lingering sense of melancholy, clearly indicating their desire for a kiss as well. All right, my mistake. You two can kiss too. That's more like it. Hihihi. I knew Lord Tuanzang was the best. Yazong and Uchiha Siyue gleefully exchanged a sign, and the three girls, filled with joy, dragged Tuanzang off for a shopping spree. What else could he do? Naturally, he indulged them. Tuanzang bore the pain with joy, pleasantly wandering through the bustling shopping district. As the most notoriously obstinate clan in Konoha, the Hyuga clan's regulations were as repugnant as could be. Among the villagers of Konoha, aside from the Uchiha, the Hyuga clan was the most avoided. Their members often wore sour expressions, incessantly reciting clan rules, which made others feel quite uncomfortable. However, this was merely the perspective of outsiders. Within their own clan, the situation was even more pronounced. Moreover, the elders within their clan were the true wielders of power, and even their clan leader had to heed the elders' will. This aspect fundamentally set them apart from other families in Konoha. The Hyuga clan also enforced a system of main and branch families, where only one person from the main family could inherit, while the others were relegated to branch family status. Thus, the rigid Hyuga clan persisted year after year, enduring through millennia. The branch family would always serve as protectors of the main family, and upon reaching a certain age, they would be marked with the symbol of a caged bird, rendering their lives subject to the whims of the main family. This led to widespread dissatisfaction with the main branch system, yet many felt powerless to resist it. What a ridiculous and merciless system, Hyuga Jinjin muttered to himself. He had long harbored discontent towards this so-called main branch system but dared not express it. Otherwise, the elders would surely unite to strip him of his position as clan leader. He had no choice but to endure humiliation and quietly seek an opportunity to abolish the main branch system. Initially, he had hoped to place his trust in his contemporary, Sarutobi Hizen. However, Hizen's performance after ascending to leadership had left him unable to believe in him. Uchiha Tuanzang, sitting in his chamber, hands clasped. He gazed at Hyuga Hisashi training in the courtyard, deep in thought. Soon, accompanied by hurried footsteps, a Hyuga ninja pushed open the door and knelt before him. Lord Clan Leader, the position of Uchiha Clan Elder has been abolished. It seemed to be part of a deal with Tuanzang. From my observations, other clan ninjas have begun appearing in the Konoha Police Department, no longer solely Uchiha clan members. Upon hearing the intelligence gathered by the ninja, a ripple of surprise crossed Hyuga Gungin's calm demeanor. Oh, a deal involving Tuanzang? What transaction could possibly abolish the elder system, which even Uchiha Madara deemed inviolable? At the hands of that old man, Uchiha Avalanche? Do you know the specifics of this transaction? This remains unclear. It is evident that this Hyuga ninja has not managed to glean more detailed information. In truth, acquiring what little he has is commendable. Ever since Danzō emerged from the Uchiha clan's territory, he has ordered a complete blackout on specific details. After all, coercing individuals into dismantling family systems is not something to be widely known. Such revelations could incite wariness among the various clans. As for Uchiha Avalanche, he would never disclose this matter publicly. After all, the means employed are rather unsavory. Now, your presence is no longer required. Depart. Having failed to extract the desired information from his interlocutor, Hyuga Hayoma furrowed his brow, dismissing his subordinates. Wait. Suddenly, an idea seemed to strike Hyuga Hayoma, prompting him to call the ninja back. Remember, the task I have assigned to you is known only to us. No third party must gain knowledge of it. Do you understand? Yes, esteemed clan leader. I assure you that no one else will know. I can vow on my very eyes. Sensing the unmasked murderous intent emanating from Hyuga Hayoma, the Hyuga ninja nearly lost his composure. He hastily nodded, affirming that no other individuals would be privy to this information. Very well, you may leave. After receiving the repeated assurances, Hyuga Hayoma felt a sense of relief, allowing the ninja to depart. Had the previous answers been even slightly unsatisfactory, he would not have hesitated to make the ninja vanish from the Hyuga clan altogether. With eyes closed, he pondered, connecting the changes occurring within the Konoha Police Department with matters concerning the Uchiha clan. The various signs pointed towards an inextricable link to Danzō. It appears that a meeting with him is necessary. Resolute in his decision, Hyuga Hayoma opened his eyes, stifled a yawn, and resumed watching his son train in the courtyard. As if all that had transpired moments ago was but a figment of imagination. Come, give me a kiss, muahihihi here. The latest intelligence from the Hyuga clan. Now, I shall go find my sister. Having received a kiss on the cheek from Danzō, Uchiha Koiki merrily set off to play with her sister. Picking up the documents in his hand, Danzō scrutinized them closely, placing them down after a prolonged moment. Hyuga Hayoma is investigating the events of that night and is surveilling the Konoha Police Department. How intriguing. In stark contrast to the ludicrous efficiency of the Hyuga clan, Root has long been privy to his every move. The moment Danzō issued his directive, Root commenced operations with remarkable efficiency. Soon, they discovered the ninja dispatched by Hyuga Hayoma, stealthily probing various channels for specifics regarding Danzō's actions in the Uchiha territory that fateful night. Even more absurdly, the conversation between Hyuga Hayoma and his subordinate ninja was transmitted intact to Danzō's desk nearly half an hour later. With his fingers tapping rhythmically on the documents entrusted to him by Uchiha Red Leaves, Danzō furrowed his brow slightly. What could Hyuga Hayashi be plotting? Could it be that he was swayed by the recent radical reforms of the Uchiha clan, which abolished the elder positions? Report. Come in, Danzō commanded. Interrupted by a knock at the door. The Root's gatekeeper, a member from the Root division, entered the office and bowed respectfully. Lord Danzō, the head of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi seeks an audience. Oh, speak of the devil, has he finally lost his patience? Danzō mused, intrigued that the very person he had been contemplating had now come to him directly. This served to affirm his suspicions. Bring him in, he ordered. Yes, sir. The Root member promptly exited, shutting the door behind him. Before long, he returned with Hyuga Hayashi, who wore an expression of curiosity as he surveyed his surroundings. The attendant discreetly closed the door, creating a private space for the two, and returned to his post. Please, take a seat. Danzō gestured towards a chair, indicating for Hayashi to sit. Once Hayashi was settled, Danzō feigned ignorance. Might I inquire what brings you to my Root? Taking a deep breath, Hayashi's demeanor was grave. I wish to ask, Lord Danzō, what exactly transpired the night you visited the Uchiha clan? I implore you to divulge everything. Pardon? Danzō replied, feigning confusion. Have you perhaps indulged a bit too freely? What a peculiar inquiry to make. It is you who seeks me out, not the other way around. And this is my territory, not your Hyuga domain. What gives you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Moreover, why should I feel compelled to answer your questions? Noticing Danzō's prolonged silence and his peculiar gaze, Hayashi quickly added, This is of utmost importance to me and pertains to whether you can secure the friendship of the Hyuga clan. The friendship of the Hyuga clan? What nonsense is this? What use would I have for such an alliance? Danzō scoffed internally, recalling the portrayal of the Hyuga clan in the original anime, a clan of little utility. Besides, I have a competent member under my command, Hyuga Hinata, who excels in the body flicker technique. Why would I need the Hyuga clan as friendship? Nothing of great significance. Merely extended a small favor to the Uchiha clan, he replied dismissively. And if you continue to maintain this lofty demeanor, believing that your so-called friendship with the Hyuga clan holds any allure for me, then I suggest you take your leave. I have no need for it. Danzō regarded the overly confident Hayashi with a cold stare, delivering his words without mercy. Hayashi found himself momentarily speechless, reflecting on whether the friendship of the Hyuga clan truly held any allure for him. The answer is negative. The man before him is a close confidant of the Third Hokage. Recently, he has become embroiled in some undisclosed matters with the Uchiha clan, gaining their unwavering camaraderie. Even the two women he frequently associates with, whose relationships with him remain ambiguous, belong to the Uchiha lineage. Why would he possibly require the friendship of the Hyuga clan? He clearly holds them in disdain. Hyuga Gekkan sighed, rising from his chair and bowing deeply, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. He implored Lord Danzō to extend the same assistance to the Hyuga clan that he had offered the Uchiha. Oh, So now you are willing to engage in earnest conversation? Danzō scoffed, noticing that the other party had finally humbled himself enough to communicate properly, yet could not resist taunting him. Earlier, I was in the wrong. I was overly presumptuous. I beseech you, Lord Danzō, to overlook past grievances and aid the Hyuga clan. Please. Hyuga Gekken maintained his bow, not daring to raise his head, his expression fraught with anxiety, his heart suspended in trepidation. He feared Danzō might refuse, jeopardizing what could be a singular opportunity. Should the response be negative, he would be condemned to live under the elder's control indefinitely, along with his son, Hyuga Hizashi. Now that is more like it. When seeking assistance, one must adopt the proper demeanor. What pretense is this? With his chin in hand, Danzō contemplated the advantages of aiding the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga's Byakugan, renowned for its purity, combined with the body of the Otsutsuki clan from the moon, might potentially evolve into the Rinnegan. There are myriad ways to enhance one's strength. One cannot place all bets on the cells of Hashirama. Perhaps exploring the avenue of the Rinnegan would be worthwhile. Furthermore, what Hyuga Ben has learned are merely inferior versions of the clan's secret techniques. This presents an opportunity to request the complete techniques from Hyuga Gekken. In any case, the few old geezers from the Hyuga clan wouldn't stir up much trouble. Present your bargaining chips. The mere friendship of the Hyuga clan is far from sufficient. Danzō was direct, indicating that he required benefits, and whether he could be persuaded depended on what Hyuga Gekken had to offer. Are you agreeing to this? Indeed. Upon sensing hope, Hyuga Gekken gradually straightened his posture and eagerly inquired, "Please, state your requirements. I can assist you in the future. The root can freely select ninjas from the Hyuga clan to join, and I would like a copy of your clan's secret techniques." Danzō leisurely articulated his demands, awaiting the response in silence. "Please allow me a moment to contemplate, Lord Danzō." Upon hearing Danzō's conditions, Hyuga Gekken found himself at a loss. The clan's secret techniques were straightforward, but the notion of freely selecting ninjas from the Hyuga clan for root. Would Danzō's extensive root even find any value in the limited numbers of the Hyuga clan? After all, isn't root an assassination unit? Why should I, a member of the Hyuga clan, engage in trivialities? Never mind, it's my own affair. Ultimately, after a prolonged internal struggle, Hyuga Genjin gritted his teeth and resolved firmly. "I have made up my mind. I can acquiesce to all your demands." A prudent choice. Moreover, next time you make a decision, do so promptly. Upon hearing Hyuga Genjin concede to his requests, Danzō yawned with satisfaction and remarked, "Hyuga Genjin." Following a series of specific inquiries, upon discovering that the other party merely wished to oust the elders from the clan and abolish the caged bird system, Danzō stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. To speak frankly, the caged bird seal is fundamentally designed to protect the Hyuga clan's Jujutsu, preventing others from coveting their eyes. The root of the Hyuga clan's issues does not lie therein, but rather in the fact that the main house can exploit this seal at will against the branch family. If it were to be slightly modified to solely serve the purpose of safeguarding the Byakugan while disregarding the other commands. And if the elderly figures of the main house were to be dealt with decisively, would that not resolve the issue? A win-win situation, would it not be perfect? As the saying goes, every profession has its specialization. While the caged bird seal may pose challenges to others, it is inconsequential before our adept practitioners of seals. I wonder if Lord Genjin is aware of the caged bird seal's techniques? Contemplating this flawless resolution, Danzō inquired leisurely. Although Hyuga Genjin felt perplexed by Danzō's sudden curiosity regarding the caged bird seal, he answered truthfully, "I do not possess the precise techniques. They are retained by the lineage of the eldest elder. This is to prevent the clan head from abusing their authority to secretly lift the seal from their own bloodline." Danzō nodded silently. The matter of the Hyuga clan's eldest elder is trivial. Come forth. With a swift motion, a root ninja appeared beside Hyuga Genjin, kneeling before Danzō. "Go inform Suki to gather a few individuals and summon that so-called esteemed elder from the Hyuga clan. Ensure the operation is conducted discreetly, without drawing any suspicion." Hearing Danzō's command, the root ninja cautiously inquired, "Lord Danzō, should we also summon Sister Akane? Is that even a question? Remember to tell Suki to bring more people. Should that old man dare to resist, break his legs and bind him before bringing him here." "Understood, Lord Danzō." With a swift motion, the root ninja vanished without a trace from the office. The entire process was executed with remarkable efficiency and fluidity, leaving Hyuga Genjin in a state of astonishment. Good heavens! Danzō is still the Hokage's assistant, yet his methods are exceedingly sinister. Did you hear what he just said? If he resists, break the elder's legs and bring him here. I distinctly remember residing in Konohagakure, Why does it reek of a bandit-s village? As the saying goes, timing is less important than seizing the moment. In that case, Lord Hyuga, tonight you should find an excuse to gather the elders of the Hyuga clan. Danzō glanced at the time, considering that the interrogation would not consume too much of his time. If he acted swiftly, he should not be delayed in taking the 3 young ladies out to the night market. Ah, yes, let us use a meeting as a pretext. I shall personally show my support then. What? No, brother, this Hyuga Jinjin wore a look of utter bewilderment, akin to someone constipated for half a month. Are you even aware of what you are saying? Referring to them as old geezers and rushing to execute your plans immediately after our conversation. What about the strategy? Is there one? Is it that I remain indoors so often that I am unaware of the current conduct of the higher-ups in Konoha? What on earth is this? Hyuga Jinjin found the situation both amusing and exasperating. This Lord Danzō, are you not being a tad too hasty? What nonsense is this? I am not in a hurry. Am I? Are you not? I am not in a rush at all. What absurdity is this? Observing the neurotic Hyuga Jinjin, who claimed to be anxious, Danzō retorted with a hint of impatience. Is it wrong for me to act decisively? I am merely facilitating matters for you, and yet you appear displeased. If Lord Jinjin has no further business, he is welcome to take his leave. Well, you are fine. Without waiting for a response, Danzō interrupted him, instructing his subordinates to politely escort Hyuga Jinjin out. What a rigid fellow, always fussing over trivial matters, dragging his feet. Shaking his head, Danzō summoned Yakumo. Go check if Orochimaru is available. Tell him I need him to research a cursed seal. Furthermore, to prevent Orochimaru from making excuses, Danzō added a special note. By the way, mention that he might also want to examine the Byakugan. If that so-called elder proves uncooperative, we shall have no choice but to send him to the Pure Land to converse with the Sage of Six Paths. After all, with Orochimaru's skills, even death would not hinder him from extracting the necessary information. What are you doing? Why are you still standing there? Having given his instructions, Danzō noticed Yakumo hesitating in place, looking perplexed. I also wish for a kiss pff, cough, cough. Leaning in, Yakumo presented her blushing cheek to Danzō. Danzō quickly pecked her cheek and urged, all right, off you go. After receiving the kiss, Yakumo covered her small face, beaming as she dashed off to find Orochimaru. Quite delightful, splendid indeed. He left alone in the office. Danzō savored the sensation of the brief contact on his lips. What a pity that if Sarutobi Hiruzen were to witness this scene, he might very well point an accusatory finger at Danzō, denouncing him for corruption. What? You want to bring the elder of the Hyuga clan here? By chance, Hinata Binbin, who had just completed his training, happened upon a root ninja who was there to inform Uchiha Seiue about a mission assigned by Danzō. Oh no, sister, he heard us. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Seiue followed her sister's gaze and, indeed, saw Hinata Binbin standing not far away, seemingly having encountered them by coincidence. Although joining Root severed ties with his original family, he was still just a child. What if Hinata Binbin still harbored affection for his clan? TSK, if it comes to that. I can only erase his memory with the Sharingan. Before Uchiha Seiue could finish her thoughts, Hinata Binbin, with a face full of excitement, rushed over. Is there such a good opportunity? I want to go too, big sisters. That old, decrepit man has always irritated me. This time, I must be included in the mission. Suddenly, a hint of sadness flickered in Hinata Binbin's eyes. My father was tortured to death by that despicable old man. What should we do, sister? Should we take him along? Uchiha Akihane, observing Hinata Binbin lost in painful memories, gently nudged her sister for her opinion, although Uchiha Seiue was initially reluctant to involve him. Seeing the sparkle in her sister's eyes and the sorrowful expression on Hinata Binbin's face softened her resolve. All right, don't be upset. I agree to let you come. Pack your gear, and later, you can lead the way since you are more familiar with the area. She affectionately ruffled his hair with a smile. Thank you. Big Sister Seiue and Big Sister Akihane. Having gathered his emotions, Hinata Binbin dashed back to his room to prepare his gear. Excuse us. We are here to invite your esteemed elder to join us. After all, this was the Hinata clan, and the Byakugan's perceptive abilities were not to be underestimated. Infiltrating their territory was a daunting challenge. Thus, Uchiha Akihane and her sister, under Hinata Binbin's guidance, boldly approached the entrance of the Hinata clan. Upon hearing that they were there to summon their elder, the guarding branch family sentinels silently opened the gate, bowing respectfully to grant passage. They proceeded smoothly into the inner courtyard of the clan. However, it was here that they were met with resistance from the clan's guards. Halt. This is a sacred area of the Hinata clan. Entry is prohibited. The two main family sentinels adopted a stern demeanor, fixating their gaze on the group of root ninjas, as if facing a formidable adversary. Then let us inform you that we, under Danzō-sama's orders, wish to see your elder. Uchiha Siwa cheerfully intervened, stopping her impatient sister from escalating the situation. Given the number of people accompanying them, it was evident that their intentions were not benign. The two main family guards considered expelling them, but, weighing their own strength and seeing the Sharingan swirling in the eyes of the leading women, they broke into a cold sweat upon hearing the name of Danzō. Well, it is widely acknowledged that Tuanzang's methods are notorious. If he were to come after me afterward, ladies, please hold on for a moment. We shall report this immediately. Ladies? You dare call me a lady? I meant to say, esteemed guests, cough cough. As the Uchiha Shirui and Uchiha Honye prepared to unleash their fury, the guard from the clan's main family, realizing his blunder, swiftly slipped away to make the announcement, leaving his companion to endure the wrath of the two women alone. He had uttered words that should not have been spoken. The remaining guard, wearing a smile more akin to a grimace, felt the weight of the situation. TCH, look at you, cowering in fear. Exactly, what a coward, he. The two women disdainfully cast a glance at the guard, who was terrified of receiving a beating, and then stood waiting. Soon, the elder of the Hyuga clan emerged, accompanied by the guards, bewildered by the uninvited guests, utterly clueless as to how he had incurred Tuanzang's ire. Nonetheless, he remained cautious and instructed the guard who had just entered to inform the other elders should he fail to return within the hour. If he did not come back, they were to mobilize the Hyuga clan's forces to pressure the Third Hokage. Oh, it's you again, old man. Have you missed me? Who are you? Binbin? Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Come with us. The elder's expression twitched at the sight of the somewhat familiar face before him. Let us go, old man. Uchiha Shirui ruffled Hyuga Binbin's hair and urged him without lifting her gaze. As they departed, the news of this incident quickly spread throughout the Hyuga clan, sparking a wave of astonishment. Is this what it is? Lord Tuanzang, Orochimaru is tied up and specifically instructed me to come here. When Beilu, who learned he was to meet his superior, he meticulously checked his appearance. Once satisfied, he made his way to Tuanzang. Upon seeing the shyly smiling white-haired youth, Tuanzang felt a surge of delight within. This individual was a rare talent, having risen from humble beginnings to create a fusion of bloodline limits. A remarkable discovery, indeed. This could potentially be a lower-tier version of the infinite Tsukuyami. And with extensive research, he might be able to fuse various bloodline limits without restriction, thus enhancing his own power. After all, Tuanzang's ambition had never wavered, to survive until the end and not perish on the Great Bridge. Is this it? Pathetic, Hitue, utterly worthless. Through Uchiha Shiryui's Sharingan Genjutsu, the elder of the Hyuga clan was rendered incapable of resistance. Not only did he divulge the details of the caged bird seal, but he even obediently revealed the color of the clothes he wore. Tuanzang handed over the caged bird seal technique that he had effortlessly acquired to Beilu, who, after a cursory glance, grasped its intricacies. In his view, this feeble technique was riddled with flaws and showed complete disregard for the well-being of the marked individual. Uncertain of what Lord Danzō desired to modify, Bairuhu scratched his head and inquired about Danzō's opinion. Let us retain only the feature that protects the Byakugan from exposure. Can we eliminate the ability to control the life and death of the subject? It's a mere triviality. Upon hearing Danzō's request, Bairuhu flashed an okay gesture. Such a minor adjustment was exceedingly simple, devoid of any challenge. However, my suggestion is to preserve the life and death control function, modifying it so that it only responds to your commands. This way, the Hyuga clan would be firmly within your grasp. You clever fellow, you truly understand my intentions, Danzō remarked, raising his thumb in approval as he observed the man's mischievous grin. It won't be discovered, will it? What a jest. It must be sufficiently covert, undetectable even by the sage of six paths. Furthermore, it will merely impose a forced influence on their thoughts. Even if the control seal eliminates them, it will only lead to a gradual demise through various ailments. Oh, Danzō acknowledged Bairuhu's confidence, recognizing his considerable skill. All right then, he said, patting Bairuhu on the shoulder, decisively endorsing his proposal. As for whether he might be controlled by Uchiha Madara's Sharingan during the impending great battle, Danzō humorously replied, "Do you think that old fool, Senju Tobarama, left behind a forbidden technique to immunize against Sharingan Genjutsu? By the way, I've heard whispers about your clandestine research on bloodline fusion." How does he know? Bairuhu felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down his back, particularly from the weighty hand Danzō had placed on his shoulder, nearly causing him to lose composure. Bairuha stammered, his eyes darting, unsure of how to respond. After all, even Orochimaru, who often accompanied him, was unaware of his research on bloodline fusion. He conducted his studies secretly at night, utilizing the root's experimental equipment when no one was around. Fear not. It's of no concern how I came to know. From now on, you are permitted to pursue your research on bloodline fusion. Feel free to proceed boldly. If funding is insufficient, you may seek out the financial officer, Kakazu, and inform him it is my directive. Upon hearing Danzō's words, Bairuha's eyes lit up. Really? Is that true? Danzō nodded and added, Indeed, but ensure the modifications to the caged bird seal are completed first. Guarantee the task's completion within a week. No, 3 days. At most, I shall present the reworked device before you within 3 days. Bairuha, elated, thumped his chest in unthinking assurance. Danzō nodded in satisfaction, and the two exchanged comical expressions. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing through the crystal ball in the Hokage's office, received news shortly after the Hyuga elder was escorted away from the Hyuga clan grounds. Upon hearing that Danzō had sent someone to escort the old man away, Sarutobi Hiruzen, well acquainted with his close friend's modus operandi, immediately discerned Danzō's intentions to take action against the Hyuga clan. In earlier times, Hiruzen would have surely questioned the motives behind such a maneuver. However, in the present moment, he merely nodded and acknowledged the situation, dismissing the Hyuga clansmen who had come to apply pressure. Although the Hyuga clan generally adhered to the rules, the main family consistently upheld the principle that clan regulations supersede village orders. This was particularly true for the insufferable elder, who incessantly brandished the clan's rules, exuding an air of defiance that irked Hiruzen immensely. Seizing the opportunity presented by Danzō's invitation for tea, Hiruzen decided it would be fitting to let the old man face some hardship. He thought that a simple message to Danzō, sparing the elder's life, would honor the Hyuga clan's contributions to the village over the years. With a plan in mind, Hiruzen continued to observe the scene within the crystal ball, his expression gradually shifting to one of mischief, a faint blush creeping across his cheeks, and a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, in his own chamber, Hyuga Gekken was sipping tea while observing the courtyard when he received word about the elder's departure. Impressive, indeed, the shadows of the ninja acted with remarkable swiftness. Just as he was ruminating over how to convene a meeting, a perfect opportunity presented itself. After downing the last of his tea, he promptly dispatched messages to the remaining clan elders, summoning them to his residence to discuss the elder's removal. He also instructed his loyal guards to assume control of the Hyuga clan's defenses. If any resistance arose, they were to claim it was to guard against Danzō. However, if Danzō truly arrived, they were to feign ignorance and allow him entry without obstruction. Additionally, he called for his 2 sons, Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi, to join him. Soon, the brothers appeared before Hyuga Gekken, maintaining a respectful distance from one another. Father clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi spoke, his voice tinged with apprehension as he bowed respectfully. Observing the complex emotions on his younger son's face and sensing the distance between them, Gekken suppressed the urge to draw him into an embrace. He glanced at his elder son, Hizashi, and sighed. Sit down with your brother. When the meeting begins, do not linger behind me. He continued, after tonight, the absurdity of the clan division system will cease to exist, and you two need not maintain such distance. Ultimately, Gekken could not resist sharing his thoughts, hoping to provide them with some clarity. The brothers stared at their father in shock, their mouths agape as if they could swallow a fist. Before their expressions darkened and they lowered their heads. This is impossible, clan leader. Please, do not jest about such matters. Indeed, esteemed patriarch, this is not a matter that can be resolved merely by the meeting of your lips. There are also the elders to consider. Observing his 2 sons retorting one after another, Hyuga Jinjin patiently elucidated the situation. At last, they were persuaded by his words. Especially given the precedent set by the Grand Elder, the 2 brothers quickly grasped the implications. It was possible that the Grand Elder was inextricably linked to their father. With the passage of time, Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi had come to accept their fates. However, they were utterly astonished to discover that their father had indeed risen against the elders of the clan. The clan? No, father. Tentatively, Hyuga Hayashi lifted his head and called out softly, good child. The patriarch of the Hyuga clan, who typically upheld decorum, was moved to tears as he embraced his youngest son tightly. Even Hyuga Hizashi, who had been observing from the side, could not help but step forward. And the three of them embraced, overwhelmed with emotion. Minutes later, the remaining 5 elders of the Hyuga clan convened. Upon entering the room, they immediately noticed the 2 brothers standing behind Hyuga Jinjin. The second elder frowned, his discontent evident as he reprimanded them. Humph! What is this? How dare a branch family member like Hayashi appear at the main family meeting? This is sheer nonsense. Someone, remove him at once. The second elder was well aware that Hizashi and Hayashi were the sons of Hyuga Jinjin, yet he had no intention of showing them any courtesy. In his view, the branch families should remain in their place. Without the main family's permission, they were not to set foot on the main family's territory. This had been the tradition of the Hyuga clan since time immemorial, and no one was permitted to breach it. Regrettably, he was destined to be disappointed. The guards surrounding them had already been replaced by Hyuga Jinjin's loyal followers, who now disregarded the second elder's outburst. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, the third elder quickly nudged the second elder with his elbow. Fool, what are you shouting about? Can't you see that Jinjin has said a word? Truly a simpleton. Long before the meeting, the third elder had learned that Hyuga Jinjin's people had stealthily taken control of the clan's defenses. Thus he had approached with caution, bringing several of his own trusted aides who were all of elite strength. He was sufficiently confident that he would not fall victim to any schemes from Hyuga Jinjin. Nevertheless, caution was prudent. That Jinjin, the patriarch, is aging and has a fiery temperament. Do not take offense at his outbursts. The third elder's eyes darted around as he attempted to ease the tension. Yes. Indeed, The second elder went fishing this afternoon and left empty-handed, his temper a bit frayed. I hope you will not hold it against him. Oh. He merely spoke in haste. The esteemed patriarch would certainly not take offense. The remaining 3 elders exchanged brief glances and immediately joined in the chorus of support. Humph. Despite his age, the second elder was shrewd enough to sense that something was amiss. He snorted softly and resolved to refrain from any further impulsive remarks. Hinata Jinkin coldly observed the scene before him, remaining silent as he gestured for the elders to find their seats. Once all the elders were settled, he continued to maintain his silence. Something was amiss, very amiss. From the moment he entered, Hinata Jinkin had not even offered a greeting to his companions. When the second elder reprimanded him, threatening to expel his son, he remained unresponsive, enduring the situation with an impassive demeanor. The elder's instincts warned them that today, Hinata Jinkin was behaving unusually. If things continued, it was likely that trouble would ensue. Seated steadily, Hinata Jinkin's calm presence only heightened the elder's unease. Speak, Jinkin. What is the purpose of summoning us at this late hour? The second elder's words rang true. Instead of devising a means to assist the first elder, why had he called them together for a meeting? With the atmosphere slightly awkward, the fourth elder joined in the inquiry. Since all esteemed elders are present, I shall share a few words, Hinata Jinkin said, mustering a faint smile. Effective immediately, I have decided to abolish the clan division system of the Hinata family. As his words echoed, they stirred a tempest of outrage. What? Preposterous. Jinkin, what are you attempting to do? I advise you to retract your statement, or else. The elders' expression shifted drastically, voicing their indignation, except for the third elder, who wore an expression of knowing anticipation, observing silently, calmly surveying the surroundings. He calculated the likelihood of escaping to join the guards. These fools, had they but a modicum of sense, they would recognize that Hinata Jinkin was brimming with audacity. It was entirely possible that Danzō was backing him, and this incident might be a collaborative scheme between the two. Otherwise, given Ginkan's timid nature, he would never dare to utter such words about dismantling the family system. It remained a mystery how Jinkin had secured Danzō's support. Regardless, he needed to devise a plan to escape and seek assistance from the Third Hokage. After all, only that esteemed individual could restrain Danzō in Konoha. As the third elder pondered his escape, Hinata Ginkan's indifference incited the second elder's fury. You insolent wretch! Who gave you the audacity to propose altering a system that has persisted for millennia? You are utterly ignorant of your own limitations. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson. With that, the enraged second elder slammed his hand down on his chair and charged toward Hinata Jinkin. Stand aside. The guards, positioned nearby, rushed to intervene but were swiftly pushed aside by the second elder. Heaven helps me. This opportunity must not be squandered. With a quiet scoff at the recklessness of the second elder, the third elder seized the opportunity while all eyes were fixated on the second elder. He sprang from his chair, dashing towards the doorway at full speed. Just as he was racing toward the entrance, a sudden whoosh of air signaled that the fourth elder had similarly decided to pursue him. Humph. That old fox. The third elder dismissed any thought of the other, prioritizing his escape. Once he reunited with the guards he had brought, even the formidable Hinata Jinjin would be unable to withstand the ensuing storm. As long as he could reach that location. Ha ha ha, the inexperienced brat is still too young, indeed. The sight of the door looming ever closer brought forth a laugh from the third elder. However, through his Byakugan, he noticed a figure standing at the threshold. What? They've even stationed someone outside. Humph. It matters not. Mere garbage is no match. Maintaining his sprint. A cruel glint flashed across the third elder's face as he delivered a powerful punch to shatter the door, intending to eliminate the person waiting there on the spot. My goodness, is this the Hinata clan's unique way of welcoming guests? As the door splintered, a figure appeared before the fleeing elders. Half of his body wrapped in bandages and leaning on a cane. The cold, piercing gaze and the familiar manner of speech sent a chill down their spines. My goodness. Danzō, where do you think you're going? Kneel before me. Without allowing the other a moment to react, Danzō thrust his cane into the ground. Seizing the third elder's hair and forcefully smashing his head into the floor, the impact causing spiderweb cracks to spread across the tiles. The fourth elder fared little better. Before he could react, Danzō lunged at him, delivering a kick that sent him flying backwards several meters. The sound of shattering objects echoed as the fourth elder crashed back into the room. Before anyone inside could comprehend the situation, Danzō seized the barely conscious third elder from the ground and hurled him at the fourth elder with immense force. The unfortunate fourth elder, just managing to rise, was sent crashing into the wall by the incoming third elder. The sheer force shook the entire building, embedding the two unfortunate souls into the wall, rendering them momentarily immovable. Gulp. The remaining elders were petrified, swallowing hard in an attempt to maintain their composure. Is this the infamous Danzō of the Umbu? Terrifyingly powerful. As rumored, Danzō's true strength likely surpassed even that of the third Hokage. Witnessing the spectacle, Hinata Jinjin began to grasp the extent of Danzō's capabilities. Humph. How bold the elders of the Hinata clan have become, daring to assault one who serves as an advisor to the Hokage. This is utterly outrageous. Have they consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, plotting rebellion? With narrowed eyes, Danzō, scowling, drew his cane and sauntered into the room. Casting not a glance at the unfortunate duo embedded in the wall, his icy stare fixated on the second elder, who had been causing a ruckus. Oh, what a predicament. What brings this troublesome character here? Could it be? Drat. You, Xianjian, you cunning one, you, and your alliance with Danzō. I curse you, stars. Of course, the second elder only dares to voice such grievances within the confines of his mind. Even if the second elder is rather dim-witted, he has come to grasp the gravity of the situation at hand. At this moment, his intellect surges forth, and the once dull-witted second elder's mind races with thoughts. As Danzō speaks, a throng of root ninjas floods into the room. As for the guards brought by the third elder outside, they have long since been rendered unconscious and lie sprawled on the ground. The scales of victory tipped the moment Danzō intervened, sealing the fate of the Hyuga clan elders. Thud, thud, cough, cough, cough. You, cough. With the sound of two impacts, the third and fourth elders fall from the wall, crashing to the floor. Struggling to regain his composure, the third elder coughs incessantly. How terrifying. He never anticipated that the seemingly incapacitated Danzō would wield such formidable martial prowess. With ease, he has subdued both himself and the fourth elder. It is over. The main family is utterly defeated. The tide has turned against them, and he unwittingly delivered it into Danzō's hands, leaving no excuses left to find. If he does not yield now, he will be crushed under the weight of treason. It is likely that these root ninjas would not hesitate to unleash their blades. Distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. It is too late to seek the third Hokage for assistance. Cough, cough, cough. Lord Danzō, Lord Shinjian. Wait. I have something to say. All of this is a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation. Ultimately, the third elder chose to speak from the heart. This was not merely a result of intimidation by Danzō's slick maneuvers, but rather a consideration for the Hyuga clan. Indeed, for the sake of the Hyuga clan. It was not a sign of cowardice, absolutely not. The third elder consoled himself, gazing imploringly at Hyuga Shinjian, his neck bobbing as he subtly urged the dazed second elder to also yield. Yes, Lord Shinjian, it is all a misunderstanding. Please help us clarify. Quickly, Lord Shinjian, we beseech your mercy. Struggling to rise from the ground, the fourth elder, blood trickling from his mouth, has no time to wipe it away. Enduring the pain that threatens to dismantle him, He too glances towards Hyuga Xianjian. Indeed, they were merely momentarily bewildered. Ah, ha 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 ha. The third and fourth elders, being of advanced age, momentarily lost their wits. It is certainly not an attempt to attack you, Lord Danzō, or any notion of rebellion. We can testify to that. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, the fifth and sixth elders hastily aligned themselves. See? This matter has been resolved. The bones are stiff. A break will suffice. And if once is not enough, we can try twice. There will eventually come a time to yield. Ha ha ha. Silence. You two cowards. Just as Danzō was reveling in the belief that matters had settled, the second elder's keen intellect slipped away again, prompting him to admonish. The system of family division, a tradition passed down from our ancestors over millennia, has proven to be the only means to safeguard our lineage and protect our dignity. The laws of our forebears are immutable. As the second elder's mind raced with cunning thoughts, he fancied he had devised an impeccable plan to subdue and take Danzō hostage. Indeed, by seizing Danzō as a hostage, the root ninjas would be deterred from taking impulsive actions. Furthermore, Hyuga Hayashi would not permit the Hokage's aide to perish at his hands. Thus, the seal of the caged bird could be preserved. Ah, how astute I am. I am simply brilliant. Humph. Two useless fools, unable to even vanquish a mere cripple. Ultimately, it falls upon me to resolve this matter myself. With this in mind, the second elder immediately summoned his chakra, activating his Byakugan, ready to strike Danzō down. Although Danzō could not fathom his adversary's intentions, he sensed the overwhelming intent to kill emanating from him. Oh my, has he grown angry? Does he wish to take my life? How frightful. Adhering to the principle of striking first, as the second elder launched himself towards Danzō, the latter smirked with a hint of mockery, planting his cane firmly into the ground and forming hand seals with one hand. Wind release, vacuum wave. What? He can form hand seals with one hand? No way. How is this possible? So fast. In midair, the second elder sensed the speed of the vacuum wave and hurriedly attempted to evade this lethal strike. Alas, idealism often clashes with the harshness of reality. Regrettably, the speed of Danzō's vacuum wave was too swift. The second elder could not escape its grasp. The vacuum wave pierced through his leg. Ugh, no! With a cry of anguish, the second elder collapsed to the ground, rolling several times. The root ninjas, regaining their composure, surged forward to subdue him. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kahaku retracted her stance, the three tomo of her Sharingan gradually fading. Initially, upon witnessing the opponent's charge, she intended to use her Sharingan to cast an illusion. However, she did not anticipate that Danzō's speed would surpass her own. It's over, this is truly the end. Curse you, sage. I advised you to consume more pig brains to enhance your intellect, but you refused to heed my counsel. Now look where we are. When faced with adversity, your intellect is no better than that of a pig. Oh, sage of six paths, sigh, my foolish teammate has led me astray. Watching the second elder's clumsy display with incredulity, the third elder felt his temper flare, nearly rolling his eyes in exasperation. He was truly tempted to deliver a fatal blow to this so-called genius, utterly baffled by the contents of his mind. While the earlier incident could have been dismissed as a misunderstanding, the second elder's current actions were clearly directed at Danzō. How could one explain this? Explain what, indeed? No matter how one rationalizes it, even he would not believe it, let alone Danzō, that insufferable fool. Now, the entire clan must bear the consequences of the second elder's folly. The deeply despondent third elder slumped to the ground, lying flat like a dead fish, staring blankly at the ceiling. Alas, I am weary, let destruction come. Behind him, the fourth elder wore a perplexed expression. Huh? At that moment, the third elder could muster no strength to attend to anyone or anything. Seize these old men, commanded Uchiha Koike, licking her crimson lips as she instructed the root ninjas around her. Wait, what is it, Danzō? Danzō raised a hand to halt Uchiha Koike, who was preparing to apprehend all the elders of the Hyuga clan. He stroked his chin and spoke. Do not concern yourselves with the others for now. Escort the second elder to the interrogation room and ascertain whether he has any accomplices. Understood. Uchiha Koike nodded and commenced her actions. Slowly, please. It hurts. Ah. Hiss. Ow, ah. Please, be gentle. The second elder wailed, clutching his legs as the root ninjas dragged him away. Suddenly, the third elder sat upright, fixating on the bloodstains left behind, his eyes darting with renewed vigor as the previously frozen thoughts in his mind sprang back to life. It seemed there was ample room for maneuvering in Danzō's words. The fourth elder, observing the third elder who had moments ago lamented destruction and now fixated on the bloodstains, felt a sense of dread. What the hell? Brother, are you trying to cause a scene? Can you act normally? I'm frightened. Did Danzō just bash your head into the ground and turn you foolish? Are you? All right, third elder? What? The fourth elder mustered his courage to tentatively call out to the third elder. I am well, exceedingly well. In fact, what is it? Do you have something to discuss? The third elder, now invigorated by the realization of the potential in Danzō's words, turned to face him, a peculiar joy illuminating his features. Nothing, just inquiring. Merely asking. Satisfied that there was no issue, the third elder resumed his silent scrutiny of the bloodstains on the ground. It was confirmed. Danzō had indeed fractured the third elder's mind, and he was likely mad. That eerie smile was beyond the mimicry of a sane person. The fourth elder, convinced he had uncovered something significant, felt utterly paralyzed. Scanning the faces of the other elders, Danzō naturally took the seat that rightfully belonged to the first elder. The first elder suffered a sudden illness while enjoying tea at my root headquarters. I came to inform you of this, but unexpectedly, upon reaching your doorstep, I was attacked by an ambush led by the second elder of the Hyuga clan. Hiss. I wonder if you could provide me with an explanation, Hearing Danzō's nonchalant remarks, the blame was swiftly placed upon the second elder. The elders present were not fools. They discerned the implications woven within Danzō's words. These individuals entirely disregard the esteemed image of the Hyuga clan, which they often boast about. They hastily feign smiles and shift all blame onto the second elder. Lord Danzō. It was entirely the second elder's doing. No, that imbecile acted on his own initiative, and we were utterly unaware. They insist. Indeed, Lord Danzō. It was that underdeveloped grandson of the second elder who caused this mess. We are truly innocent. You must see that. They exclaim, chuckling nervously. You see, Lord Danzō. That second elder, in his youth, had his head caught in a door. His recent actions were purely his own folly. His intellect is rather peculiar. If you catch my drift, they add with a forced laugh. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this, Danzō slaps his thigh, feigning enlightenment. No wonder. I always thought the Hyuga clan was renowned for its courtesy and integrity. How could you possibly conspire against me, the Hokage's aide, and attempt a rebellion against the village? My goodness. One of the elders gasps. Indeed, Lord Danzō is truly remarkable. Just look, he discerned the truth immediately. The third elder, suddenly invigorated, lavishes praises that leave Hyuga Hayoma and the other elders dumbfounded. Is this the same third elder, known for his imposing demeanor and cunning calculations? Who would have thought he could excel in flattery? Perhaps Danzō's earlier reprimand had sparked some clarity in him. After a barrage of sycophantic compliments that even made Danzō blush slightly, he waved his hand dismissively and continued. Let us keep it low-key. However, it is evident that the elder system within your clan is fundamentally flawed. A second elder conspiring against you, and yet you had no inkling of it. I propose that the position of elder should be abolished henceforth. Upon hearing Danzō's casual suggestion to dismantle the elder system, the four elders, without a moment's hesitation, readily concurred. Yes, indeed. We also believe this system is wholly unsuited for the current circumstances. We were just planning to discuss this matter privately with clan leader Hayoma. They chimed in. Hyuga Hayoma stood there, astonished, gazing at the four elders with a mix of confusion and an indescribable feeling. It was difficult to reconcile their current submissive demeanor with their usual dignified stature within the clan. Particularly, the third and fourth elders, enduring physical pain, had not even wiped the blood from their lips, occasionally grinning to reveal missing teeth in an attempt to curry favor. Very well, Danzō replied. But I am curious. What does clan leader Hayoma think of this? With the four elders completely capitulated, Danzō nodded in satisfaction and returned the floor to Hyuga Hayoma. I concur. The abolition of the elder positions will certainly allow clan leader Hayoma to wield significant power. Just as it happens, I too have a request for Lord Danzō's assistance. From today onwards, the Hyuga clan shall abolish the branch family system. Oh, is that so? Indeed. I am prepared to issue an order to recall all members of the branch family and remove the caged bird seal from their foreheads. At that time, I would greatly appreciate Lord Danzō dispatching someone to assist me. Concerned that the elders might later renege on their word and be reluctant to remove the branch family's cursed seal, Hyuga Hayashi intentionally sought help in Danzō's presence. A minor issue. With this matter agreed upon, Danzō gestured for the root ninjas to support the four elders. If there are no further matters, I kindly ask you all to accompany us. Fear not. It is merely a brief record we need to take. Before the cursed seal is removed, just to be cautious. Danzō did not intend to keep these individuals within the Hyuga clan. Coincidentally, your clan's elder has been quite eager to see you all. After the records are completed, you may still gather, converse, sip tea, and engage in light banter. Alas, I had initially hoped to feign a ruse once Danzō departed. Has my intent been discerned? Hehehe, it seems the time for transformation has indeed come for the Hyuga clan. The third elder's gaze dimmed as he sighed silently and shook his head. Thus, the 4 Hyuga elders, their faces alight with joy, were escorted by Danzō's men to the root for a visit. Observing the 4 being ushered through the gates of root, Danzō leisurely leaned on his cane and proceeded to the Hokage office in the Hokage Tower. Upon meeting Hiruzen Sarutobi, he recounted the entire situation regarding the Hyuga clan. Oh, I see, I understand now. I shall issue an order shortly to suspend all missions for the Hyuga clan's ninjas. After listening to Danzō's account, Hiruzen expressed his full cooperation. No, wait. If that is the case, how will we ensure the Byakugan is not taken by other villages? Hiruzen furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. Danzō shrugged, retrieving a scroll from his cloak and shaking it slightly before handing it over. Indeed, this is the complete sealing technique of the caged bird that was obtained through the interrogation of the Hyuga clan's elder. Rest assured, I have already made arrangements regarding this matter. I have ordered a re-examination of the caged bird seal. In just a few days, a new curse seal will be developed to replace the caged bird, ensuring the protective function of the Byakugan remains intact. Receiving the scroll, Hiruzen glanced over it briefly before returning it to Danzō. If that is the case, I can rest easy. You may proceed with full diligence, should you require anything. Do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall provide all necessary assistance. Danzō nodded, stifling a yawn and preparing to take his leave. Just as he opened the door, Hiruzen's voice called out from behind. Wait. Danzō halted, turning his head slightly without looking back. Is there anything else? Ahem, no. It's just that when you have time later, no time. I am going shopping with Kurenai and the others. Having spoken, and without granting the other party another opportunity to respond, Danzō decisively exited, slamming the office door behind him. Sarutobi Hizashi remained momentarily stunned in his place. After a considerable pause, he chuckled softly and resumed his work of reviewing the documents on his desk. With Hizashi's assistance, Danzō expedited the removal of the cursed seal afflicting the Hyuga clan, although several elders insisted that there was no means to eliminate the caged bird seal. This assertion proved utterly futile. In just 2.5 days under the skillful hands of the root, the seal was effectively overshadowed by a newly developed and modified cursed seal. This new seal not only stripped the main family of its control, but also concealed itself well, no longer leaving visible markings on the forehead as the original had. Nonetheless, as this was a product of Root's endeavors, the members of the Hyuga clan were initially hesitant to accept it. Observing the reluctance among his kin, Hyuga Gekken took the lead in embracing the new seal, which subsequently eased the minds of the others. Concurrently, the reform of the Konoha Village Police Department proved to be quite successful. Members of the Uchiha clan smoothly transitioned into their desired new positions outside the police force, leading to a refreshing change in the villagers' perceptions of the Uchiha clan. It became apparent that the Uchiha were not merely self-absorbed or overly proud individuals prone to petty remarks. Furthermore, as ninjas from various clans joined the police department, they frequently encountered diverse situations during their enforcement duties, leading to a newfound understanding of the Uchiha's approach to law enforcement. Perhaps the Uchiha were not as malevolent as once believed. They were akin to everyone else, often exhibiting a serious demeanor that, paradoxically, could also be quite humorous. Thus, many found themselves contemplating notions previously unconsidered. Days later, the clan's second elder secretly conspired with other ninja villages, launching an attack on Danzō, the leader of Root, and the Hokage's aide, in broad daylight, aiming to instigate a rebellion within Konoha. News of the second elder's capture by Danzō and his team swiftly circulated throughout the village. In response, Hyuga Gekken, as the clan leader, issued a statement vehemently denouncing the second elder's nefarious actions and declaring the abolition of the elder system within the Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, the ailing elder of Root, appearing battered and seated in a wheelchair, publicly condemned the second elder's deeds. Considering the contributions of the Hyuga clan to the village, the third Hokage ultimately intervened, granting the second elder a life sentence on humanitarian grounds. He was imprisoned within the confines of Root's facility, with strict prohibitions on all visitation rights. As time swiftly passed, 5 years elapsed, during which Konoha village enjoyed a period of relative tranquility. One day, Danzō, leaning on a cane, adeptly made his way to the Hokage's office building. Pushing open the door, as anticipated, he was the last to arrive. Inside, Mito Kamen and T-Rune Koharu were already seated, awaiting discussion on the matter concerning the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The once vibrant Uzumaki Mito had aged significantly, now appearing quite frail. To ensure the balance of the tailed beasts, Konoha must prepare to transfer the Nine Tails into the body of Kushina Uzumaki. Lord Mito has imparted all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe thoughtfully, speaking in a low voice. Although Kushina is still young, Lord Mito can no longer afford to wait. After all, he is a figure from the era of the first Hokage, capable of surviving until now due to his own vitality. It must be said that the Uzumaki clan indeed possesses remarkable life force. Moreover, even at this age, Mito Uzumaki has managed to suppress the Nine Tails completely, with no incidents of rampage occurring. Sigh. One cannot help but wonder if Kushina will be able to perfectly control the Nine Tails like Lord Mito. Next to him, Uzumaki Koharu sighed, and Mito's son, Mito Minyin, nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, it seems that Danzō also has a member of the Uzumaki clan among his subordinates. One wonders what that individual's talents might be. What? Nagato? Goodness. You truly have an audacious imagination to even consider such a notion. That boy Nagato is the apple of Uchiha Obito's eye, an integral part of his plan. If you were to seal the Nine Tails within him, would that not be delivering a grand prize right to him? Given Uchiha Obito's cunning nature, no one would believe he hasn't meddled with Nagato in some way. Furthermore, Danzō vaguely recalls sensing an ever-present feeling of being watched in recent years. Initially, he suspected that his good friend Sarutobi Hiruzen was using crystal balls to spy on him. However, that feeling of surveillance was exceedingly faint, hardly comparable to the blatant observation from Hiruzen's crystal balls. The only beings capable of such stealthy observation in the entire shinobi world are Kagaya's White Zetsu and Black Zetsu. There are no other candidates. Seeing that Nagato has not faced any hardships or gone astray, Uchiha Obito must be growing anxious. Fortunately, the Root organization maintains rigorous patrols around the clock, along with the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan for reconnaissance, which has prevented any incidents. Shaking his head, Danzō felt that it would be prudent to keep Nagato out of this for the time being. No, that boy is not mature enough. We should adhere to our original plan and have Kushina take on the role of the Jinchuriki. Very well, then. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Ultimately, after a discussion among the few of them, they settled on conducting the Jinchuriki sealing ceremony in a month's time. With the matters discussed, Uzumaki Koharu and Mito Minyin discreetly rose to leave the office, allowing Danzō and Sarutobi Hiruzen to remain alone. As for Orochimaru, is he still holed up in his laboratory, unwilling to emerge? Putting down his pipe and rubbing his temples, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was filled with resignation. Yes, indeed. He remains as he always has. Danzō nodded. Upon hearing Danzō's response, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. None of his three disciples bring him any peace of mind. He had originally hoped to choose one of them in the future to inherit the title of Hokage, just as Shinji Tobarama entrusted him years ago. In a nostalgic reverie for the first and second Hokages, Sarutobi Hiruzen initially aspired to ardently nurture Tsunade. However, Tsunade's gambling proclivities rendered him unable to place his trust in her. Consequently, he shifted his focus to Jiraiya, who, following the conclusion of the Great War, had taken to idly wandering alongside Tsunade. Recently, Jiraiya requested an extended leave, claiming he sought to train in Miyaboku Mountain, departing with Naruto in tow. Whether he genuinely pursued cultivation or sought materials in foreign lands remained uncertain. It had been several months since then. As for Orochimaru, ever since he was reassigned under Danzō's command, Sarutobi had not laid eyes on him. Orochimaru remained ensconced in his laboratory, engrossed in research, utterly disinterested in external affairs. Sarutobi squinted, casually inquiring about the progress of the research on Lord Hashirama's cells. With the impending change of Jinchuriki, the village still lacked would-release ninjas. Should the Nine Tails run amok in the future, they would have no one to rely on but the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi, who had already relinquished hope, was taken aback when Danzō revealed a shocking piece of news. Oh, is that what you meant? Did I not mention it to you? Someone has successfully undergone the cell implantation. What? When did you tell me this? Sarutobi responded in disbelief. Perhaps I simply forgot. Hehehe. As it turned out, Danzō's discovery of Yamato was merely a fortuitous happenstance. He had been rescued during a mission to eradicate bandits, and due to his distinctive visage, Danzō recognized him immediately. With Yamato's parents having been slain by the bandits, it was only natural for Danzō to take him under his wing en route, entrusting him to Orochimaru. Yamato did not disappoint, successfully accepting the modified version of Hashirama's cells. This made Danzō eager to investigate the boy's lineage. Could he be a descendant of Senju Hashirama? Cough, cough. Never mind, the Uzumaki clan still exists. Danzō recalled his portrayal in the original anime, where he possessed a formidable arm imbued with the Sharingan, replete with numerous Hashirama cells. That arm, if memory serves, originated from a child named Uchiha Shin, did it not? Ah, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, I, Danzō, have uncovered your clandestine dealings. After a series of negotiations with Sarutobi, Danzō ultimately secured permission for Yamato's training with en route. Sarutobi grumbled, lamenting that all the advantages were being seized by his close ally. Moreover, the astute Sarutobi noticed that Hatake Kakashi had recently been frequenting route. Alarm bells rang in his mind, prompting him to keep a vigilant eye on Kakashi, determined not to let Danzō ensnare him as well. However, Danzō had no intentions of recruiting Kakashi into route. His frequent visits were solely for the sake of his friend, Kakashi, due to the illness of Kakashi's mother. Shortly after Hatake Tsukumo returned to the village, she passed away. Balancing the demands of his duties while caring for his child proved to be quite overwhelming for Tsukumo. It was during this trying time that Danzō stepped forward with a kind offer to assist in looking after Kakashi. As time passed, familiarity blossomed among them. Consequently, whenever Tsukumo was assigned a mission, he would ensure that Kakashi was taken to the routes in advance. Hey Kakashi, check out the new techniques Aunt Konoha and I have learned. In the root's base, the playful Obito approached, hands on his hips, head held high, and declared war on Kakashi with great bravado. Kakashi, however, wore a look of indifference, his lifeless eyes refusing to acknowledge Obito's presence. He despised being disturbed while engrossed in his studies. Ah, you infuriating brat. Frustrated by the dismissal, Obito's forehead twitched with anger as he began forming hand seals. Noticing the movements, Kakashi's face, concealed beneath his mask, displayed surprise. Wait, are you serious? You're just 5 years old. With another year to go before being eligible for ninja school, Kakashi pondered whether Obito was a prodigy. As Kakashi marveled at Obito's potential, the latter completed his hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito inhaled deeply, leaning back, and then puffed. Cough, cough, cough. So spicy. Wah. A cloud of black smoke erupted from his mouth, and he flailed about, his tongue lolling. At the sight of the tiny flame, Kakashi nearly lost his composure. Though he managed to stifle a laugh, he had been ready to make a hasty retreat, but unexpectedly, Obito had made quite the spectacle. Well, that was just a fluke. Obito's face turned as red as a monkey's backside as he hurriedly waved his hands in defense. Kakashi responded with a mischievous grin. Oh yes. Yes, just an accident. You're amazing, mastering the smoke bomb technique at such a young age. Ha. Ultimately, Kakashi could no longer contain his laughter. Ah, cursed Kakashi. Meanwhile, Danzō returned to his office at the roots, seated in his chair, reflecting on the words of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzō, I received news from the border yesterday that the Grass Village has been secretly communicating with the Rock Village. It seems they harbor some unspeakable secrets. When you have the chance, take a team to address this matter. I trust you with it. Frowning in contemplation, Danzō muttered half sarcastically to himself. The Grass Village is nothing to be concerned about. How audacious to scheme in the shadows. Are they engaging in clandestine dealings with the Rock Village? At that moment, Uchiha Shursui happened to walk past the door, noticing it ajar and entering. Seeing Danzō deep in thought with a furrowed brow. Shursui empathetically approached from behind and began to massage his shoulders. What troubles you, my esteemed Danzō? What occupies your thoughts so deeply? It is nothing. Leaning back in the chair, Danzō rested his head against the radiant headlights of his companion's chest, his body relaxed. What brings you here, Suki? Oh, I happened to pass by and noticed the door was ajar, so take it easy, will you? Day by day. Rolling her eyes, Uchiha Suki lowered her head to plant a gentle kiss on Danzō's forehead. Danzō extended a finger, scratching his cheek. Well, I suppose I shall rest when I truly have the time. By the way, I will be heading to the Land of Grass tomorrow. Will you accompany me? Of course. I will go, and my sister too. The Land of Grass, then, let us regard it as an outing, Suki mused, increasing the pressure of her massage. Ah. Oh, that feels delightful. A little more to the side, please. Very well, just like that. He was once again reminded of the two unfortunate souls he had forgotten in the distant land of Earth. Yao Shiryi Nayu and Aburame Ryoma, stationed at the route base. Thus, they were once more cast aside in Danzō's memory. Do not inquire. It is merely that Uchiha Suki's massage was so exquisite that it lulled Danzō into a state of blissful oblivion. Meanwhile, the two hapless individuals languished in the land of Earth, year after year, awaiting their leader's summons. Initially, when Danzō first traversed into this world, he had taken precautions to avoid being discovered by the original Danzō's subordinates. He concocted an excuse to send the two to a remote place, one so desolate that even birds would not deign to alight there, filled with stones and hardship. As for the present, it was simply a matter of having forgotten their very existence. The unfortunate duo could only persist in their wait for the day Danzō would remember them. That night, Danzō arrived at the experimental department, encountering the industrious Orochimaru. How goes the experiment with the new Hashirama cells? Can they be accommodated in individuals beyond the land of fire? Well, as Orochimaru examined the data on the instruments, he halted his work upon hearing the sound behind him. Hehehe, it is indeed possible. Danzō's eyes gleamed with hope, his expression brightening. If you do not mind becoming a mere potted plant, it could be applied directly. Damn, you old trickster. Leaving me hanging like that, what a letdown. Rolling his eyes at Orochimaru, Danzō felt a tinge of exasperation. Oh, by the way, I will be undertaking a mission to the land of grass with Suki and the others tomorrow. Lord Danzō, if you are going on a honeymoon with them, there is no need to inform me personally. I am quite busy and cannot afford to be distracted by your antics. Frowning, Orochimaru interrupted Danzō before he could finish. Ahem. What I meant was, this vast root base shall be entrusted to you for the time being. Oh. Huh? Is that your only reaction? What else would you have me say, Lord Danzō? Observing Orochimaru's disinterest, which bordered on blatant dismissal, Danzō felt a headache coming on as he prepared to leave the experimental department. Ha ha ha. I have succeeded. I have triumphed. Orochimaru. Ha ha ha. At long last. My research has borne fruit. Ha ha ha. Hearing a noise behind him, Danzō paused and turned around in confusion. With uncontainable excitement, Obito bounced in front of Orochimaru, his words flying forth in exuberance, splattering saliva everywhere. Orochimaru calmly accepted a handkerchief from a nearby assistant and wiped his face. Have you successfully integrated the bloodline limit into your ninjutsu? Yes, indeed. I have succeeded. Obito exclaimed joyfully. Let me tell you, Lord Danzō is here as well. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Obito thought it best to retreat, planning to inquire about the bloodline fusion technique once the excitement had subsided. However, in the next moment, Obito dashed to Danzō's side, grabbing his hand that held the cane and shaking it vigorously. Lord Danzō, I have successfully researched the bloodline limit fusion ninjutsu. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your years of trust and support. I adore you. With that, he leaned in, puckering his lips as if to kiss Danzō's weathered face. What do you think you're doing? Don't come any closer. Get away. Do not touch me. Just as the impending kiss loomed, a startled Danzō instantly teleported to Orochimaru's side. Calm down. You need to compose yourself, Danzō exclaimed, visibly shaken. Upon hearing Danzō's colorful language, Obito turned to him, scratching his head in embarrassment. I apologize, Lord Danzō. I was merely caught up in the moment. He. This is quite amusing. Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly, having witnessed the scene unfold. Once Danzō had regained his composure, he inquired about Obito's bloodline limit fusion ninjutsu. Yes, not only that. I have also taken your advice to heart. With Orochimaru's assistance, I have not only succeeded but also eliminated the previous limitation of fusing only 5 bloodlines. Very well, Danzō replied, calming his own excitement. This enhances your capability and increases your leverage. Remembering that Obito's ninjutsu had a special condition, Danzō asked, isn't there a specific criterion for this technique? Perhaps sensing Danzō's concerns, Obito continued, rest assured, the original limitation has been removed, thanks to Orochimaru. Excellent. Well done, Danzō said, patting Obito on the shoulder. Perhaps, with this ninjutsu, we can counteract the side effects of the new Hashirama cells. Orochimaru stroked his chin thoughtfully. However, we will need to conduct several more experiments to ascertain the results. No need. I will attempt it directly. With a confident wave of his hand, Danzō smirked, which nearly brought Obito to tears. Oh, Lord Danzō, you are truly wonderful, a great benefactor, supporting me in the development of the bloodline limit fusion ninjutsu. You still trust me so deeply. It truly moves me to tears. The intense gaze of Obito, filled with affection, left Danzō feeling quite unnerved. What is with that look? It's as if he is overly excited for a child. This ninjutsu extracts the essence while discarding the dross, finally becoming the passive skill of the original anime's movie version. The sheer dominance of this technique is evident when one observes its wielder. Have you truly made up your mind, Lord Danzō? Out of courtesy, Orochimaru repeatedly sought to confirm Danzō's intent. After all, failure could lead to the risk of becoming a mere decorative plant. Yes, I am certain. Besides, if anything goes awry, you'll be there, won't you? Nonchalantly shrugging. Danzō nodded. The last time you borrowed my sensei, Tobirama-s, he trailed off, but Orochimaru understood the implication, referring to his clandestine experiments with the impure world reincarnation technique. Humph, truly worthy of you, Lord Danzō. Nothing escapes your notice. Even without that, you would have other methods, such as transferring consciousness through cloning. The next morning, Danzō, accompanied by the Uchiha sisters and Yakura, embarked on their journey to the land of grass. As usual, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived early at the gates of Konoha to bid farewell to Danzō. However, today, Danzō was unusually without his ever-present cane. The bandages that had long enveloped half of his body were also unwrapped, revealing his true form. Hiruzen couldn't shake the feeling that his dear friend seemed a bit different, though he couldn't quite pinpoint why. Puzzled, he decided to suppress his strange thoughts for the time being and awaited Danzō's return to discuss matters further. Be careful on the road, Danzō. I entrust this matter to you. Indeed, as Hiruzen grasped Danzō's hand, he found himself unconsciously caressing it. Hey, what are you doing? In broad daylight. Are you trying to make a scene? With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Danzō disdainfully shook off Hiruzen's hand, brushing his backside a few times. Let us go. All right. He. Off to honeymoon we go with three ladies flanking Danzō. They exited the gates of Konoha, gradually fading from Hiruzen's view. Hey, Hinata, do you think Lord Danzō has become younger? Shingetsu Daiku nudged Inuzuka Hinata with his elbow. I know, right? It's quite strange. Lord Danzō is well into middle age, yet he looks no older than 20. This doesn't seem right, does it? Has he returned to his youth? Or perhaps taken some miraculous tonic? The murmurs of the two guards caught Hiruzen's attention, prompting him to halt. Aren't you two supposed to be working diligently instead of gossiping? Oh, it's nothing, Lord Hokage. I was just joking with Asuka. Indeed. We were deliberating whether Lord Danzō had consumed some potent elixir or perhaps utilized some cosmetics, for he appeared astonishingly youthful, akin to someone in their 20s. Completely devoid of any middle-aged semblance. The moment the highest authority at the gates of Konoha was questioned, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor, dutifully providing his account. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming involuntarily. What is happening? Shinju Daiku and Nara Shikaki were utterly perplexed. So that's how it is. Now I comprehend why Danzō seemed different today, yet I couldn't quite articulate it. Indeed, Danzō has rejuvenated. Just yesterday, he bore the appearance of a man of his own age, but after a single night, he has reverted to his youthful visage. How intriguing, Danzō. It seems Orochimaru has successfully tampered with Lord Hashirama's cells last night. After a light chuckle, Sarutobi Hiruzen, amidst the bewildered gazes of the two guards at the Konoha gates, merrily departed with his entourage. A youthful version of Danzō. How delightful that seems. Half a month later. Humph, who would have thought? The turncoat from Kusagakure has truly conspired with the Wagakure. Listening to the incessant reports of Uchiha Koyuki, a glimmer of malice flickered in Danzō's gaze. During this period, he and the three women have repeatedly discovered traces of a Wagakure ninjas within the borders of the land of grass. To ensure accuracy, he had dispatched Uchiha Koyuki to gather further intelligence. Based on the current reports, it is evident that Kusagakure is clandestinely engaging with a Wagakure. Perhaps our past kindness towards this fickle ally has led them to forget the reverence they owe to Konoha. The Wagakure? In the face of Konoha at its zenith, they are inconsequential. Truth be told, Danzō harbors ambitions of bringing Kusagakure under Konoha's dominion. It appears that immediate action is imperative. Currently, the interactions between Kusagakure and the Wagakure are merely preliminary and tentative. Should they formalize their cooperation, relying solely on his roots would prove inadequate to control Kusagakure. Yakura, please inform Orochimaru to come here at once. In Konoha, within the root laboratory, Orochimaru and Kabuto were engrossed in some experimentation. With unwavering focus, they scrutinized their apparatus with great diligence. Lord Orochimaru, ahem. Lord Danzō requests your presence. You are to accompany me to the land of grass immediately. Just as Orochimaru was deeply engrossed in his work, Yakura, having rushed in, interrupted him to convey this message, breathless from his exertion. Humph, Understood. Kabuto, please continue documenting the remaining data on your own. Just carry on with your tasks. After instructing Kabuto, Orochimaru set off. The following day, as he perused the intelligence handed to him by Danzō, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Who would have thought that these individuals from Kusagakure would engage with Iwagakure? How intriguing. This is indeed quite fascinating. If the objective is to seize control of the grass-hidden village, decisive action must be taken swiftly. Indeed, Orochimaru has arrived at the same conclusion as Danzō. How fortunate, for I share the same sentiment. Observing that Orochimaru's thoughts align with his own, Danzō nodded in agreement. I intend to summon the root ninjas and divide them into 4 squads, each approaching the grass-hidden village from a different direction, with 1 squad entrusted to your leadership. Upon hearing Danzō's arrangement, Orochimaru expressed his consent. The other 2 squads will be led by Akatsuki and Tsukuyomi, respectively. As for the final squad, Danzō plans to take charge personally. The responsibilities of Root will be assigned to Yakumo, who, coincidentally, did not accompany you here. Originally, Yakumo had come with Orochimaru to meet Danzō, but seeing her fatigued from the journey, Orochimaru found an excuse to leave her at Root to manage in his absence. After all, being one of Danzō's rumored romantic partners, it would be unwise to wear her out, lest the old man seek vengeance upon him. Moreover, Konan and Nagato must remain in the village. Particularly Nagato, as he possesses the legendary Rinnegan. Recently, it appears he has attracted the attention of some nefarious individuals. If left unattended, the management of Root could falter. After considerable deliberation, Orochimaru ultimately decided to seek out Danzō himself. By the way, next week marks the day of the new students' enrollment at the Ninja Academy, when teacher Hisashi will deliver a speech. That will be our moment to strike. Those who know me know Orochimaru well. Danzō-sama, you flatter me. Danzō and Orochimaru shared a knowing glance, their expressions laden with significance. Sister, do you think Orochimaru might entice our Danzō-sama away? Keep your voice down. That can't possibly happen between 2 grown men. True enough. In the distance, Uchiha Akatsuki and Uchiha Tsukuyomi whispered conspiratorially, their voices barely audible. Orochimaru. Danzō. Goodness. I could use a pair of ears that Haven T heard a thing. X2. Soon enough, the time came, a week later, marking the day of new student enrollment. That fool Obito, outwardly indifferent, yet unable to shake his worries, Kakashi sighed in exasperation. He had specifically instructed Obito the day before not to be late today. Yet, the fool seemed to treat his words as mere background noise. Such is the essence of youth. Sporting a tight green jumpsuit, my guy, oblivious to the astonished gazes around him, exuberantly proclaimed his youth while performing push-ups on the playground. With a toothpick in his mouth, Shiranui Gunma surveyed the surrounding crowd with an air of nonchalance. Not far away, Asuma Saratobi stood beside Kurenai Yuhi, seemingly engaged in light-hearted conversation, eliciting occasional bursts of laughter from her. Behold the second son of the illustrious Saratobi clan, engrossed solely in conversation with the fairer sex. Adjusting his sunglasses, Heibe endeavored to avert his gaze from that direction. All eyes should be upon me. I am but a fool. As an absurd voice echoed through the air, silence enveloped the crowd instantaneously. A man clad in a Chunin vest cleared his throat and stepped forth before the assembly. Ahem. My apologies for the interruption. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to you all. From this day forth, you shall be students of the Ninja Academy. Just then, while the students remained wrapped in attention, listening intently to the instructor on stage, on the other side, the wind release, vacuum wave was unleashed. Danzō, leading a covert squad from Root, infiltrated the borders of the land of grass, dispatching a few patrolling grass village ninjas with ease. He ensured no survivors remained before proceeding onward. The defensive arrangements of the grass village ninjas, as well as the whereabouts of the Iwagakure ninjas, had long been ascertained by Danzō and his compatriots. Coincidentally, the Iwagakure ninjas had departed from the grass village just the day before. Initially concerned that the Iwagakure ninjas might complicate their mission, Danzō was now elated. What is this, if not divine providence? Their timing could not have been more fortuitous. Onward. Let us advance. At the forefront, Danzō urged his squad members to keep pace. At the entrance of the grass village, 2 ninjas yawned as they engaged in casual banter. Hey, Luffy, what do you think the Iwagakure ninjas were up to during their recent visit? As their conversation drifted toward the topic of the Iwagakure ninjas who had visited the village not long ago, one, sporting a straw hat and a scar beneath his eyes, responded with a mysterious grin. You know not. for you are but a mere chunin. The ninja known as Village Behind Conan, upon hearing this, sensed that his companion possessed knowledge beyond his own and eagerly leaned in closer. Come on, Luffy, just indulge my curiosity. I promise I won't tell a soul. Flattered by his companion's praise, the seafaring Luffy reveled in satisfaction, a grin blossoming on his face. This greatly appeased his vanity, for as a jonin of the village, he indeed knew the true purpose of the Iwagakure ninja's visit. Moreover, it was not a matter of utmost secrecy. Very well, he conceded, given your earnest demeanor. I shall graciously share this with you. Casting a glance around to ensure no one else was within earshot, Luffy beckoned Village Behind Conan to come closer and whispered conspiratorially. You see, the Iwagakure ninjas came here to persuade our village chief to unite against Konohagakure. Really? Is that true? Well, such clandestine information. And yet you are aware of it. It must indeed be true, my dear brother. In the distance, amidst the shadows, Danzō quietly gestured to his team, who were concealed behind him. Receiving the signal, Hinata Binbin gracefully drew the short blade from his back. Meanwhile, the duo of grass ninjas stationed at the gate, engrossed in their discussion about the Rock Village ninjas, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger creeping closer. Facing off against the Leaf Village seemed precarious, with our meager abilities. How could we possibly contend with that band of ruffians? Behind the village, Conan shook his head. During the last Shinobi World War, he had the fortune of witnessing the prowess of the Leaf Village ninjas from a distance. In his estimation, their strength far surpassed that of the Rock Village. It was likely they could even overwhelm them. You know nothing, exclaimed his companion. It's difficult to say. The current Tsuchikage is the only ninja in the shinobi world who has mastered the bloodline elimination technique. Compared to the strong ninja from the Leaf, I hold greater faith in the Tsuchikage Noki, who is renowned for his balance. Bloodline elimination? What on earth is that? As a nin. Conan had no knowledge of what bloodline elimination entailed. TSK, to think you lack such awareness and yet refuse to acknowledge it. What nonsense is this bloodline elimination? I am referring to the technique of elimination. You know, you buffoon. It's clear you haven't been paying attention to what Mr. Hui Tailang has been teaching in cultural lessons. Just as the sea adventurer was about to enlighten his companion on the intricacies of the shinobi world, Danzō sensed the opportune moment had arrived. He raised his hand and swiftly brought it down. Byakugan, point of death. Upon activating his Byakugan, Hinata Binbin executed his familiar technique, appearing instantaneously before the two unsuspecting grass ninjas. With a deft left-hand strike to the pressure point and a right-hand slash of his blade, he dispatched both foes in a mere instant. The unfortunate pair had no time to react, meeting their demise in an instant. Their bodies lifeless and devoid of any last breath. Their heads rolled, blood gushed forth, and their bodies convulsed on the ground, utterly lifeless. Seeing that the gatekeepers had perished, Danzō leisurely emerged from the shadows. He stepped on one of the severed heads, unable to suppress a mocking remark. What were you two thinking? What a fright you gave me. I thought I was experiencing a mix-up. With a powerful kick, he sent the head flying into obscurity. Now scatter. Binbin, come with me. Upon issuing his command, Danzō led the root ninjas swiftly into the heart of the grass village. He and Hinata Binbin pressed on boldly toward the village's center. Hey, stop. What are you doing soon? They encountered their first adversary, a grass ninja clutching a paper bag, from which faintly visible scrolls could be discerned. The ninja stared in bewilderment as the two approached at a rapid pace, inquiring about their identities. However, what awaited him was merely the exquisite execution of Hinata Binbin's swift kill. With a flash of his blade, he miraculously transformed from one person into two. Boom, boom. Amidst the distant sound of a thunderous explosion, Danzō raised his head and clearly observed thick plumes of smoke rising from the southern outskirts of the hidden grass village. This signified that other squads had commenced their operations. Through the swirling smoke, a colossal serpent's head flickered into view. Oh, is that Orochimaru? What a sight. He has summoned the myriad serpents. Quite ruthless, indeed, a fierce serpent. Muttering a few words under his breath, Danzō swiftly seized a passing grass ninja's weapon and plunged it into the skull of another grass ninja. He deftly extracted an explosive tag from the fallen foe's pouch, affixing it before sending both the tag and the unfortunate soul into the midst of the crowd. Boom. Several hapless grass ninjas were obliterated before they could evade the blast. Damn it, it's an enemy ambush. A senior grass ninja perched on a nearby branch, observing the distant chaos, realized the gravity of the situation. Below him, 3 Chunin flanked Danzō, their roles clearly delineated. The Chunin encircled Danzō from 3 angles while the senior ninja maintained a watchful position above, although his curiosity about the explosion lingered. The oppressive aura emanating from Danzō compelled the senior grass ninja to focus his attention solely on him. Just 4 of them? Huh. I am truly underestimated. Can these mere fledglings, yet to mature, dare to engage me? How naive. Danzō's scornful gaze swept over the 4 adversaries, laced with verbal derision. Such lowly opponents could hardly warrant his concern. Earth release, earth flow wall. Observing Danzō's inaction, the 3 Chunin took the initiative, erecting earthen walls to encase him entirely. Fire release, great fireball technique. Realizing Danzō had no avenue for escape, the senior ninja promptly formed hand seals to unleash his fire technique. The great fireball technique? Isn't that a trivial jutsu passed down within the Uchiha clan, meant to entertain children without causing harm? I can hardly believe that such a technique has been pilfered by the grass village. Oh children, you are truly doomed. To regard such a worthless jutsu as a treasure for study speaks volumes of your village's perpetual deprivation. Nevertheless, the hidden grass village is renowned for its expertise in studying the ninjutsu of other nations. As a small nation, the quality of its ninjas is relatively commendable. However, due to the limitations of chakra, the fire technique executed by the senior ninja pales in comparison to the might and scale wielded by the Uchiha clan. What power? Should I feign a reaction? This bears no distinction from the fireballs spat out by Uchiha children. Judging by its size, Danzō mused. It resembles the great fireball technique that young Sasuke once unleashed. Water release, water surge wave. Joining his hands in a prayer-like gesture, Danzō invoked the water technique he had learned from a scroll left by Hashirama during idle moments. The formidable wave not only extinguished the enemy's fireball, but also shattered the earthen walls before him. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. With 1 failed strike, the seasoned Jonin continued to unleash a barrage of fire-style ninjutsu. Are you still at it, my friend? Are you a grass ninja or Uchiha? The relentless onslaught of fireballs approached, yet Danzō remained unfazed, forming seals with his hands. Wind release, pressure damage. The fire techniques were dispersed by the wind jutsu, providing an opening for 3 Chunin, who swiftly drew their kunai and advanced toward Danzō with remarkable speed, seeking death, spotting these foolish adversaries daring to close in on him. Danzō tightened the muscles in his calves and delivered a powerful kick, launching the approaching grass ninja A aside. Seizing the momentum, he yanked another grass ninja B's arm, thrusting the kunai towards him, and executed a swift rotation, piercing the back of grass ninja D, who attempted a sneak attack. A sharp crack echoed. The sound of bones fracturing, piercingly jarring. Ugh! Grass ninja B, witnessing his arm bent at an unnatural angle, emitted a cry of anguish, flailing helplessly. He attempted to break free from Danzō's grip. Effortlessly dodging the chaotic assault, Danzō reached out and grasped grass ninja B by the throat. With a slight exertion, accompanied by the sound of breaking bones, he crushed the ninja's cervical vertebrae before tossing the lifeless body toward grass ninja A, who was just rising from the ground. Faced with the corpse of his comrade hurtling toward him, grass ninja A was forced to alter his trajectory, dodging to the side, only to find himself staring into Danzō's emotionless gaze. When did you? He, obscured by the body. Grass ninja A had no clue when Danzō had approached and was unable to react in time, receiving a lethal elbow strike that ended his life. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. So weak it's laughable. Danzō felt no spark of battle enthusiasm, cracking his neck and stretching his limbs. He redirected his attention toward the earlier confrontation involving the Jonin from the grass-hidden village. At that moment, the grass Jonin, wielding a kunai and wearing a countenance akin to someone who had just ingested something foul, was entangled in a fierce struggle with Hinata Binbin. Initially, he had intended to support the 3 Chunin in overwhelming Danzō after executing his ninjutsu, who knew this opponent would emerge from nowhere, brandishing a short blade and launching a sudden strike. To make matters worse, he found himself outmatched, constantly on the defensive, occasionally having to guard against swift movements or pressure point strikes. Which fool taught you to fight like this? Is this how you utilize the Byakugan? Is this how you employ the body flicker technique? Look, I just defended against a pressure point strike, and he is already behind me for another sneak attack. How is one supposed to handle this? Should I just give up? The grass Jonin increasingly felt a sense of dread, his scalp prickling from the relentless display of skill by Hinata Binbin. A bitter taste rose in his mouth, swirling with the sensation of disgust. He had never experienced such a humiliating battle. Had he foreseen this, he would have preferred to rush to the site of the impending explosion without hesitation. Constantly evading the relentless assaults, despair filled the heart of the grass Jonin. He yearned to create distance from Hinata Binbin, yet the latter afforded him no opportunity. He had scarcely a moment to gather his thoughts, remaining in a state of passive defense. He contemplated making a desperate gamble to repel his adversary and make his escape. Yet, his opponent's piercing gaze seemed to anticipate his every move, shattering his plans into mere illusions. The instinct honed from years of being a high-ranking ninja warned him that should he choose to fight to the death, his fate would undoubtedly be sealed. Presently, he felt his strength waning, an overwhelming fatigue cloaking his form. He understood that time was not on his side. If he continued to linger in this state, he would either be slain or succumb to exhaustion. Resolved, he decided to make one last effort. He reached into his pouch for a smoke bomb, poised to cast it upon the ground when, unexpectedly, a precise strike to his arm's pressure point rendered him momentarily paralyzed. His arm tingled painfully, and he found himself sluggish in his movements. In an instant, a blade wielded by Hinata Binbin sliced through his throat. With a fierce glint of resentment in his eyes, the grass ninja glared at Hinata Binbin before collapsing heavily to the ground, his lips moving silently, uttering no sound as life slipped away. Is it really necessary? He thought. Even in death, you must hurl insults at me, unaware that I hail from the esteemed Hinata clan? Reading lips is child's play for us. Hinata Binbin shook his head in resignation and approached Danzō. It's done, Lord Danzō. I anticipated an easy victory through stealth, yet this foe proved to be somewhat troublesome. You seem to be enjoying yourself, Danzō remarked with an amused tone. Ah, you caught me. Hehehe. Enough banter. Had you been serious, you would have drawn your second blade by now. Danzō patted Hinata Binbin on the shoulder, guiding him onward towards the heart of the hidden grass village. In this raid, the greatest variable lay with the village leader. Surviving in the precarious balance between great nations, the hidden grass village possessed its share of strength. Chief among them was its leader, Meichuan Kucha, known for his cunning and mastery of wind release techniques, earning him the nickname Little Danzō. Upon first hearing this moniker, Danzō nearly lost his composure. If he is Little Danzō, then who am I? The audacity of this comparison was intolerable. How could he bear such an affront? Reflecting on the time when the hidden grass village maintained cordial relations with the Leaf village, he couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration, recalling how Hiruzen Sarutobi often conferred with them. Meanwhile, within the confines of the village leader's residence, Meichuan Kucha paced restlessly, hands clasped behind his back. As he awaited the return of his covert operatives, he could hardly contain his eagerness to inquire about their findings. Report, esteemed leader. We have been attacked from all four cardinal directions. Adjusting his breathing, the member of the grass village's Umbu reported his observations to the village chief before him. What? You don't know who the assailant is? Upon learning that they were completely unaware of the attacker's identity, Meichuan Kush felt a shiver run down his spine. After such a prolonged confrontation, how could they still be in the dark about their opponent? It was utterly absurd. Meichuan Kush's demeanor began to deteriorate. His expression soured. What are you still doing here? Go. Continue the investigation. He commanded his subordinate Umbu to persist in uncovering the assailant's identity, resuming his anxious pacing. He recalled that previously, the Hidden Stone Village had made contact with him, and he had not overtly refused their advances. They had no reason to turn against him now, which was contrary to the behavior one would expect from the old bandit Anoki. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Meichuan Kush systematically dismissed the possibility of the Hidden Stone Village being involved. His suspicions then shifted towards the Hidden Rain Village. After all, Hanzo the Salamander was not to be underestimated. He was renowned as a demigod. The last Ninja World War had been ignited by him, initiating a surprise attack on the Land of Iron from afar, followed by a reckless engagement with both the Sand and Leaf villages, purely instigating chaos. As for the Leaf village, the Grass village currently maintained a faade of cordial relations with them. He had not genuinely forged an alliance with the Hidden Stone Village. Thus, Sarutobi Hizashi, known for his timid demeanor, was unlikely to strike against him. In any case, it was imperative to thwart the unidentified assailant's offensive. Resolute in his decision, Meichuan Kush ceased his pacing, checked his ninja tools, and prepared to confront the enemy personally. Suddenly, with a violent crash, the door burst open. The Umbu ninja he had previously dispatched reappeared before him in a peculiar posture, gazing at his subordinate, whose neck had been twisted and whose head resembled a blossoming morning glory. Meichuan Kush drew a kunai, warily eyeing the entrance. As rhythmic footsteps approached, the figure of Danzō gradually materialized before Meichuan Kush. Although they had never met, Danzō had observed Meichuan Kush from the shadows during previous visits to the Leaf village. Thus, he was quite familiar with Meichuan Kush's appearance. Conversely, Meichuan Kush was evidently unaware of this younger version of Danzō. Who are you? State your name. He assumed a combative stance, cautiously monitoring Danzō's movements. From this man, he sensed an unprecedented and intense feeling of danger, a sensation he had not experienced in many years. Meichuan Kush, who believed he could contend with Sarutobi Hisashi himself, began to ponder Danzō's true identity. At this moment, if Danzō were to discover Meichuan Kush's intentions, he would undoubtedly be unable to suppress a derisive laugh. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen seldom intervenes, his formidable prowess is not to be underestimated. As one of the Third Hokage, Sarutobi possesses strength that undoubtedly places him in the upper echelon of power. However, he has never revealed this before Meichuan Kush. In response to Kush's inquiry, Danzō feigned a smile, his hands beginning to form seals. So, you, young Danzō, seek to challenge me today? I shall give you a lesson you won't forget. Wind release. Great breakthrough. What? Oh no, the great breakthrough. In a moment of panic, Meichuan Kush hastily unleashed his signature jutsu. The two identical wind techniques collided in midair, resulting in a brilliant display of energy that dissipated soon after. Well, impressive, young one, Danzō remarked, surprised to see his jutsu countered. This individual possesses some skill, indeed. He can withstand my assault. Then, under Danzō's watchful gaze, Meichuan Kush employed another of his favored techniques. Wind release, pressure damage. Wind release, gale palm. What the? This brat wields wind release better than I do. This isn't right. Danzō couldn't help but commend Kush's abilities. Humph. The combination of these two wind release techniques amplifies the power exponentially. The speed is so great that evasion seems utterly impossible, unless one employs a body flicker technique. I merely need to discern the direction in which he attempts to escape and prepare my counterattack. Meichuan Kush's aspirations were noble, yet unfortunately futile against Danzō. Maintaining his composure, Danzō casually picked his nose. Under Kush's astonished gaze, Danzō stood his ground, bracing himself against the combined wind release techniques. Aside from causing Danzō's clothing to flutter slightly, the attack had little effect. What the? Are you even human? A technique capable of shattering rock only stirs your clothing, akin to a mere fart? Author, where are you? This fellow seems to have a cheat. Author, huh? Does he? I'm not aware. I didn't see it. Suppressing his shock, Meichuan Kush hurriedly formed new seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. A furious gale erupted from Kush's mouth. Danzō continued to pick his nose, showing no inclination to evade. Enough of this charade. I shall no longer entertain you. I'll merely stand here, digging my nose, casting a meaningful gaze your way, a mocking smile adorning my lips. What is the matter? If you're dissatisfied, come and defeat me. I stand here ready for your assault, and you shall not breach my defenses. With the newly infused cells of Hashirama within him, Danzō's chakra levels and physical strength had reached a terrifying zenith. Just moments ago, he had entertained the notion of toying with his opponent, testing his own might, leading to the current spectacle. This is an egregious affront. How dare you scoundrel? Wind release, vacuum great sphere. The contemptuous expression and disdainful gaze of the other party pierced deeply into Meichuan Kush's fragile heart, nearly driving him to the brink of despair. How utterly pathetic. Couldn't he at least attempt to evade? No matter how fervently he struck, the adversary merely lounged idly, displaying an indolence that was exasperating. Was this truly the wind release technique he was familiar with? It felt as if it were a mere facade, with the opponent remaining utterly unscathed. Would you please move? I implore you to make a single motion. Why must you treat me this way? I am the esteemed village head of the grass-hidden village. Could you not show me a modicum of respect? Sobbing, he pleaded for even the slightest reaction. As anticipated, the wind release, vacuum great sphere he unleashed merely shattered his own house and left his opponent entirely unharmed. This shattered his already fragile psyche, and he collapsed to the ground in tears and rage. Alas, I have done nothing, and yet you have succumbed to this fate. Very well. I shall indulge you. Remember, do not dare to call me Little Danzō in your next life. Why? Ultimately. Before he could finish his sentence, filled with bewilderment, Meichuan Kush was met with a merciless wind release, vacuum bullet from Danzō, resulting in a swift and brutal demise. Surveying the surrounding ruins, Danzō made no delay in departing towards the only remaining intact exit. Just as he stepped outside, the door behind him crashed to the ground. If all proceeded as expected, the grass-hidden village would no longer have a village head. This young Danzō would be the last. Where do you think you're going? Shadow Snake Hand. The fleeing grass-hidden village ninja was swiftly dispatched by Orochimaru, initially merely responsible for creating a diversion. Orochimaru inadvertently found himself at the heart of the grass-hidden village, gazing at the building before him that resembled a hospital. He tilted his head and tossed aside the corpse of the grass ninja, striding purposefully inside. Damn it, my leg hurts so much. Ah, that wretched woman. Come here and take a bite out of me. The agonizing cries echoed within the hospital, where injured individuals were strewn about. A woman clad in medical attire was dragging a red-haired girl through the throng of casualties. The previously wailing patients, upon catching sight of the red-haired girl, collectively displayed expressions of ravenous thirst. Slap. The medical personnel struck the red-haired girl with a vicious glare. You wretch. If you struggle again, I'll make sure you regret it. I suggest you comply and let him take a bite. With that, she yanked the girl's arm, tearing the sleeve to reveal a forearm marred with scars from countless bites. At that moment, an injured patient lunged forward to sink their teeth into her arm. The red-haired girl, however, wore a vacant expression, as if the one being bitten were not herself but a mere piece of wood. Clearly, she had grown accustomed to such treatment. As the patient gnawed and sucked, the bleeding wounds astonishingly began to heal. All right, next. As the wounds of the individual began to heal, the medical personnel forcibly dragged the red-haired girl away, licking his lips. The injured man yearned for another taste but dared not voice his desires, helplessly watching as the girl was brought before the next wounded individual. Now it's my turn. Ha ha. A bald-headed patient cursed, shoving aside those who dared cut in line. He brushed off the saliva left by the previous patient in disgust, swallowed hard, and opened his mouth, ready to indulge. However, a sudden tug at his collar startled him, as if someone had seized his clothing. Oh. What a surprise to find a member of the Uzumaki clan here, a raspy voice echoed. It was then that the grass ninja realized that someone had indeed grasped his collar. To his horror, the intruder extended a long, serpentine tongue, licking his head and neck with an unsettling fervor. The sticky, wet saliva terrified the grass ninja. Indeed, the newcomer was Orochimaru. You bastard. The medical staff glanced at the sudden appearance of Orochimaru, raising a finger to curse him. Before he could finish, Orochimaru's tongue coiled around the grass ninja, snatching away his kunai and piercing it directly through him. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the kunai into the air, catching it deftly with his right hand and pressing it against the bald ninja's throat. Please, don't kill me, I'll do anything, he pleaded. I prefer silence, Orochimaru coldly replied, disregarding the desperate cries of the bald ninja. With a gentle push of the kunai, he sent the man to the afterlife, where he would meet the sage of 6 paths crimson. Warm blood sprayed across the face of the red-haired girl, who remained motionless, like a statue. How intriguing, Orochimaru mused, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Blood. He is killing someone. Help. Everyone run. Just as Orochimaru contemplated how to deal with the red-haired girl, someone in the crowd screamed, drawing the attention of the other wounded. Seeing the unfamiliar man attacking the village had appeared in their hospital, the injured disregarded their agony. Hurriedly rising from their beds and stretchers, they fled with the speed of wild stallions, each capable of competing in the Olympics, scrambling towards the exit. Fortunately, Danzō was not present. Otherwise, he might have proclaimed it a medical miracle. The first grass ninja to push through the obstructing comrades had barely a moment to rejoice in his escape when a snake coiled around him, sinking its fangs into his eye, leaving a gruesome sight behind. Let us depart, Orochimaru said with a smile, gently taking the red-haired girl's hand. Amidst the hospital's cacophony of anguished wails, the two stepped carefully over the blood-soaked floor, making their way toward the exit. Dusk settled around them. As the sun gradually descended, the battle in the grass-hidden village drew to a close. After a day of fierce combat, the ninjas of the grass-hidden village were mercilessly slaughtered, leaving behind bewildered ordinary villagers who gazed at the bloodied ground in utter confusion. A brief effort was made to clean the battlefield, along with the collection of secret techniques and ninja tools amassed by the grass-hidden village. Danzō and his companions, each leading their small teams, withdrew from the village, making their way toward the Kamizukabashi, the designated meeting point established prior to the mission. Swiftly navigating through the woods with Hinata and others, Danzō instinctively glanced at the various scrolls carried by the root ninjas on their backs. Though it was merely a cursory glance, he discerned an array of jutsu from the 5 great ninja villages, even interspersed with several sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan. Truly, the grass-hidden village, often dubbed the thief of the ninja world, had covertly amassed such an abundance of techniques unbeknownst to the 5 great ninja villages. Alas, now all of it has fallen into my hands. What a delightful surprise indeed. He chuckled heartily, unable to contain his amusement. Hearing his laughter, Hinata and the others paused. It's nothing. You all performed admirably this time. These jutsu have been properly secured. In the future, Feel free to choose what you wish to learn at route. Coming to a halt, shaking his head, Danzō offered a few words of praise, grandiosely granting access to the jutsu collected from the grass-hidden village to the root ninjas. Yes, Lord Danzō. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office of Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat with a furrowed brow, tapping the ash from his pipe. Before him, a kneeling Umbu ninja waited. Not long ago, news had arrived from the northwest frontier fortress, reporting the sighting of smoke rising from the direction of the grass-hidden village, suggesting a large-scale battle had ensued. Without the slightest hesitation, Sarutobi dispatched Jiraiya to lead a team to investigate the situation in the grass-hidden village. I wonder how Danzō is faring. I hope it is not as I fear, he murmured quietly, his expression tinged with melancholy. The grass-hidden village had maintained a friendly relationship with Konohagakure, and he pondered whether this incident was the doing of Danzō. Generally, Danzō's actions against various factions within the village could be overlooked. Stirring up trouble in the Mist Village was somewhat acceptable, given their history of minor skirmishes with Konohagakure. However, if Danzō had indeed launched an assault on the grass-hidden village, a friendly neighbor, without his consent, it would be intolerable for Sarutobi. Should evidence of this act come to light, it would be discovered by other ninja villages, tarnishing the reputation of Konohagakure. In the future, who would dare to ally with them? Yet, if Danzō had truly attacked the grass-hidden village, it was evidently too late to intervene. It was important to note that the information he had received was relayed that morning from the fortress. Although Sarutobi was not particularly well-versed in the combat capabilities of Root, he could at least surmise the general situation. Immediately dispatched 10 Umbu squads to investigate the situation in grass-hidden village. If the figure of Danzō is discovered, after a moment's hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately resolved to act. Should you encounter Danzō, you must unconditionally obey his commands and fully cooperate with his actions. Do you understand? Reflecting on that night's conversation with Danzō, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded that if this turmoil indeed stemmed from Danzō, he would assist him wholeheartedly. As long as all witnesses are silenced, no one will be aware that it was the ninjas of Konoha responsible. After all, the dead do not speak, do they? Understood. The Umbu ninja, while astonished by Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, complied without hesitation. In the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Avalanche was in his yard, instructing his son, Uchiha Fugaku, in his training. He keenly sensed the movement of Umbu ninjas atop the roof. Fugaku, stop for now, do not practice. Huh, what is the matter, father? Fugaku paused, ready to retrieve his shuriken from the target. It's nothing, I wish to return indoors. All right, let me assist you. Uchiha Avalanche observed the look of confusion on Fugaku's face and offered no explanation, simply allowing his son to help him back inside. Meanwhile, in the police force hall, Nara Shikaichi and Uchiha Sanbinzoku were engaged in casual conversation, evidently aware of the situation. Uchiha Sanbinzoku calmly held a broom, silently shifting his position to continue his tasks. Why panic? If the sky falls, there's a tall one to hold it up. Sai, why are you so calm? What else should I do? Why should I worry? I've only one eye left. Without lifting his head, Uchiha Sanbinzoku muttered a few words to Nara Shikaichi, using the broom to sweep beneath him. Lord Shikaichi, you got beaten by your wife again last night, didn't you? Cough, cough, cough. You dare speak such nonsense. That's not true. The palm print was still visible on his face. What? Why didn't you tell me sooner? A flustered Nara Shikaichi hurriedly fished out a small mirror, examining his reflection from various angles. Uchiha Sanbinzoku ceased his sweeping, letting out a resigned sigh as a trace of seriousness crossed his face while observing the direction in which the Umbu ninjas had vanished. I wonder what has transpired. So many Umbu ninjas dispatched. Perhaps it relates to Jiraiya, who was sent out not long ago. Huh. Does Lord Shikaichi know something secretive? Oh, who was it just now, saying why bother worrying? Get back to sweeping. Setting down the small mirror, Nara Shikaichi noticed Uchiha Sanbinzoku staring blankly at the direction of the departing Umbu ninjas and lightly patted his shoulder, half-jokingly saying, back to your sweeping. TCH, if you don't want to say, then don't. Get back to your sweeping. Ugh. Uchiha Sanbinzoku rolled his eyes, imitating Nara Shikaichi's tone. Ha ha ha, you rascal. On the surface, they exchanged jesting remarks, yet both harbored their own private concerns. Soon, the leaders of the various ninja clans in the Hidden Leaf Village nearly simultaneously summoned their respective ninjas. The streets were left with only ordinary civilian ninjas and villagers lingering about. This exemplifies the strength of the prominent clans. They have an uncanny ability to gather intelligence swiftly through various means. After all, the direct Umbu of the Hokage is composed of talents selected from these major clans. allowing them to remain acutely aware of the Hokage's movements and the prevailing currents of information. As for Danzō's route, he was not the original Danzō. And as a time traveler, he was incapable of such ruthlessness. Aside from marking the Uchiha sisters with a cursed seal to eradicate their potential for treachery, he had not imposed any further harm upon the remaining members of Root. Of course, the sisters regarded that seal as a special, albeit unsettling, token, and Danzō had not utilized it for any other nefarious purposes. Currently, Root operates under exceedingly strict management, employing modern militaristic methods focused on obedience to orders. It is only through this long-term approach that such ideologies can become ingrained in the hearts of the Root ninjas. This explains why Danzō preferred to conduct operations covertly, wishing to keep them concealed from the village, leaving no trace of information behind. Conversely, Sarutobi Hiruzen would only need the faintest hint of disturbance to glean everything that transpired within the various clans from the comfort of his home. After an arduous journey, Danzō and his team successfully arrived at the Kaminarabashi before the sun dipped below the horizon. Due to the time spent collecting spoils, Danzō's squad was the last to reach their destination. As they came to a halt, Danzō caught sight of Orochimaru alongside a red-haired maiden. The maiden's visage bore an uncanny resemblance to a red-haired girl he remembered who wore glasses. Was it Uzumaki Karen? No, that couldn't be right. The timeline was inconsistent, and it was impossible for it to be her. Yet, the resemblance was striking. Could she be the mother of Uzumaki Karen? Indeed. She must be that unfortunate woman. It was unexpected that she would be taken by Orochimaru, but perhaps it was for the best, sparing her from the tragic fate of being mercilessly devoured by the ninja of the Grass Village. Despite having surmised the identity of the red-haired maiden, Danzō opted to feign ignorance in Orochimaru's presence. This red hair, Orochimaru, this is red-haired. No, a member of the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru frowned slightly, puzzled by the mention of a red-haired shank. What a nonsensical term. Inadvertently, Danzō's slip of the tongue led Orochimaru to question whether he was feigning ignorance. Consequently, Orochimaru kindly offered an explanation for Danzō. This is someone I discovered in the Grass Village Hospital, likely an Uzumaki who has wandered here from the land of whirlpools. Aware of Danzō's nature, Orochimaru understood that this individual would not overlook any attractive woman. Simultaneously, this was also for the sake of his own experiments, which is why he had deliberately spared her life. Ah, how intriguing. Upon hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Danzō finally exhibited a look of realization and nodded. He then shifted his gaze to the red-haired maiden. What is your name? In response to Danzō's inquiry, the girl remained utterly still, saying nothing. What is this? Can you not comprehend my words? With a hint of confusion, he pinched his chin and altered his tone. You there, flower girl, what is your name? Speak up quickly. Or else. Orochimaru, who was witnessing this, rolled his eyes in disbelief and distanced himself from Danzō. The corner of the red-haired girl's mouth twitched slightly. She had not anticipated that the scarred man before her would speak in such a peculiar manner. Lifting her head, she responded in a cold tone, Uzumaki Miling. Oh, Uzumaki Miling, so that is your name, Danzō acknowledged inwardly. Since you are a member of the Uzumaki clan, you shall accompany me back to Konohagakure. Miling did not express her opinion regarding Danzō's proposal. Regardless of where she went, she could not escape the fate of being regarded as a mere vessel of blood. Wasn't that precisely why the village of Grass had taken her in? They had even arranged for her to have a stand-alone house in the already small village. With you, there will be 4 members of the Uzumaki clan in Konohagakure. However, Danzō's subsequent words caused a ripple of emotion to cross Miling's otherwise despondent face. Her murky eyes regained a glimmer of hope for life. How could it be? There are actually my kin in Konohagakure. Noticing the subtle shift in her demeanor, Danzō revealed a barely perceptible smile. Years ago, the land of whirlpools was suddenly annihilated. Our village of Konohagakure wished to provide aid but was powerless to do so, ultimately managing to save only one person, including Lord Mido and Nagato, who was later brought back from the land of rain. We now have 3 members of the Uzumaki clan. Hearing Danzō recount that long-buried history, Miling's eyes glistened with unshed tears. When the land of whirlpools fell, she had still been a mere child. It was only through her parents' desperate protection that she narrowly escaped with her life. After losing her parents' shelter, she had relied on begging and wandered into the land of Grass, where she was eventually discovered by the ninjas of Grass Village who recognized her uniqueness and took her in. Yet, what awaited her was not a life of comfort, but rather a hellish abyss, tormented daily by the relentless suffering of the wounded. Now, hearing Danzō's words, and learning that even the former princess of the land of whirlpools, Mido, resided in Konohagakure, astonished her. You mean Princess Mido is also in Konohagakure? Indeed, she has always been here, after all. She is the wife of our village's first Hokage. Is Princess Mido well? Yes, quite well, though she is aged and is not as robust as she once was. Now, she is attended to daily. Rest assured, once we arrive in Konohagakure, you shall never endure the same treatment you faced in Grass Village. As the conversation unfolded, Danzō stepped forward and grasped the arm of Uzumaki Mei Ling, pulling up her sleeve to caress the bite marks upon her skin, feigning a look of deep concern. Alas, my dear child, you have suffered so. Fear not. I assure you, I shall not allow you to endure even the slightest harm again. Mei Ling's lips quivered slightly. She longed to articulate her thoughts, yet tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she possessed the ability to sense the nature of those around her through chakra. Despite the man's chakra exuding a sharp intensity and a hint of lewdness, she found it intriguingly pure. Furthermore, she detected no malevolence directed towards her from Danzō. Watching Danzō comfort Mei Ling, Uchiha Kahaku was filled with frustration, while her sister, Uchiha Siyue, was consumed by jealousy, seizing the kunai from a nearby root ninja and snapping it with a loud crack, nearly startling the ninja into a panic. Though both women harbored anger, they felt profound sympathy for the suffering woman, especially upon seeing the gruesome bite marks on her arm. What inhumane torment could have inflicted such wounds? Humph. Had I known it would come to this, I would have annihilated the Grass Village altogether. Ultimately, after expressing her pent-up emotions, the exhausted Mei Ling collapsed into Danzō's embrace and fell into a deep slumber. It was then that Danzō, with a decisive wave of his hand, volunteered to carry her back to the village. The Uchiha sisters nearly ground their teeth in frustration upon hearing Danzō's intention to personally bear Mei Ling home, suppressing their jealousy while feigning smiles of agreement. Naturally, Orochimaru, who had brought back Mei Ling, became the target of their disdainful glares. The recent raid on the Grass Village had resulted in the loss of 3 root ninjas, with several others sustaining varying degrees of injury. The 2 most severely affected would never be able to fulfill their duties as ninjas again. Calculating the losses within their ranks, Danzō expressed his heartfelt condolences to the 2 injured ninjas, promising to do everything in his power to ensure their recovery. Subsequently, amidst their grateful gazes, they were carried on stretchers back to the village. From the remaining combat-ready members of Root, he selected roughly 15 and entrusted them to Sarutobi Jiji to guard the Kanabi Bridge. As for how this individual ended up here, he had merely followed Orochimaru's team during the assault on the Grass Village, contributing little to the endeavor. With a lesser version of Sarutobi Izashi stationed here, who could breach their defenses? This is quite satisfactory. Entrusting such a crucial stronghold to him put Danzō's mind at ease. The remaining members followed Danzō as they continued their journey towards Konohagakure. Lord Danzō, there is movement ahead. Just as Danzō carried Mei Ling and led the group forward, Hyuga Binbin suddenly approached his side. It's you, Binbin. Speak your mind. Casting a glance at Hinata Binbin beside him, Danzō's expression remained serene and unruffled. Indeed. Lord Danzō, I have just sensed it. Ahead of us, dozens of ninjas are advancing in our direction. As for the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, they are well aware. Once their Byakugan is activated, it is akin to possessing a form of X-ray vision. What? You inquire about sensing abilities? With such advantages, they can perceive anything with a mere glance. What more is there to say about sensing abilities? Understood. Responding with a faint acknowledgement, Danzō cradled the bottom of Uzumaki Mei Ling, coming to a halt. As he paused, all the root ninjas simultaneously ceased their advance. Concurrently, 4 root ninjas materialized beside Danzō, encircling him for protection. What a fuss over such a trivial matter. Shaking his head, Danzō signaled for everyone to relax. They had entered the land of fire, and since the figures were approaching from directly ahead, it was highly probable they were ninjas from their own Konohagakure. As expected, with Danzō's words, several Umbu ninjas appeared before them. Who goes there? Is that you, Lord Danzō? Upon spotting Danzō and his entourage, the Umbu ninjas halted, maintaining a respectful distance. That masked Danzō immediately recognized the questioning Umbu. Raising his head, he met their gaze, revealing his face. It is I, Danzō. The leader of the Umbu was Z, who had served as a personal guard since Sarutobi Hiruzen's succession as Hokage. Danzō had some recollection of him. Wait a moment, why does it feel strange? Z found himself momentarily bewildered upon hearing the name Danzō. He recalled that Danzō was of a similar age to Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet he appeared to be in his 20s. Hesitant, he exchanged information with his Umbu comrades before confirming that the individual before him was indeed Danzō. Lowering his weapon, Z took a step forward, only to be halted by two root ninjas. Stay where you are, do not approach. Lord Danzō, I mean no ill will. It is the Hokage who has sent us to find you. After some dialogue, Z finally approached Danzō, relaying the message entrusted to him by the Third Hokage. Upon hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had dispatched 10 Umbu members for his command, Danzō was taken aback but quickly realized the timing of their arrival was fortuitous. Since they had been delivered right to his doorstep, he would not hold back. With this thought in mind, Danzō promptly set Uzumaki Miling down, entrusting her to Uchiha Seiue for safekeeping. He then requested a map from his root subordinates and ordered Z and the Umbu to immediately occupy all strongholds surrounding Kusagakure. Before launching their assault, Danzō and his team had already eliminated all the grass ninjas in the area. The Umbu under Z would require little effort to take control of the place. Indeed, the Third Hokage's assessment was accurate. The affairs of Kusagakure were inextricably linked to Danzō. Upon hearing the task assigned by Danzō, Xiang maintained an outward composure while a tempest of emotion surged within. Nevertheless, the mission bestowed by the Third Hokage required him to comply with all of Danzō's directives. Thus, he refrained from further commentary and nodded decisively in agreement. Subsequently, Danzō dispatched Hinata Binbin and Shimura away to collaborate with the AMBU ninjas. As he observed the silhouettes of the AMBU ninjas fading into the distance, Danzō remained in place, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. He could already envision Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated in the Hokage's office, awaiting his return to the village for a personal explanation. Well then, let us proceed. Noticing the collective gaze of the others upon him, Danzō accepted the vortex mailing from Uchiha Seiue and slung her over his back once more. He chose not to elaborate further and continued onward with the group. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to send someone to assist him, it indicated that there was still a chance for redemption in this situation. Coupled with the evidence he had gathered, a sinister chuckle escaped him as he instinctively touched the letter concealed within his sleeve, convinced that it would suffice to silence Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the juncture where the land of grass meets the land of waterfall and the land of fire, beneath a canopy of dense forest, lay an expansive space beyond imagination. The ninjas of Kusagakure would never have fathomed that a formidable figure who had dominated the ninja world since the Warring States period had resided beneath their very feet for over a decade. What is happening? What is going on? Since morning, the elderly Madara had been disturbed by the sounds of battle resonating above him. Intrigued by the commotion, he promptly dispatched his subordinates, the Zetsus, to investigate. Report, Lord Madara. I have observed a group of ninjas launching a surprise attack on Kusagakure. The spiral-headed white Zetsu was the first to speak. The nearby white Zetsu, characterized by its barbed appendages, nodded in agreement. What is this? The somewhat hard-of-hearing old Madara strained to catch the words, tilting his ear for clarity. The perceptive vortex white Zetsu leaned closer to whisper the information again. And only then did Uchiha Madara grasp the situation. Upon learning that Kusagakure was under attack, a flicker of confusion crossed his face. It had only been a few years since the last Ninja World War. Why was conflict reigniting so swiftly? Do you know who was responsible? It was Konoha. My Lord Madara, a shadowy figure emerged from below, responding to Uchiha Madara's inquiry. Black Zetsu had secretly followed Danzō and his entourage until they met with the ANBU ninjas, before returning to Madara's side. Konoha, Hashirama, is this the peace you envisioned? Upon hearing that Konoha was the aggressor, Uchiha Madara began to comprehend the situation. Regardless of whether they were friends, brothers, or even his own children, he would not spare anyone daring to oppose the village. The words spoken during the battle at the Valley of the End echoed incessantly in his mind. Do you see this, Hashirama? This is what you hoped for. Your ideals have transformed into the darkness of the village. You are mistaken. Indeed you are. In his youth, Uchiha Madara and Senja Hashirama yearned to protect the children amidst the ravages of war. However, with the establishment of the village, Hashirama transformed the mission of protector into that of safeguarding the village itself. This shift led countless ninjas to sacrifice their lives for the so-called will of fire. Simultaneously, it gave rise to individuals who would resort to any means necessary to protect the village. The recent attack on the grass-hidden village is merely a manifestation of certain individuals from Konoha perceiving the existence of this village as a threat. How utterly tedious. Indeed, only the Moon Eye Plan holds the promise of achieving everlasting peace in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara reaffirmed his determination to implement the Moon Eye Plan. Zetsu, go to the battlefield and seek out any potential pawns I can utilize. He dispatched his subordinates. fully aware that the success of his plan hinges upon the presence of suitable pieces on his chessboard. Such despicable tactics, in times past, he would have scorned. Yet now, all of this is in pursuit of genuine, lasting peace in the ninja world. Yes, Lord Madara. Oh, and as the Zetsu were about to depart, Madara suddenly recalled something and added, intensify surveillance on Nagato, and seize the right opportunity to bring him back. Perhaps, I need to resurrect myself in advance. Damn Konoha and their absurd route. What was their leader's name again? Ah yes, Danzō. That incompetent fool, keeping a tight watch on Nagato, only hinders his own ambitions. Sigh. What a torment. The Zetsu shook their heads and sighed as they prepared to leave. It was evident from their reactions that Madara had previously expressed the desire to retrieve Nagato more than once. Danzō. As Danzō stepped into Konoha, two Umbu ninjas immediately appeared before him. The Hokage has been waiting for some time. Upon hearing their words, Danzō merely grunted in acknowledgement. He instructed Uchiha Shursui to take Uzumaki Mei Ling and the others back to the root base to await further orders. Danzō proceeded with Uchiha Keika, following the two Umbu ninjas toward the Hokage's office. Upon reaching the door, he pushed it open, just as he had anticipated. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair, his complexion as dark as that of a refugee from Africa. Humph. Danzō, provide me with an explanation. With the continuous dispatch of Umbu ninjas, an increasing amount of intelligence had reached Hiruzen's hands. When he learned that the grass-hidden village, along with its leader, Uekawa Kacha, had been utterly annihilated, Hiruzen could no longer suppress the fury within him. His blood pressure soared. Nonetheless, he understood Danzō's character well enough to know that he would not act recklessly. Otherwise, given Danzō's cunning nature, he would undoubtedly seek to instigate conflict. Utilizing the hands of others, or resorting to unscrupulous means, one aims to leverage external forces to subdue the opponent, resolutely avoiding any personal involvement. Oh dear. There's no need to be so angry, he chuckled. Approaching Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzō revealed the letter he had procured. It was a missive from Inoki addressed to Meitorumi, seeking to persuade her to unite against the Hidden Leaf Village. Now, you must understand the implications of this, he remarked as Hiruzen perused the letter. Danzō then placed the intelligence gathered by Uchiha Red on the table, significantly tempering Hiruzen's ire. He had not anticipated that the Hidden Grass Village, which had maintained amicable relations with the Leaf, was in fact a duplicitous entity, covertly colluding with that old brigand Inoki, although a formal agreement had yet to be established. As Hokage, Hiruzen was acutely aware that when a full alliance materialized, the position of the Leaf Village would become precarious. At that juncture, the ninja from the Rock Village could launch unabated assaults from the direction of the Grass Village, plunging the Leaf into a defensive predicament. As anticipated by Danzō, Hiruzen fell into a contemplative silence after reviewing the documents, ultimately acquiescing to the proposed actions. The two then deliberated on how to exert control over the territory of the Grass Village, which nominally belonged to the Land of Grass. Consequently, for the Leaf Village to legitimately assert dominance over that region, it would necessitate the approval of the land's feudal lord. Following their brief discussion, the responsibility for this task was assigned to Tenten, who would lead a delegation to the Lord of the Land of Grass to secure the Leaf's rightful opportunity to deploy forces. Meanwhile, Hiruzen would dispatch ninjas to bolster control over strategic locations within the Grass Village. This would serve both to preempt any sudden aggression from the Rock Village and to enable the Leaf's ninjas to forcibly take over the Grass Village should Tenten's negotiations prove fruitless. I hope my decisions are sound, Hiruzen mused, hoping this endeavor would not ignite a new round of conflict within the ninja world. Troubled, he took a puff from his pipe. Such matters were not for Danzō to fret over. He merely needed to tarnish the Grass Village's reputation. Moreover, the intelligence on the table could be quite useful for his purposes. By the way, Danzō, have you successfully researched the cells of Lord Hashirama? What? Oh, yes. Lost in contemplation, Danzō was interrupted by Hiruzen's inquiry. He turned with a flourish, reveling in his own prowess. What do you think? Jealous, are we? Have I returned to my youth? Am I not handsome? Squinting and moving closer to Danzō, Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, surveying the room with approval. Indeed. Very dashing. Just as handsome as you were in your prime. Ha ha ha. But can you? No. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Danzō's face contorted in disdain. Given your intentions, I can already surmise what you were scheming. Coughing slightly, he continued, your words are rather bold. Faced with Danzō's blunt remarks, Sarutobi Hiruzen's cheeks flushed crimson, revealing his embarrassment through the creases of his aged visage. The notion of the dead monkey was utterly futile. The success rate for the new Hashirama cells was nearly non-existent, even with the assistance of the modified reanimation jutsu. Merging with the bloodline was a perilous endeavor fraught with near-certain demise. As he spoke, Danzō's mind drifted back to that fateful night, involuntarily shivering as he recalled something terrifying. Is that so? Well, never mind. Hearing his dear friend's words, Hiruzen chose to trust him. Even if everyone else might deceive themselves, Danzō would not. Moreover, Danzō's expression clearly indicated sincerity. Grasping Danzō's hand, Hiruzen gazed at him with profound compassion. Danzō, you have suffered. What are you trying to do, you dead monkey? We're not engaging in anything inappropriate here. This is not brotherly. Hiruzen's old habit resurfaced as he playfully stroked Danzō's hand up and down, causing goosebumps to rise on Danzō's skin, sending chills down his spine. With a face full of disgust, he hastily withdrew his hand, evading Hiruzen's antics. Apologies. It's just a habit, haha. Watching his dear friend's frantic reactions, Hiruzen burst into laughter. Ah, your choice of words can be quite shocking. One moment you are terrified, the next you are the same old Danzō I have known since childhood. Has Lord Danzō finished? Hiruzen teased, only to be met with Danzō's disdainful retort. Disgusting. Two grown men, behaving like this in broad daylight. How revolting. Outside the Hokage's office, Uchiha Kahaku, waiting patiently, overheard the laughter emanating from within and couldn't help but peek inside. To her horror, she nearly short-circuited upon seeing her Danzō being playfully teased by the lecherous Hokage. Both exchanging flirtatious banter. It was an eyesore, a truly painful sight. Once I return, I must join forces with my sister to rectify Lord Danzō's inclinations. Danzō. Hiruzen. The two exchanged awkward glances, their cheeks flushing as they turned their eyes to the ceiling, clearing their throats in unison. A week later, the destruction of the grass village was, as expected, soon discovered, and the news rapidly reached Iwagakure. Upon receiving this information, Inoki immediately dispatched an elite force to seize control of the grass village. However, the intelligence department swiftly delivered troubling news to Inoki's attention. It was reported that someone had uncovered a secret correspondence between Iwagakure and the grass village amidst the ruins. The account above clearly records Naka's intention to collude with the grass village, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. Coincidentally, a nameless surviving grass ninja, under the protection of Konoha, stepped forward, revealing that their village leader, under pressure from the rock village, had feigned compliance. In reality, it was all fade. They were entirely unprepared to cooperate with the rock village's actions. The amalgamation of various pieces of information perfectly formed a closed loop. Everyone instantaneously conjured the notion that Inoki, upon discovering that Meichuan Kucha's agreement was merely a ruse and that he continued to foster a relationship with Konoha, was incensed and subsequently sent someone to annihilate the grass village. How outrageous. Infuriated, Inoki violently hurled the scroll in his hand aside and slammed his fist onto the stone table before him. How despicable. Which scoundrel is casting such aspersions upon him? The collaboration between the rock village and Meichuan Kucha had only just begun. He must have been out of his mind to choose this moment to attack the grass village. Yet those confidential letters were indeed authentic, and they were penned by him. By the very logic of thought, he undeniably bore the suspicion of having taken action. Compounded by the testimony of the grass village survivor, most, including the feudal lord of the grass country, believed that Inoki was the mastermind behind it all. Even the feudal lord of the earth country sent out an edict, inquiring whether he was indeed responsible for these events. What an unfathomable injustice. Since birth, he had never endured such a grave indignity. Gritting his teeth, Inoki silently vowed that if he ever discovered which imbecile was behind this, he would unleash dust release upon their posterior and teach them a lesson in true cruelty. Alas, at this juncture, silencing those who spread falsehoods had become futile. The rumors had already spread like wildfire throughout the shinobi world. Now, all he could do was seek a method to bring the grass village under control. After some contemplation, Inoki casually assigned a jonin to negotiate with his own dim-witted feudal lord. He even dispatched the demolition squad to reinforce the effort. Frankly, if it weren't for the neighboring Reikage's involvement, Inoki would have been hard-pressed to think of anyone else capable of such malevolent deeds. Everyone, take heed and proceed with caution, the spiky-haired shinobi warned his comrades. Following Inoki's command, the demolition squad wasted no time. They set off immediately, racing toward the borders of the grass country. However, they were unable to establish contact with the first wave of rock ninja led by Majirai. This lack of communication sent a shiver of danger through the seasoned warrior, who sensed something was amiss. Something is wrong. This is exceedingly unusual. The silence here is too profound. Taking in his surroundings, he slowed his pace. Damn it, this is definitely problematic. Typically, their main force would leave supporting ninjas along the route. Yet since entering the grass country, they had not received any news from the front lines. Raising his right hand, he signaled his companions to halt their advance. As the words were on the tip of the tongue, a flash of white light flickered in the pupils. Sho was unable to utter a sound, his eyes filled with despair. Thickly gifted, Shet. My goodness. This featherweight is none other than Konoha's White Fang. What hope was there left? A teammate spoke the words Sho could not voice. Upon learning the identity of their assailant, the Iwagakure ninjas present felt their fighting spirit wane entirely. Ignoring the gravely injured Sho on the ground, they turned in unison and fled with an urgency that suggested they wished for 8 legs instead of 2. Yet, tragically for them, anyone marked by Hatake Tsukumo was destined for death. This signified that from the moment they set foot in this forest, they had no path to survival. Pursue. As he observed the disheveled figures of the IWA ninjas retreating, a glint of cold light flashed in Tsukumo's eyes. With his command, he left behind only an afterimage where he once stood. Remarkable. Truly worthy of being Captain Hatake. Such speed is astonishing. We cannot keep up. Expressing their admiration, Tsukumo's team briefly revealed themselves before joining him in the chase after the fleeing Iwagakure ninjas. Meanwhile, the Iwagakure ninjas on the front lines were enduring exceptionally harsh circumstances. Although they had mentally prepared for Konoha's intervention, they never expected that their first mission would pit them against Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. What the hell? What is this even about? Just as he narrowly evaded the oil fire technique, Moji cursed, yet before he could exhale in relief, a striking yellow figure lunged at him once more. With another attack, Earth-style, Earthstone technique. Then, a small mountain, far sturdier than the earth flow wall, shattered before Moji's incredulous gaze, struck down by a single punch from the blonde woman. Witnessing the 2 formidable weapons of the Hokage emblazoned across her chest, even the most foolish could recognize her identity. Ah, so this is how it is. Even Tsunade has arrived. Unbelievable. 2 of the legendary Sannin are here. How am I supposed to fight back? Surrounded by Jiraiya and Tsunade, Moji helplessly abandoned his escape plans. Instead, he gripped his kunai tightly, preparing to give it his all in a desperate struggle. Ding dong. Now we enter the question and answer segment. How can an ordinary elite shinobi, lacking bloodline limits, survive when facing 2 of the legendary Sannin simultaneously? Waiting for answers, time was of the essence. And then, well, there was no and then. The unfortunate Moji was swiftly returned to Iwagakure, utterly incapacitated, both physically and literally. How is he? As he observed the medical ninjas bustling about, Noki stopped one of the medical personnel to inquire about Moji's condition. Lord Tsuchikage, this? What is this? Speak quickly. Not good, replied the intercepted medical staff. Before resuming their urgent tasks, Anoki let out a deep sigh, directing his gaze towards a certain Chunin who had returned from the mission, his injuries far less severe than those of his adversaries. Lord Tsuchikage the Chunin, Dongzita, crouched on the ground, grimacing in pain as he clutched his bandaged face, drawing in sharp breaths. Upon noticing the diminutive figure before him, he immediately rose and respectfully greeted Anoki. In the entirety of Iwagakure, who else could be so short aside from the Tsuchikage himself? Young man, what is your name? I am called Dongzita. What a peculiar name, Anoki mused inwardly. Continuing his inquiry. Very well, Dongzita, you have worked hard. Pray tell, what transpired? He attempted to pat the young man's shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie. But upon seeing Dongzita's towering height of nearly 6 feet, Anoki swiftly abandoned the notion and instead gestured for him to resume his crouched position. As Dongzita recounted the events, Anoki learned that the group, including the sorcerer, had been ambushed on the outskirts of Kizugakure. A man with spiky white hair commanded an enormous toad that descended from the skies, crushing several ninjas beneath its weight. Subsequently, he leapt from the toad's head and engaged the sorcerer in combat. Anoki and the remaining ninjas had intended to assist, only to be besieged by a horde of Konoha ninjas. The sorcerer, clearly outmatched, attempted to retreat after evading a vast fire-style jutsu. But then, out of nowhere, a woman with striking yellow hair, a formidable force of nature, ensnared them. Even their combined earth-style techniques were shattered by her single punch. Such malevolence, such brutality. Her muscular physique does not hinder her speed. Her strikes are both swift and powerful. Poor Dongzita recounted how the sorcerer had been dealt a crushing blow. Collapsing under the force, his comrades, risking their lives, managed to carry him to safety within the borders of the land of Earth, finally escaping the peril. A woman with a powerful physique and yellow hair? A man with spiky white hair riding a colossal toad? From Danzō's narrative, Onoki grasped the key elements. It was evident that the assailants were none other than the disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. There were no others in the entire ninja world who could match their prowess. Furthermore, the ninjas from Konoha had likely lain in wait long before the confrontation began. More troubling was the absence of any sign of Sho. Where was he and his explosive unit? Did any of you catch sight of Sho? He inquired. Reflecting on the elite forces of Awagakure, although only part of them remained in the village, they were indeed a rare and invaluable combat force. Has Lord Sho arrived? We have not seen him, and all of our personnel stationed to support them have also vanished. How strange, Danzō, bewildered, lamented, turning the question back to Onoki. Once again, Noki lamented to his comrades about their plight, recounting how they were pursued by Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, as they fled to the borders of the Land of Grass. Ultimately, this battalion of over 100 had dwindled to fewer than a dozen survivors who returned to the Land of Earth. The realization that Tsukumo Hatake had managed to infiltrate their rear sent a chill through Naka's bones as he buried his face in his hands, grappling with the dismay of their dire situation. It was over. The explosion unit led by SH had likely faced total annihilation. While SH possessed considerable strength, he was no match for the formidable White Fang. Truly, this was an utter catastrophe. From the swift reactions of the Konoha ninjas, it was evident that the downfall of the village hidden in the grass was inexorably linked to them. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that seemingly unassuming boy, harbored a cunning streak beneath his innocent facade. It was astonishing to discover how devious he could be in reality. If anyone was responsible for sullying his name, it was likely this very lad. Indeed, Noki had underestimated Sarutobi Hiruzen. After offering a few words of consolation to his subordinates, Naka's countenance darkened as he returned to his office, his heart brimming with fury. Unable to contain his wrath any longer, he seized his stone desk and hurled it through the window, momentarily relishing in the chaos that ensued in the neighboring village hidden in the clouds. Damn it all! Curse you, Konoha! You insolent brat, Sarutobi Hiruzen! I swear, if I get the chance, I'll raise your ancestral graves to the ground. This vengeance must be avenged, or I shall be forever disgraced as the Tsuchikage. A hapless passerby from the village hidden in the rocks unwittingly became a casualty, struck dead by the desk that flew from Naka's office. In the bewildered expressions of onlookers, they bore witness to the Tsuchikage's unprecedented fury. A torrent of profanities directed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. After venting his frustrations, Noki finally found a semblance of calm amidst the disarray of his office. Leaning against the wall, he began to contemplate his next course of action. His ambitions to control the village hidden in the grass had been thoroughly thwarted. Konoha had outmaneuvered him, seizing the opportunity before he could. As for the dirt on his hands, it was now a stain he could not wash away, especially with the exposure of his personal letter. Moreover, he had indeed sent individuals to attempt to assert control over the village hidden in the grass. Merely pointing out that Konoha had arrived first held no weight in this matter. However, should he dispatch a large force for an all-out assault and fail to secure a swift resolution, the brutes of the village hidden in the clouds would undoubtedly intervene. Perhaps it was best to allow Sarutobi Hiruzen his moment of triumph for now. Since the onset of the Third Shinobi World War, Noki had been secretly amassing strength, preparing for the inevitable reckoning. In the desolate moment when the Hidden Stone Village was restrained by the Hidden Leaf Village, and the village felt particularly empty, Noki restrained the impulse to act, biding his time for a decisive strike. He resolved to endure a few more years, awaiting the latest cohort of ninja to graduate from the academy. By that time, the Hidden Stone Village would be able to muster tens of thousands of ninja, making simultaneous three-front battles a mere dream away. Having contemplated the intricacies of the situation, Noki discarded the plan to attack the Hidden Leaf Village via the Hidden Grass Village. If the route through the Land of Grass was unfeasible, he would instead carve a new path through the Land of Rain and the Land of Waterfalls. Initially, Noki had been drawn to the Land of Grass not only because of the easily defensible Kamizukabashi, but also due to the fact that the Hidden Grass Village was somewhat indecisive, making them easy to manipulate. Although Meichuan Kacha, who was dubbed the Little Danzō, boasted a reputation, his strength was merely marginally superior to that of an elite jonin, rendering him comparatively weak against the other two nations. In contrast, Hanzo of the Salamander from the Hidden Rain Village was a demigod of the ninja world. His exceptional mastery of poison techniques rendered him a lethal presence on the battlefield, where sheer numbers could not guarantee victory. Furthermore, his water body technique rendered Naka's dust release ineffective in accurately striking him. As for the Hidden Waterfall Village, their most significant threat lay in their possession of a tailed beast. As the only small ninja village with a tailed beast, The hidden waterfall village was situated in a geographically advantageous position. As Noki understood it, at that moment, the hidden waterfall village had no Jinchuriki. The Seven Tails had been sealed away through a secret technique. Should the village face peril, they would break the seal and unleash the Seven Tails to defend themselves. Leaning his head against the cold wall, Noki closed his eyes, lost in thought. How to navigate this dilemma, with both sides presenting challenges? Whom should he ultimately choose? Early in the morning, as dawn broke, Danzō led Orochimaru to a secluded forest behind the Hokage rock of the Hidden Leaf Village. After a brief trek, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. On a weathered stone at the cave's mouth, the emblem of the Senju clan could be faintly discerned. Through their extended interactions, Danzō noted that while Orochimaru exhibited eccentric behaviors and engaged in pursuits beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, he did not display the extreme ruthlessness portrayed in the original anime, willing to go to any lengths for immortality. Moreover, he adhered strictly to Danzō's directives, which included, but were not limited to, prohibiting large-scale live experiments. Aside from Yamato, the only other individual who voluntarily accepted human experimentation within the entire Root organization was the second elder of the Hyuga clan. Ever since Sarutobi Hiruzen sentenced him to life imprisonment, it seemed as if the Hyuga clan had entirely forgotten about the existence of this second elder. No one inquired. No one cared. Not even his own family had visited him in the depths of Root. Hyuga's second elder's family, of course. Who in their right mind would dare visit someone incarcerated in the Root prison? After all, this was the bloodline of the Hyuga clan, guided by the principle of not wasting potential. After numerous appeals from Bailuhu, and with the assurance that no harm would come to the other party, Danzō finally acquiesced to their request. After all, with Orochimaru's protection, even if the Hyuga clan's second elder were to suddenly unleash his full potential, he could still be subdued effortlessly. It is worth mentioning that the reformed perfect Jiru technique relies heavily on the robust support of the Hyuga second elder. Recognizing that the time was ripe, Danzō sought out Orochimaru yesterday, requesting him to accompany him before dawn to this secluded location. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, had little knowledge of this place. This was once the private laboratory of Senju Tobirama, where he conducted various forbidden human experiments during his lifetime. Aside from Danzō, who was the original host, the only other outsider involved in these experiments was a member of the Senju clan's Umbu. As time has elapsed, all of these Umbu members have departed for the Pure Land, leaving to chat over tea with Senju Tobirama. Furthermore, due to the hasty demise of Tobirama, this place was clandestinely claimed by Danzō, remaining unknown to everyone else. Confirming that no one was around, Danzō extended his hand, skillfully groping along the stone wall, pressing the mechanisms in the designated order. Suddenly, a stone door appeared beside the cave, gradually opening. As the door swung ajar, a rancid odor wafted forth from within. Here. Orochimaru tilted his head, vaguely guessing the nature of the place. Without responding, Danzō stepped inside first, prompting Orochimaru to hesitate for a few seconds before deciding to follow. Upon entering, several desiccated vials came into view, each containing withered eyeballs. Orochimaru casually picked up one vial for a closer inspection. Ah, this one. It contains the Sharingan, secretly excavated from the Uchiha ancestral grave by my former teacher, Danzō explained, noticing Orochimaru's keen curiosity. As for the two vials beside it, they contained the Byakugan, also exhumed from the clan's tomb during his teacher's lifetime. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru lifted one, only to discover that it too was a shriveled mass. Shaking his head, he expressed his lament. What a pity, such precious eyes have not been preserved properly. Danzō shook his head, entirely indifferent. There is nothing to regret. The eyes within have all undergone experimentation. Even if they had been preserved correctly, they would bear no value. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, the Sharingan had already been rendered useless after undergoing the Izanagi experiment. While the Byakugan had its cells extracted by Senju Tobirama to substantiate the familial ties between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, Danzō's primary objective in bringing Orochimaru here was to retrieve the research records left behind by Senju Tobirama. Navigating with ease to a stone table, he found a pile of yellowed scrolls, which were the experimental records from Tobirama's time. He then called over Orochimaru, who was still inspecting the skeletal remains on the dissection table. Tuanzong casually drew forth the scroll and handed it to the other party, adding with a hint of disdain, "Is such curiosity truly necessary? It's merely a deceased member of the Uchiha clan from over a decade ago, nothing particularly remarkable." The passage of time had rendered Tuanzong unable to recall the specific name of the skeletal figure. Uchiha. Perhaps it was the clan of love? Orochimaru, upon receiving the scroll, began to meticulously examine its contents. As he delved deeper, an involuntary exclamation of admiration escaped his lips. The more he explored, the more captivated he became, filled with profound respect for the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. To his astonishment, the latter had meticulously enumerated various pieces of evidence elucidating the method of awakening the Sharingan. He had even rendered an exceptionally detailed diagram of the Uchiha clan's cerebral structure. It was evident that a considerable amount of effort had been expended on this research. Senju Tobirama, rest assured, nothing will be overlooked, from skin to bones. These revelations held an immense allure for Orochimaru. Regrettably, by the time Orochimaru graduated, Senju Tobirama had long since passed away. Had it been otherwise, the two might have forged an extraordinary friendship across the ages. He yearned to witness Senju Tobirama in person. Casting a fleeting glance at the scroll, which Tuanzong had deliberately mixed among the others regarding immortality, Orochimaru shook his head in lamentation. What a pity, had this been a short while ago, I might have been intrigued by the concept of immortality. Yet now, it holds no allure for me. In comparison to the invaluable research notes left by Senju Tobirama, the records concerning immortality authored by this individual named White Tongue were utterly devoid of merit. The content was coarse and, in certain sections, entirely illegible. Not only did it fail to adequately document the experimental variables, but it also perpetually echoed phrases extolling the glory of the Dark God. Truly, one would need decades of cerebral stagnation to produce such drivel. Moreover, by the end, this White Tongue had yet to discern what constitution was requisite to attain the so-called gift of immortality. As Orochimaru silently expressed his discontent towards White Tongue, Tuanzong began to search an unassuming shelf within the laboratory. After a moment of exploration, he unveiled a hidden compartment from which he retrieved an identical glass vial. Through the transparent surface, one could clearly discern a pair of three-tomo Sharingan, suspended within. Gasped. Tuanzong, you. Upon hearing the commotion, Orochimaru's expression transformed to one of astonishment as he beheld the Sharingan in Tuanzong's grasp. He had not anticipated that Tuanzong, as an assistant to the Hokage, was clandestinely amassing Sharingan. Contemplating the vial in his hand, Tuanzong closed his eyes in reflection. This belonged to my departed friend, Uchiha Kagami. Perhaps you have heard of his name. Taking a deep breath, Tuanzong began to recount the legacy of the eye's former owner. Kagami. Could it be that unique Uchiha? I recall that Sensei Hisashi once mentioned he was a mutual friend of yours. Orochimaru reminisced about his mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the tales he had recounted during Orochimaru's youth. Among these stories was that of Uchiha Kagami, a member of the Uchiha clan who bore little resemblance to his kin. He served as a member of the elite guard for the second Hokage and received numerous accolades from him. There were even whispers that the bond between Uchiha Kagami and the second Hokage resembled that of a father and son. Unfortunately, shortly after Hiruzen Sarutobi assumed the mantle of the third Hokage, Kagami met an untimely demise, reportedly during an S-rank mission. Indeed, it was the very Uchiha Kagami you are familiar with. Upon realizing that Orochimaru was aware of him, Danzō felt no need for further elaboration. I once undertook an S-rank mission alongside him. Uchiha Kagami sustained grave injuries while shielding me. As for the specifics of that S-rank mission, Danzō chose to remain silent. Accompanying them on that fateful endeavor was a certain oil user. What was that oil user's name again? Never mind, it's inconsequential. According to the remnants of memory within his being, that somewhat forgettable comrade perished tragically at the hands of a ninja from the Cloud Village while bravely protecting both himself and Uchiha Kagami. Under the cover of this unknown oil user's sacrifice, Danzō carried the bleeding Uchiha Kagami as they fled. Regrettably, Kagami succumbed to his injuries not far from the Land of Fire. Danzō, promise me, protect the village, the Uchiha clan. I entrust them to you, were Kagami's nearly inaudible last words to Danzō. However, the original Danzō was not one to be easily swayed by sentiment. Witnessing his friend's dying concern for the village stirred something within Danzō, prompting him to extract his friend's Sharingan without hesitation. After all, it was a three-tomo Sharingan, second only to the Manjiki in its power. How could Danzō resist such temptation? Kagami, rest easy. I shall take your eyes. As for the Uchiha clan, I will ensure they are well cared for. With that, Danzō gently closed Kagami's vacant eyes and carefully stored the Sharingan away. Bearing the lifeless body of Uchiha Kagami, he continued his journey toward Konohagakure. Ultimately, with the assistance of a border patrol unit, Danzō returned to the village unscathed. He then handed over the corpse of Uchiha Kagami now devoid of its eyes, to the Uchiha clan. Though there were doubts regarding Danzō's explanation, he adamantly insisted that the eyes had been taken by a ninja from the Cloud Village. Uchiha Yukihira, who had by then become the clan leader, harbored suspicions. Yet upon witnessing the support from Hiruzen Sarutobi, Midogate, and Nara Shikaku, he reluctantly swallowed his doubts, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. Nevertheless, deep within Uchiha Yukihira's heart lingered profound skepticism toward Danzō. After all, given the nature of the Cloud Village, they would likely have opted to capture Uchiha Kagami alive and present him as a guest of honor. Until now, Uchiha Avalanche had not heard of any ninja from the hidden Cloud Village who had undergone the transplantation of the Sharingan. Ah, Orochimaru, you have always desired a Sharingan for your research, have you not? Then take it. This pair of eyes is entrusted to you. Without hesitation, Danzō handed over the eyes, along with the vial, to Orochimaru. I understand, Lord Danzō. Orochimaru excitedly received Uchiha Miura's Sharingan from Danzō, cradling it like a precious treasure, his gaze fixated on it. With the research records from Senju Tobarama in hand, Orochimaru felt confident that he could complete his study of the Sharingan within a few years. In the afternoon, Orochimaru followed Danzō back to the village, coincidentally encountering the children pouring out of the ninja school as classes ended. Passing by the school, he observed the giggling children streaming out through the gates. A faint smile graced Orochimaru's lips as his eyes flitted among the playful youngsters. Wow, it's Lord Orochimaru. A little girl holding a skewer of dango caught his attention. Recognizing her signature purple hair, Danzō recalled her name after a brief moment of reflection, Mitarashi Anko, or rather, Mitarashi Red Bean. An ordinary ninja with mediocre talent and abilities, she had once been quite charming. But after losing the weight loss seal that Orochimaru had bestowed upon her following the Great Ninja War, she gradually transformed from Mitarashi Red Bean into Mitarashi Sweet Potato. Alas, it was a pity. He had indulged in many fantasies about her youthful self before his reincarnation. Hey, it really is Lord Orochimaru. Just as Danzō was lost in reminiscence, Mitarashi Anko excitedly approached Orochimaru, her face glowing with admiration. As one of the legendary Sannin who gained fame during the Second Great Ninja War, their images were emblazoned upon textbooks, which explained why she could recognize him. Notably, Danzō's picture was not featured in the textbooks but rather sat on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Watching as the little girl swiftly devoured her dango, licking the syrup from her fingers without a thought to clean them, Orochimaru felt no annoyance. Rather, he regarded the spirited child with curiosity. Lord Orochimaru, the most handsome of the Sannin, you are my greatest idol. Oblivious to the stickiness on her hands, Mitarashi Anko clung to Orochimaru with glee. I hope that after graduation, I can follow you around. Upon hearing Anko's words, Orochimaru gently crouched down, reaching out to pat her little head. What is your name? At his inquiry, Mitarashi Anko beamed and cheerfully announced, Red Bean. Mitarashi Red Bean. Is that so? Your name is Red Bean? Rising to his feet, Orochimaru delicately withdrew his hand from hers and produced a note from his pocket, offering it to her. When you find some leisure time, feel free to seek me out here. No way. Is Mitarashi Anko truly following Orochimaru like this? Goodness. Thus begins the intricate entanglement of these two souls. Throughout this spectacle, Danzō watched in astonishment. Indeed, Orochimaru's tenderness is exclusively reserved for Mitarashi Anko. To his other subordinates, he is cold and merciless, executing orders with ruthless efficiency, his demeanor shifting faster than one can disrobe. Yet, in his interactions with Anko, he seems transformed, their encounters resembling playful banter. Speaking of which, the relationship between Orochimaru and Mitarashi Anko feels reminiscent of a melodramatic reunion of a father and daughter lost for years. As a time traveler, Danzō harbored doubts. High-quality gold sand often requires the simplest methods of excavation. After tirelessly working for 24 hours, Master Raza began directing other ninjas to load the gold sand onto carts. As the disciple of the Third Hokage, Raza's magnetic release surpassed that of his teacher, who was merely controlling sand and iron. By the time his mentor was still mastering the basics, Raza had already devised a method to extract gold sand from ordinary sand. Thus, when faced with Konoha's demand for exorbitant reparations, the beleaguered Raza was, as anticipated, thrust into the spotlight by the higher-ups of Sunigakure. After intense negotiations with Konoha, Sunigakure successfully secured a promise that the reparations could be paid with gold sand. However, Konoha was not Navi. The price of gold sand fluctuates daily. Consequently, they insisted on staggered payments with a minimum settlement period of 5 years. The negotiating team from Sunagakure, after careful consideration, realized that merely the interest would nearly equal the total reparations. Yet upon further reflection, they concluded that they would not be the ones excavating it anyway, leading the higher-ups of Sunagakure to readily agree to this stipulation. In the art of disregarding humanity, Sunagakure has never disappointed. Raza lamented, "I can't believe this. You lot. With your filthy shenanigans." With a deep sigh, the weary Raza sat despondently upon the sandy ground, his eyes gradually losing desire for worldly pursuits. Unfortunately, this will be the last batch of gold sand to be paid to Konoha. Once this task is completed, I shall finally be free. Huh, Raza? Just as Raza prepared to lower his head for a brief respite, a female voice abruptly roused him from his stupor. Hearing that familiar tone, Raza, who had just appeared utterly drained, sprang up from the sand as if rejuvenated, suddenly free from his aches and brimming with vigor. "Ox, you seem rather overzealous. Allow me to rest while you plow this field." Behind him, Kurura, with her deep brown short hair, was waving her hand as she approached. Upon reaching him, before Raza could utter a word, Kurura retrieved a lunchbox from her pack. "You've worked hard, Raza. I thought you might not have eaten yet. So I made your favorite chicken wings. Come, taste my cooking." Gazing at the delectable dish radiating an enticing sheen, Raza swallowed hard, his stomach grumbling in response. Cough, cough. I apologize for the inconvenience. The ever-morose Rasha, perpetually wearing the expression of one whose entire family has perished, only reveals a hint of bashfulness when confronted by Kururo. For heaven's sake, must that wretched Rasha display affection so brazenly? Why does he insist on being so close to me? Ugh, how repugnant. Nearby, Maki, wielding a shovel and incessantly shoveling sand gold, rolls his eyes in irritation at the amorous atmosphere emanating from a distance. This insufferable fellow, when Kururo is absent, he wallows in despair as if drained by a horde of sycophants. Yet, upon Kururo's arrival, he is more exuberant than a pig on stimulants. Women only serve to impede my efficiency in wielding the shovel. Alas, as Rasha's confidant in this trade, they have known each other for many years. And it is only in the presence of Kururo that Rasha's expression softens. An hour later, as the last of the sand gold is packed, a grand convoy departs from the sand-hidden village, making its way towards the borders of the Land of Rivers. Awaiting them at the border are the esteemed Kamizuki Daiku and Noera Hinata of the Leaf Village, who have long been stationed there to greet the ninjas from the sand-hidden village. Recently promoted to Special Jonin, this marks their inaugural escort mission. As the gatekeepers of the Leaf Village with little to boast about in terms of achievements, they have endured their share of toil, all while being ardent admirers of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naturally, as their idol, Hiruzen has indulged them by dispatching a team of Umbu for their protection. Furthermore, the patrol unit at the border of the Land of Fire has been alerted, ready to provide assistance at a moment's notice, lest these two lively characters encounter any trouble. As for the specifics, we shall address them upon our return to the village, correct, Hinata? Indeed, Daiku speaks accurately. Maki, the representative from the sand-hidden village, does not contest their words. After all, this transaction involves 5 large carts of sand gold, making immediate inspection impractical. Traditionally, it has been the practice of the Leaf Village to verify the contents upon their return. Noticing that the two were unfamiliar faces, Maki kindly elucidated the procedure for them. Although the alliance was born of necessity, a semblance of decorum must still be maintained. Ultimately, amidst an atmosphere of harmony, the sand-hidden village and the Leaf Village completed their final handover. As they advanced towards the borders of the Land of Fire, Daiku gazed at the Umbu ninjas positioned in all directions and could not help but marvel. Truly, the elite ninjas of the Umbu possess an aura that is distinctly unmatched by us. Nonsense. We are merely gatekeepers. How could we possibly compare to elite Umbu ninjas? Noera Hinata could not resist retorting. Individuals like them, mere common ninjas, seldom even catch a glimpse of ordinary Umbu ninjas, let alone participate in missions alongside elite Umbu. Once this task concludes, I must share this experience with my son, encouraging him to study diligently in hopes of joining the Umbu one day. Ha ha ha, as for me, I could not care less, as long as my child grows up and does not end up as a gatekeeper like us. Shinyuda-gu chuckled teasingly. Indeed, haha. A faint smile graced the lips of Hinata Fei-Niao as he thought of his son. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted, interrupting their exchange. Accompanied by a blinding flash of fire, the lead carriage was catapulted into the air, scattering sand and gold everywhere. Damn it, this is bad. It's a detonating talisman. Everyone be cautious. There is an ambush. The shadowy ninja on the left flank, upon witnessing the mangled remains of his comrade. Was about to spring into action when a flurry of shurikens forcibly halted him. How outrageous! As enemies surged forth from both sides, Shinjudagu drew his longsword from his back and plunged into the fray. I damn well knew it wouldn't go this smoothly. Be careful, Dagu. Don't flip the cart. Oh, you, stop chattering and focus on the fight, Hinata Feinyao retorted while stabbing an oncoming foe with his blade, not forgetting to engage in playful banter with his friend. Meanwhile, in the root base, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan sat in a circle at the foot of a bed, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Uzumaki Myling. Yahiko sighed, alas. Lord Danzō once proclaimed he would bring peace to the ninja world. Yet now although the operation to annihilate the grass village did not involve the trio, they were not naive. They had deduced the truth through various signs. Unconsciously, they recalled the scene of their first meeting, as if it had transpired just yesterday. Yahiko, noticing her troubled companion, Konan spoke with a hint of concern. She too found Danzō's recent actions perplexing, yet after years of camaraderie, she regarded him as family. Casting her gaze toward Nagato, Konan hoped he might offer words to ease Yahiko's turmoil. Myling confided in me about her inhumane experiences in the land of grass. Had Lord Danzō not destroyed the village, she would not have fortuitously returned with us. Moreover, this may merely be the tip of the iceberg. There could be far more unspeakable deeds hidden beneath the surface. Feeling Konan's gaze upon him, Nagato withdrew his eyes from Uzumaki Myling and recounted the atrocities committed by the grass village. After listening to Nagato's account, Yahiko's expression softened somewhat. Though he still felt uneasy, we should engage in a proper dialogue with them rather than resorting to violence. Only then can we. Yahiko's belief in achieving peace without the reliance on force was once wholeheartedly supported by Nagato. However, upon learning from Kushina about the origins and fate of the Uzumaki clan, his perspective began to shift. Coupled with his recent conversation with Uzumaki Myling, he came to realize how naive his previous views had been. Genuine peace could not be attained merely through discourse. A world of mutual understanding among people does not exist. Humanity inherently possesses a darker side. Strength is the ultimate truth. Only with sufficient power can one compel others to acknowledge their ideals. Yahiko, after all these years, have you not come to understand? Danzō's actions are entirely aimed at eradicating crises before they can take root. Nagato, your words. Both Yahiko and Konan were taken aback by Nagato's unexpected assertiveness. Power, only power, grants one the right to discuss true peace. Otherwise, all discussions are mere illusions. Only the strong deserve peace, while the weak are left to cower in shadows, desperately pleading for the mercy of the powerful, foolishly dreaming of harmony. Initially, Yahiko was reluctant to accept Nagato's assertions. However, upon hearing of the treatment that Uzumaki Karen endured in the village hidden in grass, a flicker of doubt entered his heart. Furthermore, Kushina had previously recounted the fate of the Land of Whirlpools. The people of the Land of Whirlpools endured far greater hardships than those of the Land of Rain. I still cannot agree. Despite this, Yahiko gritted his teeth, resolutely clinging to his beliefs. He uttered those words and left the room without a backward glance. Nagato. Yahiko. Konan's voice was laced with concern as she turned to Nagato. While she resonated with Nagato's perspective, she could not abandon Yahiko. In the end, she gently squeezed Nagato's hand before rushing out to follow Yahiko. Sigh. Nagato let out a deep sigh. Ever since he learned of the plight of the Uzumaki clan, a heavy burden had weighed upon his heart. Just a few days prior, when Danzō returned with Uzumaki Mei, his emotions had been forcibly suppressed after hearing her story. Yet, Yahiko's recent outburst had unleashed a torrent of pin-up feelings. In a moment of urgency, his tone had become somewhat harsh. After much contemplation, Nagato rose and softly closed the door behind him, setting out in search of Yahiko. Meanwhile, Danzō remained unaware of the minor dispute occurring at the root base. At that moment, he sat in the Hokage's office, accompanied by Mito Gate Kurenai and T. Matsukoharu. The famed Konoha F4 had reunited once more. Ahem, I called you here because a matter has arisen. The transport team sent to Suna to retrieve the sand gold has gone missing 3 days ago within the borders of the Land of Rivers. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was grave. His fingers intertwined, offering no superfluous words. A sense of foreboding had taken root in his heart when the transport team failed to return as scheduled. With most of the remaining Jonin dispatched towards the village hidden in grass, he was left with no choice but to send 2 of Konoha's gatekeepers. To prevent any mishaps involving these 2, he had even compelled a full squad of Umbu to accompany them. Yet, It seemed that trouble had still found its way. Surprised by the news of the transport team's disappearance, Danzō inquired, "Have any traces of them been found?" "Unfortunately, none have." Hiruzen shook his head in resignation at the inquiry. "Thus, let us promptly deploy a search team to thoroughly investigate the whereabouts of the transport squad." As a pragmatic individual, Danzō immediately raised his hand to express his thoughts. "I have already dispatched nearby jonin to the scene," he stated. The teams that could reach the location the fastest were Jiraiya's 7th squad, a certain unnamed ninja leading the 9th squad, and a peculiar individual named Uchiha Husky, who had recently retired from the police force and transitioned into the border patrol unit. There is a possibility that this incident was deliberately instigated by Sunagakure. "Hiruzen, you must be on your guard," Tsunade advised from the side. "This matter will require your efforts." Tsunade. Nodding at Tsunade's words, Hiruzen replied, "You will lead the team to Sunagakure under the pretense of accountability, regardless of whether Sunagakure was involved." Hiruzen intended to keep a watchful eye on them, having previously confronted Sunagakure ninjas at the borders of the Land of Rivers. Tsunade was undoubtedly the ideal candidate for this mission. "No problem, leave it to me," she affirmed with a resolute nod. "Danzō, your route must also mobilize to see if any information can be uncovered." "Understood," Danzō signaled with an okay gesture. Even without Hiruzen's instruction, he would act discreetly. When it comes to intelligence networks, Root vastly outperformed the Umbu. After discussing the finer details, the group bid farewell to Hiruzen and exited the office. With the issuance of various directives, the ninjas of Konohagakure, who had only just relaxed after thoroughly occupying Kusagakure, once again tightened their nerves. Soon, Jiraiya's team was the first to uncover the trail of the Sungold transport squad. However, upon their arrival, they found that the members of the transport team had long since perished. "Damn it, we arrived too late. They've been completely wiped out." Jiraiya's expression was devoid of its usual levity, replaced instead with grave seriousness. "Jiraiya-sensei, this is..." Minato, who was counting the bodies, gestured towards a corpse clad in a black robe nearby. "Indeed, an Umbu ninja," Jiraiya acknowledged upon recognizing the distinctive black cloak and mask. For Umbu ninjas, 2 special jonin and 12 chunin had fallen. Even in a surprise attack, the assailants must have possessed at least 6 jonin or formidable individuals of Kaga-level strength. Jiraiya-sama. Before Jiraiya could collect his thoughts, a ninja known as Passerby arrived at the scene with his team. "Oh, what was your name again?" Jiraiya inquired. "Just call me Passerby, eh? My name is inconsequential." "Very well," Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement. How peculiar. It suddenly dawned on him that this was the same individual in all of Konohagakure. Perhaps only Danzō knew Passerby's true name. It was well known that this person refused to disclose his real name, simply calling himself Passerby when questioned. "Goodness, what a tragic scene," he remarked. As the lifeless bodies, carelessly strewn by the enemy, lay before him, the face of the onlooker darkened with sardonic amusement. The assailant was a reckless soul, daring to launch a surprise attack on the ninjas of Konoha within their own territory, a nefarious intent, indeed. Jiraiya had completed his tally, a total of 22 corpses, precisely matching the number in the transport team. To his dismay, they had indeed been completely annihilated. Despite having steeled himself for this outcome, Jiraiya could not help but clench his fists when the grim reality was revealed. It was time to inform Heisuke. Upon receiving the news, Uchiha Heisuke swiftly arrived at the scene with his patrol team. As he surveyed the tragic sight before him, Heisuke gasped in shock. Having been stationed in the police force since his graduation, this was his first encounter with such a horrific scene. If only he had chosen to remain in the ninja academy, he mused, where he could have served in relative safety. Unlike Uchiha Sambunzi, who seemed to revel in the mundane company of Narashika, Heisuke had opted to leave the police force. Little did he anticipate that shortly after joining the patrol team, he would face such a calamity. This place was likely not the primary scene of the incident. After a cursory examination, Heisuke quickly deduced that the injuries on one of the corpses had been inflicted by an explosive tag. However, the surrounding thicket should have left traces of an explosion, and the narrow road was unsuitable for the transport team, which would have traversed by cart. As Heisuke continued his monologue, Jiraiya and the others exchanged glances of exasperation. "Brother, have you watched too many detective films? We are not so foolish as to overlook the fact that this is not the primary scene," they thought. Though they refrained from interrupting him. Only after Heisuke had finished speaking did Jiraiya place a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "In that case, let your patrol team search nearby for the primary scene. Meanwhile, I will lead the onlookers in pursuit of the enemy's trail." "How does that sound? Alongside the fallen ninjas?" News of the missing sand gold was also returned. Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly dispatched the bodies to the intelligence department, entrusting them to the current head, Yamaka Ichiyo. The Yamaka clan possessed the unique ability to extract information not only from the living but also from the deceased. Outside the interrogation room, Danzō and Mito Minion sat quietly in the corridor, awaiting news from within. By the way, Danzō, why do you seem to have rejuvenated? You still look spry. Mito Minion, feeling a twinge of jealousy at Danzō's youthful appearance, complained with a hint of boredom. What? Do you have an opinion? Danzō retorted. No, I was just… Well, you see. He stammered, as if he were suffering from a long bout of constipation. Spit it out if you have something to say, Danzō exclaimed, only to nonchalantly pick his nose, sending a projectile of nasal refuse flying onto Mito Minion's face. The corners of his eyes twitched, yet Mito Minion restrained his inner anger, striving to maintain a calm demeanor while offering a smile. I must inquire, have you indeed succeeded in your research on the cells of Hashirama? And what then? Oh. It dawned upon Danzō, as if a light bulb had flickered to life. So, might it be possible for you to extend that to me as well? As for the conditions, feel free to state them. Mito Minion had to acknowledge that when he encountered the youthful version of Danzō during the Hokage office meeting, he had indeed felt a stir of emotion. After all, they were both disciples of the second Hokage, and their ages were not vastly different. Why should Danzō be granted the chance to reclaim his youth while he himself was destined to age into a frail existence? Who would not be tempted? Not to mention, even Kohara Yutane had covertly cast glances at Danzō multiple times during the meeting, now that they were alone. It presented Mito Minion with the perfect opportunity to voice his thoughts. There is nothing there that I desire. Oh, hold on. Don't be so quick to refute. Hear me out. You see, what you possess, I also have. What you lack, I possess as well. Danzō pondered for a moment, then decisively rejected the proposal. Can you not make an exception? What are you even thinking? Faced with Mito Minion's persistence, Danzō rolled his eyes. You understand nothing. It is not that I do not wish to assist you. Rather, the risks associated with the Hashirama cells are far too great. The fact that I succeeded is already a miracle. Such serendipity is unlikely to occur a second time. You simpleton, if it were truly that easy, I would have already facilitated it for Hiruzen. In that moment, Mito Minion found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, if it were as simple as achieving a flawless fusion of the Hashirama cells to reclaim youth, with the camaraderie shared between Danzō and Hiruzen, it would have been accomplished long ago. Alas, forget it, he sighed, shaking his head with a bitter smile, falling silent thereafter. Thus, they waited in silence for quite some time. Upon seeing Yamashiro IPP emerge from the interrogation room, both Danzō and Mito Minion rose to their feet and entered together. What news do you bring, IPP? Mito Minion inquired as they entered. Danzō observed Mito Minion, who, despite leaning on a cane, insisted on walking ahead, and he merely smirked. Not overly concerned. Maintaining his steady pace, he crossed his arms and ambled to the side, disregarding Mito Minion's somewhat displeasing expression. Esteemed sirs, the body has begun to decay, thus the information gathered is limited. However, I did catch a glimpse of one of the assailants. After a moment of hesitation, Yamashiro IPP continued. The assailant was wearing the forehead protector of the Takigakure. What? The two exclaimed in unison. Upon receiving the assailant's likeness, Danzō and Mito Minion promptly relayed this development to Hiruzen Sarutobi. What? A ninja from Takigakure? Hiruzen's immediate reaction upon learning the assailant's identity was one of disbelief. The ninjas of Takigakure have always been averse to conflict, content to remain within their own modest territory, and have refrained from participating in both great ninja wars. They maintain amicable relations with other villages, so it is inconceivable that they would send individuals to assault the transport convoy of Konohagakure. Furthermore, how could they have possibly acquired such intelligence? Danzō remained silent. He shared the same thoughts as Sarutobi Hiruzen. This situation, viewed from any angle, does not align with the typical conduct of Takigakure. Regardless, it is imperative to dispatch someone with an image to Takigakure to seek accountability. Mito Kazuma struck his cane upon the floor with a resonant sound, offering a sensible suggestion. The village leader would surely know whether the assailants were from Takigakure. Upon hearing Mito's proposal, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, there is no more appropriate course of action at this juncture. And Danzō silently accepted the suggestion. Unlike Kusagakure, Takigakure harbors the seven tails sealed within its village, and mishandling this situation could lead to dire consequences. Even if it is confirmed that the attackers were indeed ninjas from Takigakure, a detailed plan must be formulated. It cannot be approached with the same iron-fisted tactics employed against Kusagakure. If only Kushina were the perfect Jinchuriki. This thought abruptly surfaced in Danzō's mind. Since Kushina became the Jinchuriki, her activities have been confined within a barrier, constantly accompanied by two Umbu ninjas adept in sealing techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen even specifically assigned 2 sealing teams to take turns guarding her discreetly. Even so, Kushina has slipped out of control twice. Fortunately, timely intervention prevented any significant damage. Ultimately, after deliberation among the 3, it was decided to send Hatake Sakumo, who had recently returned to the village, to lead the mission to Takigakure for accountability. Danzō would dispatch the intelligence team from Route to infiltrate the land of Waterfall and investigate the incident. At the training grounds of the Route base, Danzō found Hatake Sakumo instructing Kakashi in the art of lightning release ninjutsu. Hiruzen has a mission for you, he stated. Oh, what is the mission? Please, Lord Danzō. Do tell. Without indulging in pleasantries, Danzō cut to the chase. You are aware of the recent incidents involving the sand and gold transport convoy, correct? Of course, Sakumo nodded. He had just returned from Kusagakure when the event transpired. Information had already been extracted from the Yamashiro report, indicating that the assailants were likely ninjas from Takigakure. Takigakure, you say? Unlike others, Sakumo exhibited little emotional reaction upon hearing that the potential attackers were from Takigakure. Danzō was highly satisfied with this response. Hiruzen has decided to send you to Takigakure. Your first task is to ascertain whether the assailants truly were from Takigakure. Once confirmed, report back to the village. Additionally, I have a special task for you. Please, Lord Danzō, go ahead. As the advisor to the Hokage, Danzō was certainly qualified to assign tasks to Hatake Sakumo. I need you to determine the current whereabouts of the Seven Tails. In the present day, the village of Takigakure is divided into 2 factions, the conservative faction led by the village chief, Akira, and the radical faction headed by the elite jonin, Toono. Toono, being the second most powerful figure in the village after Akira, has long harbored dissatisfaction with the village's policy of non-intervention, particularly during the Second Shinobi World War. He fervently wished for the chief to heed Hanzo of the Salamander's call to engage the 5 great shinobi villages in battle. However, the outcome was far from his desires. Ultimately, Akira merely conceded to allow Hanzo to traverse their territory to attack the Land of Iron. He remained steadfast in his stance against dispatching ninjas to assist in combat. When the news of Hanzo's defeat reached them, Toyono's resentment towards Akira's inaction intensified. In his view, had Takigakure firmly allied with Hanzo, the war's outcome would surely have been different, potentially elevating Takigakure alongside Amigakure among the 5 great shinobi villages. Thus, when Inoki sent envoys to negotiate an alliance, only to be rebuffed by Akira, Toono, desperate to usurp Akira's position, swiftly initiated clandestine contact with a messenger from Iwagakure. The 2 parties quickly found common ground and reached a cooperation agreement. Iwagakure would assist Toono in seizing power, while Toono promised that upon becoming village chief, he would align with Iwagakure in a united front against Konohagakure. Inoki, being astute, recognized that even the so-called strongest Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was merely a paper tiger. The true strength lurking beneath the shadows of Konohagakure constituted its very foundation. No matter how much power he amassed, he could never shake the status of the foremost shinobi village. Only by rallying other shinobi villages into a coalition could he harbor a glimmer of hope. However, the dim-witted brutes of Kumogakure were solely fixated on attacking Iwagakure, while the imbeciles of Sunagakure, still reeling from their previous defeat at the hands of Konohagakure, dared not even broach the subject of expansion. Kirigakure, in stark isolation, had entirely severed its channels of communication with the outside world. Just as Inoki pondered how to win over these entities, the intelligence department of Iwagakure presented him with a final shipment of sand gold, along with news of its transportation from Sunagakure. An opportunity had indeed presented itself. Fortune favored him. All Inoki needed to do was relay this information to Toono, who would take action. Once the sand gold was seized, Konohagakure would undoubtedly send envoys to demand answers from Sunagakure, significantly deepening the rift between the 2 villages. All he had to do was incite a little discord and promise a few minor benefits, and he would surely ensnare those simpletons of Sunagakure to Iwagakure's side. As for whether Konohagakure could eventually uncover the identity of the instigator even if they did, what would it matter? The true leader of Takigakure remained that old fool, Akira. This was the perfect opportunity to oust him from power. Indeed, Events unfolded precisely as Inoki had anticipated. Armed with the route of Kanehagakure's transport convoy obtained from the ninjas of Awagakure, Fengye dispatched his trusted confidant, Carlo, to lead a covert operation along the enemy's inevitable route. Through a sudden ambush, they successfully annihilated the transport unit. After hastily disposing of the bodies, Carlo and his team disguised themselves, stealthily bringing the gathered gold dust back to Takigakure. "Brother, look, this is all gold dust. We're going to strike it rich, ha ha ha," Carlo exclaimed excitedly, presenting the gold dust to Fengye. Upon seeing the glimmering treasure, a flicker of delight crossed Fengye's face. Takigakure was a small nation, and this pile of gold dust was equivalent to a year's financial allocation from the daimyo. With this fortune, coupled with the support from Awagakure, Fengye felt confident in rallying the majority of the village. The only potential complication lay with the covert operatives under the direct command of Akira. "You left no trace, did you?" Fengye inquired seriously, suppressing his earlier joy. "Rest assured, brother. We disposed of the bodies in the opposite direction. The signs of battle have been concealed, and our fallen comrades have been properly handled. There will be no repercussions," Carlo declared, thumping his chest in pride. "What did you say? Disposed of?" The elder ninja from Awagakure, Ling, who had been silently listening, sensed something amiss. "What do you mean? Didn't I instruct you to completely obliterate the bodies?" The sudden accusation caught Carlo off guard, and upon realizing it was Ling, the leader of the Awagakure ninja, he stammered, I was afraid that burning them would attract the patrols." So what? You simply tossed them aside? You foolish imbecile. Only a brainless dolt would act so recklessly." Ling's frustration boiled over as he furrowed his brow, unable to contain his anger any longer. "Do you not know that the mountain clan of Kanehagakure possesses a secret technique to extract memories from corpses?" Despite his fury, Ling maintained clarity, exasperatedly explaining, "You, my inept comrade, what difference is there between your actions and directly confessing to the deed?" You didn't specify either." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Carlo cast a pleading glance at Fengye. Noticing the despair in his subordinate's eyes, Fengye patted Carlo's shoulder reassuringly, signaling him to withdraw. Once Carlo's figure had disappeared, Fengye turned to Ling, who was still seething with anger, and asked, "Is it true that the mountain clan possesses such a technique?" "Spare me your questions. I have no reason to deceive you." Ling's affirmative response brought a wave of unease to Fengye. What should we do now?" "What to do? Sigh. All right. I will return to the village immediately to consult with Lord Tsuchikage. You all must hold your ground. If the bodies are well concealed, Kanehagakure may not discover anything." "Fool, are you suggesting we stay here and wait for death alongside your foolish crew?" Upon hearing Ling's intent to leave, Fengye vehemently opposed the idea. "It is not advisable to leave. What if Mingdu suddenly turns hostile? He is no fool, and his strength is beyond what one can handle alone. Assistance from Ling is imperative. Moreover, if Ling departs at this moment and the people from Kanehagakure arrive, it would spell doom. There is no need to panic. The situation is manageable, and you need not worry about it." Ling's eyes twinkled as she retrieved a signal flare from her pocket and handed it to Fengye, elucidating. "Should you sense any danger, ignite this flare. We have already stationed a team in the land of waterfalls. They will hasten to your aid." Meanwhile, Danzō at the route base dispatched the financial overseer, Kakuzu, to the land of waterfalls. Initially, Kakuzu had little inclination to heed Danzō's orders, as he was preoccupied with counting money to the point of cramping his hand. However, upon hearing that the target was Takigakure, his interest was piqued, and he slammed his hand on the table. With a flourish, he remarked that such opportunities should be communicated sooner. This matter transcended mere financial gain. Kakuzu would willingly undertake the task even at a personal loss. The thought of the faces of the Takigakure elite he had slain filled him with a sense of satisfaction. After securing his meager funds in a multi-lock safe, Kakuzu set forth on his journey to the land of waterfalls. The rationale behind Danzō's choice of Kakuzu was straightforward. His involvement would simplify matters considerably. First, Kakuzu harbored a grudge against the land of waterfalls, and second, his familiarity with the geography of Takigakure could potentially expedite intelligence-gathering efforts, possibly even revealing the sealing techniques for the Seven Tails. Shortly thereafter, a subordinate brought Danzō a piece of anticipated news. There were indeed sightings of Awagakure ninjas within the borders of the land of waterfalls. In times of peace, it is common for ninjas from various villages to operate within foreign territories, typically in groups. Yet, this particular contingent of Awagakure ninjas was numerous and showed no inclination towards completing any missions. It appeared as though they were waiting for something. The notorious Inoki, a known troublemaker, was certainly not one to play by the rules. Danzō was now entirely convinced that the theft of the gold was orchestrated by Inoki, inciting the ninjas of Takigakure to act. The underlying motive was likely revenge for the previous defeat of Kusagakure, even amid significant hostilities between the great ninja villages. As long as a formal declaration of war has not been made, they generally refer to such incidents as misunderstandings. Recently, Konohagakure had decimated a demolition squad from Iwagakure, along with several dozen ninjas. Yet, both sides maintained normal diplomatic relations as if the incident had never occurred. In reality, both parties were acutely aware that this blood debt had been deeply etched into the hearts of their respective ninjas, forcibly suppressed. Should one side suffer setbacks, they would seek to reclaim their honor elsewhere. In this relentless cycle of friction, animosity would only intensify. Once both sides could no longer contain their grievances, it would herald the outbreak of war. It appears that this old man, Yaki, has come well prepared, necessitating a more cautious approach in his endeavors. While stroking the scar on his chin, Danzō began to contemplate his next course of action. It is with a heavy heart that I reflect upon a sorrowful day. My beloved kitten has succumbed after consuming fish. I remain perplexed as to who perpetuated the misguided notion that kittens delight in fish. In truth, a kitten's affinity for fish is a fallacy. It merely leads to their demise, much like the dog I raised years ago, which met its end due to a fishbone. Alas, my sorrow is profound. I shall adopt another kitten in a few days. Soon, the intelligence unit led by Hinata Binbin received a message from Danzō. Under the assurance of their safety, they were to closely monitor the concealed ninja squad from Iwagakure. Their foremost priority was to guarantee their own security. This mission appeared quite daunting. With a sigh, Hinata Binbin peered through the underbrush towards the distance. Tsuchikawa, Inken, Kane, Matsushita. The renowned jonin he had observed numbered over 6. The disparity in strength was palpable, which rendered Hinata Binbin hesitant to approach, forcing him to remain at a distance to observe. Fortunately, the lush woodlands of the land of Waterfall provided ample cover, concealing them from detection. Furthermore, the team under Hinata Binbin consisted of skilled individuals recruited since the inception of their foundation, which aided in their stealth. However, this was their limit. Perhaps I should consider requesting reinforcements? With a slight retreat to ensure silence, Hinata Binbin ultimately dismissed this notion, choosing instead to maintain vigilance over the individuals before him, aiming to ascertain their precise movements. Meanwhile, the team led by Hatake Tsukumo successfully arrived within the borders of the land of Waterfall, encountering the waiting ninjas from Takigakure. Thanks to prior communications from the diplomatic department, Hatake Tsukumo and his comrades were easily escorted into Takigakure to meet with the village leader, Akamura. With utmost politeness, Hatake Tsukumo articulated his intentions and presented the image he held to Akamura. Upon catching sight of the portrait, Akamura's eye twitched noticeably. This fleeting expression did not escape the keen observation of Hatake Tsukumo. Akamura promptly recognized the face depicted Kero, a close friend and confidant of Tuono since childhood. It seems I have indeed arrived at the right place. It appears that Lord Akamura is familiar with the individual in the image. Am I correct? Having confirmed that Takigakure is indeed involved in this matter, Hatake Tsukumo's expression grew serious, and his tone turned grave. Sensing the formidable presence of the white-haired man before him, Akamura felt a twinge of apprehension. This man was no easy adversary, his strength rivaling Akamura's own. The White Fang of Konoha, is it? Yet, it must be noted that this individual still falls short of the level of a Kage. In Akamura's lifetime, the most powerful ninjas he had encountered were the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage. He had the fortune of witnessing the final duel between these two formidable shadow-level warriors, a clash that resulted in their mutual destruction. The sense of oppression they exerted upon him far surpassed that of the present Konoha's Kakashi Hatake. After a brief acclimatization to the pressure emanating from Kakashi, Mingu raised his hand to quell the discontent of his subordinates. The figure depicted in the portrait is indeed a ninja from my Takigakure village. However, to assert, based solely on this single image, that he is the mastermind behind the theft of the sand gold is rather hasty. Although Kero represents a faction opposed to me, simply handing him over would undoubtedly incite internal strife within Takigakure. Therefore, Mingu must convey a stance that he is unafraid of Konohagakure, asserting that a thorough investigation will precede any response. I will dispatch someone immediately to look into this matter. Once the investigation is complete, I shall provide your village with a response. Without waiting for Kakashi's reaction, Mingu stood and walked toward the back hall. Gentlemen, please, he said, as Mingu departed. Several ninjas from Takigakure quickly gathered around, forcibly escorting the guests out. Observing the wary expressions of the Takigakure ninjas, Kakashi said little, merely nodding slightly. Very well. I shall return, he remarked, casting a sweeping gaze over all present before leading his companions out of the hall. Damn it! This must be the doing of that good-for-nothing Toyano. Upon reaching the back hall, Mingu furiously hurled the portrait onto the ground. The curious Jifu and two elders immediately picked it up. By the heavens! Is this not Kero? They exclaimed in unison upon seeing the image. No wonder Mingu vented his anger at Toyano upon entering. Who in Takigakure does not know that Kero is Toyano's right-hand man? This mindless fool dared to seize resources from Konohagakure, and not only did he steal, but he also left no survivors. Are these imbeciles intent on leading Takigakure to an irretrievable abyss? In a fit of rage, Mingu slammed his hand onto the table, shattering it to pieces. The two elders exchanged glances, each recognizing the futility in the other's eyes. That scoundrel Toyano has nearly rallied all the radicals in the village. Most of these individuals belong to the younger generation. If this matter is not handled prudently, it could provoke a violent upheaval within the village. Have the people from Konoha departed? After venting his frustration, Mingu finally suppressed his anger and inquired. Rest assured, they have been escorted out of the village. I have secretly dispatched someone to follow them until they leave the borders of the land of waterfalls, Jifu promptly replied. Alas, if only they could leave so easily. Sighing, Mingu understood that until a definitive answer was obtained, Kakashi and his group would not relent. Matters concerning the great shinobi village's honor could not be settled so hastily. Fingye, without a doubt, has colluded with Iwagakure. Having maintained the position of village chief for so many years, Mingu possesses considerable acumen and has, with a moment's contemplation, unearthed a fragment of the truth. Not long after he had declined cooperation with Iwagakure, Fingye dispatched individuals to stir up such significant turmoil. It would be utterly implausible to believe that this chaos did not have the backing of Iwagakure. The two elders concurred with Mingu's hypothesis. If this were indeed the case, we would find ourselves in peril. Who knows when Iwagakure might choose to strike against us? Jiamei explicitly articulated her concerns. Although Oyamuki's recent maneuvers have been discreet, they have not been without traces. Those who informed us emphasized the necessity of heightened vigilance during this period, as well as the recall of all dispatched ninjas. Upon confirming Iwagakure's involvement in this matter, Mingu promptly issued orders to strengthen the village's defenses. Given the geographical positioning of Takigakure, with proper arrangements, it could effectively withstand an assault by forces several times its own size. Moreover, we must monitor Fingye's movements closely, for the sake of the village's stability. I have tolerated this individual's minor transgressions. Little did I anticipate that his folly would culminate in such calamity. Were it merely a matter of ideological discord, Mingu would remain silent. However, once it involves a major ninja village, it transcends mere differences in ideology. This is nothing short of a blatant act of treachery. One must remember the recent downfall of Kusagakure. There have been persistent rumors suggesting that this is the handiwork of Iwagakure, which has understandably unsettled Mingu. While ensuring the village's defenses, we shall dispatch elite forces to secretly investigate whether Iwagakure ninjas are gathering within our borders. Should we indeed uncover traces of Iwagakure ninjas, it would substantiate the claim of Fingye's collusion with them. For the sake of Takigakure, it becomes imperative to eliminate Fingye before he can react, thereby preemptively severing any potential involvement from Iwagakure and Konoha. As the daimyo of the Fire Country dispatched envoys to the Land of Grass, after a series of protracted negotiations, the daimyo of the Land of Grass acquiesced to the presence of Konoha ninjas in Kusagakure, entrusting them with tasks previously assigned to the village. In return, the daimyo of the Land of Grass will not disperse military expenses to Konoha. All costs will continue to be borne by the Fire Country. However, the affluent daimyo of the Fire Country is unconcerned about this expenditure. In fact, he is quite pleased with Konoha's display of strength, having sent envoys to express his satisfaction. Furthermore, he conveyed the good news of increased funding among the 5 great ninja villages. If one were to rank them according to the amicability between their daimyos and hidden villages, it would undoubtedly be Iwagakure, Konoha, Kirigakure, Sunagakure, with Kumogakure being an exception. This is primarily due to the peculiar nature of Kumogakure, where the daimyo of the Land of Lightning harbors a profound fear of the Reikage. Apprehensive that this muscle-bound brute might unleash his fury upon him, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning wholeheartedly endorses the various decisions made by the Reikage. In Iwagakure, during significant meetings, their daimyo often participates alongside the Tsuchikage, which is quite remarkable. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire has consistently maintained a tacit understanding with the hidden Leaf Village. Despite the occasional unilateral actions taken by the Leaf Village, there has always been a silent consent. In fact, the Lord has even personally intervened to support the Leaf Village. In stark contrast, the Sand Village suffers greatly. Their feudal lord appears to be afflicted with irrationality, as if harboring some deep-seated vendetta against the village. Requests for funding are met with apologies and refusals. As a request for task allocations, at times, the Lord prefers to delegate tasks to other ninja villages rather than involve the Sand Village. Furthermore, the defeat in the Second Shinobi World War has led to the feudal lord's utter disillusionment with the Sand Village, resulting in a complete disregard for his own ninja village. This has forced the beleaguered Rasha onto the path of a gold miner, spending each day either excavating gold sand or journeying to do so. Even though the Sand Village has repaid its debts to the Leaf Village, its current state still consists of tirelessly searching for gold sand to survive. Meanwhile, the Third Hokage can only stifle his anger and strive to appease his feudal lord, hoping for a day when this paternal figure might offer the Sand Village a glimmer of hope. As for the Mist Village, it is perhaps best left unmentioned. Despite the escalating tensions, Sarutobi Hiruzen graciously welcomed the envoy dispatched by the feudal lord, even personally accompanying him. During this period, he entrusted all village affairs to Danzō. The primary reason for this was the absence of Koharu, who was responsible for diplomatic relations. Meanwhile, Mito Gaidon, wrapped like a mummy, found himself unable to move, let alone attend to the envoy. As for Danzō, well, it was clear he was ill-suited for this role. The sudden acquisition of power left Danzō in a state of bewilderment as he occupied the Hokage's seat. Is this truly the pinnacle of ninja authority in the Hokage world? Have I just ascended to this position? Hiss, it feels almost too incredulous. Is it really this straightforward? Danzō pinched his own face, feeling the sting, confirming that he was indeed not dreaming. However, he also understood that this was precisely the brilliance of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Through various intelligence reports, it had been established that the annihilation of the sand transport convoy was inextricably linked to the Rock Village. Mishandling the situation could easily provoke conflict among the ninja villages. Winning would be one thing, but in the event of defeat, the individual responsible for addressing the matter would bear the brunt of the consequences. Thus, the old monkey has effectively thrust the role of scapegoat upon me. Chuckling through his tears, he shook his head, realizing that it was indeed most fitting for him, Danzō, to handle this affair. If resolved successfully, it would showcase Sarutobi Hiruzen's adeptness in personnel management. If not, Danzō would take the fall. This could lead to a dismissal, a period of silence, and a subsequent return. After all, serving as the Hokage's advisor is merely a convenient guise for Danzō. His true strength lies in his roots. Observing Mito Gaiden, who sat beside him with a curious gaze, Danzō raised the documents in hand and got down to business. According to the intelligence currently at hand, it was confirmed that approximately 30 individuals from the Rock Village were lying in ambush within the borders of the Land of Waterfalls. Thus, the shadow of the gold was undoubtedly cast by them, and this matter must be handled with utmost care. Oh dear, what a remarkable development this is. It is indeed the first time that Mito Minion has heard the phrase "handle it properly" come from Danzō's lips. Goodness, is this truly the Danzō that I know? At this moment, shouldn't you be clamoring to annihilate the scoundrels of Takigakure and crush Iwagakure? Is the sun rising in the west today? Has Danzō undergone a transformation? It is utterly absurd that the man sitting in Sarutobi's position would begin to think in accordance with the Hokage's mindset. That is simply outrageous. While astonished by Danzō's transformation, the subsequent words he uttered caused Mito Minion to nearly spit out his drink. Yes, while properly eliminating or puppeteering the scoundrels of Takigakure, seize the opportunity to exterminate all the defensive ninjas of Iwagakure within the borders of the Land of Water. Splendid, what a perfect plan. Mito Minion thought to himself. You must be joking. Danzō, you truly cannot change your fundamental nature. You remain the same scheming fox as ever. I could hardly believe my ears. Indeed. Danzō was still that Danzō, the hawkish leader he had always known. Did he not realize that such actions could potentially ignite a war between the two villages? Cough. We are not prepared for war. Our weapons, ninja tools, and light armor are merely sufficient for daily use. As the administrator of the administrative department, the stockpile of military supplies was also under Mito Minion's purview. It is evident that procuring more supplies at this juncture would be too late, especially since we had just recently clashed with the ninjas of Iwagakure, depleting a considerable amount of our ninja tools. Konoha is among the 5 great ninja villages that imports the least from the Land of Crafts. The primary reason is that the weapon workshops within the Land of Fire can produce sufficient equipment for Konoha's needs. Therefore, Konoha only imports a small quantity of ninja tools from the Land of Crafts each year, mainly to signify a friendly relationship. The various workshops within the Land of Fire maintain a suitable output to prevent excessive production from causing price fluctuations in ninja tools. Once Konoha prepares for war, only then will the workshops respond with full production to supply Konoha. This is primarily because the Land of Fire possesses all the necessary raw materials for manufacturing ninja tools, allowing the workshops to react swiftly to production demands. Do not panic. The situation is not dire. That old man Inoki excels in behind-the-scenes calculations. He will not engage in war with us without absolute certainty of victory. Mito Minion's concerns are indeed somewhat justified, yet Danzō harbors considerable confidence as well. Inoki will never instigate a war with Konoha until he has secured suitable allies. This has been the case in the original anime, without absolute assurance. He will remain in hiding until he finds the right opportunity. Thus, this conflict will certainly not escalate into war between the two major ninja villages. At present, both sides are strategizing. It is merely a matter of who will encircle the other first. Compared to Iwagakure, Konoha finds itself at a natural disadvantage. The village of Konoha is indeed exceedingly prosperous, to the extent that neighboring nations covet its wealth. On one hand, Inoki can leverage the prospect of dividing Konoha after the war to entice allies. However, Konoha finds itself in a different predicament. It cannot relinquish its own interests to garner support, and merely partitioning smaller nations would evidently fail to satiate the appetites of the surrounding countries. Consequently, Konoha is faced with two potential paths. The first involves sacrificing its own benefits to forge alliances. The second entails bolstering its military might to instill fear through formidable strength. In the original anime, Sarutobi Hiruzen opted for the former route, preserving Konoha's premier status but plunging the village into a prolonged 12-year decline, further alienating various clans in the village's upper echelons. It appears that the latter path must now be pursued, fortunately, through years of strategic planning. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village has significantly improved. The Hyuga clan, having transcended the schism between the main and branch families, has also become more manageable. The legendary three ninjas remain within the village, and even Kakashi Hitaki continues to thrive. Moreover, having proactively secured the grass village, Konoha's current military strength is vastly superior to that depicted in the original anime.